You hanged yourself right after being reborn. The system activates, damn it, you're already hanging. You struggle desperately, luckily the rope isn't very strong, and you fall to the ground. System bro, you try calling out. Here. This system is an unlimited combat assistance system, designed to help the host become the toughest fighter on the planet and win the championship belt in mixed martial arts. Brother Tong, are you kidding me? With my current physique, if someone even brushes against me lightly, I'd be on my knees begging them not to kill me. And you want me to go for the MMA belt? Host, please open the beginner's gift package. Opening beginner's gift package. Rewarding host with upgraded Bruce Lee muscle talent beginner level. Reward, mastery of Sanda. Reward, 1 Khabib Nurmagomedov experience card. Reward, mastery of English. Reward, 1 lottery draw, would you like to draw? You said, draw. Congratulations, host, you've drawn the special skill, max level flying knee. Trial mission issued, participate in the Dana Challenge and achieve victory. Mission reward, 10 points. The Dana Challenge. You've been reborn from 2025, and in your previous life, you were quite a fan of the UFC. But when you opened your eyes and found yourself reborn in a shabby earthen house, forced to survive by scavenging through trash, you had no choice but to leave a suicide note and hang yourself to start over. Little did you know, just before death, you activated the system. It's 2018, and mixed martial arts in China is still in its infancy. To sign up for the Danaher Challenge domestically, you'd have to go abroad. You sold a few empty water bottles you'd collected, ate a cup of instant noodles, and borrowed 10,000 yuan from your school beauty classmate, Mu Wanqing. Her father, the richest man in school, helped you get your visas and plane tickets, and the next day, you arrived in Las Vegas. You go alone to a large fight bar, and after tipping the waiter $100, he leads you to the registration desk. Located near UFC headquarters, the event follows UFC rules, attracting many fighters who aren't quite UFC level but compete here part-time to make a living. You take out your last $700, $500 for the entry fee and $200 to bet on yourself. A black man chuckles and says, "Kid, with a build like yours, you must be out of your mind." You smile and reply, "I'm just here to test the waters. Sign me up." The black man began registering. "Go weigh yourself, 60 kilograms? Alright, how about matching you with fighter Eric at 62 kilograms? Agree? If not, we'll have to wait a few days to see if there's someone in the 50s. No need, it's him. Oh ho ho, you actually dare to accept. My god, do you know who fighter Eric is? No, and I don't need to know. The black man sneered, "Kid, fighter Eric is a former participant in the Dana White's Contender Series, practically half a step into the UFC. Tell me, do you still want to sign up now?" Of course. I specialize in taking down the elite, you said with a serious expression. Looking for death. The black man stopped trying to dissuade you. Leave your name or nickname, sign the waiver, and we'll arrange your match immediately. After signing the waiver, you said, "Listen up, little black dude. Remember my name, Tornado." The black man's face darkened. "Arrogant Asian, Eric will beat you to a pulp." Your gaze sharpened, then let the facts speak for themselves. After the matchups were finalized and the odds were released, you successfully placed a $200 bet with 15-1 odds, showing just how little faith people had in you. Next, you went to the backstage to prepare, where staff helped wrap your hands and put on gloves and a protective cup. Meanwhile, in the front, the host stepped into the octagon to hype up the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's Fight Bar Night. In the blue corner, we have a newcomer from China, just turned 18, with no professional record, nicknamed Tornado. Let's give it up for Tornado entering the ring." The frenzied DJ music blares as security escorts you to the cage. The medics start applying Vaseline, and the referee checks your gloves for compliance. Once approved, you put in your mouthguard and step into the octagon. The bar crowd erupts. "Kill the Chinese kid, crush him hard." Right now, you're burning with rage, eyes locked on the opponent's entrance. The announcer cranks up the volume. And now, in the red corner, age 33, with a professional record of 22 wins and 6 losses, narrowly lost to title challenger bout by decision, renowned for his precise striking, he is the fighter Eric. After applying Vaseline and doing his examination, Eric crawled into the cage with all 4 limbs like a reptile, then circled around the cage, declaring his sovereignty. Eric returned to his original position, walking back and forth, his arms shaking, his eyes extremely provocative, looking at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's deep eyes were fixed on his prey from the beginning, as if he had already found his opponent's weakness and was just waiting for the fight to start with a bite. The referee beckoned both sides to the center of the cage to listen to the rules. The referee begins to read the rules. The fight is divided into 3 rounds of 5 minutes each. No strikes to the back of the head, eyes, kicks to the crotch, headbutts, etc. Referee, understood? Jiang Nan and Eric nodded their heads to indicate their understanding, touching fists and then backing up towards the edge of the cage. Is it a standing system? Then the Riding Majestic experience card can be saved. Let me meet you at Sanso 10th level. Jiang Nan began to move his arms and legs, preparing to fight hard. Anyway, he had the skill card to test where his upper limit was. Eric grabbed the cage net with one hand and stared at Jiang Nan with a fierce look. It looked like he wanted to eat Jung Nan alive. Referee, the battle begins. Eric quickly stepped forward to grab the center of the cage, ready to blast Jung Nan with a combination. Jung Nan waited until Eric was about to walk to the center of the cage and quickly rushed up. 2 steps away, a padded sweeping kick, punching force plus padded superimposed force, from the left foot all the way to the taut straight right leg, and then from the right leg to the outer instep, hard and fast to throw out the right leg. Bang! The back of the right foot swept into the side of Eric's head at once, sleeping on the spot. Despite Eric's hand defense, the force had penetrated and there was no way back. The moderator let out a gasp. Oh, Nessie, the dog seller god. Amazing padded high sweep, unbelievable. Amply is not thin. The bar scene, all rise. In the octagon, Gangnam removes his braces and throws them outside the ring, full of rage finally getting out. Left fist hammering his chest, right hand pointing at the black man sitting in the corner of the registration office yelled, "Black, talk. Look in my eyes." The black man smiled awkwardly and curtly and raised his hands in surrender. Competitive sports, strength is king. Tornado. 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 The audience all fell down. Even if they lost, they were still happy and cheered from the bottom of their hearts. It must be said that the early development of American mixed martial arts cultivated a group of good quality audience. As long as there is a real talent, they will shout for you. Chapter 3. No one helped me to the green clouds. I treaded snow toward the peak of the mountain. Inside the bar box, Dana and Hunter stood up with their glasses and applauded. Nice finish, funny boy. A talent found in your bar, you decide. Gonna sign him up? Dana White says with a smile. Hunt, why not? But talent is just the gateway to the UFC. Dana White, Hunter, don't play the young man down. This kid is still a Chinese, the Chinese market has huge potential. Hunter, don't worry. Arrange a younger one with quasi-UFC strength to see this kid ceiling first. As long as he shows UFC level, win or lose, give him a special exception to participate in the Dana Challenge. Normally, to participate in the Dana Challenge, one must be a recommended fighter from another top tournament, or a self-nominated fighter with a record of multiple blowout fights. White Dana, next week then. I can't wait. Hunter, okay, I'll set it up. Backstage, Gangnam arrived at the registration desk, and the black man had already prepared the money and respectfully handed it to Gangnam. Jung Nan counted $8,500, which was $1,500 more than expected. The black man saw Gangnam's doubt and said respectfully, Mr. Tornado, our boss said that a contestant like you doesn't need to give an entry fee, the appearance fee is what you deserve. Also, are you interested in a rematch in a week's time? The opponent has quasi-UFC strength, how about it, dare you? Jung Nan came to the rescue, yes. Gotta add money. The black man was expecting it. Our boss said the appearance fee is $5,000, the bonus for winning the fight is $5,000, and the bonus reward is $20,000, all after taxes, so? Jung Nan, I'm in. One more question, who is your boss? The black man sold a secret, sir, there's no need to rush, you'll know when the time comes. Shay, love to say no. Jung Nan walked out of the bar and typed in the name of the bar on his cell phone search app, and the shareholder information popped up. Hunter, the CEO of the UFC. It seems that next week's fight is the key battle to get into the UFC or not. Jung Nan looked and walked to a large casino. There was a specialized banker stationed in the casino, and all Jung Nan had to do was to run a bank card, deposit the money in it, and transfer the money to Su Shanshan to pay it back in the meantime. After finding the counter to do the card, Jung Nan associated his own Alipay, counting to pay back the money. 9 out of 13 returns, to return 13,000, plus 12,000 for the cell phone. Turn less hard is not good, after all, people are not for money to help themselves. Directly turn 30,000 it, this is not bad money. Jung Nan exchanged RMB through the internet banking and directly transferred it. The total is almost $5,000, now all the value is only about $3,500. It was already late at night. Jung Nan bought 2 cakes in the casino and filled his stomach. Then, he slept directly on a chair in the lobby. There was no way, this was the center of Vegas, and the cheapest hotel would cost $1,000 a night, so he couldn't afford to spend it. The streets were too chaotic at midnight, it was still safer in the casino lobby. There were many people who slept in the lobby just like Jung Nan. The attendants would not drive away, most of them were gamblers who were waiting to raise funds after losing money. Early in the morning, a stunningly beautiful face puffed up and pouted, sticking her face wide open, and kicked at Jung Nan who was sleeping on the seat and growled. Gambler! Liar! Wake up! Good-smelling fragrance scurried into Jung Nan's nostrils, squinted his eyes and looked. It was Su Shallow. Waking up from her morning sleep, Su Shallow saw the transfer message and instantly became unsettled. In Las Vegas is not familiar with the place, a night can earn a few thousand or even more American dollars, not to gamble what else can it be? Fortunately, Su Shanshan left a backhand, 2 cell phones associated with the positioning. Opened the positioning to see, as expected. I actually lied to me, in vain I so take care of him. Angry Su Shanshan with bodyguards directly killed to the scene ready to ask for punishment. Thus, the scene at the beginning occurred. Jiang Nan yawned and propped up his waist, wondering, Su Shanshan, why are you here? Su Shanshan, you still have the nerve to ask me why I'm here? You actually lied to me and secretly gambled here. How dare you? Jiang Nan hadn't slept well and had serious waking breath, and was irritated by Su Shanshan scolding one after another. Jiang Nan did not explain. Saying that he didn't believe it so many times was proof that there was no trust. There was no need to say it. Back a million steps, gambling so what, as long as not addicted to is harmless, it is not the turn of others to dictate. Can you control the sky and the earth and still control people's poop and fart? Jiang Nan said impatiently, the money I borrowed from you has been paid back with interest, what do you care about me? You. Su Shanshan's eyes clouded with water mist. The current Jiang Nan looked like the asshole who crossed the river and broke the bridge. You lied to me. Su Shanshan turned around and ran out of the casino, with the two bodyguards following close behind. After being so stirred up by Su Shanshan, Jiang Nan also lost his sleepiness. Searching the nearby pharmacy, he bought some medicinal oil and rubbed it on his feet. Last night's kick, although it had KD someone else, his own foot was also slightly injured, and when he woke up, it was slightly bruised and swollen. After resting, Jiang Nan searched, this week's fight bar match has been arranged, our middleweight upwards, cannot fight a little. Bone structure, strength and hardness is not a level, go up to send a person's head can let others killed. A tiny fraction of a mile is 1,000 miles away. Fighting is not on paper, seemingly ordinary punches and kicks than the strength, accuracy, rate and resistance to blows. By the time you get hurt, you'll be retired before your career even starts. So, Jiang Nan searched for another suitable fighting nightclub and rushed over to enroll without stopping. Time is short and the task is heavy. The tuition and fees are still not settled. Jiang Nan does not want to spend his days chewing on steamed buns. If you want to live a good life, you must work hard to earn money when the opportunity arrives. When there is no opportunity, it is useless to work hard. Because of last night's match, the name Tornado has become famous in the Las Vegas community. The Fight Club's registration desk has given Gangnam the respect of not having to pay a registration fee, but the same $1,000 fee as the recommended fighters. Tonight's opponent is Dolly, a semi-professional from Ireland, who is a stand-up heavy hitter. Jiang Nan's odds are 1 to 1.2, Dory's odds are 1 to 3.4, and the matchmaker favors Jiang Nan to win. To be rich, place a heavy bet. A mosquito is still meat. Jiang Nan $3,500 studded himself. Stud is a kind of wisdom. Knowing the result of the pokies is called investment, not knowing the result of the pokies is called gambling. He has a top-flying knee and an experience card to cover the bottom, that's how confident he is. Of course, you don't have to use it if you can. It can be useful as a killing move at critical moments. Mixed martial arts want to fight later, must comprehensively improve the level of comprehensive ability, enrich their arsenal. Otherwise, any strengths and weaknesses will be used by the opponent to study and conduct targeted training. Jiang Nan of course wants to play the pig and eat the tiger, not so strong when he can hide, confuse some opponents, when the match is anxious to strike a fatal blow. When he was so strong in all aspects that he couldn't hide, then there was no need to hide. On the other hand, Su Shanshan returned to the hotel and was sad for the whole day. He had treated Jiang Nan as a friend and trusted him so much, but he had actually cheated himself out of his money to come over and gamble, and had even been mean to him. Obviously, the Jiang Nan he saw before was sincere and kind, thrifty and self-reliant. How did he become like this after a trip to Las Vegas? Father was right. You can't trust the character of a gambler. When necessary, they can even mortgage themselves. Su Shallow's situation naturally could not be hidden from Su Jiangwo. The two bodyguards reported the matter to the boss one by one. Su Jin dialed Su Shallow's phone. Hey, what's wrong, my little princess? Who upset you? Su Shallow, Dad. Why do you think gambling can make a person so strange? Su Jiangwo's heart rejoiced. Well, the material is here. In fact, before helping Jiang Nan book the airfare, Su Jiangwo had thought of this scene. Jiang Nan's situation was not a secret in the eyes of the rich, and had long been raked over the coals by Su Jiangwo. The parents died at a young age, because the body is too weak to do any part-time job, no one dares to take, can only rely on picking up garbage to make a living, can afford to go to school, also rely on the state to waive most of the tuition fees. Not to deny that before the Jiang Nan really is a good boy to work and study, but people are poor to a certain point is certainly want to fight. No one can endure suffering, are thinking how to climb out of the fire pit, looking for opportunities to take shortcuts, as soon as possible out of the sea of misery. Su Jiangwo, who has been working in the shopping mall for many years, has long seen through human nature. But Su Shanshan grew up under the care of her family, and was exposed to the good side of human nature, without experiencing the evil side. In the future, it is ultimately necessary to hand over the family property to Su Shanshan. If we only talk about the true goodness and beauty, then how much wealth cannot be retained? Su is very clear, people teach people, can't teach. Things teach people, once will. Jiang Nan's appearance allowed Su Jiangwo to see a turnaround. This time is an opportunity to let Su Shanshan fall a small heel, learn from the mistakes and learn from the mistakes. Not to say that let Su Shallow become more mature, at least in human nature has a good enlightenment, open the gap, in the future when things can be more speculative reflection, rapid growth. So for Jiangnan things, Su Jiangwo not only did not intervene to let things develop naturally, but also think that Jiangnan cheating is not hard enough, not enough to want. For a child of a rich family, an interest course would charge tens of thousands of dollars. Spending this small amount of money as a rite of passage to allow Su Shanshan to receive the best initiation in life, Su Jiangwo felt it was too worth it. Sensing that his daughter was in a low mood, Su Jiangwo held back his heart's excitement and blamed himself. Shallow, it's Dad who didn't protect you well, letting you be bullied by bad people. But what Dad wants to tell you is that there is a bottom to the 10,000 feet deep abyss, and 3 inches of human heart cannot be measured. There are 2 things in the world that you can't look directly at, one is the sun and the other is the human heart. Only when you learn to think about defense yourself can you avoid being harmed from the root. Su Jiangwo paused and softly comforted. This time, treat it as a small lesson. Mom and Dad both went through it back then, it's normal. Foreign countries are always not their own place, if you've had enough fun, come back. Su Shanshan released, Dad, thank you. I'm much better now. I'll make preparations, this will book a flight to go home tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Su Shanshan glanced at the night outside the glass window. The night was the time when the casino atmosphere was the hottest. At this time, Jiangnan should be having fun in the casino. Su Shanshan took out her cell phone and looked at the positioning, and sure enough, the positioning showed that it was in a casino nightclub. I heard my father say that when a person is winning money and when he is desperate to lose, the contrast between his demeanor is extremely exaggerated, and it will reveal the nature that he usually hides. Before leaving, Su Shanshan wanted to see just how deep Jiangnan was hiding. The 2 bodyguards reported Su Shanshan's whereabouts to Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo smiled heartily and instructed the bodyguards to bring their gun license and make sure to protect the young lady. Watch. See it with your own eyes to wake up fast. Su Shallow came to the nightclub and booked a box. After understanding, this nightclub is specialized for casino fighting fans to watch the matches and place bets. The positioning is shown in the backstage, where the bets are placed, and when Jiangnan comes out later, he will be able to see him. After all, the yellow man was pretty easy to find inside a bunch of foreigners with colorful hair. Backstage, after the waiver was signed, Jiangnan began to prepare, putting the slightly bruised and swollen right foot on an aerosol, which had a good pain-relieving effect. Then the ankle was wrapped slowly with a bandage to prevent secondary injuries. The staff began wrapping bandages around Gangnam's hands and putting on gloves. The nightclub staff gave Gangnam the respect he deserved this time. As they prepared backstage, they asked Gangnam about the entrance music. Jiangnan thought about it and took out his cell phone and selected a DJ version of Spring Court Snow and passed it over. The powerful music started, and the host walked to the octagon cage to start warming up the crowd. This time the opponent was the underdog. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the blue side, with a record of 15 wins, 3 losses, and 1 draw, the heavy hitter from Ireland Dolly. Let's welcome him to the ring. Dory bounds over to the side of the cage and starts slathering on the Vaseline and checking the gloves. The crowd chants for Dory, 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 Dory. The host continues to mobilize the mood. Coming up next, we have a contestant from the red side with a record of 1 wins and 0 losses, who was lightning brutally KO'd in his last fight, so whether it was strength or just the luck of the draw, let's see what happens. He is the Dragon Curl Wind from China. The music of Chun Ting Shue's DJ sounded. Standing clear night moonlight sprinkles the empty steps, in the dream the pianoforte plays the old music, waking up from the dream tears stain the rouge face, Xiao Chongshan reads over and over again. Hearing the Chinese music, Su Shallow looked at the ring through the box. The lights of the entire arena focused on Jiangnan at the entrance of the passageway, and from the viewpoint of the box, all the expressions were clearly seen. The young and clear face was permeated with perseverance, and his deep eyes were like a general with a horse's leather. No one is helping me to reach the green clouds, I will step on the snow to the top of the mountain. Su Shanshan's mind, Jiangnan that day that grandiose words at the moment materialized, overlapping with the current scene to complete the closure. It's not a shame to come from a humble background, and it's not a shame to be able to bend and reach out to a husband. Everything was echoed. This was Jiangnan's strength to break the world's prejudice. Since the beginning, Jiangnan had told himself that he only wanted to rely on his own 2 fists to break the walls of his family. The preconceptions in a person's mind were a big mountain. Su Shanshan finally realized how deep his arrogance and prejudice towards Jiangnan was. Most of the spectators in the arena did not recognize Jiangnan, and all sorts of unpleasant words followed. Yellow-skinned monkey, go back to Huaxia. Damn Chinese guy, Dolly will smash your mouth. Huaxia people are not suitable for this kind of men's sport, get back to your country and don't be a clown here. Jiangnan didn't say a word, on the surface he was unperturbed and couldn't see any expression, but in his heart it was like there was a raging beast sealed in his heart, frantically agitating. Eyes coldly scanning the whole field, stepping on a steady pace without any fancy movements, calmly walking towards the edge of the cage step by step. Chapter 4 Boss. Your girl was abducted by yellow hair. No. It was abducted by Garbage Boy. What doesn't kill me will eventually make me strong. Scream. The harder you scream, the harder the players you support will only be beaten by me. For your sake, I'll treat you well. At the edge of the cage, the caretaker rubs Vaseline on Jiang Nan, checks his gloves, and begins to enter the cage. Jiang Nan stood still for a moment, his sharp eyes and eagle-like gaze fixed on Dory, who was bouncing back and forth. The host is introducing the rules, and the referee beckons both fighters to touch fists in the center of the cage. Ref, are the rules understood? Both fighters nod their heads, touch fists, and step back to the side of the cage. Ref, begin. Dolly walks towards the center of the cage, his afterimage cautiously watching Gangnam's shoulders. Left leg sweep kick, right shoulder will tilt. Right leg sweep kick, left shoulder will tilt. Jiang Nan's performance in the last fight was filmed by someone in the ring on his cell phone and a copy was passed on to him. Only those who practiced fighting knew how high the gold content of that kick was. If one could not anticipate in advance, an ordinary player would not be able to effectively defend against this sweeping kick and would surely fall asleep. Looking at the opposite side of the Jiangnan slow to move, Duo Li cannot help but more hard eyes, again with this trick? He has this way top heavy punch, backhand punch solid can K off the opponent. Dory decided, if Jiangnan came up with a pad step high sweep, he blocked it, and then took advantage of the gap between the legs to teach him to be a man with continuous swinging punches. Jiangnan rushed up in 3 steps, and Dory was dead set on Jiangnan's shoulder. When he was 1 meter away, Jiangnan stopped, his left single foot stepped into the air, borrowed a step of force, and swept his right leg out. Dory saw Jiangnan's right shoulder slightly inclined. The probability is that it is a fake action. Immediately after Jiangnan's left shoulder began to tilt, right leg raised. Sure enough, the exact same recipe. Dolly subconsciously made a move that was set up in advance, a defensive counterattack. Raising his left fist in a clinch to block the side of his head, he clenched his right fist and aimed it at Gangnam's head, ready to blast out with a heavy punch. Waiting for Gangnam's high sweeping right leg to finish, the left fist swung out again, hitting a continuous combination. Unfortunately, the touch coming from his thigh made his heart go cold. It wasn't a high sweep, it was a medium sweep. The amplitude and strength was not very large, paving the way for the real killing move. Jiang Nan's right leg hadn't been retracted yet, his entire body jumped up in the air, his center of gravity violently tilted down to the right, and his left leg kicked out vigorously. Dory miscalculated, right fist hit empty, brain running fast, hesitation between defense and attack, finally between the lightning and fire still chose to attack, the left fist clasp into a fist hard bombardment to hit a combination of punches. Defense is already too late, offense can make the other side scruples to recover part of the force used for defense or change the point of attack, the fatal blow into an important blow. Jiang Nan's left leg was powerful, like an axe swung in the air in a semicircle. The thigh quickly came into contact with the opponent's fist that was only half the distance away, and although the opponent did not fully exert his strength, it still made Jiang Nan's thigh muscles tingle. Ignoring the leg dissimilarity, Jiang Nan's instep swept upwards in a forward motion, hitting Dory's chin. Boom! Dory's mouth spilled out, his eyes rolled over, and he fell softly to the ground. Jiang Nan collected his leg and immediately pounced on him, clenching his right fist towards fainting Dory's face to make up for the punch and slam it. Everything happened in a flash, the referee had no time to call for a stop, and by the time the referee pounced on him, Dory had already been disfigured, and the paramedics rushed up with a stretcher to carry him away. Ah! Jiang Nan! In the box, Su Shallow's cheeks rose red, unimaginatively yelling madly. Relieved, really too relieved. Everyone did not favor Jiang Nan, but Jiang Nan was the most competitive. The audience's angry curses and disapproval before the match were heard by Su Shallow, and she wanted to angrily dislike them back. It's just that when one is in a foreign country and facing a large group of people, being irrational will only cause one to suffer unbearable consequences, so she selectively made an ostrich. The referee signaled the end of the match, and the host went up to the stage to announce Tornado's KO victory, and most of the people in the room were silent, not yet having come to their senses from the shock. Jiang Nan stepped forward and grabbed the microphone. Scream, why don't you scream? See? This is what you get for pissing me off. Here, I'm going to tell you all that it's best not to mess with me. Remember, if you make me angry, the contestants you support will end up miserable. Some of the audience members with flamboyant personalities under the stage were not happy after hearing Jiang Nan's harsh words. Arrogant brat, farking oil. Thick gift crab. Don't eat the sour radish. Playing here, you have to show us respect. Jiang Nan. I'll show you guys the best respect by beating him to death. Ai chi. Come up and practice if you don't want to, don't push your luck at the bottom. Things happened too suddenly, the host did not expect it at all. Seeing that the scene was agitated, the host hurriedly grabbed back the microphone. At this time, the scene was close to the 10 or so tattooed men climbed up the cage, the nightclub security urgently rushed from the cage around. Jiang Nan wasn't going to sit around and wait for death. I'd been holding back for a long time. Kill 1 to save money, 2 not to lose, 3 blood profit. The big deal is to delete the number and start over. Jiangnan several sweeping kicks will be the first to come up, 4 men swept away, ordinary people are not defended, as long as there is space, a leg a small child. Behind the crowd surged up, Jiangnan 2 fists bang bang 2 big swing, knocked down in front of 2 people. Next, there is no space to pull, Jiangnan fell into the wind, can only hold his head to resist the poisonous beatings, the dark power to find an opportunity to randomly shake 2 men, sent to dreamland. The scene is a mess, Su Shanshan anxious stomping feet, want to let the bodyguards help simply cannot enter. Good security intervention in a timely manner, Jiangnan hold frame defense is very good, feet in addition to rubbing some skin some bruises without major injuries. The main thing is that the body does not know how many punches and kicks, to wait for the adrenaline to go down before you can feel the real pain. The audience came up more than 20 people, a few photos dry fainted 8, the rest of the security guards pulled away still clamoring. Everything happened too fast, just a few minutes of time. Here is the center of Las Vegas, 2 police officers quickly arrived at the scene to deal with. Because it was the audience who attacked Jiangnan on stage, Jiangnan was considered self-defense. But Jiangnan's words provoked first, plus the opposite side of the injured people are more miserable, need to be fined in compensation. Each of the 8 people had $1,500 in medical expenses and $2,000 in fines, totaling $14,000. Jiangnan does not have so much money, this time the income totaled only $9,200, again to famine this is. This is not bullying the honest people, this is not. Do not do it. Jiangnan disagreed. Still, it's a big deal to delete the number and start all over again. Finally, under the coordination of the nightclub manager, from $10,000 down to $9,000, once back to the liberation of the former. Leaving only $200 for Jiangnan to take a taxi home, the police agreed and left, leaving Jiangnan who cursed in Mandarin Chinese. You, if I didn't hold my breath I would break your naughty. Play the most bullish pussy, take the most vicious beating. Although the money was gone and his body was red and bruised all over, Jiangnan did not regret the behavior he had just done. On a smaller scale, he was insulted and bravely fought back. To a greater extent, dare to be the first, is to let the foreigners know that Chinese people are not to be messed with. The next time you meet Chinese people will automatically control their own mouth. Chinese people in the West has always been the bottom of the chain of discrimination, mostly because they feel that Chinese people are polite and bullying. If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who created the problem. If you can't understand civilization, listen to fists. Fists were more civilized and easy to understand. In the end, Jiangnan returned backstage escorted by his bodyguards. Jiangnan went to the enrollment office with an iron face to get back the $200, scaring the little man at the enrollment office so much that he stuttered in his speech. It couldn't be helped, with his fierce reputation and eccentric temper. Then he took off his gloves and took out the boxed lunch delivery from Chinatown from the locker room. Jiangnan really wasn't used to eating breaded burgers, so he ordered a Chinese chicken leg rice before the match, preparing to speed through the match to treat himself. Who knew that a brawl had occurred, and by the time he got back to the backstage the rice had already gotten cold. Sitting on the bench, Jiangnan didn't care that much, wiped the blood dripping from the small wound on his face, opened the boxed lunch and dazzled 2 big bites, chewing and swallowing in his mouth. Then, putting down the boxed lunch, he began to deal with his right hand. Just now in the crowd melee, the right fist accidentally dry to the cage net, made a bloody mouth. Jiangnan cleaned the wound with iodine vapors, took the bandage in his left hand and wrapped it around a few times, biting one end with his teeth and starting to tie a knot. The first time to rush to the backstage Su Shanshan, see Jiangnan in the box lunch, did not go up to disturb, hiding behind Jiangnan to observe half a day. This scene at this moment, in Su Shanshan's eyes, like a lone hero licking his wounds in the corner. He has always been so lonely? I don't know whether it was because of the guilt of misunderstanding Jiangnan, or whether it was infected by Jiangnan's resilient and unyielding personality. At this instant, Su Shanshan's heart had an indescribable sourness, and she wanted to go up and hug Jiangnan. Su Shanshan, who had stayed for a long time, naturally could not hide from Jiangnan's eyes. However, Jiangnan does not intend to nag, just went bankrupt and is in an annoying mood. Those who understand me don't need to explain, those who don't understand me don't need to explain. Girls, especially rich girls, occasionally interested in a certain object or a certain person is very normal, maybe like the snacks in the night market, a shallow taste and then thrown in the garbage can. Jiangnan had a clear perception of himself and would not feel that there was any development with Su Shanshan. Even though there was a system, it would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Jiangnan also did not think that the two could live together. Reality is not a movie, different living environments create people with different outlooks. Mountain birds and fish have different paths, and from now on, mountains and waters do not meet. The money owed to Su Shallow has been paid back with interest, as the intersection of the two lines, the future will only get farther and farther away. Jiangnan Big Mouth Dazzle finished the rest of the rice, put on the clothes, turned around and Su Shanshan passed by. Su Shanshan looked at Jiangnan treating himself as heir, the good feelings that had just been built up suddenly turned into anger. Hey! Stinky Jiangnan! Why are you ignoring me? Su Shanshan angrily blocked in front of Jiangnan. What else could it be? Do I have to tell you that I'm rich and have hardened my wings? At this moment, Jiang Nan was annoyed. Two fists have just broken the four walls of the family, a game and ing revisit the same place. And also made a body injury, who changed the heart her suffocating. Jiang Nan's tone is impatient. Miss Su, I'm very tired right now, I'm not in the mood to talk, I just want to rest. Su Shanshan, that's good, you rest first. But as agreed before, I have to watch over you. You were brought here by me, you have to go back together as well. Whatever. Jiang Nan didn't have time to consider anything else, turned around and left, Su Shanshan following behind like a little tail. One bodyguard followed, the other bodyguard quietly fell some distance away and dialed Su Jiangwo's phone. At this time, the time in China was early morning, Su Jiangwo was eating a steak and humming a little song, his mood looked good. The cell phone ringing on the side, Su Jiangwo connected. Hello? Boss. It's not good, the lady was yellow hair. No. Is being abducted by garbage boy? The bodyguard whispered into the cell phone. The knife and fork in Su Jiangwo's hand fell on the plate with a dangang sound, making a crisp sound. A careless mistake. Reversal came too fast, before also Baba to daughter's lesson, this wave of home were stolen. Su Jiangwo hung up the phone and immediately arranged for his secretary to book a flight. Lost daughter, he wants to personally get back. In the lobby of Las Vegas, Jiang Nan sat in a chair and rested with his eyes closed. Su suggested, Jiang Nan, I'll get a room, you and I will go up to the hotel and stay there. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? Jiang Nan opened his eyes and scanned Su Shanshan seriously. Forget it, we both have different ID numbers. You'd better go to sleep by yourself. Saying that, Jiang Nan continued to sleep, probably too tired. Not long after closing his eyes, there was the sound of even breathing. Su Shanshan blushed, knowing that Jiang Nan misunderstood. Before she could explain, seeing Jiang Nan sleeping, she was also embarrassed to disturb. After waiting for a while, and seeing Jiang Nan sleeping even more, she took her bodyguards up to the casino hotel and opened 3 rooms to rest. 2 flowers bloomed, each with a branch. The video of Jiang Nan's big fight in the octagon tonight spread throughout the Las Vegas fighting scene. Dana was in the UFC's headquarters office in Las Vegas and saw the video on an employee's cell phone. After watching it, Dana couldn't wait to dial Hunter's number. Hunter, did you see that kid's video? Dana couldn't hide his excitement in his words. Hunter, yes, I was just about to get in touch with you. That kid is so arrogant. The key is having power. Honestly, Dana. I love this kid. He definitely deserves a pro contract. Dana is fiercely verbal, yes. You saw it, flyweight size, calling out 20+ regular guys solo and king 8 of them after finishing off their opponents. I love him. It was a well-known fact that the smaller the weight class, the harder it was to finish. But Gangnam's appearance broke the norm. And based on Jiang Nan's performance, this guy was definitely a ruthless tough guy, a standard superstar embryo. Dana already had a picture in his head. Give him the contract. Hunter. Immediately. I can't wait any longer. He'll be the next Connor. Dana suggested excitedly. The next Connor? Hunter was thinking that he had overestimated Gangnam, but he didn't realize that Dana had given such a comment. Hunter slowed down, dude. Calm down. This kid is too young, we need to know where his ceiling is, introduce him to professional coaches, and make him the UFC's light of China. Dana, shit. There's no way I can be cool. Hell, I can't wait. You need to give him a contract. Hunter. Hunter let out a bitter laugh and persuaded, Dana, you don't want the genius to die young. This kid is just too young. This fighting desert in China has been developing for too short a time, and although the UFC doesn't lack talent, there's too much of it in China. Too many young geniuses, because of a tragic loss in one match, their confidence is shattered, and they end up obliterated. We must pay attention and let the Chinese kid grow up step by step. The UFC is not just about mixed martial arts, it's also about maturity and a strong mentality. Dana, damn. I have to admit you're right. Hunter, what do you want to do? Hunter, after the next fight, test the kid's ceiling, win or lose, and give him a contract. Recommend coaches based on his overall level. This kid is still young, match him with more matches to brush up on his experience, don't be in such a hurry to play high rankings, wait until he's strong enough to match him with star players. Dana compromised, okay. Do as you say, Hunter. I hope this kid can bring us a surprise. This conversation between Dana and Hunter seemed to have arranged Jiang Nan's fate. But would Jiang Nan really go on like this by the book? As the night passed, Su Shallow came to the casino hall early. Hey, Jiang Nan. You're awake? Why are you so sleepy every time? Su Shallow spat. For a long time, Jiang Nan didn't answer, only his face was flaming red and occasionally shaking. The bodyguard went up to check and reported to Su Shanshan, Miss, this kid is unconscious with a high fever. Su Shanshan, ah? Then why don't you quickly send him to the hospital? Then, the 2 bodyguards got busy and sent Jiang Nan to the hospital. After checking, it was an infected wound on the hand. Fortunately it was sent to the hospital in time and was not too serious. The doctor cleaned Jiang Nan's wound and gave him a tetanus shot. Then he was hospitalized and put on drip and spent tens of thousands of US dollars in total. Fate is looking for bitter people. Jong Nan, who woke up, looked at the long list of bills and directly fainted. Let's change the number. This number really can't develop. Although the money was paid with the help of Su Shallow, it has to be paid back or else the debt of favors will be even harder to solve in time. Earn money like catching ghosts, spend money like running water. This money, not good to earn. After a while, Jong Nan woke up and accepted the cruel reality. When I have money, I must be a whole team of bodyguards, dry over everyone. Now, face the reality, cow horse. 18 years old, is the age of breaking into, how to sleep at this age, get up to earn knife music. Said to do it, Jong Nan was about to get up, was stopped by Su Shanshan. Don't move, the doctor said to rest for a week. In these few days, you just lie down properly. Jong Nan, lying down can't earn me money, get up, don't delay my development. Su Shanshan, your hospitalization fee for this week has already been paid. Although lying down can't make money, it can definitely save money. Jong Nan got up with a burst of dizziness in his brain. It seemed that his body still needed to recover. If you leave a green mountain, you still don't have firewood to burn. Forget it, just lie flat. Thinking that there was another chance to make a lot of money in 6 days, Jong Nan was relieved. No, such a good opportunity can't be wasted, must do a big job, can't just take a dead wage. Otherwise, the next time you encounter a problem that can be solved with money, you can't even solve it. Jong Nan raised his voice, pretty girl, discuss a matter. Su Shanshan, huh? You say. Jong Nan, lend me some money. Su Shanshan asked suspiciously, what do you want again? Jong Nan did not hide it and confessed, I want to place a bet. What? You want to bet money? I really misjudged you. Before Su Shallow's words were finished, she was interrupted by Jong Nan. Look, it's urgent again. Jong Nan explained, 6 days later, I have a match, and I'm going to buy myself a win. Su Shallow, huh? Even so, this is still considered gambling. And how are you sure you can win? Jong Nan smiled confidently, don't worry, it's a guaranteed win. Count me as borrowing from you, and if you win, the rules of the Junghu are 2.5 times 5. How? Su Shanshan bit her lips, if you lose, come back to Huaxia with me, don't box over here, it's too dangerous. Jong Nan, it's okay. How much do you have? Su Shanshan lied, 200,000 US dollars. Jong Nan was not polite and directly stretched out the QR code of his cell phone. Rich woman, hit the money. Su Shanshan was not ambiguous and transferred it on the spot. Jong Nan then lay down flat and rested at ease. The next day, inside the casino hotel, Su Jiangwo rushed over in a dusty manner. Are you going back with me or not? Su Jiangwo huffed. Su Shallow, not going back. The sky collapsed and little Cottonwood lost control. Where's that garbage boy? Su Jiangwo angrily asked at his daughter. Su Shallow was instantly upset. Dad, what are you talking about? He's my classmate, people have names, okay? Su Jiangwo got the location from the bodyguard and said with an unhappy face, just stay at the hotel and don't move, I'm going to personally meet him. Without waiting for Su Shanshan to protest, Su Jiangwo ordered 2 bodyguards to watch her. Su Jiangwo found Jiangnan's hospital room, opened the door and directly moved a wooden stool to sit by the bed. Kid, quite fat with guts? Su Jiangwo said in a cold voice to Jong Nan, who was sitting on the bed playing with his cell phone. Jong Nan, Lao Dang, who are you? Lao Dang. Well, you mom. His own face, which often appeared on TV and magazines, so distinct and outstanding, had actually become a passerby. Su Jiangwo pressed down his temper and asked seriously, kid, look at this handsome face of mine, do you really not recognize it? Jong Nan carefully surveyed it. Melancholy eyes, sighing stubble, as if he was an uncle selling pork on the street. Jong Nan rolled his eyes, old dang, tell me straight, which road are you mixed up in? Su Jiangwo gasped 2 mouthfuls of rough air, the road of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Jong Nan closed his eyes, big brother, can't be messed with. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep. Kid. You guessed who I am. Su Jiangwo raised his eyebrows. Say it. How about leaving my daughter Su Shallow? Jong Nan opened his eyes, why don't you give me $100 million and I'll try. Roll. Kid, you really think my money came with the wind? Su Jiangwo said angrily. Otherwise. Isn't that how it plays out on TV? Cut. Poor bastard. Jong Nan disliked him nonchalantly. Being called poor by a garbage boy. Don't I want to lose face? It wasn't that he couldn't afford $100 million. If he started this, there would be no peace for the Su family in the future, and many people would approach Su Shanshan with the purpose of getting rich. Kid. You have successfully angered me. Su Jiangwo was furious, it seems that I can't hide my true strength anymore. Su Jiangwo stood up and picked up the wooden stool with his left hand. With his right hand, he chopped down with a palm. Wow! One of the wooden legs of the wooden stool was chopped open. Jong Nan's eyes stared, yo-ho! Lao Deng has 2 tricks up his sleeve. Is this something you can watch without spending money? Su Jiangwo's face did not change, slowly placing his hand back behind his body, trembling slightly. I heard that your kid came to Las Vegas to fight some obscure amateur boxing match. Su Jiangwo tactically leaned back with the corners of his mouth rising, and began to describe himself. I was the king of the special forces in the army back then. It's a pity that you're only 18 years old, and after practicing boxing for 2 days, your eyes are still narrow. Put it this way. You don't serve in the army. Seeing me is like a frog in the bottom of a well, looking up to see the moon. When you are lucky enough to become a special forces soldier one day, you will see me like a mayfly seeing the sky. Then, Su Jiangwo's face turned cold and threatened. If you don't recognize the time, the king of soldiers doesn't mind looking for you to battle. Jiang Nan blinked as if nothing had happened. So? Kid, it seems like you don't know the gold content of the older generation of special forces kings, huh? Su Jiangwo let out a light laugh. Every special forces king has the ability to fight with top pros in terms of fisticuffs alone. In other words, the gap between you and the top pros is the gulf between you and me. Do you understand? Su Jiangwo tried to explain as plainly as possible, and Jiang Nan did understand that Lao Dang was trying to scare him. Seeing that Jiang Nan did not reply, Su Jiangwo smiled smugly. Adjusting his tone, he said seriously. Kid. Negotiate. Say a normal request, as long as it's not excessive, I can agree to it. Jiang Nan still had more respect for Chinese soldiers, and without poking fun at Su Jiangwo anymore, he directly said, fine. You take Su Shallow away, just don't bother me. Nonsense. I can take her away and still come to you. Of course, these words would not be said to Jiang Nan, and could not be handed over to the old man. I heard from Shallow, she and you made an appointment to return home together after the competition. Su Jiangwo observed Jiang Nan's injuries. All were beaten into this kind of a pussy still have to fight. So Su Jiangwo proposed, this way, how much is the prize money? I will give you directly, save the beatings, now ready to go back to China. Jiang Nan's tone was hard. Lao Dang, although I respect the Chinese soldiers, but don't come to insult me, thanks. The match, I am definitely going to fight. I really can't do anything about Su Shallow, I can only make sure I don't provoke her, sorry. Su Jiangwo looked at the resolute teenager, and for a moment, it was as if he saw himself back then. Putting aside the fact that he had accomplished nothing, this kid still had quite a character. However, the poor have character, most of them are just incompetent and furious. Only 1 in 10,000 people know the shame and then courage, in order to kill out, salty fish turn over. Su Jiangwo thought about it and said, okay. Then let's take it as a man's agreement. Huaxia people don't lie to Huaxia people. Jiang Nan nodded, indicating that he had no problem with it. Su Jiangwo turned around and left the ward, then went to the hospital to register and put a cast on his right hand. Oi! Pretending is risky. I'm getting old, so I can't obey the old. Next time, I'll have to do it differently. Of course, things will not end here. Just in case, Su Jiangwo decided to stay here to watch Su Shanshan. Daughter older, is the time of adolescent rebellion, encountered some things confused, need to be accompanied by their first time at her side for the correct guidance. Su's group is now a professional team and the management of their own as a shirker, only major decision Su Jiangwo will appear, generally speaking is also relatively idle. Just as accompanied his daughter travel, by the way, the scene to feel the level of ordinary foreign tournament fighting, said he is not only a sparring fighting master, but also a fighting tournament fans. The family opened large and small members, just to watch some of the fighting events live. Chapter 5, Can't the Yellow Man Do It? Patch him with 3 punches to cure his mouth. Time passed quickly, and it soon came to the day of the competition. These days, Jiang Nan stayed in the hospital room to recover his body. Lao Deng brought Su Shanshan every day, in addition to visiting Jiang Nan, the other time are in the surrounding travel, after all, to come are here. On the 5th day, Jiang Nan was discharged from the hospital early. Although his body was still a bit uncomfortable, his state was much better than when he had a fever. The tournament party had already helped Jiang Nan register in advance, and his opponent was called George, an American, with the same daily weight of 60 kilograms as Jiang Nan, and was the flyweight champion of the Glory tournament. Jiang Nan found a gym and began acclimatization training. The day finally arrived. Su Shanshan booked a bar box in advance and waited. One bodyguard followed Su Shanshan, the other protected Su Jiangwo to the backstage. Su Jiangwo grossly recommended himself to experience the feeling of being a sidekick to get over it. Jiang Nan looked at Su Jiangwo's right hand in plaster. Lao Deng, it's no problem to be a sidekick, don't talk, I'm afraid you'll affect me. Can you speak as a human being? Su Jiangwo was not happy to hear this. What's the word? I'm just getting older, not getting vegetables. The experience of sparring and fighting is still there, just this small bar tournament can be advanced to where, I'll be your sidekick, you'll be secretly happy. When I finish my addiction, it so happens that you feel my professionalism, the next game want to ask me to be again will be difficult. Su Jiangwo said smugly, as if he had already seen the scene of Jiang Nan worshipping in front of him after the match. This old boy had a good sense of self-importance, and Jiang Nan could not bear to strike. Still the same sentence, competitive sports, strength is king. 2 fists can break all doubts. So in the backstage to start preparing, Su Jiangwo carried his hands behind his back, like a leader inspecting, looking around the backstage preparation environment. The match staff brought in the waiver. Dear Mr. Tornado, sign your name here. Jiang Nan quickly signed his name. By the way, as a reminder, the opponent this time is a quasi-UFC level fighter, standing department specializing in kickboxing. If you can win, there will be a surprise waiting for you after the match. The match staff released their goodwill towards Jiang Nan, then turned around and left the backstage. Jiang Nan thought in his heart, it seems the boss behind it, Hunter, has noticed me. This match should be the knockout punch to enter the UFC. Well, Su Jiangwo, who was fiddling with various training equipment, came to Jiang Nan. Kid, what did that guy just say? Nothing. Jiang Nan lazily ignored Lao Deng, the words were too dense. Su Jiangwo crickets, don't think I didn't hear, but also quasi-UFC strength opponent, the wind is not afraid of flashing the tongue. I said why did your kid run so far out of the country to fight wild boxing, so it was Pua. Su Jiangwo grinned, seemingly figuring out Jiang Nan's situation. 18-year-old young man, it is the time of hot blood chasing dreams, this time often cannot recognize their own strength, easy to be cheated. Su Jiangwo then rambled, maybe you just practiced fighting not long ago, and don't know the gap between people. Let's put it this way, the UFC is the ceiling for international tournaments. Most tournament champions who go there are just little caramels. Jiang Nan said in disbelief, maybe I'm a 1 in a million genius? Genius? You'd better be honest and go back home and find a class. Lao Deng mocked, with you being able to fight in the UFC, honestly, you don't even understand how to play domestically. It's all heavy rain outside, the water is too deep, you can't even grasp it. Seeing that Jiang Nan didn't say a word, Su Jiangwo followed the advice, let me tell you, I'm one of the sponsors of the domestic fighting tournament Wulin Fire. Young man, lower your stance, be down to earth, and practice seriously, I can consider introducing you to the martial arts Fire's gym to work out slowly. If the talent is good enough and also willing to work hard, it is not impossible to grow into the top domestic fighters. If there is really that day you can try to contact the threshold of the UFC. It's much better than being cheated here, no future, and you have to be a target for people. In serious cases, you'll even get punched into the hospital, I'm sure you've already experienced that the other day. Su Jiangwo gabbled on and on as he drew the pie, instilling his own experience. Finally, he knew where Su Shanshan's arrogance and prejudice came from, so it was from the old den himself. Stereotypes in a person's mind are one big mountain, and when you meet the one with bad eyes, it's two. Jiang Nan had 1,000 words that he wanted to dislike, but considering that it was time for the match and he had to stabilize his mind, in the end it only turned into one sentence. Lao Deng, open your eyes and look at the world, there's no rain abroad at all. You all say the UFC is great, but none of you know how deep my water is. Su Jiangwo, fine, fine. I won't be stubborn with you. When the intensity of this amateur fight is over, you'll know how hard it is to fight in the pros. A man can't get rich without cross-currency, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. Jiang Nan didn't continue to talk nonsense and looked for the staff who placed the bets. Old rules. Continue to pike yourself, to be confident. Without unscrupulous means, where is the family wealth? Help me buy $200,000, I win. The staff received the transfer and brought a betting ticket, which showed odds of 3.5 times, it seemed that he was not the favored party. Su Jiangwo's eyes widened, kid, where did you get that much money? So thoughtless. Jiang Nan, your daughters. Spending money so ostentatiously, it's not his own. Eating melon to eat on their own. Lao Deng was anxious, what? Do you know what the crime of cheating so much money is in China? Lao Deng, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Jiang Nan explained, this is not called cheating. We call it a partnership, and your daughter is also a shareholder. Su Jiangwo angrily said, of course you're not in a ing hurry, it's my money you're spending. It's over, you've thrown your money in the water. Jiang Nan said indifferently, bought it all. What else can I do? Ma ba juice. Su Jiangwo could only call it quits, as spending money to experience a fighting tournament, and by the way, let Su Shanshan turn around and recognize the true face of a gambler. After returning to China, we must make Su Shanshan and this kid cut off their relationship. At this time, the bar DJ walked in. Hello, what do you need to play for the entrance music? Jiang Nan was about to speak, but Su Jiangwo grabbed the lead, I'm the investor, I make the call. Damn, $200,000 were spent and you can't order a song? That who, play Orchid Grass. Su Jiangwo used his cell phone to pass the song directly to the DJ, and contrast Jiang Nan didn't care. Damn, money can't be spent in vain. Su Jiangwo's residual anger took the cell phone to the bodyguard and put on the boxing gloves himself to pose. You help me to shoot mightier, more, I want to send it to the group to pretend. Okay, boss. The bodyguard took the cell phone and shot. Jiang Nan didn't care about Su Jiangwo and spent 5 minutes meditating to empty his mind. Then with the assistance of the staff, he wrapped bandages and put on gloves and crotch guards. This time Jiang Nan was the underdog, so he had to be the first one out of the ring. The host stood in the center of the cage and began to warm up the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, next, the big fight of the night that all eyes are on. On the blue side is Tornado from China, with a record of 2 wins and 0 losses. Let's welcome Tornado to the ring. The music started, and all the lights in the scene focused on the entrance of the passageway. I came from the mountains with orchid grass. Planted in a small garden, I hope the flowers bloom early. 3 times a day, I watched the blossoms pass. But the orchids remain, not a single bud. Jiangnan's figure appeared at the entrance of the passageway, and Su Jiangwo was filming everywhere with his cell phone, and his bodyguards were accompanying Jiangnan on his left and right sides like 2 guardians. Tornado! 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 Boxing fans on the scene, orgasmic. It seems that the last time a fight will be most of the boxing fans in the bar dry service. Su took several videos and sent them to the group of fighters. Look at the perspective of foreign amateur tournament fighters. At this time, it happened to be morning in China, and the WeChat group was soon filled with murmurs. Old Su, no righteousness. Throwing us down to play by ourselves. It has to be foreign countries that have the atmosphere. The amateur run is more combustible than even our profession. Old Su, send more, love to see. Let's learn from it. Jiangnan is still walking towards the cage with a steady pace and an expressionless face, but Su Jiangwo was bouncing around and yelling excitedly, and those who don't know still think that Su Jiangwo was the one who was going to the ring. In the end, it was the cage side staff who broke Su Jiangwo's fantasy. Sir, please move over, not to put Vaseline on you. Lao Deng got overexcited and got too deep into the scene. Su Jiangwo came to his senses, his old face reddened and his plastered hand scratched his head. Sorry. The staff checked the boxing gloves, put on Jiangnan's mouthguard, and went on stage to wait. Su Jiangwo and his bodyguard stayed by the cage as sidekicks. The host continued to mobilize the atmosphere. Next, welcome the red side contestant, the maniacal George with a record of 15 wins. Powerful metal music played, and the black-skinned George stood at the entrance of the aisle and made a swinging golf club motion, comparing Jiangnan to a golf ball, and the audience was in an uproar. George! 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 George walks over to the cage, does his inspection and puts on his mouthguard, and enters the cage. Then circled around the cage, and when he passed Jiangnan, George stopped and stretched out 2 fingers to point at Jiangnan's eyes, and then pointed at himself, making a provocative expression. The corner of Jiangnan's mouth hooked up, had been quite worried that he was not in a state of excitement enough. This is not coming to life. The host hadn't had time to introduce the rules when George snatched the microphone away. Hey! Avery Batty Lai son. This yellow-skinned kid, I don't know what kind of magic he used to make the tournament arrange for me to fight him. In my opinion, the Chinese have no fighting gene, it's a fighting desert there, none of them can fight. Then, George pointed his big finger at Jiangnan. Hey, yellow-skinned kid. This is a man's battlefield, not for you Chinese, I will beat you home to your mommy. Jiangnan smiled instead of anger, the murderous aura in his eyes was gathering. Look, I'm really not real, you'll be finished. Su Jiangwo under the stage was burning with rage. Damn, what are you still standing there for? Him. The bodyguard desperately pulled Su Jiangwo. Boss, calm down. The boomerang dart of pride and prejudice darted into himself. Su Jiangwo was furious. Calm your ass down. If he doesn't fight, I'll fight. Deceitful. What Su Jiangwo hated the most was the ethnicity theory, not taking into account various factors, and directly saying that Chinese people can't do this or that, and that they were born inferior to foreigners. When he participated in the international competition, he himself was still not overpowering the foreigners from various countries and got the first place. Domestic fighting is not good. The main reason is that the development is relatively late, willing to suffer less people. In addition to boxing, there are many options outlets for young people to pick. And foreign poor people are relying on boxing to change their lives, is a must. The two comparisons are not comparable. Give Chinese people time to develop, not to say that the volume of how powerful, out of a few masters is inevitable, absolutely not inferior to other species. This side is not yet finished. The host snatched back the microphone, briefly said a few rules. After the referee signaled, announced the start of the match. The scene is tense as the two walk towards the center of the cage to begin the fight. His opponent's body is tense, his holds are held high, and he comes up without rushing to throw punches, frequently using low leg sweeps to gauge Jiangnan's distance and striking style. George talked tough, but really fought or careful testing. Although Jiangnan moved very quickly, but still swept to both legs, calves immediately appear bruises. Ignoring Su's shouting, Jiangnan silently counted the rhythm of his opponent's leg strikes. Every time the legs drive the shoulders to move, in order to better power, the hand hold to take down, the opponent's arm is not so long distance, do not have to worry about being hit hard. Just when the opponent frequently out of the low sweep to consume Jiangnan, step on the rhythm of Jiangnan a willow leg chop, lifting the right leg from top to bottom, threw in George's face. George ate the kick solidly, his eyes blazed and he quickly retreated towards the back of the cage to recover his condition. No, this kid really knows how to do it. Putting aside this mess, the clown is actually myself. Edge corner Su Jiangwo frantically questioned the bodyguard, was he like this in his previous fights? The bodyguard looked at Su Jiangwo seriously nodded. Su Jiangwo, so he didn't talk to me? Bodyguard, boss, you didn't ask either. Indeed. As soon as he came over, he saw Jiangnan being beaten and lying in a hospital bed, and so young, who else wouldn't misunderstand? As a sparring master himself, how could he not recognize this leg of Jiangnan, which is the special willow leg split hanging of the sparring king Lu Hailong? I can imitate out, just make out look exactly the same, strength and speed but very different, simply cannot master this way of power. In other words, still need to practice. The situation on the field has changed. Jiangnan naturally will not let the opponent breathe. Going up to the left hook punch belly burst liver, forcing George to move down a little, then the right swing flung in George's chin, hitting George's nerves, began to shake. Wow, Fark. That was brilliant. The crowd was abuzz as George subconsciously evaded around the edge of the cage, trying to stall for time to come to his senses. The climax wasn't over yet, even better came. Jiangnan chased George around the cage, a big step on the cage side of the pillar, thighs stomping on the cage to use the power to throw, pop sound, the back of the foot kicked in George's chin. The blackout pulls the switch and turns off the lights. George fell to the ground in response to the sound of good night, unconscious. Gangnam pounced, punching George's head back on the ground with a heavy punch, knocking George into a rattle. Hit him in the mouth. The sidekick Su yelled, making the only most professional suggestion of the entire show, make up 3 punches for his mouth. Before the referee could react, Jiangnan quickly completed old Den's instructions. George's mouth was dyed red with blood and turned into a dragon fruit, finally paying the price for his pre-fight barking. It was really right by Jiangnan, there was no rain outside at all. The borderline veteran, Su Jiangwo, looked happy and shared his joy with the bodyguard beside him. This kid is good, quite like me back then. What a racial disadvantage, 2 horizontal and 1 vertical, it's over. Old Den's comrades group also exploded. This is a master, old Su back home to help make an appointment to learn. Raise our country's prestige, fight out of our Chinese style, must praise. This kick was so fierce that the bar crowd all stood up, holding their heads in awe. The referee called a halt to the fight and called for a doctor to carry George down. Before Jiangnan could put up a fight, the bar manager went up to the stage and muttered a few words in Jiangnan's ear, then the two of them left the ring and went into an office backstage. Chapter 6. Have you ever seen Las Vegas at 4 in the morning? Top-notch stand-up skills, and the scary thing is that it's only 18 years old. The UFC is about to welcome another super newcomer, and it's a Chinese. The future is promising. In the office, Hunter and Dana White couldn't suppress a smile on their faces, looking in a good mood. Opening the door, Jiangnan sees the two and instantly understands what's going on. Jiangnan, hi, Dana. Hi, Hunter. Dana Bai and Hunter looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that Jiangnan recognized him, so there was no need to beat around the bush next. Hunter was the first to speak. Man, by way of introduction, I'm not only the executive of the UFC, but also the owner of this bar. I've watched your last few fights and I'm interested in you. We'd like to sign you now. Do you have any ideas? Jiangnan didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. As long as he entered the UFC and made a name for himself, he could quickly get out of poverty and become rich. But after thinking about it for a while, Jiangnan still quickly calmed down. Wanting to make a name for himself in the UFC, relying on his current skills alone was not enough. UFC is a mixed martial arts, only 1 or 2 things. The shortcomings will be infinitely amplified by the opponent's research. Do not enrich themselves will not go far. Dana Challenge mission rewards must be obtained. Jiangnan, I want to participate in the recent Dana Challenge. White Dana, man, why? You can sign up now. Don't you want to enter a top international tournament like the UFC faster? Jiangnan thought about it and said half-heartedly, I want to get a big contract. I want to fight in the top 15 in my debut. I don't want to fight small monsters. Too naive. White Dana had to change his name, calling. Son, you think too much. You don't have it in you right now. You need to grow. There are very few 18-year-olds in history that make it to the UFC, let alone fight their way into the high rankings. Jiangnan's face was full of confidence. I believe I can. We can make a bet. Dana Bai couldn't help but be amused. Tell me about it, kid. Jiangnan, in the next Dana Challenge, you guys find a satisfied player to match me. If I can KO or TKO, give me what I want. If not, I'll fight according to your contract in matchmaking. Anyway, there was a Ride Major experience card under the hood. Jiangnan asked the system, and after using it, it was all the attributes of a peak state middleweight Ride Major. Fighting middleweights are not afraid, let alone flyweights. Dana froze. This is how confident he is. Hunter, what do you think? This was an area that Hunter was better at. I think it's fine, provided that there is such strength. The UFC has always spoken with strength. Hunter's words did not deliberately avoid Gangnam. We didn't see the ceiling this time. Maybe next time we can target the arrangement. Saying this also allowed Jiangnan to mentally prepare for the real test of the UFC to come. Crossover, Carp jumps the Dragon Gate. Crossover, stay honestly in the pool. Dana Bai laughed and enlivened the atmosphere. Child, then we have a deal. I hope you can fulfill your bet so that we'll also obtain an unprecedented super genius. Obviously, Dana Bai was not optimistic that Jiangnan would be able to honor the bet. The UFC water was too deep. 14 billion Chinese talents could come out with a leech. This stage is never a place for the yellow race to dominate. Then, the three of them discussed matters related to the Dana Challenge. The match is scheduled for July 17, almost half a month later. The tentative contract appearance fee was $10,000 US, $10,000 US for winning the fight, and $50,000 US for the best performance bonus. Training can take place at the UFC headquarters, where there is a perfect training system, as long as the participants, in addition to professional courses, food and drink training are free. It should be noted that this time, the weight is to be reduced to the flyweight standard of 56.7 kilograms. After talking about the relevant matters, Jiang Nan said goodbye to the duo and went backstage. The tournament party transferred all the money to Jiang Nan's cell phone. Tonight's appearance fee, prize money, and bonuses added up to $30,000 US. The bet won $70 US, a total of $730,000 US, a wave of fat. As expected, the rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. Jiang Nan transferred $350,000 US to Su Shanshan. The rest is his entire family property. Gorgeous. The only way to solve the problem is to get rich. Jiang Nan grinned a big mouth, a wave of the hand. With the old den Su shallow, several people went to the nearby Chinese restaurant revenge consumption. This is Jiang Nan Dazzle, the most refreshing meal, the next to be dehydrated. After eating and drinking, Lao Deng began to teach a thought lesson again. Kid, although you won the match and gave us China a long face, but there's one thing to say, it's still a long way from a top professional match. That was the UFC. Lao Deng couldn't even think of 18-year-old Jiang Nan getting in. In the history of the UFC, there are only two Chinese, Zhang Taiquan and Li Jingliang. The highest ranking is only the top 15. Not waiting for Jiang Nan to retort, Lao Deng continued to draw pie. You're a diamond in the rough, you need to be refined. Being young is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Too many heavenly wizards are overly ambitious and quickly fall off the pedestal after breaking the golden circle of victory. Why don't you go back to your country and work out in martial fire for a few years to settle down before coming out to chase your dreams? Facts aside, what Lao Deng said made sense. But if Su Jiangwo knew that Jiang Nan had rejected Dana Bai's contract offer, how would he face it? Jiang Nan wiped his mouth. Lao Deng, I'm going to play the Dana Challenge, what do you think? Su held his wine glass and shook it, as if he was strategizing everything. Harm, it's just a small tournament like the Dana Challenge. Then, Lao Deng suddenly reacted to the wine glass with too much force, splashing red wine all over himself. What? What did you just say? The Dana Challenge? You? Under the impression that Jiang Nan was originally a small kalami, after playing this match, Lao Deng's impression got a little better and became a medium kalami. That is, just can touch the level of domestic professional tournaments, fight the general international tournaments are still lacking. After all, it is a bar fight, but also blame Jiang Nan case too fast. Both sides do not have much strength to show, so that the old den mistakenly thought it was a small monster. Now you tell him that little Karami is going to become a big Karami. The fight is not a normal international tournament, but a qualifying invitation for a top tournament. You know, only the champions of other international tournaments are eligible to be invited. In a sense, being able to participate in this challenge was in itself a recognition of the player's strength. It wasn't something that could be accomplished by spending money and finding connections. It required real skill. Su Jiangwo carefully observed Jiang Nan's expression, unable to see any sign of joking, and pursued the question. How did you do that? Lao Deng didn't know whether he was incredulous or excited, and his speech began to stutter. Jiang Nan raised his fist and took a look at it, muttering to himself, it seems that it really can cure the mouth. Su Jiangwo's old face flushed. Kid, put this point aside for me. Undeniably, one was slapped in the face. In the end, it's the domestic stereotype that is serious. UFC fighters are not the best of the best. Technology is one aspect, physical quality is the foundation. How many people cannot understand how to play the top international tournaments? You tell me a just turned 18 years old child, physical quality and technology can fight over the current years of professional experts? Before this, Su Jiangwo is not without fantasies of China out of the sudden a few UFC players, but fighting events based on real material cannot be fake, the tolerance rate is extremely low. Fighting wants to produce talent, must be down to earth, from childhood training to lay a good foundation. In this case, there is no domestic competition record, only 18 years old Jiang Nan came out of nowhere, do you dare to believe? Only 18 years old, polished good ceiling must be how high? Lao Deng did not dare to think about it before, so much so that the reality came too quickly, so that Su Jiangwo was excited with mixed feelings. I really deserve to die, almost cut off the hope of Huaxia fighting. As long as Jiang Nan can grow up and become the benchmark and icon of Chinese fighting, leading this trend, he will definitely attract more children to practice fighting, and will then show the effect of 100 flowers blossoming. While imagining the future, Lao Deng was worried that Jiang Nan would be a flash in the pan. At this age, it was the time to be playful, so he must supervise Jiang Nan well. Su's expression became serious. Go. Exercise in the training center now. This time Jiang Nan was dryly confused. Not big brother, who are you? Yelling here. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Lao Deng. Don't just drink, eat more food. Otherwise you'll drink too much and think the earth is all yours. Dad, what's wrong with you? Su Shanshan also felt that Su Jiangwo was different from usual, a bit nosy. Su Jiangwo ignored Su Shanshan and said seriously, "Kid, you are now representing the future of Chinese fighting. You are the only seedling, you must not be sloppy." Jiang Nan laughed, "Sorry, don't give me a hi-hat. I have enough money to spend, and I won't lie to you, I now want to go back to my country to honestly find a class. The world is unpredictable." Boomerang darts to himself. "Lao Deng, I let you find a class, was not expecting you really will ah." Su Jiangwo smiled awkwardly, "That Xiao Jiang is Uncle Narrow Vision. Uncle to apologize to you. I see Xiao Jiang you are a genius among 10,000, is the hope of revitalizing the Chinese fighting, pattern a little bigger, let's train well, for the country to win." Su Shanshan was listening to the clouds on the sidelines, she who didn't understand fighting at all chose to shut up. The cunning color in Jiang Nan's eyes flashed, "Lao Deng, don't talk to me about pattern, I'm a very realistic person, come to something direct." Su Jiangwo heard something, reality equaled cash. Talking about other things may not. Talk about money? Sorry, I'm about equal to reality. As long as you're willing to train hard and hit the ground running, you'll get advertisements and endorsements. This is not a Su Jiangwo no reason. Su Jiangwo has a lot of like-minded comrades and their own retirement after the sea business, catching up with the economic development of the wind into a rich businessman. As long as Jiangnan played out, Su Jiangwo can help Jiangnan pull a large number of advertising endorsements. Looking at Jiangnan still thinking, Su Jiangwo asked, "Kid, what are you still considering?" "Jiangnan, I'm thinking about who to find as an agent." "Harm. That's not even something you're thinking about right now. You type it out first." Su Jiangwo thought it was something important, but it turned out to be this. "I have to say, Jiangnan, this kid is quite confident, opening champagne at halftime." Su Jiangwo, "Don't worry about it, I can't give you as an agent, on the one hand to supervise you, on the other hand to help you deal with the chores, you can rest assured that you can train." In this way, the two people are willing to fight. Su Jiangwo became Jiangnan's temporary agent. Jiangnan did not have to worry about anything other than competitions, and Su Jiangwo could also supervise Jiangnan openly. According to Su Jiangwo's intention to immediately send Jiangnan to training, Jiangnan ignored Su Jiangwo, the two argued and set the time for the next day. The next day, at 4 in the morning, Su Jiangwo took the key from the hotel attendant and opened Jiangnan's room. "Kid, get up and train." Jiangnan cursed, "Lao Deng. Are you sick?" Su Jiangwo spoke at length, "Kid, first bitter then sweet, don't you understand this?" Jiangnan whined, "They always say bitter before sweet, why should it be bitter first? Can't you just sweeten first and then sweeten forever? Sweet in the beginning, sweet in the middle, sweet in the end, can't it be sweet from the beginning to the end, why does it have to be bitter?" This time to Su Jiangwo's small brainstem atrophy, language textbooks have always been taught this way ah. In the end, Jiangnan was still pulled up by Su Jiangwo to run, beautifully named, to see the Las Vegas at 4 in the morning. At the headquarters of the UFC in Las Vegas, Dana and Hunter picked out Jiangnan's opponent. Japanese Jiu-Jitsu master Ichiro Yamamoto has taken many world championships, Jiu-Jitsu champion, but also has a good level of war standing, is the best of the registered players. From the honor and level of view, there is into the rankings of the strength. The time has come to test Gangnam's wrestling defense skills. Stand up alone won't cut it in the UFC. If this hurdle can be passed, it will at least show that Jiangnan has the strength to approach the rankings. For the sake of the UFC's promotion in China, it's not impossible to challenge the top 15. Jiangnan took Su Jiangwo for 2 laps, and Lao Deng was quickly defeated. Age is a pig-killing knife, knife urges people to grow fat. There was no way out, Jiangnan had to take Lao Deng to the UFC training center, just to test his physical data. Eventually a flurry of work came up with his various physical parameters. Height 170 centimeters, arm span 180 centimeters, counting a small talent monster. Body fat percentage of 8%, maximum punching power of 200 kilograms, maximum leg strength reached a staggering 400 kilograms. Su Jiangwo, who recorded the data on the side, secretly smacked his lips as he watched. This kid is a bit of a version of the superscript ah. Fortunately, at that time in the hospital did not betel. At this time, a stout little man with a group of people rushed over, the staff cannot stop. The small man went forward and pushed Jiangnan, and the scene was chaotic. Baka Tooth Road. Damned Chinaman, inferior race is not qualified to challenge me. You don't deserve to be in this place, tell Dana to cancel the match or I'll eat you alive. Very well. Hanging hair. You already have a way to take your death. The visitor was not good, and Jiangnan was ready. When the small man pushed himself, Jiangnan smiled instead of being angry and quickly stepped forward to look down on the small man, pressing step by step to form a top bull. The small man originally wanted to scare Jiangnan, thinking that Jiangnan will goat, did not expect so rigid. After all, China's roots in the UFC are not yet stabilized, not familiar with the land, and many Japanese fighters have been developing in the UFC for many years. In any places to talk about human feelings, the small man with the person is the same gym of good buddies. Jiang Nan's hand veins rippled and began to tremble, just ready to 0 frames to start. Su Jiangwo saw that the situation was not right and rushed to hold Jiang Nan. This smile and state Su Jiangwo is seen. The perpetrator has pulled the gate and turned off the lights last night. This is the UFC headquarters. The other side's purpose is to mess with Jiang Nan's mentality. The punishment for striking here will be severe, and it will be difficult to fight and represent China to make a name for himself. Besides, the opposite side has more than a dozen practicing fighting, really fight to engage and not win. The bachelor does not eat the loss in front of him. I have to say, Su Jiangwo as an agent, analyzed the pros and cons in an instant. Su Jiangwo, Jiang Nan, don't get angry with him. Talk in the ring. Don't ever ruin the future. Jiang Nan, where to endure, just one sentence, big deal, delete the number. Hey! What are you guys doing? The action here caught the attention of Dana Bai. Dana squeezed into the crowd and saw Jiang Nan unilaterally confronting a group of people from Yamamoto Ichiro. What do you guys want? I'll just say one thing, leave the grudges in the ring and don't make trouble here, understand? Unless you guys don't want to be in the UFC. Dana White angrily scolded. For this country's fighters in Japan, Dana knows too much about them. They like to engage in all kinds of mentality to provoke their opponents before the match, and cry after the match. Ichiro Yamamoto wimped out for a second when he saw Dana Bai. Oh Dana, I'm just not happy with this weakling being my opponent. Dana White, look, you should go to the ring and show it. Okay? Ichiro Yamamoto laughed helplessly, having accomplished his goal of insulting, and was about to walk away. Insulting Huaxia, how dare you? Jiang Nan stepped forward, his eyes staring sharply at Yamamoto Ichiro, smiling. I come out to be reasonable. Insulting Huaxia, is it intentional that you are dead? This life of yours, I'll take it. Jesus can't even keep you, I say. See you in the ring. Coward. Yamamoto Ichiro disdainfully taunted, really Chinese people are all losers, thought he would be thunderstruck, but this? Jiang Nan did not reply, just kept staring at Yamamoto Ichiro's crowd leaving. White Dana, kid, this is the UFC, there is no reasoning, until you grow up keep a low profile and don't get into trouble. Everything is based on strength, only with strength will others respect you. After saying this, Dana White left the venue. Chapter 7 in the future, when the Japanese see Jiang Nan in the UFC, put your head down and behave with your tail between your legs. Waiting for the crowd to leave, Su let go of Jiang Nan, only then did he notice that Jiang Nan's right hand was squeezed too hard, his nails piercing the skin of his palm and oozing blood. Alright, train hard, this field will be recovered in the ring. Su Jiangwo consoled, holding back is holding back a little impatience is a big plan. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Jiang Nan had made a crazy decision in his mind. The encounters in the past 2 days showed something. It wasn't 1 or 2 people who were discriminating against Huaxia at all. The foreigners wouldn't care how poorly the development of Chinese fighting was, they would only categorize it as an ethnicity issue and find a sense of superiority. At the end of the day, the champions are all gringos. It's even said so much that some Chinese people themselves think so. In fact, the Chinese genes are perfect for fighting. The saying that I love to farm, and I'll plant whoever won't let me in the ground is no joke, and has 5,000 years of gold in it. There's nothing worse than a gringo in terms of heavy punching, speed, endurance, or heart. All that is lacking is popularity after all. In a China where a fine is possible for a fight, violence is rare. The saying that you lose a fight and are hospitalized, but win a fight and go to jail is familiar to almost every Chinese. Foreign law and order environment is poor people do not have enough to eat, from childhood fights and fights, mixed with the street more, most of them in the sound of guns and drugs to grow up. He is not powerful who is powerful. To conquer the foreigner's stinking mouth, double-fisted their pussy mouth to convince is not feasible. The treatment of the symptoms is not the root cause, you have to change the vice of traditional Chinese medicine. The group fights in the rear and tackles the thief first. These people's sense of superiority comes from the strongest fighters. To cure all of them recognize the strongest person's mouth, these people will be able to stop. If you try to talk to them about civilization and etiquette, you'll be considered a coward. Is it enough to convince the foreigners? Want to fart eat? Is the delayed respect still respect? Of course not. We must do the same thing to them as they do to us. What Jiang Nan wants to do is not only to defeat the foreign players, but also to inflict the insults of the foreigners on these players. The more they screamed and the more they fought, the best way to repay these insults. If you want to blame them, let those players blame their supporters for their broken mouths. In the next few days, Jiang Nan became reticent, holding his breath in his heart. The contract and waiver were signed early, and the opponent's information came out. Las Vegas Yamamoto Gym owner's son, Ichiro Yamamoto, height 165 centimeters, arm span 173 centimeters, daily weight 65 kilograms, partial grounded fighter. Several times out of China, bad record, extreme Chinese abuser. First time, sneak attack during a stare down, knocked the Chinese fighter unconscious. Second time, press conference, hit Chinese fighter with water bottle microphone. The third time, passed behind the Chinese player sneak attack do naked strangle. Not only physical not martial arts virtue, all kinds of obscene language is endless. Jiang Nan, ma ba juice. See, I really not really you finished. The day before the match, during the weigh-in session, Jiangnan and Xiao Dai successfully crossed the pounds. Both sides looked at each other. Dana was hosting the scene. Little Day didn't dare to make a move and stared at Jiangnan with fierce eyes and gestured a neck-wiping motion with his palm, which was quite bluffing to look at. Media interview session. The Little Day Ichiro Yamamoto made a big speech. Inferior creatures are also worthy of boarding the octagon? 1 round, I just need 1 round to strangle him. Everyone wait and see. It was Gangnam's turn here, and Gangnam returned to his training with a puzzling remark. In front of the camera, Jiangnan's deep eyes were chilling and his face was wearing a sneer. Listen up, everyone in front of the screen. I hope that the players who will soon be my opponents pay attention and watch my first match carefully. Finally, I advise you all to never try to insult my country and nation. Who do you think you are? Stallone? The host laughed breathlessly and routinely tapped out and called it a day. Such people have seen too much, always think they are powerful and coaxing, go to the UFC to fight twice and then be honest. The host could not have imagined that some years later, this video was known in the industry as the Declaration of Death. This little tiff didn't cause much of a stir in UFC circles, it was too insignificant to mention. The day finally arrived and the Dana Challenge officially opened with Dana White and the judges entering the seats. Because it was a tryout, the scene was full of professionals, and there was no audience, and naturally no host. There were a total of 8 challenge matches at all levels, and Jiang Nan's group was assigned the last match as the finale. Ichiro Yamamoto brought 2 sidekicks, one being his own father, Oki Yamamoto. The other is Kyoji Horiguchi, who has already made a name for himself in the UFC's bantamweight division, and is currently ranked number 6 in the weight class, and is helping Ichiro Yamamoto prepare for his fight. Backstage in the preparation room, Su Jiangwo was holding a boxing target. Jiang Nan is warming up and hitting the target. Su Shallow was on the side with his cell phone helping Lao Dang shoot. On the other side of the preparation room, Yamamoto Oki instructed the details. The Chinaman used sparring in a few matches. At 18 years old to be able to train sparring to this level, he must be weak in other areas. Ichiro, don't give him room to fight standing, just dive for the hold and wrestle into the ground. Ichiro Yamamoto, hey. Then, Kyoji Horiguchi began to mimic Inami's punching, having simulated all 3 of the previous opening styles once. Ichiro Yamamoto was seen walking up to Kyoji Horiguchi, lifting his hands up in a hold, kneeling down on one leg for a split second, and stomping his feet hard as if he were flying on the ground. He dives down into a hold to Kyoji Horiguchi's waist, and then lifts his waist up to pick up Kyoji Horiguchi for a fall. Yamamoto Oki was guiding the details from the side, analyzing the possible situations and switching to other wrestling styles at any time. In the middle of the day, the other participants had finished their matches. The grand finale was about to begin. This time, there was no music and no introductions. Jiang Nan came out directly, and Su Jiangwo and the others waited at the side corners. Jiang Nan applied Vaseline at the edge of the cage, received an inspection, and put on his braces and went straight to the ring. Rarely, Kan Nan begins to press his legs back and forth from side to side, moving the ring. Across the ring, Ichiro Yamamoto climbs into the cage as well, with Daiki Yamamoto and Kyoji Horiguchi staying in the side corner. The air seems to rub off on the enemies as they meet. The cameraman goes up to the stage to do a brief live shot, and Ichiro Yamamoto rushes the screen with a relaxed face, raising one finger in a pretentious manner, signaling that he's going to take it in 1 round. Confidence is high. The live feed goes to Kan Nan, warming up and doing nothing, standing motionless and looking straight at Ichiro Yamamoto, his face calm without a ripple. Dana and the scoring referee hit their stride as the referee reads the rules and calls for the start. Both sides fly up, almost to the center of the cage. Ichiro Yamamoto starts to dive, and Inami jumps up with the impact, popping his head on one knee. In this wave, Ichiro Yamamoto fakes it and gets Ed. Jiang Nan opened up a big shot directly to the face. Ichiro Yamamoto's head is violently folded like a back counter from the high-speed impact, and then Kan Nan stumbles and flops to the ground. Woohoo! McDog's Nessie Omega. Walt Kahn sprayed it. White Dana clutched his big bald head. How long did it take? Oh. Shat. 5 seconds. What a joke. Amazing. Unprecedented. Amazing. The staff at the scene were stunned. Such a ferocious and violent co could be ranked in history. Today's match could definitely go down in history. And they were the witnesses. Su Jiangwo went from a nervous face at the beginning to flying with joy, jumping and dancing with Su Shallow and hissing loudly. Ding. Trial mission completed. 10 points rewarded. A system voice came from his head. At this time Jiang Nan didn't have time to care about the system. Inside the cage, things weren't over yet. After Yamamoto Ichiro received a brutal blow, he stiffened and collapsed on the ground. As if Jiang Nan had expected it, he instantly silky smoothly pounced on him and used 12% of his strength to make up for the punch. Offstage, Ichiro Yamamoto's sidekick growled in protest at the referee. The referee reacted and immediately pounced on him, but it was already too late, and the doctor announced that Baka died of shock on the spot. Yamamoto Oki looked directly exploded, wanting to go up to the stage and Jiang Nan limit 1 for 1. Jiangnan has not yet spoken, Su Jiangwo naturally will not spoil the little Japanese. After all, the other party did not come so many people. Midget. Come on, all one on one ah. You blood mom. Dogs, have I endured you guys for a long time? Su led the charge, the two bodyguards followed closely behind, three picking one. As for the other Japanese, Horiguchi Kyoji has jumped into the cage and Jiangnan Dry, after 2 moves, was pulled by the referee. All the staff on the scene went to the field to pull the fight and quickly controlled the scene. UFC Dana challenge killed someone. This was big news. Soon, the major media began to break the news one after another. A large number of viewers began to enter the UFC's official live broadcast room. A special media reception is being held. The venue seating was split into 2 sides, with Jiangnan and his group on one side, and only Kyoji Horiguchi on the other. Daiki Yamamoto was rounded up into a kovo mouth by Su with his bodyguards, and was eventually forced to leave the venue due to an emotional outburst. On the scene, the host of ESPN began to ask questions. Dana, can you tell us what happened? Dana picked up the microphone and began to describe, oh, it's a sad thing. We must apologize to Yamamoto's family. But in competitive sports, accidents will happen from time to time, not just in mixed martial arts, so please be more understanding of how hard it is for athletes. In 3 words, Dana mastered the pace and made the big deal go away. Okay. Thank you, Dana. The reporter couldn't dig up the powerful content and began to interview the originator. Zhang, can you tell us about that speech before the match? Wasn't it an early purpose to cause the opponent's death? The pent-up anger in Zhang Nan's heart had subsided, and a happy smile spread across his face. No, this reporter, if you often watch fighting events you'll realize that my speech can only be considered moderate. This is just a pre-match gimmicky tidbit. Zhang Nan was no cutie pie. And once he admitted it, the UFC had to consider banning or expelling himself after being brought up to speed by a reporter and causing outrage. Dana White had no problem disliking the reporter. If you're the one who thinks that was intentional, all I can say is that you're very naive. No one wanted this to happen and no one will be able to predict what happens in the ring. These questions shouldn't be asked to mislead the audience. Undeterred, the reporter then asked, Zhang, we all saw that after your opponent fell to the ground, you immediately pounced on him to make up for the punch. What do you have to say about this? Zhang Nan, I think you should read the rules of the UFC. We have to fight until the referee calls for a stoppage. It's a sign of respect for the fans who love this sport. My actions didn't violate the rules, it's as simple as that. Reporter, so what do you think of the pre-fight provocation by the Japanese fighter? Is there any correlation between this and your 5-second KO of your opponent? Zhang Nan, no one can insult my country, that would make me lose my mind in the ring. Unfortunately, the Japanese opened Pandora's box. The reporter's eyes lit up, the topic was there. So then asked, will you apologize for this time? Zhang Nan was silent for a moment, then raised his head and pretended to be deep. For this incident, I now say from the bottom of my heart that I would like to sincerely apologize to the other party's family. The reporter was greatly disappointed. There was not much material to speculate on. The Chinese people were really timid and scared. Su Jiangwo and the others on the side understood Jiangnan, but their eyes dimmed a few points. There's no way, the big picture is the most important thing, and it's a good thing to get a bargain. The audience in the live broadcast room also lost the desire to get together and eat melon, and began to exit the live broadcast room. Dana also looked forward to things coming to an end and not making any more waves. Just when everyone thought that things were about to end, Jiangnan let out an unrestrained laugh. Dao you mother. Having strength means you can do whatever you want. This is the octagonal cage, a battlefield. If you're not prepared to fight to the death, please leave. Killing to the heart. The sudden taunt caught him off guard. It couldn't be another mouthpiece. An absurd thought welled up in the hearts of the crowd. There were countless players who put out harsh words, and the only one who was able to fulfill them time and time again was Connor, which was also the reason why Connor was able to explode in popularity. Before the crowd could catch their breath, Gangnam continued without a word. In the future, when the Japanese see me in the UFC, Zhang Nan, put your head down and put your tail between your legs. The comments in the live broadcast room began to multiply, with a wide range of opinions and controversy pulling full circle. Fire this executioner. He doesn't deserve to stay in the UFC. Walt Fart, it's amazing that you can say something like that after beating someone to death, but I like it. Bro is a tough guy. Murderers still dare to be so arrogant, no morals, should the UFC ban him. Thank you not meat, I like this Chinese man. UFC ruthless man is too little, need to bring in fresh blood. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Nan successfully captured a group of fans, waving the flag for Zhang Nan on the platform. Similarly, there were also quite a few small black people, using their keyboards to judge Zhang Nan. The reporter was full of excitement. The topic this time was too controversial, it would definitely explode in heat. The reversal came too quickly, a flame in Su Jiangwo's heart was ignited and his body was boiling with blood. Raising his eyebrows. It was too smooth. Lao Deng sat there, the corners of his mouth unconsciously grinning, triumphant like a proud rooster. Dana Bai was also surprised, and after some thought decided to be happy about it. Good boy. The effect of the show was drawn out. The conversation focuses on the UFC ring. Not bad. Fighting should be hot-blooded, and the main reason why the UFC has become a top international event is that the audience loves to see intense and exciting matches with topics. Ask which man does not admire the tough guy, which woman does not like the strong man. UFC's superstars are never modest. If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear the weight. Superstars need to put hard words to maintain the heat. Relatively, if the hard words are always slapped in the face, they will become clowns and fall off the altar. If Gangnam chooses to apologize and let the matter rest, although he can enter the UFC, he will never reach the height of superstar. If he chooses to fight hard, there will be countless controversies, although the heat is there, but one day lose the match, the backlash will come like a tidal wave. What happened to Jiang Nan in the end was not what Bai Dana cared about. What Dana Bai knows is that Jiang Nan's cocky comments today will ferment all over the world, and the UFC's topic traffic will grow along with Jiang Nan's controversy, a deal that only makes money. On the other side, Kyoji Horiguchi quit. What Jiang Nan said was too relevant. You want to run away after pretending, is that possible? Impossible. Horiguchi Kyoji gave his answer, picking up the water on the table and smashing it at Jiang Nan. Chinaman, I want you to confess to Ichiro Yamamoto and apologize to the Yamato nation. Otherwise I will smash your mouth and teach you to be a human being. Jiang Nan dodged the water bottle and rushed forward to do battle. What the are you calling for? Come out and fight one-on-one. Fortunately, the staff was prepared and pulled the two apart. Reporters were watching the action, rendering an atmosphere in the live broadcast room, and a large number of viewers poured in. There was no script. Real events. Hanging the audience's appetite, everyone preferred to eat melon online. White Dana persuaded, both of you calm down, this is not the ring, fighting needs to be legally responsible. Horiguchi Kyoji said, kid. If not for Dana White stopping me, I could beat you to death. Jiang Nan, dog. I gave you a ing face, didn't I? Then Jiang Nan, in front of the live broadcast and the people on the scene, began to invite a battle. Dana, next I want to fight Kyoji Horiguchi, are you brave enough to answer? If you don't dare to take it, remember this. Take a detour when you see me in the future. Su Jiangwo asked with slight concern, Jiang Nan, are you sure you want to fight? Jiang Nan nodded. Su Jiangwo's eyes gleamed, good. I'll support you. I'll go wild with you if you win, and I'll carry you if you lose. Not expecting Lao Deng to be so forceful, Jiang Nan thought that Lao Deng was going to shy away again. Don't worry. I can't lose. Jiang Nan revealed a confident smile. Horiguchi Kyoji jumped at the chance, he was one weight class bigger, and he was ranked 6th in the rankings after hundreds of fights. The Chinaman was just a nobody who had just stepped into the threshold of the UFC, and fighting with himself was simply out of his depth. Business value aside, this one will serve as Yamamoto's revenge for savaging the Chinaman. What's more, the heat of this event had already gone up, and it wasn't certain that the fight would lead to a higher commercial value by then. Okay, weakling, wait for me to eat you. Dana, please set me up. I want to avenge Ichiro Yamamoto in the ring. Watching the live broadcast, the reporters initiated a vote. Shaking his head, Dana Bai put down the microphone, walked over to Jiang Nan, and whispered, Jiang, calm down. Listen, you're no match for him, don't screw up your future. You just entered the UFC not knowing the concept of being ranked 6th, both in terms of hard power and experience is far superior, not to mention that Kyoji Horiguchi is a weight class older than you. Dana White reminded. Gangnam sounded certain, Dana, I need this fight, arrange it. It's done, and I'm sure there will be plenty of viewers who want to see this match happen. So why not let it happen? Dana. At this moment, a staff member walked up to the stage to whisper into Dana Bai's ear. Dana, the number of people watching the live stream online has reached 300,000, and 200,000 people voted to see Kyoji Horiguchi and Jiang face off. At this point in the live broadcast, Jiang Nan's fans supported Jiang Nan's hardcore fight against Little Japan, the black fans wanted to see Jiang Nan get real, and both sides reached an agreement and chose to vote to facilitate the match. White Dana's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, the heat was actually this high. Jiang! Are you sure you want to fight Kyoji Horiguchi, who is one weight class above you and ranked 6th, in your UFC debut? Dana Bai finally asked. In Dana Bai's opinion, Jiang Nan was bound to lose. Did he really think that the gold content of the UFC's 6th ranking was a joke? In case Gangnam was crippled, it would not be good to carry out the Chinese market in the future. However, compared to the current heat, the matter of carrying out the Chinese market is a bit vague. In case Jiang Nan can't get up, it's still in vain. Dana needed to make a choice regarding the present and the future. Jiang Nan, Dana. Let things happen. It's your choice. Dana gave Jiang Nan a meaningful look, then returned to the podium in the center. Okay. Obtained consent from both parties. The match is facilitated, the exact time will be announced on the official website in 3 days. Please pay attention to the UFC official website. Dana sold a secret to draw traffic for the official website. Chapter 8 exploded. Brothers, thanks for the invite. People are at the university and I'm involved in the Eagle Cannon battle. Things end here. Dana urgently needs to discuss the fight schedule. Unsurprisingly, the UFC Dana Challenge, Jiang Nan killed the small Japan, and invited to fight the 6th bantamweight Horiguchi Kyoji thing quickly exploded in the global fighting circle. Facing questions from reporters, the UFC's current star fighters had mixed reviews. Mouthpiece was dismissive. Don't ask me these questions, nobodies are nothing to be concerned about. Kitty plays it cool, someone recommended this video to me, but I'd say the level is too low to be much of a reference. Motor praised, yes, I watched this video, seriously, the flying kick was cool, there was a sense of deja vu, it inspired me, go boy. You're a tough guy. Most of the UFC fighters felt that the fight was too low in gold, nothing to write home about, and that the Chinese were too polite for mixed martial arts, and just happened to rock the boat with one strike. For Jiang Nan's post-fight speech, the crowd surprisingly unanimous all agree. After all, we are also in the UFC mix, if one day down hand heavy by others' moral abduction, how bad luck. When asked to predict the possible matches between Jiang Nan and Kyoji Horiguchi, all of them felt that Jiang Nan was giving away his head. The UFC's rankings are almost global, and only they know how hard it is to advance one place in the rankings. Word quickly traveled back to Japan and China. The Japanese fighting community was in an uproar. What? Ichiro-san was actually killed by the damnable Chinaman. We're going to support Horiguchi Kyoji to avenge Ikiru-san's death and pay for his blood. A large group of small baka ran to the extranet, desperately pounding on the keyboard and spraying against the Jiangnan fans in Huaxia who had heard about the incident. It was still morning time in Huaxia, and the video of Jiang Nan killing the Japanese and disliking the little Japanese after the match was quickly pushed to the top of the hit list once it was released. Explosion, brothers. UFC shocked Chinese master 5 seconds flying knee killed small Japan. Shocked. 18-year-old teenager made a name for himself overseas. China's UFC fighters have added another person. There were all sorts of comments that followed, some in favor, some in denial. Watching the pre-fight and post-fight speeches, what a relief. The little day dares to insult China so much, he should be made to pay the price he deserves. Relieved of what? There's no martial virtue at all. You've beaten someone to such a state, and you still go up to make up punches. The Japanese are human beings too, this is too cruel. Is the Japanese your father? He scolded you, and you're still defending him. Luckily KO'd a little unknown monster, but he went over the top to challenge my idol, Horiguchi Kyoji, how dare he? An unranked player, why is he bragging so much? He's going to be quality checked soon. Posted as proof. Domestic and foreign noisy sky, especially a large number of Chinese accounts out of the army, social platform servers are dry lagging, heat rubbing up. Dana Bai and Hunter were laughing in their office, and immediately decided to strike while the iron was hot and maximize the benefits by scheduling the match between Jiang Nan and Kyoji Horiguchi into Digital Match 229, making the heat completely explode. The fight was sure to have a lot of Japanese and Chinese viewers, and utilizing Kitty versus Mouthpiece and the many star-studded fighters in the matchup managed to pick up that wave of traffic and convert viewers into fans. Even if the latter two do not fight on the UFC, the audience will also like other fighting style like catching players. This is the charm of the UFC, it is difficult for anyone to refuse the visual impact and enjoyment of the hot and exciting unlimited fighting. 3 days later, the UFC's official website above released the news that Inami is about to face Kyoji Horiguchi in the first of the main event of UFC 229 on October 6, 2018 at the T-Mobile Center in Las Vegas. The headlining main event is a lightweight title fight between Kitty and Connor. One is Kitty, the undefeated 27-fight undefeated champion, and the other is Connor, the double title-winning, superstar mouth breather who put UFC fighting on the map. The fight destined to be a sparkler and the fight of the century that will go down in history. So, none of the fighters who make it on this fight card are big names, and even the rematch is star-studded. One thing is for sure, it's definitely a credit to the markets of both countries that the matchup between Inami and Kyoji Horiguchi made it onto this fight card and made it to the main event. Unsurprisingly, as soon as the information about the match was released, not only in China and Japan, but all of Asia was abuzz. The first match of the Century War main event was actually Asian. Although it was China versus Japan, the importance of the match was made especially special because of the Battle of the Century, and many star players were lined up in the side match area. The two waves of heat are accomplishing each other, pushing the UFC 229 fight card to a greater climax with the world watching. Everyone was looking forward to this day. After determining the time of the match, Jiang Nan and the crowd were ready to go back to their country, and with the various expenses of the Dana Challenge, plus the income gained from the bets, Jiang Nan had almost earned $1 million. The light boat had crossed 10,000 mountains, and finally went ashore. Jiang Nan called out the system in his mind, the trial mission had ended, and the system updated the panel. The system opens the panel by default. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters, 10 points adds 1 centimeter. Daily weight, 60 kilograms. Armspan, 180, 10 points can increase by 1 centimeter. Talent, upgraded Bruce Lee Muscle Jr., each height automatically matches the corresponding muscle group. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Physical strength, 4. Strike resistance, 3. Explosion 3. Immunity to injury 10. Rating maxes out at 10, agility, stamina, burst, and injury immunity are standardized consistently across all weight classes. Strength and strike resistance are rated at 1 for the average person, 2 for the amateur, 3 for the flyweight athlete, 4 for the bantamweight, and so on. Punch 7. Legs 7. Elbow 1. Knee 1. Wrestling 2. Ground stalking 1. Block 4. Dodge 3. Wrestling defense 1. Ground defense 1. Skills, Sanso 10, stance proficiency. Stunts, flying knees 10, stunts have nothing to do with attributes. Language, Chinese, English. Items, writing Yev experience card X1 peak state. Points, 10. Ding. The system officially releases the task. Load 25 kilograms daily task can only be completed once per day. Goku jump warm up for 2 hours gain 1 point. 10 sets of movements including straight-legged squats, inverted push-ups, shooter's push-ups, dragon flag curls, straight-legged pull-ups, reverse swim-ups, one-armed elbow presses, supported pull-ups, human flags, and Russian jerks for 5 minutes each earn 1 point. Van horse blades including blades, thumb stand, one-arm stand earn 1 point for each 5-minute exercise. 110V electric shock training for 30 minutes, 1 point will be awarded. Main quest, capture the flyweight belt. Reward, 1 lucky draw. Side quest, humiliate your opponent and win at a UFC event. Reward, randomized class stunt. Jiangnan, System Big Brother. You're being a bit rude with this daily mission. I've just become wealthy and free, and you want me to get an early GA in my youth. System, ding. The host is immune to all injuries and illnesses when completing daily tasks, please feel free to yourself. If you want to appear noble in front of people, you must first suffer afterward. Having no choice, Jiangnan helplessly accepted this reality. At night in the country, an airplane landed in Hangzhou, and Jiang Nan's group got off the plane in a dusty manner. Su Jiangwo's comrades were waiting at the airport early to receive Jiang Nan's party. Jiang Nan's whereabouts were not revealed on social media platforms, so no fans came to pick up the plane, and it was almost universally assumed that for such an important tournament as 229, Jiang Nan would definitely be in the United States to prepare for the fight. Inside the hotel box at night, Lao Deng drank some forced wine, his expression was exaggerated, and began to brag about it, saying that when he was excited, his big hand slammed on the table. Yamamoto Ichiro, that bastard, rely on the number of people to scare us. At that time in the UFC Elite Training Center, Jiangnan and I 2 people against more than 100, eyes do not blink. If it wasn't for Baidana coming out to pull the fight, I'm afraid there would have been a bloodbath. Jiangnan, taking less? At the table, everyone had a look of admiration, sitting and waiting for the following. Someone asked curiously, what happened afterward? Later, you guys watched the part where Jiang Nan killed the little Japanese. Say something you don't know. Old Deng had a cigarette in his mouth and gently exhaled a mouthful of smoke, revealing a sighing expression. I single-handedly swiped Ichiro Yamamoto's pavilion master's father off stage, and with a slight strike, I ate him into a small husband's mouth. This is considered anti-Japanese by me. Talking together do fake do. Someone at the table immediately picked up. Lao Deng's eyes widened, don't believe me? Ask my bodyguard. Bodyguard, who am I? Where am I? It was indeed a one-on-one match, with the 2 bodyguards holding down Yamamoto Oki, and Lao Den free fighting all by himself. Obviously it was Gangnam who fought the match, and the pussy was hardened by Lao Den's finish. Jiangnan, that you're 18, next to the wine table, sitting as minions. Su Jiangwo boasted at the wine table, listening to the crowd as intoxicated, blood surging. They have signed up and asked to join the group, and next time they will fight together. The next day, in the Lao Deng's introduction, Jiangnan spent 200 big not slip in the Zhejiang University neighborhood to buy a set of 3-bedroom apartment. Then, Su started the socializing mode, going from east to west. On the one hand, pulling advertising sponsorship, on the other hand, bragging about himself in front of his old friends. By the way, he took the time to go to the army to pick some of the soon-to-be retired soldier king, forming a luxurious bodyguard lineup. Lao Deng is also not a peaceful master, last time to dry Yamamoto Deijai dry addicted. Expected Jiang Nan's temperament to go out and definitely less against people. After the lesson of the last time, this time must be full of martial arts, the people ready to go. To go out and hang out, you need to have a show, to show the Chinese people's momentum on the world stage. Either way, it's all right to be reasonable and physical. On the other hand, Jiang Nan has purchased the necessary training equipment. The devil's training was about to begin. Jiang Nan put the 50 pounds of weights on his body and calves, a bit of a strain, overall it was acceptable, try push-ups. Bang! The sound, Jiang Nan lying on the ground skeptical of life. Careless, the system mistook me. It's true that there are no injuries, and the pain is really painful. Forget it, try the electric shock first. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan laboriously climbed up from the ground. Ants leaning on elephants, having the strength to do so. Meow, it's too hard. Jiang Nan, system, how the hell did you manage to open your mouth? System, how about I unload it for you? Jiangnan, I'm going to go, you're saying all my words. I haven't even said I want to delete my number. System, going your way leaves you no way out. Face the reality, teenager. Practice more if you're a vegetable. What a system. After all, it's a long way down the road of cool writing. 10,000 feet high, splendor still depends on oneself. Let's start with the most painful and the one with the best chance of getting a point. Jiangnan began to engage in new energy. Damn. 2 horizontal and 1 vertical is dry. In order to avoid sticking around, Jiangnan found the Caribbean pirate movie to divert attention. In the old days, the second master used to scrape his bones to heal his wounds, but now I, Jiangnan, watch the movie to recharge my batteries. Charge for 5 minutes, rest for half an hour. The movie is over, and the battery is fully charged. When I got up, I looked a bit like Mr. Ren, although my body was straight, but the effect was very satisfactory, and even a bit unfulfilled. It was really a good electric shock training. Rest for a while, Jiangnan took off the weights, honestly learning to start practicing from the basic movements, skilled, and then began to add weights up. Difficult first put aside, warm-up Goku jump must be taken. First, in situ relaxation jump, in situ back and forth jump step. Second, open and close jump, when jumping in place, legs repeatedly open and close. Third, open and close cross jump, when jumping in place, the 2 legs are interlaced with each other. Fourth, the center of gravity transfer, the center of gravity is switched back and forth between the landing feet and the in situ crossover jump. Front and back cross jump, front and back staggered jumps. The above 5 steps, together is the complete version of the Wukong jump. With Bruce Lee's physical talent, Jiangnan familiarized himself with all the standard movements after a few jumps. But this was just the beginning. The next step was to add weights. After half a day of tossing and turning, he could only wear 30 pounds, no more, and his strength didn't allow for a high profile. After a few times, he ran out of strength. Jiangnan gritted his teeth to break through his bottleneck. When the body reaches its limit, the will take you to kill it. Every time you were so tired that your body stumbled and your consciousness was blurred, a warm current would well up and give birth to new strength, supporting you to continue. When you recovered after exhaustion and started training again, it would last even longer than before. Just like this, Jiangnan silently developed at home, unaware that his strong landing in the UFC in the United States was still slowly fermenting. Many fight fans took all of Jiangnan's powerful KO videos and speeches, edited them with domineering BGM and put them on Jitterbug, causing a universal buzz. Because it wasn't an official match, the picture quality was blurry and it was hard to see Jiangnan's face, but it didn't stop fans from watching with enthusiasm. In this era, there were very few Chinese who could call a fight with a foreign professional in a fighting event. Almost all of them are Southeast Asia beating each other up, or domestic players sparring with each other. Occasionally spend money to invite a foreign champion, are in the School of Foreign Students cameo, out of the house, the identity is given by the program. The audience only cares about the pleasure of watching. In fact, the real fight fans know that this kind of tournament at most third-rate level. The more this happens, the more Chinese fight fans feel disappointed and inferior. Were the Chinese people really inferior to the foreigners? Jiangnan's appearance is like a raindrop on a parched land, giving fight fans a shot in the arm. In his 4 career fights, Jiangnan has finished foreigners in the first round in 4 fights, and even killed Ichiro Yamamoto on the spot in the 4th and quite gold Dana challenge. UFC events don't lie. The video can see the difference in strength between the foreigner and Gangnam, and even the opponent's career information can be searched online. This is not a packaged watered-down fight. These fight fans started discussing Gangnam's fighting skills and dominating speeches after tea, repeatedly watching and commenting on Gangnam's KO videos. The people around them who couldn't get into the chatting conversation were like out, and could only listen to the others talking about how awesome Jiangnan and the UFC were by listening carefully and learning. Even old people and children are no exception. A moment Jiangnan this name is popular, the first time into the public eye. Naturally, there are also rubbing traffic. A certain Chinese unknown boxing champion, even the nobodies who don't have belts are worthy of taking out and blowing. I hold 5 belts in my hand, and I don't need a round to beat him. Who hasn't fought foreigners? Have I fought fewer foreigners? Some passers-by who did not know much about fighting were successfully sidetracked by the rhythm, thinking that a player who could not be ranked in a foreign tournament was not worthy of being compared to the winner of 5 domestic gold belts. Jiangnan had occasionally brushed off similar comments, but didn't take them to heart. Instead of caring about other people's opinions, it was better to focus on improving himself. Fighting was a matter of strength. In the end, these people were relatively gullible on the basis of the low level of domestic tournaments and the limited professionalism of the audience. When the level of domestic fighting appreciation increased, that was when the clowns were revealed. Next, in addition to exercising every day, Jiangnan was waiting for school to start, and occasionally Su Shanshan would ask Jiangnan and the two of them to have a night market snack. On this day, Jiangnan received an unexpected phone call. After connecting, the other party identified himself as Brother Liang, the current leader of Huaxia in the UFC. To tell the truth, Jiangnan's impression of Li Jingliang was still stuck in buckle eat, and I also want to drink some blood. In his previous life, Li Jingliang had created quite a few segments on the internet. However, real fight fans will only admire Li Jingliang from the bottom of their hearts. Laughing at terriers and not people, Liang is a real man. In his previous life, Li Jingliang was one of the first fighters to go out and fight his way into the rankings, and in the most competitive welterweight division. The success he gained gave hope to many domestic fighters, who started practicing mixed martial arts, and can be called a trailblazer. Standing on the stage of the world, Li Jingliang has always shown himself as a Chinese tough guy. Many inferior matches, Li Jingliang hard to carry down the counter-attack opponent. Until the battle with the Wolf King Riding Horse Yev, before the match and the opponent madly clamoring, during the match was finished by Riding Horse Yev. After that, Li Jingliang's speech was taken out by countless domestic black fans to repeatedly flogging, and since then the state was affected by a drop, no longer the blood-sucking devil who was unrelenting. But few people know, Riding Horse Yev before the game took the lead in the social platform provocation attack Li Jingliang. Li Jingliang is passive counterattack. In other people Jiangnan may not know, in their place must be the same as Liang spray back. Do not fight over not to say, at least two people do not offend me, I do not offend. If people offend me, I will be a criminal. Why other people open their mouths to insult you, you have to be a shrinking violet. Or to be an ostrich, as if you cannot hear the humiliating remarks? Other people have the courage to come out and fight back, because they have not fought, they have to be ridiculed? What's really ridiculous is people who don't even have the courage to fight back. Black powder for the sake of Mu Chang, lost the spirit of the Chinese nation to defy the enemy. Subconsciously avoiding Wolf King's pre-match speech and frantically bringing up the tempo as a way to nail Li Jingliang to the clown's pillar of shame, Jiang Nan felt that this was the real clown. The reason why Liang called Jiang Nan at this time was simple. He was worried about Jiang Nan and wanted to use his experience to help Jiang Nan prepare for the tournament. Jiang Nan politely refused Brother Liang, saying that he would definitely take little Baha down. The two of them talked and added WeChat, and Jiang Nan also sent an invitation to Brother Liang to go watch the match live, and the two of them arranged to meet at the site. Chapter 9 Not Buddy. If it isn't Bruce Lee. Sweating it out, old buddy. The day of the school year finally arrived. Su Shanshan and Jiangnan went to Zhejiang University together to enroll. Su Jiangwo used his connections, and the two were assigned to the same class. This month and a half, after persistent efforts, Jiangnan's daily tasks glowed with a second spring. The 25-kilogram weight-bearing Mukong jump, with a 30-minute break for every 10 minutes of jumping, took 8 to 9 hours to barely finish. The two of them walked on the campus of Zhejiang University, and Su Shanshan, who had white skin and was wearing a white shirt and JK skirt, had a turnaround rate that was off the charts. Hello? Haven't seen you before, you're this year's freshman, right? I'm Wang Yu, the vice president of the Taekwondo club. Can I add a WeChat? The one who spoke was the man with cut bangs and a head of close-cropped tire hair. The man wore a confident smile and felt good about himself, like a warrior charging for love. Nearby students stopped to watch. Only Jiang Nan walked in front with an expressionless face, and Su Shallow followed behind, gently walking by as if she hadn't heard. He's a clown. No one in the crowd knew who spoke up. Everyone covered their mouths and laughed softly, murmuring. At this moment, the tire hair student gently shattered, and the pure love war god fell to the ground in response. Wang Yu's face was displeased. He usually has a lot of people in the school. He is used to being a bully. He is called a school bully, and someone actually did not give face. Really big gall. The furious Wang Yu stopped Su Shanshan. Classmate, I'm talking to you. Ignoring me, isn't it a bit rude? Su Shanshan, excuse me, please make way. You're blocking my way. The finger pointing around him makes Wang Yu unable to get down. The road is not your home. You don't care where I go. That said, but Su Shanshan walked where Wang Yu was a step ahead of the station, blocking Su Shanshan's way. Rogue of the punch. Su Shanshan scowling. Su Shanshan was furious and wanted to push Wang Yu away but was grabbed by the wrist. Wow, your hands are so slippery. Wang Yu smiles smugly. Grizzly, let go of that girl. Jiang Nan, who was walking in front, stopped in his tracks. Wang Yu looked at the 170-headed Jiang Nan and smiled disdainfully. Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business, get lost. Jiang Nan turned around and walked to Su Shallow, staring at Wang Yu. Let go of her. Wang Yu let go of Su Shallow's wrist, pointing at Jiang Nan huffed. Told you to roll lost, right? Jiang Nan Zero framed up his hand, grabbed the collar at Wang Yu's neck with one hand, and vigorously slammed into the roadside tree trunk. Outrageous came. Wang Yu back against the tree was Jiang Nan one-handed lift. The action was done in a single breath. Wang Yu was already hanging in mid-air before he could react. Jiang Nan looked at Wang Yu and said word by word, in the future, where I appear, go around? Understand? The people around him exchanged words. Wow. This boy is so cool. Wang Yu's mind went blank and the fear of losing control of his body quickly took over his heart. Ming, understand. Wang Yu trembled and whispered. Jiang Nan roared, speak up. Did your ing vocal cords land at home? With a sobbing voice, Wang Yu shouted, understood. Jiang Nan put down Wang Yu, turned his body and walked away without looking back. Su Shallow in the back caught up with Jiangnan, looking at Jiangnan's side face, a light smile on her face. The two of them were gradually moving away, their shadows lengthening in the sunlight, sketching out a beautiful picture. On the playground, Jiangnan was dancing the Wukong jump, and the young girl on the side was waiting quietly on the seat next to the running track. In the distance, a dozen men and women came aggressively towards the playground. At the head of the group was a bright, graceful woman with large maroon-colored waves. The upper body white t-shirt emphasized her body to the fullest, the lower body was wearing light blue high-waisted hip-lifting tight jeans, and the two pockets in the back were tied with lace bows, forming a perfect peach shape. The woman had an angry face, and beside her was Wang Yu, who had just been taught a lesson, and seemed to have stabbed Karami's nest. Wang Shuya stepped forward and looked at the bloated brat in front of her and asked, "It's you, the freshman who doesn't have the eyes to bully my cousin, isn't it?" Jiangnan didn't say anything, just bouncing around. 3 minutes to go, can't afford to give up on it. What do you guys want to do? Su Shania blocked in front of Jiangnan. He knew that Jiangnan didn't like to be disturbed when he was doing exercise. Wang Shuya, don't you see? When the road sees injustice, you do what's right. Su Shania wanted to say, but you're doing all the villain's work now. At this time, Jiangnan spoke. Wait for me for a minute. Jiangnan gasped hoarsely in his throat. Wang Shuya was startled by the tired voice and looked at Jiangnan curiously. This action looked quite pleasing to the eye, and it wasn't that difficult? Is it so tiring? Wang Shuya tried it and quickly discovered that something was wrong. With the same hand and the same foot, the center of gravity shifted around. This pace had high requirements for balance and flexibility. After a minute, Jiangnan regulated his breathing and asked, "Tell me, how many people are going to be prepared for chivalry?" Wang Yu was just about to say something when Wang Shuya stopped the crowd from speaking. "I'm not a bully, so I'll give you a one-on-one opportunity, and you can leave unharmed if you win. Just to remind you, standing in front of you is a black belt in Taekwondo, the president of the Taekwondo club. Come on." Wang Shuya hooked her finger. Jiangnan muttered to himself, "In that case, I don't have to take off my clothes then." Wang Shuya was puzzled, but she didn't intend to dig deeper. The crowd made way for the field, and Wang Shuya began to attack, raising her leg high and kicking at Jiangnan's face. Jiangnan grabbed Wang Shuya's ankle with one hand and said calmly, "You lost. Let go of me." Wang Shuya stared angrily at Jiangnan. Her ankle was firmly grasped and she couldn't move. Wang Yu beside him suddenly yelled, "Go, beat him up." Jiangnan secretly said that it was not good to speak of martial virtues. Pulling Wang Shuya into his arms tightly banded around Wang Shuya's neck, holding him hostage. "Jiangnan, come? Dare to try on?" Wang Shuya shouted, "Stand down, don't move without my order." Then she explained to Jiangnan, "We agreed on one-on-one, I lost. Let go of me, you go." Jiangnan turned a deaf ear to Wang Shuya's words and took off his own clothes. After removing the clothes containing the lead blocks and the leg guards, he pushed Wang Shuya out. Then, turning to Su Shania, he spoke, "Go wait for me at the side." Su Shania nodded and turned to leave the runway. "Together!" Wang Yu shouted. No one seconded Wang Yu, including Wang Shuya. Everyone was stunned by Jiangnan's upper body muscles. "Not Buddy. Isn't this Bruce Lee? This kind of body looks like it knows it can fight and is not to be messed with." The corner of Jiangnan's mouth rose. "Fortunately I didn't believe the little S-bull, otherwise I would be surrounded now." Wearing a weighted combat power cannot be utilized, the current Jiangnan has the confidence to crush these dozen of small Karamis. Seeing that the people around him didn't pounce, Jiangnan began to move his muscles. The upper body was bent over with the legs folded, the head was buried between the taut calves, then rose up and twisted left and right with the palms together. Next, the upper body began to force the exhibition of the back to move the muscle groups. The bat muscle, Christmas tree, steel abdominal, back broad muscle movements are done. Unlike the large muscles that were purposefully practiced in the gym, each of Jiangnan's small muscle groups was flexibly pulsing, not stiff and rigid, and extremely explosive. "You're saying this is 18 years old?" This scene was extremely visually striking, and the crowd watched in disbelief. Knowing full well that they were no match, they began to slowly back away, ready to run. "Sweat it out, old man." When Jiangnan made the camel's hump maneuver, a trembling voice came from the crowd. "Big brother, enough is enough. I'm not playing anymore, I want to go home." As soon as the voice came out, the crowd turned their heads in twos and threes and ran wildly. Obviously, encountered a tough opponent, goated. "Are you kidding me? This is the kind of action a human being can do. This type of body type has been half a century have not seen." Do not look at the network keyboard in the single-stranded dragon. The reality of the face of such exaggerated muscle lines try to pass away. Beastly sense of oppression came. This kind of momentum is not technology and ruthless work to create out. Waiting for people to go almost, Jiangnan step by step approaching Wang Yu. Wang Shuya on the side drank. "What do you want to do? I won't even pursue you for bullying, what else do you want?" Jiangnan smiled at his words, so damn self-conscious. Ignoring Wang Shuya, Jiangnan said in a cold voice to Wang Yu, "I said to walk around me when I see you in the future, but it seems like you didn't take it to heart." Said. Which hand just molested someone? Wang Yu's back was chilled by Jiang Nan's gaze and he confessed, "I'm sorry, big brother. I was wrong, I shouldn't have molested your friend." You. Wang Shuya looked stagnant, not expecting her cousin to lie to her. It turned out that it was not someone who intentionally bullied Wang Yu. Wang Yu answered the question. Jiang Nan stepped forward to yank straight Wang Yu 2 wrists, outwardly a break, 2 arm stress fracture. Not to mention, just 2 arms packed together. Ah! Wang Yu hissed in pain on the playground. Jiang Nan's set of movements was like a flowing stream, and by the time Wang Shuya tried to stop it was already too late. How can you be like this? Facts aside, aren't you at fault? Wang Shuya questioned at Jiang Nan. Then she squatted down to check Wang Yu's injury. Fortunately it was only a fracture. Jiang Nan did not answer Wang Shuya's question and directly warned, "In the future, in school, if I hear the taekwondo club bullying people again, then there is no need for the taekwondo club to exist." After saying that, Jiang Nan copied the weighted clothes on the ground and left. Wang Shuya's pupils shrank as she looked at the clanking clothes filled with lead, then shouted towards Jiang Nan's back. "Humph. What's the big deal? Are you very capable of fighting? Being able to fight is useless. You have to talk about background and power when you come out. My teacher is the Korean Taekwondo World Champion. And I, too, will be competing in the World Youth Taekwondo Championships next, becoming the pride of the school, a talented leader among my peers." Jiang Nan was disdainful, a social sideline, the family's little pride. "You really think you're an onion?" Seeing Jiang Nan's footsteps not stopping, Wang Shuya muttered unconvincingly. "Humph. What's the use of dead strength? You're still an ordinary person. My honorable achievements, you need to look up to see them, destined to be 2 levels of people." After saying that, Wang Shuya indignantly helped Wang Yu to the infirmary. Today was the day of the class meeting. Jiang Nan and Su Shania came to the class and sat side by side. The configuration of a handsome man and a beautiful woman instantly attracted the attention of the students. Not long after, a beautiful woman wearing a professional outfit with a charming, flower-like look entered the classroom and walked up to the podium. The class began to quiet down, and everyone's eyes were unconsciously attracted by the beauty's appearance. The beauty guffawed, "Hello everyone, introduce yourself, my name is Yen Ruyu, I'm your counselor, please take care of me for the next 4 years." The class applauded enthusiastically, especially the male students, their slaps were swollen. Yen Ruyu added the WeChat of all the classmates and established a class group. Then, the students went up to the stage in turn and made a brief introduction. Yen Ruyu, next, the students are about to embark on a half-month military training. Half a month later the school will hold a welcome party, our class has 2 spots, everyone with any talent can sign up now. Everyone began to sign up enthusiastically. Things always start out well, and after the people who signed up went on stage to show off a bit, Yen Ruyu's smile gradually tightened. Originally thinking that the task that the school had given to the counselor was stable, now it seemed to be steadily cooler. Singing songs is like coming to claim a life, there is a kind of sadness that can't even be passed by corkscrew. Singing on stage at the top of your voice, listening off stage at the bottom of your throat. Dance like early human taming limbs, without 3 years of cerebral thrombosis simply cannot dance. Are they so confident that there is no one in the world they care about? Crooked doesn't even begin to describe it. It's too much for the eyes. Abstraction is okay. There was no way around it, Yen Ruyu had to check them out one by one, picking the taller ones from the shorter ones. Ding, issuing mission. Attend the welcome party, mission reward points 10. The system's mission rang in his head, and Jiang Nan's gaze stared. 10 points. So easy. It takes 10 days to get the new energy, and the Caribbean pirate is looking at the batter. I'm not going to be able to do it, so I'm going to do it. Jiang Nan instantly made a choice. When it comes to Su Shanshan, because there are no props, open the video of himself playing the piano to prove his strength, by Yen Ruyu arranged for a place. When it was Jiang Nan's turn, Yen Ruyu spoke, "Classmate, what are you good at?" Jiang Nan thought for a moment, "Is fitness okay?" Yen Ruyu asked tentatively, "Is it bodybuilding?" Jiang Nan nodded, saying that he rolled up his sleeves to reveal the muscle lines on his arms, a glimpse of the whole. Honestly, this kind of program could barely make it, but the effect was a bit boring. Yen Ruyu didn't make a decision right away, testing the whole class over, and finally reluctantly chose Jiang Nan. After determining the candidate, Yen Ruyu announced the dismissal of school and turned her head to report the program to the party's program team. Back home, Jiang Nan began practicing to familiarize himself with the 10 sets of movements. 1. Straight leg squat, arms stretched out in front parallel to the ground, squatting with one leg, the other leg lifted and straightened parallel to the arms. 2. Inverted push-ups, inverted against the wall close to the wall, arms down and then propped up. 3. Shooter's push-ups, open arms open palm support push-ups, each time the center of gravity on one side, the other side of the arm across the ground in the form of archery, each undulation of the left and right center of gravity interchangeable. 4. Dragon flag roll abdominal, body taut straight lying flat, placed in the head of a lander, hands holding the head to grab the lander, abdominal force up to the shoulders of the spine as a fulcrum, the body and the plane was 75 degrees vertical mid-air. 5. Straight-legged pull-ups, grab the single pole with both hands, legs up parallel to the ground, do pull-ups. 6. Reverse swimming style, hang on the single pole with both hands in reverse, face the ground, and the body is taut in parallel to the ground. 7. Single arm elbow support, elbow vertical support on the ground, the body taut, back and forth for elbow. 8. Support pull-ups, grab the front of the single pole, force up, until the upper body over the single pole, slowly collect the force to lower the body, and so on and so forth. 9. Human flag, grab the vertical pole with both hands, body taut and parallel to the ground, single leg open and close. 10. The Russian quite, waist open palm, fingers to the ground force, body taut hanging in mid-air. Without weights, with Jiang Nan's physical talent, the 10 movements were taken easily. Familiarized with the movements, the material for the welcome party was available. Jiang Nan continued to plug in the new energy, honestly watched the Caribbean Girl Pirates. Chapter 10, Military Training, what's the big deal? This son even has the qualifications of a forced king. The next day, military training opened. Jiang Nan had more important daily tasks to do, and sent a message to Yen Ruyu wanting to take time off. Yen Ruyu decisively refused the request. Military training was mandatory for freshmen, unless it was a force majeure factor. Or ask for leave with the instructor can decide directly. Generally speaking, there was no one who dared to do so. If one was simply afraid of being tired and didn't want to train, the instructor would focus on it. Under the sunlight, the students began to gather into squads. The troop's instructor stood in front of the formation and gave orders. All present. Stand at attention, at ease. Count. After counting to make sure there was no mistake, the instructor began to demonstrate the standing military posture. Next, it was time to stand in the military posture, and the instructor began to inspect the posture. Report, instructor. Jiang Nan shouted out. Ha! Let me see what's going on. The instructor turned his head in confusion and saw Jiang Nan with one hand raised. Walking up to Jiang Nan, the instructor said in a solemn voice, "Classmate, it's time to stand in military posture, you'd better really be up to something." Jiang Nan, instructor, I want to train by myself. Everyone looked towards Jiang Nan, and the instructor also grinned widely, with an inexplicable meaning in his smile. Oh? Tell me the reason. The instructor was already thinking of how to punish Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, reporting to the instructor. I don't think this kind of training is suitable for me, I'll just train alone. Step out. The instructor raised his eyebrows and yelled at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan stepped out of the line and came in front of the team. Instructor, it's fine if you want to train on your own. Beat me and you can train on your own. If you can't beat me, 200 push-ups. After saying this, the instructor droned at the crowd, the same goes for you all, it's fine to have ideas, you must prove to be better than me. Otherwise, accept the punishment honestly. Guns hitting heads, the instructor posed, ready to give Jiang Nan an unforgettable lesson and make an example of him. Jiang Nan assumed the same stance as the instructor, and the instructor's complexion stared. The stance is standard enough, ah boy, so he has practiced. No wonder you are arrogant. Now let me break your naughtiness. The instructor kicked out a whip leg, and Jiang Nan met it with a whip leg. Bang! There was a sound of metal clashing, and the scene was instantly frozen. Instructor, I remember the weighted run in the sunset that day, that was my lost youth. Good boy, if the expectation is good, a minimum of 10 pounds of weight bearing on one leg. The instructor 10 seconds ago, hee. 10 seconds after the instructor, not hee. Instructor's voice, there is a slight undetectable trembling. Little boy, what do you do? Jiang Nan, I go to school. If you go to school properly. Fighting is wrong, get yourself to the side and train. The instructor sternly reprimanded. Jiang Nan, oh. Jiang Nan then walked to the side and practiced the Goku jump alone. The instructor yelled at the team, what are you looking at? Stand still. I'm going to use the restroom, and if I find anyone slacking off when I return, I'll practice for an extra hour. After saying that, he turned around and left, as if he had made up his mind somehow. Jiang Nan looked at the faraway instructor and heartily sighed in admiration. Sure enough, he was professional enough, and his emotions were terrifyingly stable. When he disappeared from sight, the instructor immediately sat down on the ground, rolled up his pants, and his calves were stamped with lead blocks. This little fellow is a character, sooner or later a great future. On the first day of military training, the instructor was greatly disabled. This means that, next, the student's training is less difficult. After all, if you can't lead by example, you can't convince the public that you're okay. Report a trace. It really cannot. The instructor stood up and limped towards the infirmary to make up for his condition. When the time comes to take a step, really cannot die halfway. After half an hour, the instructor arrived late. However, the instructor did not walk to the front of the squad, but came to Jiang Nan here, ready to pull the strong man. Looking at Jiang Nan, who was carrying at least 20 pounds of weight and still jumping in Goku, the instructor's pupils shrunk. Hiss. This son actually has the qualifications of a forced king. Young man, discuss a matter. The instructor said politely. Jiang Nan finished the Wukong jump and stopped to ask, Instructor, what is it? The instructor rolled up his pants. Let's not talk in the dark, my legs are swollen from your work, you have to help with the movement demonstration. Jung Nan, instructor, it's not that I won't help you. I have to dance for 10 minutes every half hour, I really don't have time. The instructor said miserably, I can't do the movements with this leg either. Why don't you lend me some time? I definitely won't delay your training time. A single movement will only take 3 to 5 minutes. Alright. Jung Nan thought about it and replied. The core ability had advanced another step, and it was completely fine to do a few normal movements while resting. Saying that, Jung Nan took off the weights and strapping weights inside his clothes. The instructor was stunned speechless on the side and uncertainly weighed the weight with his hand. I'm afraid this must be 50 pounds. I'm afraid this has to be 50 pounds. You say this is a student? Don't you dare believe it. Pushy King, this is a real Pushy King. I thought Gangnam was on the first level, but it turns out he's in the atmosphere. Wearing 50 pounds of weighted Goku jumps is as scary as it seems complicated, but it's actually not simple at all. Seeing Jung Nan agree, the instructor was obviously relieved. Thus, in addition to his own exercise, Jung Nan spent the remaining half an hour lightly loaded, giving the freshmen various demonstration moves. Unexpectedly, there was a boy among the new students who thought the instructor was giving Jung Nan special treatment. Nothing to do, and the instructor touched a leg, you can play on the side. That's right, just hop around for a while and take a break. Why, they have to train here for half a day, sunbathing like a dog. The boy stood out, instructor. I want to challenge Jung Nan, if he can't beat me, then I want to train alone too. One voice took the lead, and immediately many supporters appeared. The instructor's face was grave and he was just about to stop it when Jung Nan gave the instructor a reassuring look. Don't worry, I will step in. Then Jung Nan spoke, it's okay. Anyone else who has a dream, come forward together. At once, 2 more freshmen stepped forward as the crowd hesitated. The first boy was the first to start the challenge. Jung Nan did nothing to prepare. Facing the totally defenseless boy, a calf kick hit the hemp tendon on the back of the opponent's calf. The boy immediately fell softly to the ground holding his leg and rubbing it. The instructor's expression was grave as he turned to Jung Nan and asked, who did you learn this sparring with? Jung Nan's sparring was by no means a modern style, it was more like the style of peak huaxia sparring. At its peak, Chinese sanzhou, with its blossoming flowers, crushed free sparring internationally, but it turned out that people couldn't beat it and demanded that the rules be changed, and hardened, and banned all the lethal moves, turning it into a modern castrated version. Since then, the name of the sanzhou king has not been as good as it was a generation ago. But the ancient version of sanzhou did not disappear, but stayed in the military. Only the toughest king of soldiers can learn, is the military not passed on the mystery. He himself had only imitated it in vain, and it was hard to learn it without guidance just by fumbling on his own. When he saw Jung Nan use the leg chopping kick from the ancient times, the instructor recognized it at once, that's why he asked this question. Jung Nan said carelessly, I taught myself by watching previous videos. The instructor glanced at Jung Nan with a different meaning, and did not pursue the question to the end. The boys on the ground had already stood up and returned to the line. Jung Nan looked at the other 2, which one of you 2 will come first? One of the boys said stiffly, I'm going to compete with you on posture. Why do you get to rest just because you do a demonstration? I'm not convinced, I can do what you can do. I want to rest too. With the experience he just had, the instructor didn't rush to speak and waited to see how Jung Nan would handle it. Jung Nan, is it true that you can do all the moves I do? Yes. The boy was covered in tendon flesh and looked quite confident. Jung Nan, good. I'll do a move that you can do, and you don't have to do any of today's training. The boy showed off his biceps, it's a deal. You don't think you're the only one who can do it, do you? I've practiced. The instructor wanted to stop it, but Jung Nan could only give in after his words were out of his mouth. Only to see Jung Nan sitting with his legs crossed, his 2 fists clenched and his thumbs stretched out, pressing on the ground in front of him. The freshman murmured, what kind of movement is this? The instructor's pupils were wide, this. Can't be. Engage in this kind of stuff. Military training only, the whole so big job? Only to see Jung Nan's 2 thumbs on the ground, a shocking scene appeared, the fists and coiled legs slowly detached from the ground. This was Jung Nan's first attempt, and it seemed to be successful. This picture was so unscientific that Newton had to nod his head before leaving when he passed by. Some people have already pinched the center of the human body in the look, this ing what the hell? It's almost like the ancient Greek god in charge of the core. The crowd was dumbfounded and shocked, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Stop it Azu. It's all karami out there. Mom asked me why I was kneeling in military training. Freshmen can't help but admire the boys who challenged Gangnam. How in the world did you kid dare? Handsome, where did you get the courage? Tell me, why? At this moment, the boys were completely shocked by this scene, and their eyes instantly cleared. Big brother, I'm convinced, you're really the only one who can. Hurry up and put away your divine ability, my knees can't stand up anymore. Jung Nan landed and got up, waved his hand, not sorry, old brother you still have to practice. The boy was like an amnesty and trotted back to the team. Oh ho! There was just one last boy left. A full human, how is this going to be a fight? I surrender. The boys wimped out in seconds, having been honest and begging to be spared. Jiang Nan nodded, the boys returned to the team, and a farce ended. Because of Jiang Nan's stimulation, next, the freshmen trained much more seriously as if they were pumped with chicken blood. To Jiang Nan's surprise, although Su Shanshan looks soft and weak, but all kinds of military posture and running is no less than the boys. That's right, there is a soldier King Laodang, naturally it won't be too bad. Closer and closer to the time of the match, the UFC sent over the contract and waiver of liability agreement, and the match entered the countdown. Su finally negotiated a variety of sponsorship back to Hangzhou. As long as Jiangnan this can win, waiting for him Jiangnan is absolutely a wave of fat. In addition to sponsorship, Laodang also gave Jiangnan a whole team of about 20 bodyguards, a clear-inch head, 1.8 or so tall, dark skin, walking with the wind, the same pace. Precisely also for Laodang himself, Laodang since the last fight, as a renewed second spring, go wherever blowing. Yamamoto Oki, the old boy, was taken out and flogged repeatedly in Old Den's storyline. Old Den is almost 50, the age of breaking and entering. He gave it to the country when he was young, he was busy starting his own business when he was middle-aged, and he can't have a little hobby of his own when he's older? In order to be able to play it safe, Lao Deng put down blood money and a few old friends in the military region drank enough for a week to coax these soon-to-be retired military kings into their hands. Originally, Su wanted to visit some of the top domestic fighters in various fields to see if he could form a coaching group for Jiangnan. Family members knew their own business, and no one knew their own strength situation better than Jiangnan. The system data was written clearly: if you wanted to become stronger, you had to complete the mission, and practicing was over. In case you ask a few professional coaches to come back, feel their own bottom, on stage and the whole experience card, turn back, how to explain? Small universe eruption? So, Jiangnan refused the decision. To take a step back, there is this money, might as well save pokers themselves. A half-month passed, the end of military training, the welcome party was held. Su Shanshan was wearing a white evening gown, with a nice veil tied around her head, like a princess coming out of a fairy tale. Jiangnan is still the same, ordinary dress, casual. In the evening party hall, all the people were seated, and after the host's speech, the evening party program officially began. First is a round of singing and dancing rap, followed by a variety of instrumental performances. The level of general, difficult to say, can only barely make up for listening. The entire musical performance part, only Su's shallow appearance, let the venue dull atmosphere was broken. The person looks extremely beautiful, playing the piano is also almost a professional level. A dream wedding song made the atmosphere of the whole venue cheerful. Next was the action show part. First came the Taekwondo show, featuring the little Kalamis that Gangnam had met earlier. The leader of the Karamis, Wang Shuya, was wearing a white martial arts outfit today, with a black belt tied around her waist. A group of Kalamis stood in a row with wooden planks. Wang Shuya started spinning the whirlwind leg from one side, and while spinning, she walked backward, and wherever she passed, the wooden boards shattered like papier-mâché. Even some of the Karamis were so nervous that they automatically broke apart before they could kick. After kicking, the Karamis retook new blocks of wood to change the formation. Wang Shuya double fists out, even with the elimination of a number of wooden boards. Under the stage, the audience shouted. Wang Shuya was happy. Then, a few Karami stacked together, more than 3 meters high. Wang Shuya stepped on the hands of Karami, with the force of Karami stomp, flying into mid-air, began to kill a pile of broken boards from the air fall, the old actor. Then, it is the air flip kick, air whirlwind leg, doorway to play enough. Plank must get the movie star. The audience is having a great time. They applauded and praised. Wang Shuya's vanity has also been greatly satisfied. Finally, a few people to the audience bowed and returned to the backstage, changed back to the daily clothes, sat back in the audience. After that, a few more dancers came up, pushing the audience's interest to a climax. The host began to announce the grand finale, Gangnam's Fitness. When the audience under the stage heard Jiangnan's name, a small group of people murmured, "Why does this name sound a bit familiar?" Looking toward the stage, the person also looks familiar. Jiangnan? Wait a minute. Lost memories began to attack me. No way, no way. He's not one of the newest MMA fighters to come out of China, is he? In Las Vegas, he KO'd fighter Eric with a single leg strike, and then he knocked out Irish heavyweight and would-be UFC fighter George. Finally, in the Dana Challenge, the flying knee killed Jiangnan, who was a popular fighter in Shakeology. Due to the limited information on Gangnam's participation abroad, many people subconsciously assumed that he is at least 25 or 26 years old. Not even realizing that Jiangnan was only 18 years old this year, they didn't dare to think in that direction at all. This was like a barren land blossoming into a colorful flower. Not to mention, Gangnam was still a freshman who had used his summer vacation time to join the UFC. Coupled with the fact that Jiangnan's video had been wrapped up when it was transmitted back to the country from the external network, the domestic fans could only see an outline. Even if Jiangnan walked down the street, the Iron fans had to be treated as passers-by when they came. Part of the crowd at the freshman party began to talk to each other, trying to determine whether Jiangnan was the UFC Jiangnan who had killed indiscriminately abroad. Unfortunately, all the videos were torn up, and there were no detailed information except for name consistency, so they could only compare outlines. I go. Indeed, like ah. There was a lot of chatter off stage as Gangnam on stage prepared to begin his performance. Chapter 11. It's time to show real skill. Against the heavens, he has installed a big wave. Jiangnan walked to the center of the stage in his black practice clothes, and Yen Ruyu, who was sitting at the bottom of the stage, had a thump in her heart. How did Jiangnan become the grand finale? It's over. Jiangnan didn't even smear olive oil on his naked body. I've made a mistake. This is not bodybuilding. Yen Ruyu blamed herself for taking it for granted and not accepting the program in advance, causing an oolong. In case the performance was abstract, it would be barbecue. Just when Yen Ruyu was in a state of confusion, Jiangnan on the stage had already started performing. Only to see Jiangnan in place to a Wukong jump combination warm up, and then tense body, one hand two fingers did a push-up. The scene was in an uproar. This action seems to have a deceased person's capital. Bruce Lee. Then, the program staff rolled out the monopole and landing gear from the backstage. Jiangnan began to perform the 10 sets of movements from the daily tasks, and when the last fingertip Russian push-up ended, the stage was silent. No can say, too exaggerated. Not buddy, said the freshman, you betrayed the people nah. This track cannot spray, to eat the operation. After the shock, the crowd began to applaud wildly. Part of the crowd began to boil. Case solved. Dude is definitely UFC Gangnam, who made a name for himself a few days ago. There was no other, only awesome. Nanshen. Sparse voices began to ring out, and in the end, more and more people joined in to resonate throughout the venue. Wang Shuya's fists pinched and cackled, darn it, let him pretend to get there. One more. The crowd cheered, and the program team seemed to be happy to follow suit. It was thought that a slight outburst was the limit of this segment. It seemed the audience wasn't satisfied. Especially Jiangnan's classmates, who were desperately trying to settle down with others off stage. That's it? My Nanshan is holding back a big job. Puppies haven't seen big. You're seeing what Nanshan wants you to see. Uneducated. You think this is the limit of the southern god, but you don't realize that this is the limit of your mind. After seeing Jiangnan's big job in the same class, they looked at this kind of action like child's play and nitpicked. The host went up to the stage and joked, Jiangnan students, you see the enthusiasm of the students has not been reduced. I heard that you are still hiding. Can you show another difficult action, so that everyone can feast their eyes on it? The hospitality is hard to resist, come all the way. Jiangnan thought about it and said, yes. But after doing this maneuver, the show must end. The audience gladly accepted, and the host stepped aside, handing the stage over to Jiangnan. Jiangnan didn't want to do any more physical movements and looked around. There was a big ceiling fan on the ceiling, at least 4 meters high. There. It was time to show the real technique. The crowd under the stage only saw Jiangnan retreat a few steps and start accelerating into the center of the stage, jumping violently, raising his right leg in the air and lightly tapping the fan blades. The system's voice rang out, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarded with 10 points. Jiangnan landed on the ground and the fan began to spin around, proving the authenticity of the scene just now. Unbelievable. The party blew up straight away, and the crowd cheered. Good guy, I called out good guy straight away. Loaded wave of world-class pussy. Off the charts. Guinness would have to kneel down for this guy. It's crazy. It's a cow and it's a cow. The art component must be as tall as a 2-story building. It's unbelievable. We all go to college together, but you secretly dictate everything. Wang Shuya couldn't help but exclaim, how can people be so powerful? Wang muttered in a low voice, sis, if we don't see Jiangnan in the future, let's go around him, it's not embarrassing. Wang Shuya's eyes were on fire. No, you have to be more polite when you meet in the future, call your brother-in-law. Our MVP initiates surrender. Wang Yu. I haven't even started the pendulum, sis how did you get to the opposite side? Wang Shuya, can't play, let each other go. I'm going to match Tong Tian Dai now. Jiangnan returned to the audience and President Zhang of Zhejiang University came on stage to speak. President Zhang with a smile on his face, hello students. The students on stage chanted, good day, principal. Principal Zhang said a mouthful, students have worked hard. Not. Is it to call you principal or to call you teacher? Principal Zhang, can't I have a ing dream? Principal Zhang, hello everyone, delaying you a little, I'll speak briefly. Crowd, principal, I'm a little afraid of this front shake of yours. Principal Zhang did not play false this time, cleared his throat and opened his mouth. First of all, welcome the freshmen to our big family. Secondly, I would like to invite a very outstanding student to the stage to share his successful experience. This student is about to represent Huaxia to participate in a world-class tournament, adding glory to our motherland. Wang Shuya, you are singing on your side, and 100 flowers are killing me after my flower blooms. I didn't expect the school to be so concerned about participating in a World Youth Taekwondo competition. I have to say, there are times when strength is strength and honor is honor. I, Wang Shuya, am also the pride of the human race. Principal Zhang, he is UFC Chinese supernova Zhang Nan. The following is an invitation for Zhang Nan to come up to the stage to share his success. Zhang Nan, this is too sudden. No wonder he let himself perform in the finale. Wang Yu, that year 19, alma mater party, sitting as minions. Wang Shuya, it's okay, brothers, I cry for a month. Zhang Nan had no time to think and was carried by the host to the stage again. The microphone was handed over to Zhang Nan, and the host exited the stage. The heart of the matter? System in hand, the world I have? Speak a big watermelon oh. Do you want to say to you all, on a cap school, hurry to delete the number and reboot, and ask for a system? Zhang Nan thought of the collapsed earth room, abstract soul nest, stinking garbage cans. If I couldn't let go in the first place, I'd have to stay in that collapsed dirt room and live by picking up garbage. No blow is better than the one life has dealt me. Instead of complaining, I should change. If the mountain doesn't see me, I will see the mountain. If you're at the end of your rope, then you'll go on. He who pursues the light will shine brightly. Discipline yourself, let your will override all desires and sufferings, and let your desires know who is the master of your body. Born as a mole, one should have the will of a swan. Life is as thin as paper, there should be an unyielding heart. With dreams as horses, not to live up to the splendor, Zhenkuan has not yet been determined, you and I are all dark horses. Therefore, we must be outstanding everyone. Zhang Nan finished, the applause under the stage, the young man stood at the peak of growth, looking back at the time full of rugged road, has long been blooming flowers. I have to know that the young day apprehended the cloud ambition, had promised the world first class. Su Shanshan looked at the young man on the stage, not knowing when Zhang Nan's figure has been burned in his heart. On the other side of the audience, Wang Yu could not help but applaud. Putting aside the poisonous beating, this is the model of our generation. Wang Yu, sister, are you sure you want to make diplomacy with yourself? Wang Shuya gazes, what do you know? I'm going to use myself as bait to turn Zhang Nan into a licking dog under my skirt. Entering the game with one's body, one wins half a sun in heaven. As long as you make Zhang Nan fall in love with yourself, wouldn't that be a sideways reflection of being awesome? At the end of the party, Principal Zhang found Zhang Nan. Xiao Jiang, your matter Zhangwo has already talked to me, next I will grant you a vacation, go to the United States early to prepare for the war, train well, and fight the style of our Huaxia people. Unexpectedly, Lao Deng's connections were all over the place, which saved a lot of things. Zhang Nan expressed his gratitude, exchanged a few pleasantries, and prepared to walk home. Walking to the school entrance, from afar, he saw a hotly dressed big boo girl chewing gum and gazing indulgently at himself. Getting closer, who else is there if not Wang Shuya? Just as Zhang Nan was about to brush past, Wang Shuya stopped Zhang Nan and said in a delicate voice. Humph. Zhang Nan, look at me for so long and leave without even saying a word? Zhang Nan, what else? Want to charge? Wang Shuya smiled charmingly, how about you speak properly and I give you a chance to pursue me? Zhang Nan, don't, your vision is in place, your strength is not enough. Wang Shuya came forward and whispered softly, is it really not enough? Zhang Nan's heart thumped, sister pattern is too big, damn who good people can withstand such a test. There is no woman in the heart, pull out the knife natural god. Sorry sis. Give way, I want to go back to read the study materials. Zhang Nan's heart was thunderous and his face was like a flat lake. After saying this, Zhang Nan pulled away Wang Shuya's arm and left. Wang Shuya's mouth pouted and stomped her foot. If the mountain doesn't see me, I'll go see the mountain. Zhang Nan, I don't believe I can't take you. Back home, Zhang Nan's new energy was plugged in and began to study in earnest. The current Zhang Nan had been able to hold on to a charge for 10 minutes at a time. In the middle of the day, a voice came out from the system, ding. Congratulations on completing the daily task. Reward 1 points. Zhang Nan checked the system, the total points were already 95. He wanted to fill up his strength so that he could punch a small child then, but unfortunately, the system prompted that the short body was limited, and it was already at its maximum value. After considering it for a while, Zhang Nan added elbow attack to 5 and dropped defense to 6. The system opened the panel by default. Host, Zhang Nan. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters, 10 points add 1 centimeter. Daily weight, 60 kilograms. Arm span, 180, 10 points can increase 1 centimeter. Talent, upgraded Bruce Lee muscle primary. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Physical strength, 4. Strike resistance, 3. Explosion, 3. Immunity to injury, 10. Rating maxes out at 10, agility, stamina, burst, and injury immunity are standardized consistently across all weight classes, strength and strike resistance are rated at 1 for the average person, 2 for the amateur, 3 for the flyweight athlete, 4 for the bantamweight, and so on. Punch, 7. Legs, 7. Elbows, 5. Knees, 1. Wrestling, 2. Ground stalking, 1. Block, 4. Dodge, 3. Wrestling defense, 6. Ground defense, 1. Skills, Sanso 10, stance proficiency. Stunts, flying knees 10, stunts have nothing to do with attributes. Language, Chinese, English. Items, writing Yev experience card X1 peak state. Points, 5. Weight bearing 25 kilograms daily task can only be completed once per day. Yukong jump warm up for 2 hours gain 1 point. 10 sets of movements including straight-legged squats, inverted push-ups, shooter's push-ups, dragon flag curls, straight-legged pull-ups, reverse swim-ups, one-armed elbow presses, supported pull-ups, human flags, and Russian jerks for 5 minutes each earn 1 point. Van horse blades including blades, thumbstand, one-arm stand earn 1 point for each 5-minute exercise. 110V electric shock training for 30 minutes, 1 point will be awarded. Main quest, capture the flyweight belt. Reward, 1 lucky draw. Side quest, humiliate your opponent and win at a UFC event. Reward, randomized level of stunts. Jiangnan hadn't been resting for long when Su called. Jiangnan, the UFC is having a press conference on the 20th, there's still 3 days left, we have to take a plane there tonight. Jiangnan, okay, no problem. At the airport, Lao Deng was sitting on his own exclusive private jet, his bodyguards were already sitting beside him, this time, he had to show a big face. When Jiangnan arrived at the airport, the ticket gate was already surrounded by fans. At once, it gave Jiangnan a sense of immediate hope for the whole village. Cheer up! Jiangnan! Defeat Little Japan! Go for it! You're going to be a hit! Good. All of you are so enthusiastic, we must beat Little Baka to cheer you up. As the voices of support rose, Jiangnan and the crowd exchanged pleasantries before boarding the plane and starting to take off. A day later, the plane landed in New York. The scene Su Jiangwo has long arranged a special vehicle. A group of people quickly got into a commercial vehicle. Thanks to Lao Deng's blessing, Jiangnan sat in the big labor, Su Jiangwo in the car to Jiangnan to fill Jiangnan with the knowledge of the launch. For this super battle, tens of thousands of viewers would arrive at the launch site, unprecedented. For this digital tournament, the PPV had already broken the all-time record in the fighting world, reaching over 4.5 million copies, a full 1.5 million more than in the previous life. Dana and a few partners were happy in the office. Putting the match between Inami and Horiguchi Kyoji in the digital tournament was correct. The data showed that this wave of action both on the network of calls, but also the PPV purchases in the back of the obvious big increase. Happy to come, Gangnam became the big underdog. The Spanish company gave record-breaking odds of 18 times. How bold people are, how productive the earth is. What Tsinghua and Beta are not as big as boldness. This burst of spending a lot, Jiangnan always think money think thick. Because the UFC regulations players cannot buy their own fights, can only let Lao Deng bet. Su Jiangwo, Jiangnan, can I trust you? Jiangnan, harm with me, no accidents. Operate up. So Lao Deng placed a total of $5 million, 2 and 1 for 5, 1 for half. Cannot be greedy, in case the wool gripping hard, Spanish company anxious eyes do not do a shoot 2 apart. 2 days later, New York Times Square Infinity Music Hall. The scene was flooded with countless fight fans, and many Asian faces were interspersed among them, and because of the limited space in the hall, most people crowded into the street, waiting for their respective supported fighters. The main event was 5 fights in all. Lightweight title bout, Khabib Nurmagomedov vs Conor McGregor. 2. Lightweight bout, Tony Ferguson vs Anthony Pettis. 3. Light heavyweight bout, Ovince St. Preux vs Dominic Reyes. 4. Heavyweight bout, Derek Lewis vs Alexander Volkov. 5. Bantamweight bout, Inami vs Kyoji Horiguchi. A large number of media outlets set up early, with camera boys all over the place, not missing a single possible topic of conversation. Chapter 12, The Battle of the Century? The Eagle Cannon counts as a deuce. Make a big mess of the pre-game conference. Athletes begin to arrive on the scene, Kitty having to enter the arena on a low key as the scene is mostly filled with Conor's fans. Conor gets out of the car carrying both belts, the crowd is loud and Conor growls and celebrates with the fans before entering the arena. The main eventers arrive one by one. A few minutes later, Kannan arrives on the scene and coincidentally Kyoji Horiguchi just happens to arrive as well. Both sides get out of the car and go toe-to-toe. On Jiangnan's side, Lao Deng and 20 bodyguards were dressed in camouflage uniforms, their movements were neat and orderly, and their expressions were cold and chilling. Horiguchi Kyoji's side looked no different than a grassroots team. It was still Yamamoto Oki as the sidekick, followed by some members of the martial arts school behind him. When enemies met, Yamamoto Oki looked at his son's murderer and was furious, his mouth was full of curses. Jiangnan went up an output, old undead, your mom. Look like a turtle into the spirit, alive waste of air, dead waste of land. A good word is good for 3 winters, but it's fun to hurt people with bad words. Yamamoto Oki, Baka. Baka. Su Jiangwo, Baka your mother. No wonder your son died early. Lao Deng took out the strength of the national sprayer, and showed his mouth to spray half a toilet. Yamamoto Oki squeals and gasps, dizzy with anger, being held up. Horiguchi Kyuji, Chinaman, don't be cocky, match, I'll rip your head off and kick it as a ball. Jongnan, little Japanese, what are you barking at? Remember, better not get caught for me, catch me, and I'll you over once and for all. The Asians on the street quickly split into two waves. One wave had soft lines and was tall, Chinese. The other wave has a peculiar long face with a small head, small nose and eyes, uneven teeth, and a shorter head. It is a small baka undoubtedly. The two waves of people followed the rhythm of Jongnan and Horiguchi Kyoji and cursed each other. However, the baka vocabulary, which is not as rich as Chinese people, the number is not comparable to the Chinese, and soon lost the battle. The street was filled with Chinese ancestral umam. The reporters on the scene rushed over like cats smelling something fishy, frantically filming. The security guards quickly entered the scene and warned both sides not to cause trouble. Dana White, thinking only of the clash between Kitty and Mouth Breather, advertised to the outside world that this could be the darkest conference in UFC history, whetting the appetite. This is the reason why a large number of fans and media came to the scene. There is nothing better than the scene to eat melon. If you want to make some kind of friction, no cost to see to earn. Fans like to see the hot-blooded scenes, like fighting on the hot-blooded wild, tit for tat. The result, you tell me, soft and gentle, Sven polite. Who the hell, look at this. What I didn't expect was that the first to cause friction was actually Jongnan and Horiguchi Gonji. Dana by heckled. The conversation level was there again. Horiguchi Kyuji quickly entered the hall and sat on the right seat against the aisle. The hall was divided into two rows of seats on the left and right, with the lower-ranked players on the left, the higher-ranked on the right, and Dana standing in the center. All of the media and competitors were almost in place, and Dana stood at the podium in the center. Leaning against the center did Kitty and Connor, already sprayed on, but it was clear that Kitty was no match for Connor, being frantically plastered with Connor's face output and engaging in psychological warfare. The two have been feuding for a long time, especially Kitty, who took a big loss in the bus smashing incident and vowed to get back in the ring this time. What happened was that at the UFC 223 press conference, Connor's little brother Artem Lobov got into a verbal and physical altercation with Team Kitty's Khabib Nurmagomedov. Upon learning of the incident, Connor took a private jet to New York overnight and led a group of men to surround the fighter's bus. Connor, covered by a crowd of bodyguards, smashed the bus with an iron wheelbarrow and a garbage can, causing multiple cuts to Michael Chies's head and a cut to the corner of Ray Berg's eye. The two sides had a falling out, and the two have been incompatible ever since, earning the gimmick for this super fight. As Sue rests outside the ring with his bodyguards, Kannan walks into the hall and sees Kyoji Horiguchi sitting on the sidelines. His big hand squeezes Kyoji Horiguchi's hair and rubs it. Little Japan did not speak martial virtues against Chinese competitors. From now on, Jongnan was going to return the favor. There was no need to be spoiled. Little Baka, there's still half a month left, I'll personally take you in. Jongnan held down Kyoji Horiguchi's head and rubbed it. Horiguchi Kyoji stormed out and punched his head, but was dodged by the prepared Jongnan. Grizzly, it's only a matter of saying a few words to you, and you're still in a ing hurry. How fragile are you? Jongnan taunted. The scene was hot as the audience was so enthusiastic that they started to get uproarious. Dana and the field staff had long been prepared for the grudge match between Kitty and Mouth Breather, going up at the first opportunity to stop it whenever there was a physical confrontation. Unexpectedly, the two stayed in their seats and sprayed each other. Have to admire Connor is a good hand in marketing. Harsh words can be put. Want to see me fight, have to take money. No money is not willing to move. Not waiting for White Dana to suffer, Jongnan sighed of the unexpected joy. Horiguchi Kyoji, angry stood up to go forward in Jongnan fight. Dana and the staff rushed forward to pull the two apart, and the media's cameras all shifted. Without media attention, Connor stopped his tirade. Who would do this without money? Kitty and Connor, as well as the main eventers on the scene, all stretched their necks to watch the fun. Jong, calm down. This is the launch party. Dana hugged Jongnan. Man, don't screw this place up. Leave the conflict in the octagon for the audience. Dana White warned. Okay, said Gangnam with a pleasant smile, not looking angry at all. Smart man. Dana saw Jongnan's expression in his heart and put his heart down. As long as it wasn't a real fight, it was fine to put out harsh words. At most, a little action would create a gimmick instead. If you do it at the conference, it will definitely become a tainted scandal, threatening the authority of the UFC, and Dana White will never allow this to happen. This wave, Jongnan precisely pinpointed the bottom line of Dana by. Jongnan was accompanied by Dana by to sit in his seat, the other side of the Horiguchi Kyoji also in the staff's comfort to sit. Dana White returned to the podium in the center with a serious look on his face, holding the microphone and elaborating. Guys, I'm sorry about this. As you all can see, something terrible has happened. This edition of the Numbers match launch was probably the darkest ever. The scene was full of fireworks, so you can wait until the day of the match to see what happens. And now the launch is officially underway. Connor picks up the microphone and Kitty begins a war of words as the reporters' cameras begin to snap. Connor pointed at Kitty and started spouting off, "This cowardly coward is just now screaming at me. How did you wimp out in the bus then? I saw you sitting in the car, quiet as a good boy. Connor took the microphone and tried to break through Dana's blockade and went to Kitty, disliking her face and spewing wildly. The atmosphere is tense, with Dana looking like he's having a hard time controlling the situation. Kitty, I messaged you about the fight, why didn't you get back to me? Connor pointed his finger at Kitty and said in a contemptuous, mocking tone, you hypocritical and lying rat, lying and lying. 26 wins and 0 losses, this guy has never proved himself by fighting some nobody before. Trust me, I'll unload on him on the field, teach him a hard lesson, and absolutely eat him alive, I promise. Shut the up and I'll see you in the match. Kitty wasn't good at such speeches, and only thought about getting the conference over with as soon as possible. Next, it was the turn of the other main eventers, and the atmosphere was much more subdued as everyone greeted each other. With Pearl in front of them, the reporters were lacking in interest. It's time for contestant Inami and contestant Kyoji Horiguchi to speak, the host signaled. When it was Jiangnan and Horiguchi Kyuji's turn, the cameras began to multiply as if they were expecting something. Jiangnan stood up and pointed at Horiguchi Kyoji, the sword is not sharp and the horse is still skinny, what the are you going to fight me with October 6th, wait for me to give you a lesson. Dana immediately went up and hugged Jiangnan, winking at him. Kid, control the scene, don't mess around. Horiguchi Kyoji, everybody, I'm very hanky-panky, I want to drink some Chinese blood to avenge my good brother Yamamoto Ichiro. When a Chinese nobody messes with our Yamato nation, I'll tell him with harsh reality that he's in trouble. Jiangnan said playfully, don't you give me a wow. My fists will cure you of your stiff upper lip. Kyoji Horiguchi raised a finger, 1 round, I only need 1 round, and I'll make the Chinese man regret all his previous words and actions. The UFC is something a cowardly people like you Chinese can get your hands on. Very well, it seems that the previous warning was not taken to heart. Jiangnan's face disappeared with amusement, holding the microphone and said, Dana, and the media present, let's do a witness together. Saying this, he unlocked the electronic watch used for training timing on his wrist and adjusted the time by 1 minute. On October 6th, before this 1 minute countdown clears, if Kyoji Horiguchi doesn't fall, I'll resign myself to a direct count of my loss. Dana, remember to bring this watch on the day of the match and come to the site to count down. After saying that, Jiangnan gave the watch to by Dana. Horiguchi Kyoji, Joker, just fighting for attention. However, I want to thank you more for letting me gain attention. The reporter from ESPN couldn't help but let out a gasp, oh ho ho. There's an awesome scene going on, it's crazy. Can someone tell me, was this rehearsed in advance? We've launched a poll on our official website as to who will win the super fight, Kitty or Connor. Will Kong be able to honor his 1 minute plan? Everyone, please go to the official website and vote. Dana White gave the answer. Sorry guys, this whole thing was really unexpected. But I will say it was stupid. Yes, Kong, you shouldn't have made a spectacle of this, and I'm not criticizing you. You have to respect the 6th ranked fighter in the UFC. Dana Bai seemed to be a bit angry with Jiangnan's behavior, playing like that, losing and having a Chinese market? What's the use of having no market for you? Putting in the toughest words would certainly gain attention. But if it flips, it's not too much to fall into the abyss, and there won't be any commercial value at all. No one is going to worship a clown who can only shoot his mouth off. Sports competition, strength is king. Strength to blow the sky is not too much, you a newcomer what gold no, come up to pretend so big. Especially White Dana has predicted that Jiangnan will lose very bad, will not show that the UFC is unfair, the level of the person selected is not good, only engage in marketing. Jiangnan is not spoiled by Dana, also a high praise and low goods, who has the interests of licking who. Little ing Baka didn't say when he was discriminating. I just entered the UFC and was pinned down by you, and in the future I will have to look at your face for everything, so I'm not going to be able to mix anymore. If you don't have a system, you're telling me to bide your time? Why? This game is so hot, Dana White has to go for it. Anyway, Deng's betting heavily on this one. After this fight, the pot is full of money, but the big deal is that he's retiring on his debut. Take a cue from Bruce Lee and go get a kung fu movie. Do some non-human action, definitely attract fans and sell tickets. That said, if you want to wear a crown, you have to bear the weight. The greater the cost of hard work, the higher the profit when you cash in. As long as the operation is good, this wave of heat will circle away a lot of fans, coupled with the demographic dividend of Huaxia. By then what big take small take, he is standing there smoking, he has to hand over the ashtray. Businessmen seek profit, as long as there is a dividend, you are the big take live father. Look at the mouth cannon no, which time trouble is not White Dana smile to wipe his ass. Jiangnan's face was expressionless, tit for tat, okay. Protect your bantamweight 6th northern nose. 2:29 of the night, I want him to sleep in front of you. The press conference exploded. Walter Falk. Oh my god. The employee and the boss were at it. The audience and media reporters were shaken to their core by the scene. It's bad, it's coming at me. Dana's face turns red, Jung. Your immature behavior pisses me off. The UFC doesn't welcome nonsense. The words speak for themselves, fight or be fired. Dana had already considered losing some money to end his contract early. Gangnam's current contract is for 4 fights, with an appearance fee of $30,000 US before taxes, a win bonus of $30,000 US before taxes, and a fight bonus of $50,000 US after taxes. Mouthpiece joins the fight. What did you say, little brat? Gangnam, shut the up, clown from the sewer. The contestants reacted by accusing Jongnan, and the atmosphere became tense. Jongnan alone fought with his tongue. Fortunately, the foreigner's vocabulary was limited, either cursing food or furniture. The killing power was too weak. Jongnan was different. The Chinese mosaic vocabulary sprayed evenly. To parents as the main, the body as a supplement, the 18 generations of ancestors as a radius, win 3 generations of healthy, lose the genealogy of the ascension of the sky. The picture is too beautiful. Don't dare to write, think for yourself. This wave, let the world see what is called demolition of that throw wire. Just when the contestants couldn't stop cursing Dana's defense and were about to make a move, the security guards under Hunter's command took emergency control of the scene, and the conference came to an end. We can't do it again, Dana is already red hot. If we do it again, we'll have to do it ourselves. Let's call it a day. This launch was so awesome, the fans were in for a treat. Is this something you can watch without paying? It's a lot of money. It's so damn exciting. Gangnam's arrogant comments were followed up by more than Connor, ever. The most explosive pre-fight conference ever was born, and 229 will go down in history, and those in attendance were proud to have witnessed it. Chapter 13, The Battle of the Century? The Eagle Cannon counts as a deuce. Nazi, you still have to practice. The media hyped it right up on the air and in the video. The craziest launch in fighting history, unheard of. Fighters and the president sparring. One man cursing at all the fighters. Super clown, Jiang from China. Where will he go after the fight if he offends Dana? The pre-fight conference of UFC 229 was also on fire all over the world because of this, and no one expected the Chinese kid to steal the Eagle Cannon fight's thunder, and almost came to a Jiang Na fight. The whole world has seen that little mouth that drank dichlorobos in general, too poisonous. The character is also hard and arrogant enough. It's just that the strength is a little bit worse. Compared to this, the mouth cannon of the stream can only be considered a good student. This also made many foreigners who like to play the keyboard to follow Jiangnan's words as the internet Bible, learn from them and carry them forward. As a result, Jiangnan was given the new nickname God's Mouth. Rumor has it that Gangnam is the undisputed #1 in the UFC's blowweight division. However, famous for being famous, most of them were black fans, all denigrating Jiangnan, except for the majority of Chinese people as always support Jiangnan, but this voice was quickly drowned out by the black people all over the world. Unconscionable, eye candy, strong-mouthed king said anything. Clearly stating that Jiangnan would humiliate himself and be eaten alive by his opponents, turning into a complete super clown. To summarize, this issue of the 229 numbers tournament, in addition to Huaxia, the whole world is not optimistic about Jiangnan. Many have already opened the champagne at halftime and played a terrier on the internet, mocking Jiangnan. You hold this watch, after 60 seconds of countdown, if you all don't fall down, I would like to apologize. A large number of passers-by had become little black people playing terriers in this incident. The same type of watch that Jiangnan brought with him thus sold well overseas. Unbeknownst to him, the bosses behind this watch were Lao Deng and Jiangnan. This wave, Jiangnan in the atmosphere. Things intensified and had reached an uncontrollable stage. Yang Jiangnan's video fermented on all major platforms and became the hottest category, overshadowing basketball and soccer for the first time. This kind of traffic has never been seen before. Compared to this, the Eagle Cannon battle counts as a fool's errand. Not to mention the UFC, even the traffic of the most lucrative boxing sport is beyond reach. The only drawback, the monstrous traffic are black fans. If it is Iron fans, I guess Jiangnan take off in place, become the sports world's popular fried chicken. This traffic could not be separated from the Western media pushing the envelope, deliberately manipulating the ideology behind the scenes. Deliberately branding Jiangnan as a representative figure of Huaxia. The more Jiangnan looks like a clown, the more other countries look down on Huaxia and hate it. Su Shanchan, Wang Shuya, Principal Zhang, Brother Liang and others deliberately called to support and care for Jiangnan, worrying that the pace was too hard and Jiangnan was under too much pressure to think about it. Jiangnan said that it is not that he cannot think of it, but that he is thinking too much. In the past few days, Lao Deng worried about Jiangnan depression, every day with Jiangnan Villa party, either surfing on the beach, playing the daisy scale to maintain the daily weight on the line. In addition to exercise, the mind must be good. Lao Deng is most afraid of the outside world gossip on Jiangnan mentality impact, so bring Jiangnan relaxation. As for the training aspect, the old den did not interfere. Jiangnan daily weight 50 pounds to do difficult actions, and a Bruce Lee replica tendon meet gave enough confidence in the old den. If you win, you'll go crazy together, and if you lose, you'll carry it together. Big deal, in the future to return to inherit their own family businesses. Anyway, the daughter's heart old den can see. Jiangnan character can still be trusted. Lao Deng this period of contact, the heart has a spectrum, is a man. It is just swearing dirty. As stepping on the heat of the Eagle Cannon battle plus the Western media infusion out of the sports world's most magnificent feast. Tickets at the venue went up to $80,000 a pop, with demand outstripping supply, and spots near the cage starting at $200,000. This time, the PPV sold 8 million copies out, PPV $79 a copy, a total of $632 million, creating an unprecedented history. Jiangnan signaled Su Jiangwo and by Dana to share the dividends, or else he would rather breach the contract to lose some contract money not to fight, and directly open the pendulum. White Dana also did not expect Jiangnan's first game to make such a big flow. At that time, I felt that Jiangnan was too good, and the contract was not written for the time being, so I waited until the ranking came up and then made considerations, and I didn't even consider that Jiangnan would take the initiative to set off the table. Unexpectedly, this time by Jiangnan will be an army. UFC's office, White Dana cursed all the swear words he could think of in his life. Forced to do so, after venting, White Dana still picked up the phone and conceded, why bother with Knife Low? Most normal headlining main event and co-main event star performers get a cut of around $1 and $2 per share. When PPV sales are under 200,000 copies, the contestant receives a fixed amount of money. When sales are between 200,000 and 400,000 copies, the contestant receives a $1 per copy commission for each additional 10,000 copies sold. When the sales volume is between 400,000 and 600,000 copies, the contestant receives $2 for each additional 10,000 copies. When the PPV sales volume exceeds 600,000 copies, for every 10,000 additional copies, the contestant receives a commission of $2.5. Su Jiangwo is the MVP of the business world. Can he spoil Dana Bai with such a good opportunity? Talking, White Dana is not a rival, the psyche of the old Deng pinch dead. Cursing, Lao Deng's mouth is not unfavorable. Dana White is far from being a rival. White Dana originally wanted to scare Su Jiangwo, not let Jiangnan participation in a shootout. As a result, Lao Deng directly agreed, hung up the phone on the spot and then shut down the phone, and posted dynamics on the accounts of all Jiangnan's social platforms. Next, I have a big announcement with the UFC. See you in 3 hours. As expected, Black and Red were also red, and since they couldn't comment, the Blacks had to like it, topping Jiangnan's remark on the top of the hot list, and everyone was waiting for what Jiangnan would say. Bai Dana was furious in his office and jumped to his feet. Jiangnan and Su Jiangwo couldn't get through on the phone. There are still about 10 days of time to compete, this time Jiangnan to announce the withdrawal. The heat will plummet, not to mention, the scene tickets and PPV will definitely return more than 1/3, which does not include the subsequent impact of ticket sales. Thinking of this, Bai Dana found Hunter, let Hunter open the amplified voice and Su Jiangwo consultation he listened to. The phone dialed, Hunter, hello, Su, about Jiangnan, I think we can talk, there is no need to go that far. Su, I'm sorry Hunt, I don't see the sincerity of the UFC. Hunter, oh no sir, now we are here to talk to you with sincerity. If you can, you might want to make an offer. Su, $15 for every PPV sold. Hunter laughed bitterly, sir, you're asking for a lion's share. We still have to pay taxes, and with the competition expenses, the cost is astronomical. Su, a lion's share? I know Connor's contract pays over $10 in dividends and has a not insignificant gate share. Damn. This Chinese guy's insider information is actually so accurate. We'll have to investigate the insider thoroughly in return. In fact, this was what Jiangnan had speculated in his previous life based on the fact that Connor had sold 1.8 million copies of A Fight Behind Him and earned 18 million in dividends. Hunter, sir, that's different, Connor is an absolute superstar, while Jiang, just a nobody. Su, at least Jiangnan in this one is a superstar, isn't he? You should see how many people on the internet want to see Jiangnan get punched. If we announce that we're not going to fight, do you think they'll pay for meaningless emotional value? Hunter held down the phone and looked at Dana Bai. At this time, Su Jiangwo spoke directly, let Bai Dana answer the phone. I think this might be the last time we talk on the phone, so let's end it when everyone says it's clear. For Jiangnan and I, it's not a difficult trade-off. Dana Bai, what bad luck. I should have known not to put Jiangnan on 229. But one could only think about it, with the Eagle Cannon's boost, the traffic of Jiangnan's event did take off. But after taking off, it was also indisputable that it took the power of Gangnam's black fans to make the UFC dominate the sports world for the first time ever. Fame and money both, either one is a big moneymaker. If you really want to make a choice, White Dana will definitely still put Jiangnan in. To say that regret is to underestimate Jiangnan, the contract is not signed. The world of the network is virtual, take the sun cannot grasp. To put it bluntly, the flow of this piece, Jiangnan played clearly, want to earn not slip, take the sun still have to practice. White Dana took the phone, hello, Su, I'm really sorry about last time, we have to have a good chat. Su Jiangwo directly revealed by Dana, just talk to Hunter, I think you heard it clearly on the side. Say, $15, will it work? Dana Bai took a deep breath and said in a gentle tone, $10. The most I can give is $10, that's the highest price I can give. Su, then add another $10 million to the appearance fee. Dana buy $5 million US. Sue, how about a bet? $5 million US for the appearance fee, and another $5 million US if you win the match. Dana buy, good. But I'm going to redraft the contract. No contract amount or details shall be revealed until the match is over. Sue, haha. Definitely, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After hanging up the phone, Dana buy slammed the phone to pieces. Hunter, no, Nizi, if you don't throw your own cell phone, what are you doing throwing mine? Dana buy gave the answer by dialing Kyoji Horiguchi's number. Train well. Match to teach the Chinese a good lesson. Win and I'll give you a raise and arrange for you to fight for the title. The Kyoji Horiguchi on the other end of the phone showed ecstasy. Yes, Mr. President, I will definitely live up to your cultivation. After saying that, Dana hung up the phone and proceeded to discuss the details of the contract with Hunter, writing in all the possible surprises. The contract was drawn up for only one match, terminated after the fight, and the previous contract was voided by mutual agreement. Sue also learned that this should be the last match, but it doesn't matter, a wave of fat, beautiful. 3 hours later, Jungnan updated the social media software. Featured program, live UFC Gangnam's preparation routine at ESPN. ESPN will send a specialized camera team to follow Gangnam's training in daily life. This wave of traffic must be rubbed in, for which ESPN has offered $1 million US. Reporter, the whole world is watching Gangnam's results in this tournament, and we've received news that Gangnam is undergoing death-defying devil's special training. Below, camera please follow me. Sure enough, there was a program. The two of them, Gangnam and Lao Dang, were playing eagle and chicken with bikini beauties at the seaside beach. Yay! Bay knows. Kong busy Bay knows. This scene, watching the little black guy in front of the screen with itchy teeth, carried out another round of output. Ah! Why is it that I'm hitting the screws and these two dogs are enjoying themselves? No comparison, no harm. For a while, everyone was mocking Jungnan, and the stun of everyone wanting to be Jungnan rushed onto the hot search again. The black people's hatred for Jungnan stacked another layer of buffs. After playing for a while, Jungnan went on the dry goods and put on the weights to start Goku jumping. The reporter stared wide-eyed. No, wearing weights can jump so silky? What is this action? So cool. The comments section of the live broadcast is also talking a lot. This action has never seen, it's quite nice, hurry up and record the screen, turn around and challenge it. Che, just what advanced stuff can he play, simple bouncing around, just take a look. Jungnan exercise interval, take off the weights, continue to lie flat rest. The reporter, at the request of the audience in the live broadcast room, brought in an electronic scale and proceeded to put on the weighted clothes and straps. Holy, 50 pounds. Ah. What the hell? Is the scale broken? The reporter was startled, but thinking that the hand felt really heavy, he confirmed that there was no problem. Then, the camera brother personally demonstrated wearing weighted clothing, in situ bouncing twice. Let's just say that wearing it can be normal bouncing, but it can't last. The wind in the comments section became normal again. I told you it would work with hands. We have to look at it rationally, after all, the number one man in the blowweight division is an athlete, it's normal to be a little bit better than us. But compared to other UFC fighters is certainly a rookie no doubt. This situation is understandable, UFC nobody's identified, everyone rest assured spray, will not hit the face. In order to Jungnan can eat and drink well, Su Jiangwo specially brought a team of chefs from the country. At noon, the two hole on the food broadcast, big fish and meat eat that call a mouth full of oil. Commentary area hate the teeth, Lao Dang also deliberately performed a 3 mouths a pig to pull hatred. In the afternoon, Jungnan, who ended the Wukong jump mission, started a new energy workout. In front of hundreds of thousands of people in the face of the live broadcast, watching the Caribbean female pirates while charging, giving the netizens a whole won't, open the door to a new world. Generate electricity for love. Not, buddy play so wild? Awesome, even the peak of me to retreat. The crew immediately mosaicked the screen, and as if thinking of something, the reporter introduced it in a serious manner. UFC fighters often train themselves with electric shocks to make their muscles more energized, usually the current is only a few dozen volts. This science seems to say that people can rest assured that the behavior is understandable and not masterful. At Yamamoto Oki's martial arts school, Horiguchi Kyoji and Yamamoto Oki stared at the live feed on the television. On the screen, Gangnam and Lao Dang are catching bikini babes blindfolded, playing around with the babes, and the show is pulling out all the stops. What the hell is this Chinaman up to? Yamamoto Oki, just an abstract clown, he's just playing God. Concentrate on preparing for battle and helping Ichiro get his revenge. Horiguchi Kyoji nodded and continued training. For some reason he always felt confident in Inami, but where did he get that confidence? Chapter 14, The Battle of the Century? The Eagle Cannon counts as a deus ex machina. Hawk Sun out of the way, traffic sacramental body arrives. Time flies, Las Vegas Apex Arena. The scene is crowded, tens of thousands of seats are simply not enough. Outside the arena, a large number of people crowded outside the electronic screen to witness the super fight weigh-in ceremony. The media had their guns set up in all corners of the arena, and security had surrounded the weigh-in table to prevent accidents from happening. The eyes of the world were focused here, with more than 100 countries around the globe broadcasting in real time. China's sports channel sent a reporter to do a live interview. Jiang Nan remembered that in his previous life, the women's strawweight champion Zhang Weili won the championship, and CCTV only reported for a few minutes. Possibly, this time, the war between Huaxia and Japan borrowed the east wind of the battle of the century, swept across the whole of Asia, making a lot of noise. This wave is the ancestral grudge bureau, both sides of the short, incompatible with each other. Japan's national television station sent a media team on the scene to support the small Baga. China naturally also want to stand for their own family players. There are too many media on the scene. CCTV reporters do not have the right to speak, simply cannot squeeze in, can only follow Jiang Nan to stay in the lounge as a group of friends and relatives. Of course, in addition to CCTV in cooperation with ESPN, Jiang Nan pushed out all the media interviews. And CCTV came together with Li Jingliang. This time the ticket price is too high, bright brother cash-strapped, can only come over to say hello, is to honor the promise. Jiang Nan knew the situation and arranged a corner position for Liang. VIP view, woohoo cool. In the lobby, tens of thousands of spectators cheered in unison as the rematch fighters had begun to weigh in. In the lounge, ESPN prepares to film a documentary on Jiang Nan. Host, Jiang, I've picked 3 questions here that 3 netizens are concerned about. Is it convenient to answer them? Jiang Nan nodded. The host began to ask, Jiang, it's been half a month since the last incident. Many UFC fighters have expressed their dissatisfaction with you. May I ask if you feel isolated? Jiang Nan, I won't say much about what their composition is. I'll just say one thing, it's the bulls and horses that flock together, the beasts always walk alone. Host, Jiang, the netizens are more curious these days. Privately, have you apologized to Dana? Jiang Nan, I'm a mature person, I'll apologize for doing something wrong? Host, so apologized? Gangnam, why would I apologize if I didn't do anything wrong? Moderator, last question, what would you most like to say to Kyoji Horiguchi before your match against him? Jiang Nan, Dana's North knows, bring a good pillow and sleep comfortably. It's CCTV's turn for an interview. The family is just fine. The questions asked are not sharp topics. Host, Jiang Nan, may I ask how you embarked on the career path of mixed martial arts? Jiang Nan, harm poor chanting. The atmosphere relaxed a lot. The host did not expect Jiang Nan to be so straightforward and witty. Jiang Nan, a lot of people in China are talking about you acting ostentatiously on the international stage. There are a lot of mixed comments. What do you think? Jiang Nan, don't even look at it. I also want to get along, but standing on this stage represents China. Just because our country's fighting development was a bit late, foreigners always use the theory of becoming a king and losing to discriminate against Huaxia. Others don't respect us. We have to respect ourselves and use our own 2 fists to break the questioning and discrimination. Only when our generation fights out, the Chinese players behind us will be respected and not bullied abroad. The host moved slightly and asked, last question, do you have confidence in this competition? Jiang Nan, to beat a small Japan handily. The host complimented, good job, you have ambition. But I'll cut this part for you later, or else a lot of voices on the internet will affect you. Jiang Nan, no, don't cut it. Broadcast it. How can I slap little Blackie's face if I don't? The host laughed and agreed, then expressed his expectations. I hope you can win this time. If you can't win, don't be discouraged. Behind you are 1.4 billion Chinese sons and daughters. There are many opportunities for young people, just start again from the beginning. Jiang Nan nodded, and the interview ended there. The hall began to boil, the spotlight gathered, and the main event was about to start entering the weigh-in session. Today's wave of traffic, White Dana played it straight, temporarily informing Jiang Nan to appear in the penultimate match, squeezing out the co-main event's Night Demon and Flying Kick. The previous contestants' weigh-in session was quicker, only the Nightmare and Flying Kick group had a bit of a delay, and it was soon Jiang Nan's turn to go on. Today's Jiang Nan was wearing a black martial arts suit of the same style as Bruce Lee. A voice suddenly came from Jiang Nan's mind, ding. The system triggered a hidden mission to honor Bruce Lee at an open training. Mission reward, open a copy of Make Chinese Kung Fu Great Again. The live heavy metal music rang out, and tens of thousands of people on the stage were filming with their cell phones, collectively spraying furiously, farking oil, don't eat the sour carrots. Dana stifled his laughter and got a kick out of it. Joe Rogan began the introduction, welcome our infamous mouth of God Jiang Nan. Xia clown. Chinese clown. The entire hall was filled with people, like it was going to topple the dome and the ground was shaking. Jiang Nan's Chinese family and friends in the lounge sucked in cool air. Jiang Nan's black fans were too fierce, the crowd could not help but tremble a little. Where in the country had they seen this battle? Jiang Nan took off his shirt and handed it to Su Jiangwo, draped in a 5-star red flag. His horrible and perfect muscle mass made the mocking voices under the stage much less. Jiang Nan stood on the stage scale, his hands unfolded, and his perfect bat muscles were shown. The entire audience was dumbfounded. Things were starting to moving in the wrong direction. Why were the Joker's pectoral muscles so flashy? The last person who could harmonize strength and beauty so perfectly was still Bruce Lee. These muscles are all stretched out, and at a glance you can tell they're not technological newcomers from the gym. No way, it's not going to be a slap in the face. The audience's confidence is a bit shaken. There's no way Bruce Lee can be said to be a household name in the West as a capable fighter. This came straight from the same body, a little panic so afraid of being punched in the face. Jong Nan gets off the scales and waits on the sidelines. Joe Rogan, Jong, we all know it's your first time on such a big stage, especially with tens of thousands of people booing you on the floor and outside the arena. What do you have to say about that? Jong Nan, the king has his own name, Jong Nan, son of China. The scene was booing furiously. Actor. Movie star. Mouth high monster. Big mouth. Blow measure number 1. At this point, it was Little Baka's turn to start on stage, first performing a round of bowing contest, almost not kowtowing to everyone in the audience. Then, Little Baka got on the scale, fist smashing, ribs crunching, and got off the scale to start eyeballing. Little Baka had no heat, and Joe Rogan skipped right over the interview segment. Dana stood in the center bracing his hands as Little Baka assumed a fighting stance and began to approach. With his hands in his pockets, Kan Nan approached in a loose manner and stood across from Baka Jr. Then he turned his head and sneered at the audience, his arm bent up and his right index finger pointing at Little Baka. The expression was like Chen Zilong in Special Identity smilingly pointing at loud hair with an indescribable contempt. Wow! The audience under the stage got anxious. This was a naked provocation to them. Farking oil, clamoring clown. Damn Chinese guy, you won't live long, the UFC is no place for a weakling like you. Just when everyone thought the stare down was going to end, Jong Nan slapped away the fist Little Baka had set up. Little Baka was furious, and White Dana, not daring to make a move, could only hold back his red face and stare angrily at Jong Nan. The atmosphere was immediately tense. White Dana used his body as a wall between the two, and the security guards quickly went on stage to stop the two. The media's cameras burst into flashes again. This was what the media liked to see. Wahoo, after today you'll be knocked back down to earth. Let's see how you're going to laugh. I can't wait to see the sorry state you'll be in when you get beaten up hard. The abuse from the stage went on and on. Next, Kitty and Connor get on stage and weigh in. Joe Rogan began the introductions. Next up for the finale is the UFC champion, the flighty Conor McGregor. The crowd cheers in unison, chanting and cheering for Connor. Connor walks out onto the stage facing the audience like a lion king patrolling his territory. After stopping, he takes off his hat from his head and throws it into the crowd, causing a small commotion. Then starting to remove his excess clothing and stepping onto the scales for a successful weigh-in, Connor roars with his arms spread wide and his fists thumping his chest. The stage applauded and the supporters cheered, creating a strong sense of contrast with the wave in Gangnam. Connor was the traffic saint who was red to the extreme, and Jong Nan was the traffic saint who was black to the extreme. The fiery atmosphere of the scene stimulated Connor's restless nerves as Connor walked back and forth across the stage with his arms open and across his arrogant stride. None of the other players, except Jong Nan, lowered their heads to see the king, avoiding Connor's arrogant and domineering eyes, and even the Peak Night Demon could only bow to him. Seeing that Jong Nan did not give a damn about himself, Connor's mouth grinned widely, like a lion staring at its prey. Chinese guy, this is my territory, behave yourself and kneel on the ground to lick my shoes. Connor roared at Jong Nan. Jong Nan was not afraid. He turned against the enemy, his face was cold like a killer, one hand in his pocket, his right hand raised towards Connor and hooked his finger. What the are you barking at? Spoiled boy by Dana, want to touch me? Still in the octagon now? I can put you to sleep anytime North knows. Jong Nan taunted. Woohoo! Unbelievable. Connor and Gangnam have gone toe-to-toe. The hosts of the major broadcasts around the world sold the emotion. Kitty backstage, what's going on out there with all the commotion? How come no one has informed me to come on stage yet? The collision of the two major flow holy bodies instantly triggered an earthquake in the fighting circle. Relevant push pop-ups suddenly popped up on many web pages, and many commuters secretly opened their live streaming platforms after seeing it. It's going to be dry. The crowd under the stage had their scalps numb. What kind of god-weighing launch is this? The scene was packed with people raising their cell phones wanting to capture some powerful images. Connor and Gangnam came forward almost in sync, and headbutt Top Cow to start trash-talking each other. Nobody. You should be glad this is the weigh-in launch, otherwise I would have slaughtered you. Connor's eyes are fierce and his head pushes hard against Gangnam's back. Jong Nan pushed Connor back a few steps with both hands, eggless pussy. Come and try, I'll beat you into a placenta. Kamong by Chi. With a full-grade Writing Yev experience card in hand, can his lightweight little Connor do it? No good, a real fight would be a father-son game, and Connor would definitely be played out. That's the bottom line for Gangnam. Maybe even step on Connor to get to the top and turn most of the black wave to red. That's right, playing the traffic piece, Nazi really have to recognize Master Jiang as the Grandmaster. What Jong Nan wants is to go with the flow, a road to the black, so that he has no room for error and no lower limit, and every next step will be an upward movement. It was hard to turn a passerby into an iron fan, but it would be much easier to turn a passerby into a black fan. Master Jiang simply went black to the end and turned into a black horse. Who says you can only turn pink to black, not black to pink? As long as you can get a strong contrast, image transformation, black powder instantly is potential stock. After the bipolar reversal, even more than iron powder iron. Just like the first time you know someone who has a strong misunderstanding of him, in the middle of him all kinds of spiteful abuse, one day the misunderstanding is unraveled, you will be with apologies to re-examine, the flashpoint of his body will be infinitely enlarged. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The deeper the net, the more fish. This wave, Master Jiang won him. Nazi was still thinking far ahead, thinking he had everything under control, showing off and preparing to carry the whole game. But Neko didn't realize that today's UFC traffic and road traffic have all become Master Jiang's black fans, and the house is going to be lost. Everything on stage happened in an instant, and after reacting, Dana White and the security staff used the fastest 100-meter speed of their lives to hold the two men and quickly pull away. Dana hugged Connor and began to calm him down. Calm down. Listen Connor, we fight for Maine, don't ever fight impulsively without an American knife. Stop screwing around, enough explosions for today. Is it okay to put on a good show with Kitty next? Connor's mouth kept trolling, no. Damn it. I'm so angry right now, I'm going to tear Wahoo alive right now. Dana cradled Connor's head in comfort, no. Think calmly, Connor. There's a lot of Maine in front of us, and we can't afford to screw it up. I promise you, at the end of the match, I'll fire that ING Wahini guy. Hearing Maine sobered Connor up. Okay. I don't want to see him again, tell him to off back to China and be a poor, ING Wahoo, farking oil. Connor whined helplessly. Dana White quickly adjusts the atmosphere of the scene and continues with the weigh-in ceremony. Joe Rogan, with 26 wins and 0 losses, the current light heavyweight champion, Kahabi Numango from Dagestan. Kitty, what's going on? The crowd doesn't seem too enthusiastic. The cheers in the crowd are sparse, the atmosphere was so blown out earlier that the emotional value was pulled full circle. The crowd roared too loudly, and the energy was all finished towards Gangnam and Mouth Breather. Just like a soft banana, the report was a sliver. The second spring cannot be counted on. Kitty started to get into the ring, wearing a Caucasian papaka hat, stepped up on the scales to successfully cross the weights, put up his index finger and wagged it, not knowing if it was going to be a one-round takedown or an expression of faith. Maha followed behind Kitty, facing such a grand scene, eyes nowhere to rest, like a child who just entered the city. That year 26/2/29 launch, I stood like a minion. Night Master, so do I. In the eye-to-eye segment, Connor starts the show, spraying each other with Kitty, pretending to go up and start a fight. The bodyguard stops the two, and Dana White winks at Connor, signaling the movie star to kill him. The interview session begins. Joe Rogan, ladies and gentlemen, the fresh Connor is back. After being away from the UFC for a while, what's it like to be back in the octagon again, and what does this fight mean to you? Connor points at Kitty, Stinky, I'm going to shove a turd in your brain and not make him smell bad. It's good to be ING back. The king is home. Joe Rogan, thanks. Good luck. See you tomorrow night. Joe Rogan then begins his interview with Kitty. Khabib, you'll be here tomorrow night defending your belt and stopping Conor McGregor, what do you have to say about that? Kitty says to the crowd, I know you guys love this guy and I'm going to smash your boys tomorrow night. Thank you to all the fans in Ireland and around the world who supported Conor, because of you the fight was able to happen. Thank you all. And still tomorrow night. All segments are over, ribbons are flying, a fog created by dry ice rises, flashbulbs from countless media outlets explode, and large swinging arm cameras in the air catch the action. Joe Rogan ripped, thank you all for coming out. We'll see you tomorrow night. The contestants stood in front of the stage, heavy metal music invigorated the crowd, and a world-class spectacle was born. At this time in China, it happened to be the National Day period, the time was morning, many fight fans stayed early in the domestic broadcasting platform. Seeing such a grand scene, adrenaline surge, the peak of the manhwa this is. Never mind how bad Jiangnan's international reputation was this stage something an ordinary man could stand on? Not all of them thought so, there were also a lot of little black people criticizing Jiangnan in the pop-ups. It's just a matter of rubbing off on the traffic, in the end, it's still not sleeping. Shame on you for going abroad, being so tidy with foreigners will only make people look down on you. Chinese people should be courteous. The clown is about to show his true colors, is not just thinking about getting some traffic, make a wave of fast money back to his country to retire? There were many opinions in the live broadcast room, and the voices that did not favor Jiangnan flooded the comment section. When the bad singer told the evidence and presented the facts, the supporters could only be dumbfounded and silently prayed in front of the screen for a miracle to happen for Jiangnan. Without a convincing record, and with an opponent who was 6th in the bantamweight division, it was no different from a child fighting an adult. All things considered, everything was in favor of Kyoji Horiguchi, or else spinach wouldn't have been able to go that high on the multiplier. The live action of the scene generated hundreds of millions of comments worldwide, earning a lot of eyeballs. The release presents a once-in-a-century spectacle in the fighting world, and all the media and fight fans are looking forward to the final fight tomorrow night. The editing number was edited overnight, and the various videos of the contestants clashing against each other with uplifting music quickly became popular on all major platforms. In particular, the video attention of the two major traffic Saint Body live clash once again led the entire sports circle. Chapter 15, The Battle of the Century? The Eagle Cannon counts as a deus ex machina. The cutthroat salute before boarding the stage. Jiang Nan returned to the backstage lounge and cooperated with the International Testing Organization for a random doping test. Then, he took Li Jingliang to do open training. Originally for the weigh-in ceremony, Li Jingliang was going to help Jiang Nan with his clothes and flag. Jiang Nan knew he had offended Dana and didn't want to involve the innocent Li Jingliang, so he let Su Jiangwo join him on the stage. It just so happened that Lao Dang also liked to throw his head in the ring on this occasion and put on a small show. However, open training doesn't matter, no need to line up against Dana Bai, making it difficult for Li Jingliang to get stuck in the middle. At open training, Connor showed off a wave of airstrikes and roundhouse kicks. Kitty catches the Toolman Maharaja wrestling around for a bit of output, no way, old cousin, pits and pulls back. The Nightmare performs his signature one-legged sliding knee, and Coach does a standing technique with the handle. When the field players are almost all over, Jiang Nan and staff communication can be on. At this point, the scene is a large part of the people less, the media is also not much attention. Compared to Jiang Nan's training, everyone is more interested in seeing Jiang Nan, and the match was real. Jiang Nan took the stage, and a sparse voice rang out from the arena. Shatter, the clown is in the ring, blowweight number 1, what skills can he have? He's here to be funny, right? This is no place for a yellow man. Ignoring the others, Jiang Nan took off his clothes, folded and pressed his legs with his upper body, rose up and twisted from side to side with his palms together in homage to Bruce Lee, kicking his legs and hitting a few airstrikes. Next, the upper body began to power up to spread the back to move the muscle groups, going through the bat muscle, Christmas tree, abdomen of steel, and broad back moves. By the time the last camel hump move came out, the mouths of the fight fans on the floor had dropped open into an O shape. Oh shit. Bruce Lee reincarnated, I'm going to post him on the internet. Hooray shit. God forbid, I bet no one can do that move except Bruce Lee and the Chinese clown 50 years ago. Walt Herr Ga. I can't be sure if Jiang is a clown or not, I'm now looking forward to what Jiang will do tomorrow. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Open a copy of Make Chinese Kung Fu Great Again. Requirement, learn authentic Chinese Kung Fu, rewarded with a number of character experience card draws. The workout points from the past few days came to 37, Jiang Nan's resistance to blows added 2 points, reaching the current limit, and explosions added 1 point. The system opens the panel by default. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters, 10 points add 1 centimeter. Daily weight, 60 kilograms. Arm span, 180, 10 points can increase 1 centimeter. Talent, upgraded Bruce Lee muscle primary. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Physical strength, 4. Strike resistance, 5. Explosion, 4. Immunity to injury, 10. Rating maxes out at 10, agility, stamina, burst, and injury immunity are standardized consistently across all weight classes, strength and strike resistance are rated at 1 for the average person, 2 for the amateur, 3 for the flyweight athlete, 4 for the bantamweight, and so on. Punch, 7. Legs, 7. Elbows, 5. Knees, 1. Wrestling, 2. Ground stalking, 1. Block, 4. Dodge, 3. Wrestling defense, 6. Ground defense, 1. Skills, Sanso 10, stance proficiency. Stunts, flying knees 10, stunts have nothing to do with attributes. Language, Chinese, English. Items, writing Yev experience card X1 peak state. Points, 7. Weight bearing 25 kilograms daily task can only be completed once per day. Yukong jump warm up for 2 hours gain 1 point. 10 sets of movements including straight-legged squats, inverted push-ups, shooter's push-ups, dragon flag curls, straight-legged pull-ups, reverse swim-ups, one-armed elbow presses, supported pull-ups, human flags, and Russian jerks for 5 minutes each earn 1 point. Van horse blades including blades, thumb stand, one-arm stand earn 1 point for each 5-minute exercise. 110V electric shock training for 30 minutes will earn you 1 point. Main quest, capture the flyweight belt. Reward, 1 lucky draw. Side quest, humiliate your opponent and win at a UFC event, rewarded with a randomized level of stunts. Copy, Make Chinese Kung Fu Great Again. Learn authentic Chinese Kung Fu, rewarded with a number of character experience card draws. The next day, Jiang Nan's public training last night appeared on the hot lists of major video platforms. The little hackers subsided a lot, but the sense of anticipation increased rather than decreased. Who knows how many Bruce Lee fans there are around the world, much less can they estimate the charisma of the father of mixed martial arts in the hearts of UFC fans. This wave of tribute from Gangnam has been a treat for the geezers. In the video, from the muscle lines, Jiangnan is almost a replica of Bruce Lee. Many people began to subconsciously substitute Jiangnan into the role of Bruce Lee. It was okay to insult Chinese people, but not Bruce Lee. Of course, insulting a Chinese like Bruce Lee would not work for the time being. It would depend on how the night really went. If there was really a deceased person's capital, then these people's feelings could be transferred to Jiangnan. If you are brutally beaten, sorry, eat dinner at the children's table, the dishes should be recognized, and the beating should be upright. In the future, it is not allowed to solicit under the name of Bruce. In this way, many people want to see Jiangnan lose, but also want to see Bruce Lee reappear, make the heart up and down. There were also quite a few fighting experts who rubbed off on the internet. Don't panic. To put it politely, even if Bruce Lee himself were to fight, he would still lose. Bruce is single-boned, and single-boned, as we all know, doesn't have much power. The expert statement caused a lot of people to agree. It's the 21st century, still demolishing Ness's empty stomach? Forget it. Let him win. Meanwhile, in China across the ocean, the central media broadcasted Jiang Nan's documentary, and the blacks jumped straight to their feet when they saw Jiang Nan's last statement. Well. Still want to hit my face, right? Stretch it out for him to hit. Can you hit it? Don't blow it. Here comes Kyoji Horiguchi. CCTV movie channel directly put up Hui Yuanjia. The old beggar at the city gate looked at the spirited Hui Yuanjia and asked, Hui Yuanjia, when will you be #1 in Tianjin? Everyone is looking forward to the beginning of the fight. All the mysteries will be unveiled on the night of UFC 229. The night in Las Vegas had finally arrived, and this time happened to be the morning in China. Media from over 100 countries around the world focused, so it was rumored that many American high society figures came to the scene, and even more mysterious big names were about to arrive. The nearby streets and alleys were blocked by crowds and luxury cars, and a large security force entered the scene. The match hadn't even started yet, and the explosive atmosphere had already come to the fore. In the lounge, Jiang Nan was warming up, and Li Jingliang was holding a target to feed Jiang Nan his moves. Su returned backstage after strolling from outside. This time is Jiang Nan's battle of proof, one battle to become a god or hit rock bottom in this battle. It's cool to spray, but you can't be a real dish when you're really doing it. Between breaks, Lao Deng trembled his lips. Jiang Nan, this time you must win. Lao Deng still has a sentence in his heart that he didn't say. Today's battle, if he loses, not only Jiang Nan, Huaxiao will be looked down upon by the foreigners. Jiang Nan, harm don't worry Lao Deng, smooth things. Riding the horse you have protection, Arabati I cut ko Arabati. Just that little baka, not enough to stuff your teeth. Jiang Nan wanted to say, I'm going to shoot the eagle cannon together, it's just a matter of time. Lao Deng and Li Jingliang do not know Jiang Nan has a system to protect the body. Taking advantage of Jiang Nan rest, the two studied the tactics against the small Japan. When the time comes on the field, problems can be given to Jiang Nan in a timely manner to solve the program. Outside, a rushing cheer erupted as the big shots entered the arena. The King of Understanding appeared. Accompanying him was Shinzo Abe, the Prime Minister of the Baka Kingdom. It was thought that he was in favor of Japan's war against China, probably because he was certain that Jiang Nan would pounce. The two sat in the area closest to the cage, leaning against the commentary table and sitting with Dana White, ready to enjoy the exciting fight to come. The match site has been overcrowded. The front row are celebrities from all walks of life, movie and TV stars, all of them can be called. The industry is loud and clear. There were also bigwigs from the business world and scouts sent by other tournaments. That's right, many tournaments had already set their eyes on Jiang Nan's black powder sacred body. Among the many bigwigs and powerful people, there was another unexpected person who had appeared, Ren Hongjun, the chairman of Huaxing. Sitting together were hundreds of other Chinese faces, which included Su Jiangmo's comrades in arms, holding 5-star red flags in their hands, sitting next to the entrance of the passageway where Jiang Nan entered and exited, specially coming to cheer Jiang Nan on. For large electronic screens directly above the cage were connected to cameras in real time, broadcasting high-definition images from inside the cage. Dry ice kept spraying out white mist, light searchlights swept around, slide rocker cameras swung around in the air to film the scene, the audience's cheers shook the heavens, and the atmosphere was baked to the extreme. Dana didn't have the watch that Gangnam gave him today, but it didn't matter, ESPN had already arranged everything. The 4 electronic screens above the arena had a special corner displaying a 1-minute countdown watch. This was one of the conditions of ESPN's previous filming of Gangnam, and of course, ESPN was all for it. After all, it was an idea that had never been seen before, and win or lose, ESPN won hemp. The electronic screen began to play the live footage, first giving it to the King of Understanding and the Prime Minister of the Baka Kingdom, as well as a crowd of small-time viewers, and then switching to Ren Hongjuan's side. The taunts from the entire crowd were neat and deafening. Huaxia. Clown. Huaxia. Softy. Huaxia. Rubbish. The foreigners next to them sprayed furiously at Ren Hongjun and the others. The angry crowd gritted their teeth and disliked them back. Unfortunately, the voices were too small and were drowned out by the tens of thousands of people on the scene, and the people were also squeezed by the other side. All kinds of popcorn beer drinks poured on the body of the crowd. The scene was bullied. Only when the crowd was bullied out of shape did the security next to them step in to stop the gringos. The Japanese media captured the scene and desperately tried to disparage Wasia on the air. Not only is Jiang a clown in Wasia, but so are the rest of the Wasia people. As the match was about to begin, Barver walked into the center of the cage, and everyone in the crowd stopped cheering to listen to Barver's curtain call. After the curtain call, the side match fighters took the ring, and the scene was filled with cheering and clapping and cursing. Gangnam's match is the first and all the preparations have been made. The music was set to the Steel Torrent March, and Zhang Nan, Su Jiangwo, and Li Jingliang put on their mandatory UFC jackets. The other 20 bodyguards were all wearing sunglasses and camouflage uniforms. Everyone is sitting nervously on the stool without saying a word, except for Zhang Nan cheerfully thinking freely, earning big money how to spend. Outside the end of the side match, the arena once again boiled, finally to the big game. The first match is one of the matches that the crowd is focused on. Kannan vs Kyoji Horiguchi. Not only on the floor, but the major broadcasts are previewing the match for half a day, and have already begun to put up videos of Gangnam's various cocky comments. The release of the tongue lashing, the feud with Dana White, the clash with Connor, and as for Kyoji Horiguchi, sorry, he doesn't deserve to be on such a high-end screen. The top is booked full of advertisements from all the major sponsors, and one more screen would cost a lot of money. In these videos, Gangnam was branded as a clown, and Waha was labeled as a villain. The atmosphere begins to stir as Buffer chants, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's main event." This is the main event portion of the UFC Light Heavyweight Championship. And now, making his way to the octagon, from Demolition, with a professional record of 1 win, 0 losses and 1 KO, weighing in at 60 pounds, the challenger, Gangnam. The Steel Torrent marching song plays. Gangnam and the crowd enter the ring kicking and squaring up. Boos rang out from the sky, and the media disliked their faces and snapped wildly, afraid to miss an angry expression. Beyonce, wait for death. The octagon will teach you humility. Wahoo, you're all cowards. Finish this fight and get the hell back to your country. Zhang Nan was fearless of everything, laughing without anger, unaffected by anything. Too many people, spraying unevenly, saliva can drown themselves, just treat it as a dog barking. Speak less when you don't have the strength, you don't need to speak when you have the strength. Do your job, hit your face hard and be done with it. Walking to the entrance of the passageway, the downtrodden Ren Hongjun line was in the corner, holding up the torn and wrinkled 5-star red flag and greeting Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan frowned and stopped in his tracks. "Uncle, what's wrong with you guys?" Zhang Nan probably guessed what was going on when he saw all the Chinese, covered in snacks and booze. "Ren Hongjun, young man, we're fine, you must cheer up and fight for our Chinese." Zhang Nan yelled at the security next to him, "Fart, what are you guys doing?" The security was confused by the scolding, and chirped when he reacted, "In our home ground, the little Chinese dare to make a scene. Apologize to them." Zhang Nan's eyes were red, his big hand pinched the security guard's uniform and dragged it out. "Security, kid, don't make trouble out of nothing." The scene began to become chaotic, the spotlight hit Zhang Nan's body, the media's lenses began to flash, and the reporters in the live broadcast room were interpreting the breaking news. By Dana's heart was shocked. A dynamite pack? Wherever he goes, he blows up. White Dana quickly passed through the crowd and arrived at the scene of the incident, his face slightly angry. "Man, this is a competition, you'd better be honest and don't cause trouble for me." Zhang Nan pointed at the wretched Chinese and rushed at Dana by angrily. "Are your eyes blind? They were made to look like this, may I ask why the security on the side didn't stop it? Was it because they couldn't or didn't want to? They paid enough for their seats, it's your god, you're doing this to show the whole world how racist the UFC scene is, aren't you?" Dana White's face was a shade of green and white. This matter was indeed his own fault, he was in the front row and couldn't see the back. This situation was clearly a case of the security guards not acting and allowing the scene to humiliate the Chinese. If he had known, he would have stopped it, unless he didn't want the market of boxing fans in China and around the world. Dana could only take his anger out on the security guards and yelled at them, "Get lost, stupid. You screwed up everything. You're fired. Fark oil." The security guard was scolded and didn't dare to say a word, and left helplessly, only able to blame himself for despising Huaxia and hating Zhang Nan. With things back on track, Dana Bai intended to personally accompany Zhang Nan, walking towards the cage side, fearing that Zhang Nan would mess things up again halfway. Zhang Nan looked at his compatriots and comforted, "Wait and see my show, this match will definitely relieve you of your anger." Then Zhang Nan's icy and piercing eyes swept across the entire arena, and the 4 large screens in the center of the arena all focused on Zhang Nan's face. Zhang Nan stretched out his index finger and pointed it around the entire arena, making a throat-slitting motion. After being provoked, the whole arena raged, drinks and beers were thrown madly in Zhang Nan's direction. Dana had to use his body to block Zhang Nan and protect him. White Dana, damn. First of all, I didn't offend any of you. Reacting security finally stops eating their words and finds some perpetrators to make an example of them, expelling them from the gym, blacklisting them, and banning them from watching the UFC live for life. The interlude ended. Jiangnan stood at the edge of the cage, his face was cold, but the anger in his heart burned to the top, applied Vaseline and put on the braces, checking it out, and entered the cage. The hunt is about to begin. Chapter 16, The Battle of the Century? The eagle cannon counts as a deuce. The moment of the hunt, the entire audience worshipped. Standing in the cage, Jiangnan looked around, and the whole world seemed to be on mute. The audience was roaring at themselves, their faces grimacing and clawing. In the corner, a group of embarrassed people, stubbornly raising the folded 5-star red flag, were waving. Jiangnan's blood was burning, his veins bulging, his body shaking, not knowing whether it was anger or excitement. The last fight had been so controversial, and this one was just supposed to be a way to nullify the little day, not wanting to make himself look like the executioner, a little worried that the UFC would be pressured by the fans to fire him. Not anymore. The beast sleeping in his body awakens. Complete madness. I'm going to abuse little Baka hard. On the other side of the cage, Kyoji Horiguchi brings Oki Yamamoto along with him. The reporter's cameras give Yamamoto Oki's hand a plaque that reads "Sick Man of East Asia." Good, good, good. Good, good. If I don't play you out, I'll just delete my number and be reborn. Su and Li Jingliang are already cursing in the corner, spraying first. Here comes the food. Kyoji Horiguchi enters the cage. Jiangnan didn't move a muscle, and his deep eyes stared at little Baga as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Baffer introduced himself. It's time for tonight's main event. This is a 3-round UFC bantamweight bout. First up, in the red corner, from Demolition, standing 170 centimeters tall, weighing in at 60 kilograms, the arrogant and domineering number 1 in the blowweight division, Jiangnan. Jiangnan doesn't react, just stares at Baka Jr. Baffler, and his opponent, in the blue corner, the current UFC bantamweight number 6, known for specializing in wrestling and stand-up techniques, his name is Kyoji Horiguchi. Baka Jr. jumps in excitement, holding out a finger to switch back and forth, ready to make good on his promise of a round ending. Buffer, meanwhile, the referee for this fight is Herb Dean, one of the most experienced referees in the UFC. It's fight time. The referee signals both sides to the center of the cage, reads the rules, and signals for both sides to touch fists. Jiangnan silently chanted in his mind to use the Writing Majestic experience card. A huge energy filled the whole body, and before Jiangnan could experience it in detail, the referee called for the start. A 1-minute countdown began on the 4 large screens and in the live streams of the major platforms. Xiao Tianzi walked slowly. Jiangnan's first few matches Xiao Tianzi had studied over and over again, the pace was relatively fast. In order to seek stability and not to be shaken by Jiangnan, Little Day prepared to play defense and counterattack. First try Jiangnan's ability. Don't look at the mouth of a round, really can't. Little Baka is ready to let go of the first round, test out the rhythm of Jiangnan's punches and kicks, and then open his own highlights. The commentators at the bottom are communicating. Smart Japanese fighter, not getting carried away by the big fight. Let's see what happens next. What's in store for the clown? With a lot more wrestling memories in his head, Gangnam quickly charged forward, diving hard a step away from little Baka, stomping on the ground with his toes, his hands easily holding little Baka around the waist, getting the handle and hitching up. Then Jiangnan's silk slip turned to the back of the small Baga, hands hold up, without the slightest pressure, the small Japanese hands and feet and desperately struggling to no avail. Hitting a bantamweight with a peak Wolf King is just a messy kill. Little Baka's sidekick Yamamoto Daiki anxious wow, but unfortunately, little Baka tried everything useless, pure power and explosive gap is too big. It's a Pacific Ocean away. Joe Rogan, whoa. What the hell, what happened? Something absolutely unique has happened, holy. The whole room is dumbfounded, what happened? Li Dingliang, awesome. Su Jiangwo, Jiangnan. Play him. Chinese in the audience, holy. Go Jiangnan. Go Jiangnan. In the live broadcast, Blackie. Get on the line. Speaking. Look straight at me. Bruce Lee's fan, no, that's not Bruce Lee's style either. But it's quite watchable, what should I do? Should I fan him? Waiting online. Wasia broadcasting platform pop up, I'll be damned, how dare I question the Southern God? CCTV follows the media filming the documentary, a miracle has occurred. He didn't believe that the long night was coming because the torch was in his hand. He is not fighting alone. White Dana, Ness of the McDog. I underestimated him. Oh, what's he up to? Whoa, oh my god. After feeling no pressure at all, Kannan wrapped the little Japanese around his back with one hand. As if he was holding a large-sized toy, Inami made his rounds around the field with the little Baka in his satchel. It was too unreal. An eye-popping maneuver. The referee is confused. Jiangnan is not hitting and not falling, straddling the parade, can't judge a bit, just like a bodyguard following the parade. The whole scene of the audience to see the scalp numb, a coolness from the ceiling into, straight through the bottom of the heart. Obviously, it was a hot day, but it felt that the blood of the whole body was cooled. All the audience, all stood up. The greatest, craziest, most dramatic performance ever was about to be born. Everyone, including Ari Batty in front of the screen, must stand up to give respect and pay the highest and most reverent homage. Gangnam started with Dana. Dana, I warned you to protect your northern nose. Honestly, you told me to respect your northern nose, and I don't see you respecting me. Answer me? Do your babies have the strength to make me respect them? Look in my eyes, tell me? The media were like believers, their cameras closely following Jiang Nan's steps, just to capture the most shining man in the battle of the century at this moment. Jiang Nan broke all doubts and honored his words. Descending into the octagon with an absolutely crushing stance, he ruled the octagon, and even ruled everyone on the scene. Without waiting for Dana White to speak, Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around Little Baka and continued around the ring, circling around to the place directly in front of his Chinese compatriots, stretching out one hand and comparing hearts. Joe Rogan stared wide-eyed and mouthed. I'm unfavorable, not thin, too deadly strong. This is the power of inhumanity to Marvel. Game over, hurry up and go home. The lid is off. Is this still human? Especially with Kyoji Horiguchi still struggling intensely, the visual impact created was unparalleled. The entire room was shocked numb, all of them punished to stand, not daring to breathe. People needed to express awe to the strong to make up for their previous rudeness. Jiang Nan held the tool Little Baka and continued his tour of the cage side, coming to Little Baka's side corner, directly across from the Japanese and the Japanese state media. Like a child who has bought a new toy, Jiang Nan desperately brings Little Baga's front face over to show it to the Japanese, and Little Baga tears right into the octagonal cage like a pussy. Yamamoto Oki was so anxious that he yelled, Horiguchi Kyoji. What are you doing? Make some moves and get off the Chinaman. Horiguchi Kyoji, you're great, you're noble. Old undead, you come up and try. Jiang Nan laughed contemptuously, reaching out to give a middle finger before continuing his rounds. By Dana's mouth was wide open, the hands holding his head never lowered, and his eyes always followed Jiang Nan's figure. From shock, to fear, to unwillingness, and then to awe and appreciation, as if he was surveying a perfect work of art. Oh no, God. Leave that place, Jiang. Dana White's pupils contracted and his scalp went numb. It can't be that he's going to pull off some big earth-shattering job again. Jiang Nan came in front of the red-necked boss and the grim-faced footbath patriarch and smiled meaningfully towards White Dana when he heard Dana's words. White Dana continued to persuade, Jiang, leave that place. Don't do anything stupid. Although the words were said that way, at this moment, By Dana had some hidden expectations in his heart. Not only By Dana, everyone present, including the viewers in front of the screen, had their blood trembling. This was fighting. This is called hot blood. Just do it. Gang, don't go soft, act like a bully anyone. Joe Rogan, oh fart, what is Jiang going to do? Woohoo, this gangster. What's he gonna do? It's so hot. Inside the cage, Gangnam looks around the ring and circles the ring in place with one finger, finally turning to the footpad's patriarch and giving him a cutthroat salute. The footpad patriarch's face was black with anger, and Old Tang, watching from the sidelines, gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up. Man, good job. Old Tang nodded his head to release goodwill. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor man. The foot basin patriarch is at best a loyal dog, pull out and die, don't come to get involved. Footpad patriarch, what can I do? The bodyguards are all people's redneck bosses. It's so exciting. Instead of spraying Jiang Nan, the entire audience collectively cheered. Jiang! Great job, you're unapologetically evil, that loser. Jiang, you're my ruler. You ing asshole, captured my heart. Plankton. You're practically omnipotent, this octagon is too calm, show them what a real man should do. Destroy the Japanese softie. The swinging arm camera sweeps across the cage as people scramble to give their respects to Gangnam. The crowd loved this bad guy. In the Western law of the jungle, the absolute strongest man is always sought after. The world is so wonderful. You talk civilized with others, they play hooligan with you. If you play hooligan with others, they will talk civilized with you. No wonder, the old ancestor said that evil people still need to grind evil people. The scene's reaction is a true reflection. The octagonal cage is never a small day outside the law of the jungle is the most direct display, the strong do what is right, the weak do what is wrong. This is the moment when success and failure are visualized. This image was spread directly to the world by media platforms, especially in China's platform To Kill Madness. All the videos about Jiang Nan began to slaughter the list. I didn't expect it. It's so relieving. My brother Nan only fights peak matches. One waved the Japanese, who was 6th in the bantamweight division, into a small sprawl. Tears in my eyes, Westerners have been discriminating against Chinese for so long, and Jiang Nan went up and directly blocked someone's spring to kill them. Dictating vanguard. The real dictator. Octagon, Jiang Nan smiled and pointed to the countdown on the 4 big screens, as if giving orders, focusing all eyes over. 3, 2, 1. Then he threw Little Baka towards the corner of the cage, dropping Little Baka in a heap, and the countdown on the 4 big screens was no more, no less just clearing to 0. People were violently remembering Jiang Nan's 1-minute plan. Now it seemed to have had more than enough. Everyone could see that Jiang Nan wanted Little Baka to fall only after 1 minute because Jiang Nan simply wanted to play. Little Baga had originally struggled for half a day and didn't have much strength left, and then with such a fall, the yolks were scattered. Jiang Nan hooked his finger at Little Baga in the corner. What is he trying to do here? The audience was puzzled, and Jiang Nan on the stage gave the answer. Baka. Kyoji Horiguchi couldn't stand Jiang Nan's humiliation and broke down emotionally, getting up and charging towards Jiang Nan angrily. Jiang Nan delivered another dive hold, turning silky smooth with a waist hitch, plucking Kazumi up and slamming him towards the corner. What kind of speed is this dive? The explosive power was too strong. The crowd had just been shocked by the sudden reversal and hadn't noticed the details. Now looking back at Jiang Nan's hold once again, it was even as terrifying as this. Most of the people present were old fans of the fighting circle, and their eyesight was still there. Jiang Nan's diving hold was too fast, there was a feeling of knowing but not being able to defend, it was too silky smooth, coupled with super strength and explosiveness, it presented an invincible posture. Jiang Nan vs Kitty? Who will win? The crowd subconsciously thinks of tonight's other wrestling king, the current champion of the lightweight division, Kitty Hababu. In the octagon, Kitty Hababu was viciously thrown in front of the eyes of their current family member one after another. Little Baka's family members' lungs are about to explode, the eyes of the world's media are gathered here, and it's so humiliating to just get plastered in the face and opened up big, and not be able to leave the ring. If ice could kill, Jiang Nan would have died countless times. Dana White, Fark. There's no denying that this is truly an asshole that everyone loves. The pride of heaven. I don't think there's anyone who's a fan who loves fighting who wouldn't love Gang. Kyoji Horiguchi was played out, and Gangnam was bloodying his prey. This wasn't even a dimensional fighter, even though Gangnam had a bit of a weight disadvantage. The spectators were all watching with their heads and mouths covered in horror, substituting for Little Baka's perspective. Little Baka's struggles to defend himself won't help, so let's end the match. It's brutal. Joe Rogan, oh. That was crazy. This is a predator's feast. The top hunter in the UFC flyweight division has emerged. Unbelievable. One fight to go. I apologize for the pre-fight underappreciation. Kong deserves the highest respect at the championship level. Undisputed. He is the villain of this octagon. I must admit I like his performance. In the cage, Kyoji Horiguchi, his confidence and stamina shot, cowered in the corner, shivering, not daring to look into the eyes of Gangnam again. It's not too late to play it out. Kannan knew he couldn't delay any longer to prevent the referee from intervening. Jiang Nan lunged up and thigh-pressed Little Baka's joints to keep him from struggling, and Li Jingliang began to enforce the responsibility of the corner. Gangnam, elbow cut to the stomach. Jiang Nan, symbolically giving 2 elbows, smiled slightly at Li Jingliang. Then he rolled over and took his back, hooking his calf around Kyoji Horiguchi's stomach and jamming his ankle into the inside buckle of the other leg. Horiguchi Kyoji was like a toy, at the mercy of Jiang Nan's whims, as Jiang Nan jammed his small arm into the Little Baka's neck, his other hand hitching. The leg contracted hard, and the gas in Little Baka's stomach was forced out. Little Baga couldn't clap his hands and surrender in time. Jiang Nan brought a little angle raw leer. Little Baga directly fainted. What could happen when a peak-riding Yakuza fully strangled the neck of a bantamweight Kalami? Kaboom! Little Baka's spine was instantly strangled. The referee quickly rushed up, picking at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan pretended not to hear, and only when the referee yanked Jiang Nan for the 3rd time did Jiang Nan get up with an innocent look on his face. The atmosphere of the arena was gloomy, the crowd was talking, and the medical team urgently entered the arena to check. Amidst the tens of thousands of people in the arena as well as the broadcast of media from more than 100 countries, the shining figure standing at the center of the stage, Jiang Nan made a celebratory gesture. Chapter 17, The Battle of the Century? The Eagle Cannon counts as a deuce. The world-famous painting was born. Jiang Nan's arrogant eyes gazed at everyone, lifted one leg and stomped the ground, pressed down with both hands, walked the king's step, and slapped his chest with his palm thumping. Everyone at the scene worshipped, taking their cell phones to record this pilgrimage moment. The system voice sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. Reward stunt sprint dive 3. Things weren't over yet, the powerful scene came. The corners of Dana's mouth couldn't help but hook up. Jiang, don't be like this. Who you damn villain, look what you're doing. Fark, stop it. Joe Rogan, oh ho ho guys. River is really so bad, he's just a natural gangster bad seed. There's nothing he wouldn't dare do. He's Satan in an octagonal cage. Wow. The entire audience was stunned by Jiang Nan's next action. Jiang Nan walked up to the footbath patriarch, squared off in the air, and, following the example of Leon Cohen in Goodfellas, he stood up in a horse stance and began to perform. This was a big brother of a party. In front of the tens of thousands of people in the room and all the major broadcasting platforms, the Baka patriarch's face rose to a pig's liver color. Like a biker who had been bullied by Jiang Nan, he sat paralyzed in the corner with nothing to do but resentment in his eyes. The entire audience began to side with Jiang Nan, mocking the Footbath clan chief. Ha ha ha. Look at that. The Footpot clan chief came to the octagon and had to honestly give it to our villainous bully. He's just sitting there like a good boy, being bullied hard by our Jiang. Ha! Look at that bird like him, he doesn't even dare to fart. Cowardly, lowly Japanese. Footpad patriarch, so I ask you, what else can I do? Can I go up and fight and lose face? Ha! Speak. Then I ask you again, even if I fight, can I beat them? Tell me, look in my eyes. In the stands, Run Hongjun and other Chinese spectators raised their eyebrows, and people around them came to apologize. Sorry, Chinese, forgive us for our rudeness. You know, we were only targeting the players who amplified their words. Obviously, Jiang possesses the strength that we respect, and he has conquered us. He deserves all the highest praise. With no offense, allow me to pay my highest respect to your country. The Chinese audience at this point. Why aren't you screaming at this time? You guys aren't any good either, talking in a dignified manner, flipping your face faster than turning a book. Of course, on the face or forgive each other, other people's home field, people take the initiative to apologize, but also on the face, just ask whether to carry a beating. Yamamoto Deijai finally could not help it, Baka Teeth rode to climb in to beat Jiangnan, the same intention of the two Japanese corner. Finally, it is Su Jiangwo's turn. Su Jiangwo has long been staring at Yamamoto Oki, this old boy. Seeing that the situation was not right, Su Jiangwo went straight around the octagon and pounced. Li Jingliang freezes for a second, grits his teeth and makes up his mind, pouncing after him. One of the two fought for control, the other for output, and Yamamoto Oki was turned into a rattlesnake. In the octagon, Jiangnan faced two Japs, and directly hit the chin with a backswing from a mounted Yakuza, drying out the Japs. It's good to be young and fall back to sleep. The other one sees the situation and tries to escape, but Jiangnan rushes up and wraps a dive around his neck, knocking him out and putting him to sleep, but luckily the referee and security guards stop it just in time, so nothing major happens. Chaos reigns in the octagon as a dramatic scene unfolds in the arena. On one side, medical personnel rush to revive Kyoji Horiguchi, while two more deep sleepers are brought in, and a large number of staff enter the ring to control the situation. In the center of the arena, one fights two and splits the difference. Under the ring, two fights against one also split the difference. Yamamoto Oki was once again beaten into a small husband's mouth, covered in blood, dragon fruit to eat until full. Jiangnan's 20 bodyguards rush to the octagonal cage in a murderous rage to confront each other, preventing anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to sneak attack Jiangnan and Su Jiangwo. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiangnan had Lao Deng throw up the Sick Man of East Asia plaque. Then, under the gaze of the entire media audience, throwing the plaque up to a height of 4 or 5 meters, Jiangnan rushed 2 steps and directly leaped up, lifting his leg in the air and kicking to shatter it. It was too explosive. This kick didn't matter, the atmosphere dried up to the peak. Oh. No way, the arena exploded. The roar resonates throughout the neighborhood. The crowd in the arena had nothing to say, convinced. They're convinced. The adrenaline had reached its peak. The entire arena was boiling, and many fight fans regretted not filming this classic scene that would go down in history. Buffer, who usually just chimes in, couldn't help but turn on his golden voice. Oh. Shat. Damn, unbelievable. Tonight, everyone, the place where miracles are born. Let's have some fun. Everyone held their heads in disbelief, the major internet flooded with many people watching, the comments section had ferocious traffic, the servers were maxed out, and there were all sorts of lags in the livestream. Viewers were checking to see if their ticket stubs were still there, this was proof that they had witnessed the miracle live and would have a high collector's value. Bruce Lee's fans closed their eyes to enjoy, I felt the breath of Brother Tongshen. It's back, everything is back. Huasha internet, how dare the little kid this is not to let the South God anger buff stack full, you do not die who died. Everything happened in a matter of moments, security urgently took control of the scene, bodyguards protected Jiangnan and Su Jiangwo. The medical staff confirmed that Kyoji Horiguchi died from resuscitation. The other two little Japanese were spared. This scene caused an uproar around the globe. I didn't expect this match to turn out to be such a big job, octagonal cage fancy abuse. The single kill of Kyoji Horiguchi, which cured the insomnia of the 2 junior days in the process, and especially that last leap, blew up the arena outright. It's been a long time since the world has seen a fighting event like this, and many fight fans who weren't there are starting to regret it. Even through the screen can feel the blood on the head, you can imagine how explosive the scene. Only those who have seen it know how great it is to experience it live and in person. Jiangnan and others were taken away, Joe Rogan's interview did not even have time to do. All the spectators in the arena were roaring for Dana White to give Jiangnan an interview. Of course White Dana wanted to, but the scene was now out of control to the extreme. Jiangnan, who was the center of attention and the troublemaker in the arena, had to leave, or else tonight's match didn't have to continue. A group of people walked towards the passageway with great vigor, behind them was everyone standing up and applauding to send off, whistles and cheers resounded through the arena. The reporter in the ESPN stands jumped down from the 3-meter-high platform carrying a camera. Kneeling on one knee, signing pens in hand, they only begged the passing miracle maker to grant a favor and sign their big names on the camera. Jiang Nan did not let the pilgrims down, and with a big wave of the pen, he brought his own watch from Su Jiangwo amidst the cheers of the reporters. It showed a countdown of 1 minute, and Jiang Nan handed the watch to the reporter. The reporter was thrilled beyond words and hurriedly collected it. At a later time, the watch was speculated to millions of US dollars. With the precedent of the ESPN reporter, the staff of the major media came to the entrance of the channel to dislike the face to shoot, and the fans also jumped at the chance to block the channel. There was no other way. Under the coordination of the organizers, Jiang Nan had to throw all of his uniforms and gloves into the crowd before he could satisfy the crowd and make way for a slightly crowded passageway. On both sides of the passageway, the camera flashes of several media outlets were flashing, and countless fans were squeezing together with one palm outstretched, just begging Jiang Nan to touch their palms randomly when he passed by. Jiang Nan held his head high, stepped forward and opened his hands, and the world-famous painting was born. China's central media followed Jiang Nan, surrounded by bodyguards in the center, and behind them were countless fans crowding together to salute. At this point, the art has become. In the evening of Huaxia, the CCTV news was on prime time, and many families sat in the hall to watch the news after dinner. Host: Good evening, viewers. Here to broadcast a piece of news. This morning, the evening of October 6, U.S. time, China's 18-year-old young Jiang Nan defeated Japan's world-ranked 6th Horiguchi Kyoji in his UFC debut. Watch the short live video below. The DJ version of Chun Ting Shui plays. This life is too long but stops between the ends of the earth. Who still remembers that pear blossom of snow season? My heart is a stone cannot be turned, my heart is a mat cannot be rolled, empty gaze, the depth of the word of love is not solved. In the picture, the CCTV documentary filming brothers stood in Jiang Nan's point of view to shoot the 10,000 people stretching out their palms, as well as the crowd behind them to pay homage to the scene. Jiang Nan's figure was erect and proud as he walked towards the passageway. At this moment, Jiang Nan was the most beautiful boy in the world. The screen shifted and began to show the ruins of the earthen house where Jiang Nan had previously lived, the four-square, warm in winter and cool in summer single room, as well as the video of the reporter's interview with the neighboring garbage station chief. A few shots spread Jiang Nan's story to thousands of households. The domineering video, touching music and inspiring story instantly attracted countless families. Many people saw the detailed video of the scene on Jitterbug and were excited beyond words. This kid, so competitive. From the beginning, everyone was not optimistic, suppressed and abused, but later on, the crushing face, dried and convinced everyone, and became the most shining light of China on the world stage. This is called the face. A man should be like this also. That said, after Jiang Nan left the stage that night, the other matches went on as normal. However, everyone was not excited, except for the Eagle Cannon battle, where the atmosphere was a little bit more favorable. The same storyline as in his previous life. Kitty won the match, and after the match, he arrogantly jumped into Mouth Cannon's trainer's den, banging his eyes clear as he was ed in a few slaps. Maha rushed up to avenge his older cousin, sneaking up on the Mouth Breather's trainer and the back of Dylan's head into a concussion. In the cage, 3 Team Kitty Karamis tried to sneak up on the injured Mouth Breather, and after 2 were wobbled, security rushed up to stop the fracas. In the end, Dana White didn't even award the belt to Kitty live, going straight to the backstage locker room to console Connor. This is a live dad, the face of the UFC. Somewhere in a Swedish wrestling league, 24-year-old Riding Horseyev looked at the spirited Gangnam on his cell phone and secretly vowed, "One day, I'm going to dislike the sky and the earth as much as Gangnam dislikes Airbati." After this match, Jiang Nan's social media accounts at home and abroad skyrocketed in followers. Jiang Nan opened the comment function and was finally able to catch his breath. The comments section shouldn't be full of black fans now. Then Jiang Nan posted his first post-match dynamic. Ignorance is not a fault, arrogance is. The likes and comments quickly broke 10,000 and instantly rushed to the hot search. Jiang Nan's comment section, black and fans 50-50, divided, strangling in the comment section. A lot of black people from the boxing world came across the ring and frantically dissed Jiang Nan on the extranet and in Jiang Nan's comment section. All of this was expected by Jiang Nan. There was only so much traffic in the fighting world. Jiang Nan messed up so much passerby traffic in the fighting world. Could people's Iron fans not be anxious? The best way was to discredit Jiang Nan's fame over strength. In competitive sports, strength is king. Laying out the facts leaves the fans speechless, and when the heat passes, the fans will naturally return. This is the effect Jiang Nan wants. How to attract fans without black people. It's best to scold Blackie so much that his Taoist heart breaks and help me arrange a main battle. Worried that the comments section wasn't heated enough, Jiang Nan even personally opened a trumpet to go down and lead the rhythm, disliking the black fans. With the strength of Jiang Nan's God's mouth, there are few enemies, killing crazy on the extranet. Jiang Nan, UFC launch angrily spraying the group. The battle record can be found. The first person in the keyboard world. Your brother's name is Mayweather, right? Call his wild father to let Jiang Nan together to strangle. Right. Your brother is undefeated in the ring, but he lost miserably in the ring. He just needs to take out his wild daddy. What's your defense? Ha? Tell me. Blackie, do you know anything about the gold of the sport of boxing? MMA is nothing. Trumpet. Boxing? Isn't that just a round-robin game for kindergartners? A bunch of dumb guys in pants bouncing around the ropes for half an hour, ing Renaissance with 2 fists? Do you dare use your ing legs? Dare to wrestle on the ground? Dare you lock up a guillotine and choke your opponent? Don't you dare? Then don't pretend to be a combatant. Blackie, my brother has won all 50 of his professional fights. Trumpet, yes, your brother has successfully proved that a businessman who can't pick a soft target isn't a good boxer. Just like that, Jiang Nan went around lighting fires and actively pulling hatred. If I don't have opponents, I'll create opponents, and what I can't beat will eventually make me strong. The system protects the body, the world is invincible. Still, Blackie was the toolman. Not only could he bring in more passerby blacks, he could also provide Jiang Nan with the opportunity to suck up fans in reverse. When Blackie pointed out where Jiang Nan couldn't do it, Jiang Nan took a small notebook and wrote it down, and when he did it one day, he even threw the notebook with a pen in his face. Blackie, speak. At that time, a portion of the Black Suns who thought Jiang Nan couldn't do it would be convinced, while the Iron fans would be even more iron. See? What you always thought couldn't be done, my Nam did. How can I judge this? Can your idol do it? Because Jiang Nan's social comment section was so lively, it gave Su Jiangwo a confused look. Isn't it true that you don't black powder the holy body? Where are so many die-hard fans? Jiang Nan, between this is called professional. That said, Neko, you probably haven't realized the seriousness of the problem right now. Hey. Jiang Nan didn't go to the post-match conference, but just did a doping test to save some people from gossiping. Afterward, he went back to the villa with Lao Deng to celebrate, accompanied by Ren Hongjun and others. After doing this, Jiang Nan began to check the system. The system opened the panel by default. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters, 10 points can increase by 1 centimeter. Daily weight, 60 kilograms. Armspan, 180, 10 points can increase 1 centimeter. Talent, upgraded Bruce Lee muscle primary. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Physical strength, 4. Strike resistance, 5. Explosion, 4. Immunity to injury, 10. Rating maxes out at 10, agility, stamina, burst, and injury immunity are standardized consistently across all weight classes. Strength and strike resistance are rated at 1 for the average person, 2 for the amateur, 3 for the flyweight athlete, 4 for the bantamweight, and so on. Punch, 7. Legs, 7. Elbows, 5. Knees, 1. Wrestling, 2. Ground stalking, 1. Block, 4. Dodge, 3. Wrestling defense, 6. Ground defense, 1. Skills, Sanso 10, stance proficiency. Stunts, flying knees 10, blistering dive 3, stunts have nothing to do with attributes. Language, Chinese, English. Items, 0. Points, 8. Weight 25 kilograms. Daily tasks can only be completed once per day. Yukong jump warm-up 2 hours, earn 1 point. 10 sets of 5 minutes each. 1 point. Fanma blade teeth, difficult standard action, each kind of 5 minutes to get 1 point. 110V electric shock training for 30 minutes, earn 1 point. Main quest, capture the flyweight belt. Reward, 1 lucky draw. Copy, make Chinese Kung Fu great again. Learn authentic Chinese Kung Fu, rewarded with a number of character experience card drawings. Dry. Is it possible for me to learn Chinese Kung Fu? Impossible. Let it be. The word authentic has a pre-swing there. A few days later, Lao Deng finished paying the fine for the fight. Jiang Nan, who had arrived at $150 million, and Lao Deng got on a plane back to China together. White Dana earned a lot from this fight, and his income was worth the past year. As for Jiang Nan, the self-controversial flow of the holy body, surely to be renewed, White Dana is ready to Jiang Nan into the second mouth cannon. But, wild horses are hard to tame, have to walk Jiang Nan. The time when there is no match to beat and beg for himself is the time when he can control him. It's easy to add flowers, but it's hard to send charcoal in the snow. When the time comes, Jiang Nan will still be grateful for his loyalty in traffic. I, by Dana, am a high-end player who takes advantage of human nature. This Bonazi stood on the second level looking down on Jiang Nan. Child smash. The difference between big and small people is that big people make the rules, small people abide by the rules. Chapter 18, preparing for UFC Beijing flyweight title fight. Excuse me, I'm going to screw up. Because of the unprecedented heat, the market value of the UFC skyrocketed by $1.5 billion. Dana White's mouth was crooked with laughter, and comforting Conor was put aside. The usually meticulous Dana specially arranged a large reception to reward the staff behind UFC 229. Dana White was in the mood and ordered 2 strippers to get high for the night. White Dana got the naked choke and managed to get strung out on the spot. On the airplane, Jiang Nan hemmed and hawed. Nazi, Nan brother will give you a lesson today. Some things, what Nan gives you is yours. If brother Nan doesn't give it to you, you can't have it. The next day, Hunter rushed to the hotel in a hurry and woke up the confused by Dana. Dana, Zhang posted social media, he's leaving the UFC, the market capitalization is already plummeting, take a look. Hunter urged anxiously. Ward posted. Dana woke up from his beauty sleep and grabbed his phone to check it out. Jiangnan's latest update, next, I'm going to bring the talent back to Huaxia. And with a picture of the termination date of Jiangnan's temporary contract. The meaning is self-evident, the UFC only signed with me for one fight, and now they're sweeping me off my feet. What's killing me is that because of Jiangnan's paragraph, the market value of the UFC began to fall wildly. Damn it! When not to post it, but when the heat is at its peak. This wave of heat, UFC has just eaten into the mouth has not yet swallowed it. The market capitalization that had risen hadn't even been warmed up, so it was spit back with interest. After all, most of the traffic in this event is rushing to Jiangnan Online to eat melon. As a result, you told me that lazy people now left the UFC, then also see a hair or not, scattered. This is not only Jiangnan's alone credit, but also appears to make up for the knife, push the wave. Traffic pool is so big, we all have to do business. The result is to take the son of the family came to a program with a great job, brother. Good guy people are running to take the son of the place to join in the fun, we still do a ghost of business It's the right time for people to gather, but brother Jejo is going to be chased away by Neko. The bad guys are racking their brains, not as good as the stupid ones. They will take this opportunity to publicize for Neko with loudhailers. They'll seize the opportunity to take a bite out of Neko's ass, and take a bite out of the fat. Gangnam has been swept away, so we don't have to go and watch the fun. What's going on in the UFC is a lot of blackmail. Tournament capitalists have to Jiangnan's account cast stream, by network water army brush screen, become a dominant hotspot. As a result, Jiangnan is on fire again and again and again. Do you think this wave of traffic comes and goes quickly? Theoretically, yes. Other tournament parties couldn't possibly be living thunderbolts either. No, the most important thing was that Jiangnan's traffic came from fighting tournaments. It is widely rumored in the sports world that in fighting events, strength is king and traffic is supreme. The strength of the bull, no traffic hype cannot fire. Traffic without strength can only fire for a while. Now leave the UFC, Jiangnan no top platform tournament support, 3 or 2 days no heat, scattered soldiers just. Even if you sign a small platform of Chinese mixed martial arts, there is no authority, it is not interesting to watch, and ultimately cannot escape. At most, there is a drop of die-hard fans, cannot become what climate. The traffic gave Jiangnan, Jiangnan can catch? In the end, the flow of traffic is not to return to the various fighting events. No matter what, the traffic will be divided up, and everyone will be able to grab as much as they can. The fighting circle's capitalists tactically leaned back as if they were holding everything. In this way, the capitalists stood on the third level looking down on Nazi, give you a chance and you don't use it. At this time, a boxing capitalist is laughing at the wind and clouds. This wave of traffic, he is Jiangnan's big brother with the investment. Other fighting tournament capital are following the wind. Jiangnan's traffic is not sustainable, right? If this time there is a big platform to catch Jiangnan's traffic? Tell me? What? You said Gangnam doesn't know how to fight professionally. It doesn't matter, amateur is enough, what I want is his skill. If he's not an amateur, how can we harvest his fans? When the traffic brought in by Gangnam is transferred to other starfighters, then kick him out. He wouldn't let Jiangnan run away after just one fight. Big Brother couldn't help but praise his own resourcefulness. In this wave, Biggie stood on the 4th floor looking down on the capitalists on the 3rd floor. Guys, don't blame brother for speaking bluntly. Because you guys are young and inexperienced. Don't understand the sidewater here is very deep. Everything on the internet is virtual, you can't grasp it. Listen to my advice, let me grasp it. High-end hunters appear in the form of prey. Jiangnan stood on the rooftop of the building with a playful face, a high place is not cold. If I come up with a system that can carry traffic around and can also suck up fans in reverse, how should you all respond? I can only say that everyone here is a younger brother. Take the son is the brother of the brother. The world is nothing but fame and fortune, not on the table on the menu. I am not talented, I have already put Nazi into the menu, but now is not the time to serve on the table, let the bullets fly for a while. That said, after Nazi, who had been wildly slapped in the mouth by reality, had her eyes cleared, she called Jiangnan at the first opportunity. Nazi understood that the bell must be tied to the person who tied it. At this time, Jiangnan has returned to Hangzhou to pick on the big dough wild. Earned so much money, cannot enjoy? The sound of the phone rang, Jiangnan looked at it, pretending not to know the caller contact. What class, the launch dare to yell at me. Called you to wear a watch, but also do not give faces it. I Jiang someone hard eyes are not big, hold grudges hard. Hey, which one is the dilettante? Who's bothering me when I'm spending money? Jiangnan scolded in fluent English. I Dana spat, can you be any more fake? It's better to curse in Chinese. There was no way, no one was always the boss. Obviously, the current boss was Jiangnan. Dana by, Jiang, it's me, Dana. About your contract, I want to talk. Jiangnan, hold a thread. Dana, I think you're late. White Dana, Jiang, can you make it clear? Jiang Nan, let me put it to you this way. The people looking for me to sign a contract are lined up from China to France. I don't think you need to waste your time with me. This matter, Dana Bai was aware of it. Hunter had said that Jiang Nan had become famous in the fighting circle in one fight, and many tournaments were in contact with Jiang Nan. Fark. Bai Dana began to regret that he signed the contract at that time. Why the 4-fight contract was replaced with one. Repeatedly jumping horizontally resulted in twice lifting a stone to his own feet. People have been offended, cannot talk about feelings. Take Sun can only talk about reality. White Dana, Jiang, you know, the UFC is the top platform. We will make you a superstar. The future is yours. We've prepared the most perfect talent training program. The salary is $2 million for appearance fees and bonuses, and $3 for the highest PPV share. How's that? Jiang Nan, then you talk to the future me. I'm hard to talk to, so I'll hang up first. Bai Dana hurriedly stopped. Don't, Jiang. Say it. What do you want? Jiang Nan, $20 million each for the appearance fee and prize money, and $20 for the PPV share. Dana Bai sucked in a breath of cool air. Jiang, you're definitely joking with me. Jiang Nan, you're the one who joked with me first. Neko paused for a long time, suppressing the anger in his heart. Jiang, how about an appearance fee bonus of $8 million each, split by $12? This is the biggest contract in the UFC right now. Jiang Nan, I have one more request. The contract is signed one fight at a time. White Dana pretended to hesitate. This. Jiang Nan, I can ask for $10 for the split. Dana Bai, haha. Happy cooperation. Jiang. The corners of Jiang Nan's mouth rose. Dana, happy cooperation. Both sides were satisfied with the deal and both thought they had taken advantage of it. Dana, you Jiang Nan are young after all. Don't think I don't know your little scheme. You want to hit your price and sign a contract to bargain with me. Oh. Smaller pattern. Throughout the ages, how many kings of flow in the fighting world have withered and newcomers have risen to the top? Traffic is called traffic because it is uncontrollable and needs to be maintained frequently for a short period of time. When traffic follows you into the UFC pool, it's common for you to take a few months off and not fight, right? Fans always want to see the fights. It's not uncommon to fall out of love then, or to love a few more. Fighting is never a place for loyalty and sentimentality. Not enough fights, not enough strength, and soon enough you'll be out of the game. With today's blossoming UFC, how can you, a tiny flyweight super rookie, hold off the frequent onslaught of star fighters from other weight classes on the platform? Wait until the fans and the platform depth binding favorite fighters gone can be replaced by a new one. As usual, wonderful sellout. White Dana is certain that as soon as Jiang Nan returns to the UFC, the traffic will soon be digested by the platform. This point, on the contrary, is the same idea with the boxing world's big brother. Fighting this sport is too much to eat the body. Moving needs to recuperate. The infrequency of fights leaves a lot of window of opportunity for fans to mentally derail other fighters, something that has happened throughout the ages. In a nutshell, it's an iron tournament, but not a running stream of fighters. Therefore, Nazi felt that the single contract was an insignificant matter, and agreed to it. When the time came to eat it all, if Jiang Nan was honest, he would stay on. If not, he would go back to Huaxia. Taking a step back, in case Jiang Nan's traffic, even if it was just a flash in the pan, could be unwound as soon as possible. The corners of Jiang Nan's mouth rose. He finally fell for it. The first entree on the menu was so watery that it was served on the table. Traffic is able to bind the platform, but the same can also be bound to the players, depending on who provides more emotional value. Isn't it just that the fighters have fewer matches and the fight fans are less viscous? Let me ask you, how often do I fight the UFC with the frequency of a soccer game, and is the viscosity higher? What, the UFC doesn't give me fights? Then let me ask you again, if I don't fight for me, and I have a lot of energy and take my fans to play cross-country for 3 days, is that exciting? Is it exciting? Other people have 3 or 2 fights a year, but I'll have it all over in less than a month. You think I'm going to open an extranet to pick on Mui? Don't you think I don't have a dream of a main fight, tell me? What's more important is, if I win this fight, will the fans on the plate come with me when I sweep the ring in this state? I'll fight in a few days, your idol will fight in months. I can still win, I'm fancy, I'm alive. Do you love me or do you love him? Say it. If you love me, come with me. When the traffic is in place, I'll show off your platforms on the table. The source of self-confidence is the difference in the way you and other capitals treat traffic. Other capital in the treatment of traffic, like a very licking dog. They wait carefully, always trying to satisfy their own fans, plain and simple, with some small surprises now and then. Jiang Nan's turn, the king of the sea is here. Provide emotional value and we'll come to things, the main of fresh, interesting, and exciting. Fans of all major tournaments, follow me, Jiang Nan, to pretend to fight and stomp on the field. Today take you to see the stars, tomorrow take you to pick the moon. There's a different pattern every time. So, are you coming? The script for a few dishes is all thought out. Where's the bottom line? This brings us to the copy mission. The system was worried about Jiang Nan lying down and took the initiative to prompt Jiang Nan. The rewarded character experience card is a random expert in the fighting world, as well as having a full level of injury immunity tucked in himself. Since this is the case, then I, Jiang Nan, am afraid of a hang. I'll just wait for the card to come out before ruffling my feathers. Although this old woman is old, she can't help but have a lot of fans, and she's a referee saint, so she can't win if she doesn't K off. As long as the pretty old man is ed up, I guess he can suck hard. The small days of K1 can also fight a little. Their own sparring, wrestling defense and physical fitness are the top of this volume class at K1 hand-to-hand pinch. So take Sun, Jiang, who is not fighting and killing, is the human world. There is no comparison without harm. When the UFC appeared an unusual way of the strong, destined to take the Sun you go far. Although the two sides talked about cooperation, but White Dana did not forget the ultimate purpose of this time. Officials announced Jiang Nan's match, Beijing Station on November 24, hurry to salvage a little traffic. Dana White got on the bandwagon this time, and directly arranged a flyweight title fight for Jiang Nan against Henry Cejudo. Only a month to prepare for the fight, but never mind, the strong never complain about the circumstances. Later that night, the UFC officially announced the big news. Huaxia Jiang brought talent to UFC Huaxia Beijing. As a result, the traffic was polarized. A large number of fans and passers-by on the extranet who had come over from other events to see what was going on, clicked on the attention to continue to test the level of Jiang Nan's whole job. Many of the UFC's fight fans saw this news and have been verbally attacking Dana Bai on the internet. Dana, is Jiang your real father? Winning a fight by wrestling restraint and scheduling a title fight? His wrestling does nothing against Henry. Don't arrange such a boring match. Jiang, this clown, is nothing more than a cowardly Japanese who won, and doesn't deserve to be paired with Henry. The Japanese's flaws are too obvious to be restrained. Our Olympic wrestling champion, Henry, will knock the clown back down, and the clown should stay where he belongs. All of the UFC's champions have been fought slowly, one punch at a time, and as a result, Inami has been parachuted straight into a title fight in just one fight, so can the fans of the other champions be convinced? Needless to say, Dana's wave of maneuvering has created a lot of controversy, putting Jiang Nan on the fire, and the traffic is starting to fester. Everyone is looking forward to what will happen in Beijing. Before Dana Bai could secretly rejoice, a development from Jiang Nan broke the calm of the fighting circle. Standing post as proof. I, Gangnam, give my real name to the battle. The Japanese fighting world is full of trash, there is no one who can fight, enough guts to fight. I, Conan, am going to destroy the Japanese fighting world. This is the price for Ichiro Yamamoto and Kyoji Horiguchi provoking my Chinese nation. Chapter 19 Solo fighting in Japan's fighting world busting out Boyka? I'm going to blow up the fish pond. Once Jiang Nan's battle post was sent out, everyone was confused. No, weren't the two little baka killed by you? Why are you still holding on to them, reckless to their spring water? That's not reasonable, is it? But I like it. Hey, hey, hey. If you're strong, you can do whatever you want. I don't want to fight. Jiang Nan's newly collected Iron fans have reposted their posts, angrily spraying the Japanese fighting world, first fighting for Jiang Nan as a striker. The internet is heavy-handed, and anyway, there's Gangnam offline for real. There was nothing more exciting than following an idol and pretending to stomp the field. Jiang Nan's behavior is also considered unique to Scorpion Poop. Stomping the field and stepping on it to win is a cool article, but stepping on it and flipping it over is a social death scene, dropping fans like crazy. A large number of melon eaters on the outside network gathered to watch the show. There are too few melons in the fighting world, and so far, Jiang Nan has put together a grudge match. Who can top this? It must be watched. Soon, Nako's call came. Jiang, as a matter of principle, UFC fighters aren't allowed to pick up fights privately. Jiang Nan was unhappy, his tone hard. Oh? Who's the principal? You or me? Answer me. Suddenly being sprayed, White Dana gave a whole lot of trouble. Jiang Nan, this is called an obedience test. With the greater good in mind, Dana Bai consoled, Jiang, don't get excited. We are together, I mean, if there is any plan notify me, we do it together. Good fellow, eyeing my 3 melons and 2 dates. Jiang Nan said perfunctorily, I'm playing a private match, I'm not selling tickets, do you want to come? Dana Bai was dissatisfied, Jiang, are you crazy? What's the point of fighting without hype to make money? You should be preparing for the UFC and defending to give back to the fans. Jiang Nan, I'll do whatever the hell I want to do, what do I care? Remember, if I'm happy, you're a big winner, but if I'm not happy, you're nothing. Said, then hung up the phone. White Dana angry face green, now finally know why Jiang Nan to sign a single occasion with. The UFC simply can't restrain Jiang Nan during the non-contract period. By Dana, Jiang Nan, you wait for me. Today's grisly insults, he will certainly return 100 times. That being said, the Gangnam fight post quickly made the Japanese fighting world red hot. The main thing is that many of Jiang Nan's fans are baptized by Jiang Nan's internet Bible. The little mouth was even father and mother, rather like the keyboard world's pride. Because it's a comment from an outside network, the little baka don't dare to dislike them back, they can only be ed to break their defense. First of all, our foot basin did not mess with you Western masters. In the end, the monstrous anger was all transferred to the Jiangnan comments section. Baka. Despicable and shameless Chinaman. How dare you challenge the fighting community of the great Japanese Empire? Inferior nation, history has long proven that in front of our Yamato nation, the Chinas have no power to fight back. What's the use of drilling your pants with strength? This nation participates in a free sparring tournament so that you, Jiangnan, will come in standing and go out lying down. The Japanese's response immediately caused many fans on the extranet to dislike him back, and little they could only keep on at Jiangnan. Despite the protection of the extranet traffic, Jiangnan enthusiastically gave a murderous response. Calling your mom. Your patriarch doesn't even dare to fart in front of me? What's the matter, softball, heavy-handed on the internet, coy in reality? Why don't you say anything? Poking you where it hurts, trash. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the fast knife. Jiangnan's sentence silenced the entire country of Little Japan dry. There was no way, people were telling the truth, there were pictures and truth. The foot tub patriarch had already been nailed to the pillar of shame, any further bickering would only get bigger and bigger, and in the end it would be Japan that would lose face. Fans of the foreign network are watching in awe and worship, so many of us can't stand up to a single word of truth from you. We're all mixed up. They haven't learned the essence of God's mouth. People's mouths have reached the state of perfection, quality is greater than quantity, and they poke people's lungs when they exit. It's worthy of my name, the founder of the Internet Bible. I'd call him a goat with a big mouth. The audience is clamoring for free keyboard instruction. Watch and learn. It's all dry, learn the essence of 2 sentences and you've earned it. Because of the abandonment of resistance, Japan's entire network was swept apart by the Nanja army and the eaters on the extranet. Cowards! Cowards! Gutless spawn! Weaklings! The entire country received discrimination from the people of the world. If you don't perish in silence, you'll explode in silence. The Japanese fighting community urgently deliberated on countermeasures, making sure to teach Jiangnan a profound lesson and wash away the shame. After a round of deliberation, it was decided that Japan's fighting genius, kickboxing expert Najuan Tenshin would fight. Japan's kickboxing is one of the best in the world. On the one hand, using a Japanese talent to take down a Chinese talent tells the world that the pride of this era was born in Japan. On the other hand, using K1 tournaments to take over the traffic in Jiangnan and eat the fat in one breath. Originally, K1 was going to have Najuan Tenshin fight Mayweather in December to suck up some of the old bastard's traffic. It just so happened that Gangnam came with the traffic to pick a fight, again practicing mixed martial arts. Although the UFC is a top stream event, but the art of specialization. Jiangnan playing kickboxing events must not be as specialized as K1's masters, this wave must step on Jiangnan to the top. Thus, Japan's K1 tournament's agent team shouted under Jiangnan's social account. Najuan Tenshin, the first talent of kickboxing in the Empire of Japan, met him. In the presence of netizens, Gangnam opened his first live broadcast on the spot. Something's about to happen? Iron fans and black people who had followed Gangnam came to join in the fun. Seeing that the number of people had quickly broken 10,000, Jiangnan began to speak. Hey! Ironies, let me say something. First of all, black people get the hell out of my live room. Rhythm Master's life motto, if you don't have a rhythm, bring a rhythm yourself. Before you guys had a rhythm, I had already brought it. When this came out, the black fans who were watching broke their defenses in their hearts, cursing in the comments section and arguing with the Iron fans, and Jiangnan didn't ban them. The strange thing is that the black people just refuse to go out. The more you want me to roll, I just don't roll. Just want to see what you get up to so I can catch the handle. Ignoring the crowd's clamor, Jiangnan began to announce, listen. I have a plan. As you all know, I have a grudge against Japan, they don't have enough respect for China, I'm going to lead you to teach the Japanese fighting community a lesson. Blackie, just this, it's been hyped over and over again for a few rounds now, traffic boosting clowns. Jiangnan started to zoom in, use all my social media accounts to live stream the whole thing. ESPN has exclusive interview rights. Turn off all bounties and don't charge any fees. I will take you guys and smash K1. No hype, no launch, as long as the Japanese have the guts to pick it up, I'll go to Japan right away. Have revenge, go up and do it. Play is real. When these words came out, the live broadcast room exploded. Playing it for real? No script is the best script. Now the fighting circle, which top stream to fight a fight is not to engage in a script, preheating a half a year hype to sell tickets. The audience is tired of seeing it. The funniest thing is that the fighters don't even pretend anymore. Hype when the war of words to fight in the dark. When it's time to compete, the contestants who have harvested fans and received astronomical appearance fees bare their big teeth and greet each other with hugs. Shatter, bro. Slaughtering us fans like pigs. Jiangnan's wave of maneuvers was like a clear stream in the fighting world, appending the fighting world. You're still spraying? Spray your grandpa. He does not earn your money, but also take you first-person perspective to experience the bullying small Japan, spraying you? Jiangnan smiled slightly, pattern open, this is only the beginning. Free is the most expensive. Only to pay the bill is the tournament organization behind you. The Iron fans in the live broadcast room instantly found a vent and disliked the black fans. Get back to your trash tournaments and watch your paid scripted battles. John's welfare battle belongs to us fans. You guys aren't qualified to watch it. No comparison, no harm. The blacks were furious, but they couldn't retort. The Black Suns wanted to watch the fun and stayed dead in the live broadcast without saying anything, not being tagged and recognizable anyway. At this time, the Japanese agency applied for a connection, and Jiang Nan agreed to the application. Mr. Jiang, although we agreed to play K1 with you, it has to be in the middle of a regular tournament. We will give a generous appearance fee. Jiang Nan, trying to use my traffic to circle money and sell tickets, no way. I don't want money, I play for real. Get lost if you don't have the guts. Garbage Nation. Want my traffic to make a wave of fast money, face is really big, can you catch it? Jiang Nan directly poked the Japanese intentions in the live broadcast. The rhythm of public opinion instantly flooded the Japanese K1 tournament. Bah! Garbage tournament. I really feel bad for K1's fans, actually harvesting fans so blatantly. There's more than one tournament like K1, who dares to do this but Jiang. Jiang is the real deal. Japanese are all trash, weak, gutless rats, stay in the sewers. Don't come out to disgrace yourself. Jiang doesn't want anything from us. He's a villain, but he's got principles that aren't comparable to these hateful capitalists. The rhythm of the comment section cleared up in favor of Jiang Nan, spraying the Japanese to go offline urgently. Slipped away. Let's just pretend it was never said, don't earn money to play be an ostrich. This wave against the line, Jiang Nan set up a persona, K1 tournament defeated the character. Jiang Nan can only pretend to sigh, there is no way, the Japanese do shrinking turtles, have to pay the audience will buy. Next, I will continue to shout at the Japanese fighting community until they have someone who dares to take it. If they don't dare, it can only be said that this nation is too cowardly. As a result, the Japanese internet was again and again washed out. People took Jiang Nan's connecting video and slammed it hard in the faces of the Japanese, writing the face output. This is the character of your Japanese fighting community. Cowardly and greedy. No wonder your patriarch is as cowardly as a bug. Mute. Speak up. The net violated Japanese netizens are speaking, only not to the line, but in collective protest against K1. You're so noble. Pretending nothing's wrong. Let me take the blame for all the trouble you've caused. You made such a big mess on the extranet, and you come back here to hide and not say a word. Crooked Rigoletto. China Jiang has been calling out the Japanese fighting community for days, and no one dares to fight. Are you guys dead? The footbenders were humiliated by Jiang, and you're just gonna let it go? K1, what are you guys doing? You're good at harvesting fans, but you're weak at fighting hard. Unsurprisingly, K1's market capitalization plummeted, and the fans stopped buying. There's nothing to look forward to from an organization that only puts on a show to make money for its fans and hides when things go wrong. The fox wasn't caught and caused a ruckus. The president of the K1 organization urgently held a conference and tearfully apologized. At the conference, the president announced that Najuan tension had officially taken over the war. The extranet is blowing up. Gangnam's first wave of fan benefits is coming. A real no-fee, unscripted, grudge bureau, not playing lip service with you. Gangnam has ed 2 Japanese to death. What kind of script can kill 2 little baka to help out before the match? A lot of fight fans come here. No money? What's the point of not watching? Black and red is also red, Jiang Nan at least a top stream, watching it is not earned? Fans, Inan play is real. Having said that, entering the live room requires a little attention. To this, Jiang Nan's explanation is, I step on the field only with their own fans, black powder don't come to get involved. Go back to your tournaments. Passers-by want to watch the fun of their own point of attention. After watching their own takeoff, slow hands were pulled black don't blame me The netizens are confused. No, big brother, I recognize every word you said, how come I can't read it all together? However, many black fans are spitting, ambition finally exposed, not just want to increase the number of fans? Is it still necessary to do so much explaining? Botched provocation. The desire to escape is so fake. Fans, it's just a provocative method to try to increase the fans, so what if you have the ability to make your tournaments free as well? Jiang Nan did not do more to explain, show operation, when the operation is not show. At this time, Lao Deng brought a monk debut live. Through Lao Deng's introduction, Jiang Nan understood that this was the first Chinese martial arts master that Lao Deng had found for Jiang Nan. 5-step boxing, basic boxing, simple and easy to learn, can enhance the flexibility, agility, coordination, and sense of rhythm of beginners. Jiang Nan wanted to try a copy of the feed. Last time's writing Yev was too flavorful. By the way, he felt out the system's judgment criteria. Thus, under the crowd of spectators in the live broadcast room, Jiang Nan began to learn the master's boxing, and the crowd in the live broadcast room followed suit and imitated. When he was able to do the standard movements on his own, the system sounded a voice. Ding! Learned the Chinese martial art 5-step fist 1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the random character experience, Kaboika Peak State. Walt? Movie characters can come out? Naju intention little old man, you're finished. The heavens are out to get you. Who is Boyka? Anyone who's seen The Ultimate Fighter knows, if you haven't, go search. He's a man who makes the most of his legs. Kickboxing, right? The total amount of kickboxing in the world is 1 stone. I, Jiangnan, have 8 buckets, and the rest of you owe 2 buckets each, on account. Originally, Jiangnan planned to do it himself. Win is sure to win, if the opposite side of the obscene development really cannot say that the first round can be K-off. Since he stepped on the field, of course he had to win beautifully to be convincing. However, since the leg king Boyka came out, then there is nothing to hang said, directly Mang passed, who come are not good. With so many social media accounts broadcasting live in real time, Jiangnan didn't believe that Boyka would dare to mess up in front of the global audience. The most important thing is that there is a sports media giant ESPN, small Baga wanna play what tricks away. Jiangnan has calculated everything and is about to start blowing up the fish pond. The end of this chapter would like to say sorry to the readers. First of all, thank you for the readers' recognition. In the past 2 days, because of many paragraph description problems, stuck in the audit for a long time, resulting in the update time is wrong. Because many small problems did not pass the audit, including the back of the chapter many scenes to rechange. If you feel bad place, I hope the big brother more valuable advice will be corrected in a timely manner. In addition, the writing background often does not display comments. I temporarily difficult to reply to everyone's comments. If there are no replies, please believe that I must have paid attention to the big brother's problems, only there is no way to reply to you. I'll be checking your comments, so don't worry. I love it when people express their opinions and learn from them, so feel free to say whatever you want. Anyway, I apologize to everyone for my questions and thank you all for your company and support. Chapter 20 Solo Battle of the Japanese Fighting World. You guys are pretending we're here to get cyberstormed? Under the witness of the netizens in the live broadcast room, Jiangnan got on the airplane and shut down the live broadcast. When he opened the broadcast again, he had already arrived at the Tokyo airport in Japan. The live broadcast room quickly went up to the people, the passers-by who did not pay attention and the black people who pretended to pay attention to the passers-by flocked into the live broadcast room, fearing that they would miss the grudge match. Baka Tooth Road. Idiot, asshole. Dirty Chinaman. Green worms. Both sides of the road were lined with Japanese, surrounding them with all sorts of insulting slogans. The airport security guards quickly stepped forward to block the angry crowd. Chinese pigs, get out. The Japanese people roared in unison. The entire passageway was blocked, and Zhang Nan's group could not get on the bus at all. In response, Zhang Nan expressed no panic at all. Can't afford to play, right? Well. The little bastards are screaming, waiting to be cyber raped. I'll be defended on the internet. If we can't, we'll just go home, and the Japanese government will pay for it in the end. Unsurprisingly, the internet is already abusive, saying all sorts of things, but the core idea is that you can't get away from your parents. It seems that this batch of foreigners who are concerned about Jiangnan have learned the real things of China. Jiangnan did a top crotch act to the crowd, the same as he did to Abe in the octagon. Boom! The baka at the scene couldn't wait to eat Jiangnan alive in the airport, their lungs exploding with anger. This action had already become popular on all major social media platforms, with many young people competing to imitate it, making it an exclusive action for insulting the Japanese. Foreigners would subconsciously make the top crotch movement when they saw Asian faces. I'll laugh is Chinese, rolling eyes is Korean, if red warm that is Japanese undoubtedly. Facts have proved that the content of the small baga stems are still rising. Over here, the foreigners of the foreign network just sprayed not long ago, the foot basin of the Tokyo mayor's office of the phone to the front line. I have to say, the little day is still quite attentive to the opinions of the Western lords. It started with a flurry of apologies and an offer to send someone immediately to deal with it. It seems there are still smart people? This is the same as kicking a pavilion. No matter what one thinks behind their backs, when people come to their door to challenge them in the open, they must respond to the battle in a regular manner. If anyone dares to make trouble, the rumor will not want to mix in the Jianghu. Especially since this matter is making a lot of noise on the extranet, many people came over to eat melon for free. As a result, the people of the foot basin in the airport blocking the people gagging and making a fuss, so that foreigners can see the Japanese underhandedness, deduction of big points as the government. People Huaxiajiang called out the Japanese fighting community, you ordinary people here to make things how? The leaders of the foot basin have a hard time saying, if the filming of the interview later can also be false clarification. Chinaman real-time live broadcast a mirror in the end, demons and monsters have nothing to hide. The key to the flow of large, not good for the whole world will be the enemy of the barbecue. At this time, the crowd suddenly erupted in commotion, opening a channel. A Chinese face was squeezed to the east and west, hard to hold open a gap. Quickly go, Jiangnan. Get in the car and go to K1, take a breath for our Huaxia. Hurry up and go, Jiangnan, don't worry, we are Chinese, we came here specially to protect you. The surrounding Japanese heard the Chinese accent and scrambled forward, their fists hitting the Chinese like rain. Baka Tooth Road. How dare the Chinese swine run into our country? Lowly race of people, trample them hard underfoot. The protesting crowd became exuberant, heads gathering in all directions, all thinking that they could take a punch at the Chinese Xia people to vent their anger. In a matter of moments, the Chinese man's clothes were ripped into strips of cloth, his face was scratched with bloody marks, and his body was shaken by the punches, the gaps getting smaller and smaller. Jiang Nan was on fire as he watched, clenching his fists and about to go up to Manga Wave. Quickly! Go! Jiang Nan! Leave us alone! Quickly Quickly! Don't freeze, don't let them have their way. Don't ever let our hard work go to waste. Also on fire was Lao Deng, who suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Jiang Nan, Jiang Nan, I've already notified the embassy, you take the live streamers and the media to leave first, leave this place to me. Saying that, without waiting for Jiang Nan to agree, Lao Deng pounced out with a dozen bodyguards. Jiang Nan clenched his lips and squeezed into the safety gap built by the Chinese. Countless fists smashed and thumped above their heads, and the Chinese on both sides protected Jiang Nan and the others, carrying most of the damage. Getting on the bus, the driver started the vehicle to move slowly. Jiang Nan sat in the back seat, his eyes staring through the window to the back of the vehicle. Densely packed with small baka, in the middle of the baka, there was a chaotic and incomparable crowd. In the middle of the crowd, a broken bright red flag was raised and waved. Arriving at K1's headquarters, K1 deployed a large number of security guards to separate the crowd. K1's president, Ojo Matsue, knew very well that Jiang Nan could be in trouble anywhere, but here, K1 had to guarantee Jiang Nan's safety. Jiang Nan entered the chamber without dragging his feet, and operated directly, kicking over the front desk, playing it for real. Go, call out all the most capable fighters you have here. Jiang Nan barked orders at the front desk personnel. ESPN's team of reporters burst into flashes from all angles. Jiang Nan, who had just been pissed off by the Japanese public, was going to take it out on the Japanese players they were supporting and vent his anger hard. The receptionist left in a panic, and soon after, a middle-aged man came out with a group of people in great numbers to confront him. Baka! You're dropping greatly unbridled. Matsuo Ojo cursed. Jiang Nan ignored it and took out the immunity agreement, directly slapping it on the table. Which grifter goes to war, sign it. Matsuo Ojo picked up the paper and glanced at it, questioning, this isn't our rule, I don't accept it. The pace of the comments section started to go haywire. What the hell? I say. The original rules set their own rules so that they can't fight, right? What is this? Playing hard to get? I can't play. This isn't even a script? This is a pure insult to our intelligence. If you don't dare to fight, you don't dare to fight. Think about it. Mixed martial arts is a comprehensive development event. A single skill is no match for a professional. This clown is designed in advance. He just wants to talk tough to get traffic attention, he doesn't even intend to fight for real. The pop-ups in the comments section were all skeptical, and the fans Jiang Nan had just received gradually began to turn against him. Jiang Nan also did not bull, directly picked up the contract and put it in front of the camera. All the rules were clearly displayed, it was the rules of kickboxing, yes. There is only one exception, bare-knuckle boxing. Ruthless manhwa, play fist to the meat of the game, a down still not hurt. Professional fighters who want to do this, too uneconomical. Not to mention the random touch will open, more importantly, no gloves to protect, bare fist hit others will be injured themselves. After all, Jiang is not afraid to fight, but too bold to fight. In contrast, K1 is like a grandson, it's all about the rules of kickboxing, what more do you want? You don't even dare to fight in your area of expertise, you simply don't deserve to practice fighting. The crowd spit, Matsuo Ojo cannot see and feel, is their deadbeat must be on the gloves, or not to fight. Matsuo Dajo's idea is very simple, is not want their own players to get hurt. You Jiang Nan like a rash, do not want to make money, we also rely on the health of fighters to fight to make money. Besides, Jiang Nan showed amazing strength in the last fight, and bare-knuckle boxing Najuan tension is easy to roll over. With gloves, it is difficult to hit hard, which will test the means of technical scoring. Technically, Jiang Nan is certainly not as fine as a professional kickboxer. There's no way out, Gangnam has to change the contract and sign it. A small yellow hair stood out, the victim of this time, Najuan tension. The little yellow hair scornfully sized up Gangnam, and then signed his name. Then, the two of them walked out of the doors of K1 to the open-air ring. The ring was a quadrangle, supported by 4 pillars and connected by a perimeter rope. The surrounding area was already surrounded by the populace of footbath, cheering for Najuan tension and spraying furiously towards Jiang Nan. Beat that swine to death. Beat him back to his original form and send him back to China. Najuan tension was arrogant. Chinaman, standing in front of you now is the #1 heavenly pride in the history of the great Japanese empire, with a record of 27 wins and 21 KO TKO. If I was in the octagon, I would still fear you, but now, your luck ends here. Jiang Nan, you're a ing fish fryer, you're crazy. Grizzly, your genius experience card expires today. Baka. The little yellow hare cursed and rushed up, lifting his leg for a high sweep. Jiang Nan did a backflip to the ground and then did a carp tuck, dodging little yellow hare's high sweep. Then Jiang Nan's left leg burst liver in the middle of the sweep, small yellow hare with boxing gloves to block ready to catch the leg drop. Jiang Nan used the leg on the gloves of the small yellow hare to borrow the force, a backflip, and incidentally kicked the small Baga's chin. Little Baga was dazed by the kick and retreated a few steps, leaning on all fours on the stage pillar, grasping the side rope with both hands. Jiang Nan approached, his legs dancing like a boa constrictor. A whirlwind triple kick to the head, and finally an overhead 720-degree roundhouse whip kick to dry little Baka out and roll his eyes. Everything happened in an instant, so fast that the referee couldn't stop it in time. The comments section of the live broadcast was abuzz. It's too much fun, not too much fun. Jiang never fights boring matches. Dude, is this still the kickboxing I know? The moves are too silky smooth. Jiang Nan, if handsome to you, I can only say a word, I. The medical team quickly carry out rescue the little yellow hare into the air, more gasping less. It is estimated that the seat will soon be opened. Under the stage, all the Japanese were dry silence, red eyes praying for the dead ghost on the stage. Chinese, why did you hit so hard? Jiang Nan, I didn't even put any force into it and he collapsed. Do the weak not only complain about their circumstances but also the strong? You. Matsuo Ojo was too angry to speak. Najuan tension was carried away, and things weren't over yet as Jiang Nan cursed at the stage. Eggless guys, this is the strength of your footbath. Barking dog, the louder you bark, the harder lousy yes, the worse the contestants you support. If you don't like it, come on stage and battle. The live broadcast followed Jiang Nan as he flaunted his strength. This bunch of bikers to death hit them hard in the face. Scream, weren't you quite capable of screaming before your little day? Rubbish, still think how powerful. The audience off stage got anxious and Baka Tooth Road. I'll kill you. A man broke through the security blockade and went up to the stage wanting to limit 1-for-1, others jumped at the chance. For the brats, Jiang Nan could not endure a bit. Jiang Nan had already made plans, pretending to be flat out a few times, opening up self-defense counterattacks, counting the number of people he could take away, and then spending money to find a barrister to unlock the situation. At this moment, Matsuo Ojo rushed out to stop the man's death-defying behavior. Ordinary Baka have no brain, the old boy can be shrewd. Baka! How dare you? Who told you to come up here? Do you realize that this will disgrace our great Japan? The sudden scene that happened to the man will not be able to hold. The crowd followed frozen in place. Why is the president of K1 turning his elbow outwards? Matsuo Ojo pointed at the live broadcast and media team in Gangnam. Now the whole world is watching us. Take out our great Japanese empire's Bushido spirit. Please treat the challenger who has come from afar. After Ojo Matsue's nudging, the brains of the offending crowd finally cleared up. Now there are countless pairs of eyes staring at them. We must not let anything happen to the Chinaman, or else they will be snapped and it will be impossible to explain. If a country's reputation is ruined, people will be ostracized and discriminated against when they go out in the future. Forget it. For the sake of the Western master, I'll spare his life this time. At this point, the audience thought this was the end of the story, not realizing the seriousness of the matter. On the internet, the Japanese netizens have been cursed to collapse. They've been humiliated to the Atlantic Ocean. One thing led to another. The K1 incident has just died down a bit, and you ignorant offline people are doing brainless again. Okay. You're all out there acting like assholes, and we're here to get raped, right? So, the netizens started to cyber-violate the crowd on the scene through various means. Who screamed the most joyful? How many lovers? How many bad things to do for you to rake clear, so that you also know what it's like to be cyber-violence? The scene, see the crowd emotionally calm down, Matsuo Ojo relieve, has hitched in a Nasuren tension. There is no need to make things bigger. Little Yakuza 1-for-1 you change, understand you? If the crowd is driven by your emotions, the group beating Jiang Nan will be finished. Jiang Nan to be surrounded in K1 absolutely will be through the live broadcast screen, add oil and vinegar spread all over the world. Not to mention the international market will go crazy, and those foreign fighters won't dare to come to Japan to fight. With the example of Gangnam in front of him, who knows what will happen to the Japanese if they win? Without the support of the international market, K1 can only eat dirt, and other kickboxing tournaments will not let go of the opportunity to bring down K1. On the stage, the man saw that the crowd was silent, and it was not a good idea to leave or stay. Impulsive. All of a sudden, without the crowd to help, their own on is not to send a person's head. Jiang Nan took out a photocopied pen and paper and handed it to the man. Come on, don't put your mouth on fire, sign the waiver, let me see how brave the Japanese are. How many punches can the Japanese Bushido spirit carry? The man was forced to step back by Jiang Nan, his heart beating a retreat. The spirit of Bushido was about to collapse under the world's cameras. Chapter 21 Solo Fighting in the Japanese Fighting World. Little life, it's over. Being pestered by a dog's skin. He's not learning his craft, let me take you on. When the man in the ring was at the end of his rope, the crowd opened a passage and the pushy figure arrived. Without waiting for Jiang Nan to speak, the man introduced himself. I'm Wu Zun, the #1 in the foot-base in martial arts. Young man, you must have heard of my story. Bullying my foot-base in juniors, today you will stay. Jiang Nan, what breed of dog, acting so fierce? Sign the words and speak with your fists and feet, either kill me or be killed by me. Wu Zun was trembling with anger, simply big bile. As an unrivaled Japanese fighter, it had been a long time since someone dared to provoke himself like this. Good. I hope your fists and feet are as hard as your mouth. Saying that, Wu Zun picked up the waiver agreement and was about to sign it. Too late, too soon. Generation Imatsuwa Ojo stopped Wu Zun. Stop. This is not a place for you to just act like a pussy. Avoid him. Wu Zun's face turned red. In front of so many people, you want me to avoid him? I don't want to lose face. Resolutely disregarding the objections of Matsuo Ojo, Wu Zun painfully signed his big name. Seeing Wu Zun's insistence, Matsuo Daijo was not going to care anymore. You just got here, and you're going to do it after you've gotten the script right? You can't even hold out for 2 moves, so you're going up there for nothing. You're just pretending, you don't even know what you're doing. Each and every one of you has broken his heart. I-ing net behind you to wipe your ass, you play by yourself. Thinking, the president instructed K1's personnel to evacuate the room, lock the door, completely swinging, and put the matter to rest. Let you guys make a mess own messed up things to carry their own. We K1 did everything we could, damn have sacrificed 2 excellent employees, want me what? Even if the netizens are blown up, I still have enough courage to face everything. Without any surprises, a long time passed, the crowd outside the door let out a roar, and Wu Zun didn't last more than a few rounds before claiming his box. Jiang Nan, Wu Zun? No one in Japan that I'm going to fight today dares to call me Zun. Crowd sweating, what the hell, Wu Zun pussy pretty much in place, thought I could get back in the game, but ended up pulling a big pile of. Jiang Nan, who else? I'm going to fight 10 of them. Swine, how dare you be so rude? Do you really think we don't dare to beat you? With the previous example, the crowd learned their lesson and realized that Jiang Nan was not to be messed with. They only dared to push their luck below the ring, not daring to go up to the stage to provoke. The eyes of the crowd are bright, can't you see that the president of K1 doesn't even dare to take on the line? The big brother has run away, we these Karame Relion will not be cannon fodder, we all drag the family, in order to export gas is not worth it. Jiang Nan directly into the crowd to spray, come on. I let you fight ah. I'll blackmail you all. Seeing this, the crowd is even more afraid, even mouth high do not dare, have backed up, to Jiang Nan as the center, make an empty space. I heard that Chinese people get rich by touching porcelain, in case this game should be touched and fall to the ground, it is hard to explain. Duck a little, the Chinese man is not being virtuous, he wants to blackmail people. The Chinaman is trying to make us lose face on the extranet broadcasting room, stay away, don't let him succeed. The crowd discussed in a variety of ways. In the end, the baka chose between bravery and wimpy. Seeing that the crowd wasn't on board, Jiang Nan did the right thing. Jiang Nan walked towards the K1 gate, and wherever he passed, the crowd surged, maintaining a safe enough distance to automatically make way. A voice came from the crowd. Let the professionals do the professional things, since the Chinaman challenged the Japanese fighting community, let K1 come out and settle it. It has nothing to do with us ordinary people. Inside the K1 headquarters, Matsuo Ojo looked at the live feed of Jiang Nan on his cell phone, and his heart thumped. Bad, it's coming at me. This pot has been thrown back at him. Can I take it? Of course not. The door is closed, this time I cannot say anything out of this head. There's a price to pay for the wrongdoing. K1 has already paid enough for the last incident of meeting Gangnam. They even took on a Wu Zun because of the crowd's irrationality. You guys were having a good time just now, weren't you? Turning into a triple non-stick. The child is dead, so you've come to milk it, right? When you're in trouble, you offend people to death. When it's time to pay the bill, you're afraid of getting into trouble, so you dump the blame on me. What's the matter? Are they all non-stick? And Ichiro Yamamoto and Kyoji Horiguchi, 2 losers. What the hell are you doing messing with Hua Xiajiang? This person is like a dogskin plaster, messed with the dump cannot be shaken off. Jiang Nan cannot care about these, blocked in the door of the K1 call, to the Panasonic Ojo ancestors on the 18 generations of deep digging. This time not to K1 tournament bones cracked, I'm sorry for the airport humiliated compatriots. The surrounding small baka dared to be angry and chose to keep things to themselves, possessed by the spirit of AQ. It's just been so hard to shift the goalposts, who dares to come out with this now? It is a bit hard for the Chinese to speak harshly, but as long as it is not me who is cursing, I will not be angry. Jiang Nan took out the horn he had prepared in advance and set up his stance. With mom as the main focus, dad as the supplement, relatives as the radius, grandparents to help. A small mouth, birdsong. Little hand points, rap begins. Surrounding little devils, Ojo Koen really is a person who does great things. Jiangnan have given your family account book to dry a few rounds. This can be tolerated. Live screen, really Nima Poisona through the screen can feel the charm of Oriental literature. Indoors, Matsuo Ojo's eyes were red, and there were hidden tears glistening. Sometimes really want to call the police. In this little while, Matsuo Ojo had already died a few moms. Closed the door. Although the physical attack is immune, the mental damage is real. Parental defense war started. Matsuo Ojo found subordinates and chose to surrender unconditionally. There's a saying in China that a man who learns from his mistakes is a man of honor. If you can't win, do you want to be an iron-headed waif? Continue to resist mental and physical damage? People live broadcast, global drops. What can we do to him except concede? Subordinates came out and directly conceded in front of the brats and the live broadcast. Mr. Jiang, this time it's our fault, you hold your hand high. Jiang Nan angrily rebuked, tell Matsuo Ojo to come out. Now the one who is the big one doesn't come out, you want the small one to come out and top it off? The subordinate touched a snub, turned around and went back to report to Matsuo Ojo. President's office. Matsuo Ojo sighed heavily, turned around and walked out of the office, as if he had made some kind of determination. Opening the door, Matsuo Ojo walked out of the K1 headquarters. Jiang sang, I'm wronged. Matsuo Ojo came up and cried, Ichiro Yamamoto and Kyoji Horiguchi, both of them are developing in pretty country, we are not familiar with them at all. The mistakes they made are none of our business in the Japanese fighting world. Shame on them. The old boy is a thief, the masses and netizens of Little Japan are his own bread and butter. People dumped the pot on themselves, and then they dumped it back to definitely offend the local fighting fans, so they might as well dump it on the dead man. At least the dead man is the holy body to receive the pot and won't have a problem with it. Give the Chinaman a step, the other side has a face, he also retained the inside. Unfortunately, Jiang Nan is not following the rules, you give a step, I will tear down the stage myself. It was not easy to catch the opportunity, it must be operated. It's not your business, what battle are you welcoming? Landing on the ground and being blocked by your family's fans, and beating up our people, how does this count? The scene so many Japanese K1 boxing fans provoke me, come all the way, you should give me an explanation. Jiang Nan a key to 3 companies, the first problem Matsuo Ojo recognized, also good to solve. K1 to meet the battle, you Jiang Nan 1, people are going down to sell salted duck eggs, Jianghu rules, things end. But the latter 2 problems are really no solution, really ing not my instructions are. I'm sitting at home, the pot comes from the sky. If you don't admit it, you'll offend the fans, but if you do, you can't afford to offend the Chinese. All around the brats are eyeing Matsuo Ojo, as long as you dare to dump the pot, you're dead. Matsuo Ojo bowed and apologized. Jiang-san, I'm sorry, on behalf of K1, I apologize to you and your compatriots. Gangnam, sorry, I don't accept. Matsuo Ojo, Jiang sang, facts aside, I've apologized, what more do you want from me? Gangnam, from the live team, brought a plaque that read East Asian midgets. Hang this plaque at the entrance of your K1, and this matter will be settled. Matsuo Ojo suppressed his anger, you. Being a man is a good thing. Don't bully people too much. Jiangnan's tone was flat, this is how I do things, you can choose not to hang, I'm relatively idle for a while, so I'll block the doorway of K1 to live broadcast and call for battle, let's slowly consume. His such a place should be, every day blocked here, not to diaphragm people to death. Surrounding the crowd with sympathetic eyes looking at Matsuo Dojo, the atmosphere does not dare to breathe, not to mention forced lie, afraid of Jiangnan turn the spearhead. This place should now be a walking virus, no one dare to actively provoke. At the same time, they are looking forward to Matsuo Dojo to branch out and extinguish the Chinaman's might. Matsuo Ojo looked around the crowd, eager to get some verbal help. Unfortunately, there is no one who dares to meet their eyes, and they are all looking at each other, so there is no righteousness. You, start 3 not to dip again. The East Asian dwarf scolded, but everyone here how do you this damn sympathetic expression appeared? I'm the one who's carrying the output, right? If this sign goes up on K1, the backbone of the Japanese fighting community will be broken. I won't have to come out and pose on the stage anymore. Ojo Matsuo is a broken man. He wants me to put up a sign, no way. If you won't let me live, I won't let you live either. Matsuo Ojo, Jiang sang, K1's welcome to the battle is over. Your compatriots getting hurt is not my K1's fault, and the provocation here is also the work of the foot soldiers at the scene. I, Matsuo Ojo, will not take the blame. According to the law of conservation of energy, the pot will not disappear, the pot will only be transferred to someone else's body. Before Jiangnan could speak, the surrounding group of brats became enraged and began to fight back. Big guts. How dare you dump the pot on us? If you can't bully Huaxia Jiang, you can't bully UK1. Ojo Koen. You, a disgrace to the great Japanese empire. Cowardly and incompetent, at this time you are actually saving your own ass, no pattern at all. Oju Baka. How dare you accuse us? The Chinese hit the door as a shrinking violet. You should commit harakiri. How dare you run away from reality in the face of a great enemy? K1 doesn't deserve to represent the fighting community of the Empire of Japan. Matsuo Daijo, this is pure moral abduction netizens for my flower sound Live streaming pop-ups. Oh ho, dog bites dog with a mouthful of hair. Filter broken, the Japanese showed us how shameless. I am a fan of the K1 tournament. I declare that I want to change the powder Hwasa Jang. Jang is a real man. The shouting and cursing from the scene was unbearable, and Matsumoto Ojo finally couldn't hold back. You cowards, the old three do not stain, the trouble is caused by you, the East Asian midget said, is you, stop deceiving yourself and others garbage. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the quick sword. Matsumoto Ojo's words accurately poked the heart of the little kid present. This was an offense to the crowd's anger. Matsumoto Ojo, who are you calling a coward? Walla walla. Who are you calling an East Asian midget, old man? A group of people swarmed up with curses, and the security guard's defense was broken through. In the chaos, Matsuo Ojo's head hit the Hui taboo, and his body was yanked out and escorted to kneel in front of Gangnam. Matsuo Ojo had taken out a few of his teeth and his speech leaked. Baka-toothed donkey imperial shame. The crowd didn't care about that on Matsuo before saying anything. Wasia-Jan, we don't interfere with Wasia as well. It was Oju Koen who messed with you, now we put him at your disposal, I hope you stop here. No, I don't need to dispose of him in any way, I just need to hang this plaque in K1. Jiang Nan pointed to the East Asian gnome's plaque. The crowd hesitated, the plaque was too sensitive. It was at this moment that Ojo Matsuo began to fill in. Ha ha ha. You guys are a joke, you're real East Asian midgets. What are you talking about? How dare you talk tough? The East Asian midget is talking about you. We didn't mess with Wasia, it's all your fault K1. Saying that, the crowd directly picked up the plaque and was about to hang it on Matsuo Ojo. Matsuo Ojo struggled to death, but unfortunately to no avail. In the end, under the concerted efforts of the little devils, he wore the plaque of shame. 2 lines of tears slipped from his eyes. Kneeling on the ground, Matsuo Ojo knew that the spine of the island's fighting community was completely shattered, and the heydays of the K1 tournament would no longer exist. Voices came from the crowd. Hwasa Jiang, we made the decision to hang the plaque on Ojo Koen's neck, I don't know if you are satisfied? Jiang Nan nodded, this matter ends here. In the future, if there are any footpads insulting Hwasa, I will return. Absolutely not. We foot basin people are all friendly, we were brought up to speed by K1 before. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief, go away plague. Curse, can't curse. Fight, send head, people are still difficult to deal with, there is an extra net traffic protection, this goods to wear high and low is a personal nuclear warhead. No less powerful than a little boy. Has been honest, begged to let go. Hurry up and put away the avatar. Matsuo Daijo was so watery sacrificed, the crowd hung the plaque on the body, yellow mud off the crotch, not as also. Not only that, as the initiator, these people in order to prevent Matsuo Ojo bites back, after the fact decided to collectively accuse K1 behind the scenes instructed them to target the Chinaman. As long as K1 is firmly nailed to the pillar of shame, then this black pot will follow K1 for the rest of his life, and all the scandals will be fully paid for by K1. Matsuo Ojo, I'm going to write a big miserable word in the live broadcast room. This scene gave all the fighting fans in the live broadcast room a lesson. Fighting can still be played like this, it's too interesting. Door-to-door kicking, blocked to others spring mess kill, speed through the Japanese fighting world's leading tournament K1, on the spot dry burst 2 small boss. What's even more terrifying is that when someone's generation is in hiding, they can use their psychic powers to sensitize them and turn themselves in. The scene is too beautiful, comparable to the year's one Key Fairy, a second 10 spray famous scene. Can only say that the gold content of the mouth volume level goat is still rising. This battle, civil and martial arts, K1 have lost to complete. Afterwards, or a generation of the Matsuo Ojo shoulder all, held a conference, all the blame to their own body, on the spot announced his resignation. The matter has been whisked away, Jiang Nan returned to the airport. Chapter 22 Old Den That year I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what it meant to be a rival. Airport, the rioting Japanese people have disappeared. Su Jiangwo and the others had swollen faces and gauze wrapped around their heads, leaving their eyes, noses and mouths exposed for easy swallowing. It was horrible to look at, but fortunately it was all just some superficial wounds. Hiss while watching the live broadcast and waiting for Jiangnan de Laodang, grimacing in pain. This time ate a big loss, the next time must be the entire company of 100 people, the platoon to keep up with the riot rubber batons used by the SWAT team. That thing hurts so much to hit people, 3 sticks can break the Baga soul. Arriving at the airport, Jiangnan saw a bunch of mummies with smoking heads at the entrance crying and laughing. When the mummies saw Jiangnan, they immediately surrounded him cheerfully. Among the many mummies, Jiangnan found Lao Dang, who was guarded by bodyguards, and the injuries he suffered were actually not serious. Only, the gauze was not tied exaggeratedly, and it was not good to go back and blow. Just this moment, Lao Dang's circle of friends and jitterbugs have exploded. Huaxia youngsters are forwarding, learning the old hero's anti-Japanese spirit. Turned old Den into a 600-month-old baby with joy. A group of people got on the airplane and hit the road back home. Hwaxia Jitterbug short video, Jiangnan's heat firmly occupies the top one, even the official began to go down to forward. In modern history, Japan burned and looted in China, blood and sea hatred, we dare not forget, finally out of the mouth of bad gas. Relief. Two relieved small baga also have today. After lunch, many young people took the video of Jiangnan's brutal abuse of Japan for dinner. My brother Nan is really top. It's a blessing for China. Across the sea, a man called K1 killed two Japanese kickboxing world's top names on the spot. A turn to fight 3,000 miles, pressure to the Japanese fighting community cannot raise their heads, forcing the K1 generation of eyes to hang a humiliating plaque, dry broken the spine of the Japanese. On Japanese social media, Operation Netstorm began to gain momentum, and many Japanese families were affected. In the end, the people involved in the off-lineup came out to apologize and dump the blame, falsely accusing K1 of being behind it. K1 had a mouthful to say, except to say that the people who wronged K1 knew better than K1 how wrong they really were. Counting K1's previous behavior of quietly hiding after getting into trouble on the internet, he lost all his street cred. The consequences of the two things combined had K1 being sprayed 360 degrees by the people both online and offline in a joint effort. Being close to both China and Japan, South Korea's social media also saw Gangnam's video appear. However, most netizens were mocking that the Chinese people would only abuse vegetables, and were honest when they encountered the Korean zombies, the first Asian brother. At this time, Jiang Nan did not think about that much, his mind was on all the social accounts. The live broadcast is still continuing. Jiang Nan marked the previous Ian fans and instructed the live broadcast team to start batch pulling the new attention of the passers-by and black fans. What cannot be obtained is the most precious. Since ancient times, sincerity can't be retained, but only a ruse can win people's hearts. You guys look good, right? Free fighting feast in grudge script with strong or not, continuously killed two kickboxing masters, hot blood or not. The emotional value is in place, right? Sorry, the experience card expired, everyone. Now, for those of you who have blacked out and want to watch my live show, no way. You think I'm telling you guys to unfollow me because I really want to catch you? To put it mildly, coaxing a dog in to kill it is the only way to get over it. Black, fart, how dare you actually really pull black me? Jiang Nan, that must be. Speak to the word, or next time do not take my words seriously. Oh ho, there's nothing to see. Now only Jiangnan's Iron fans can see the live broadcast, passers-by and black fans can only watch a little second-hand pulp recording screen, the degree of excitement greatly reduced. However, Jiangnan also left a way out for the passers-by and blacks. When Jiangnan next played the welfare tournament, coincidentally, a new social software would appear in the fighting circle. There were a few live streams in it that were from Hua Sejan's bodyguard's perspective, so let's just say that the hungry black people and roadies wanted to check it out. Thus, a software called TikTok is about to come out of nowhere. Here, to be able to free white whoring wonderful fighting live, but also for the avoidance of dislike by Jiangnan. Over time, the crowd will find the content of the platform is quite interesting. The text of each country comes with a translation, nothing can also be on the life of the people of each country account book. Inside the people speak and listen well, each is talented, pay a cat tax can become a good friend. The short video page is simple, full-featured, killing the software used now, the algorithm is top. Slowly start to get used to it, what to do. Then move. Jiangnan and Lao Dang, who are the bosses behind the scenes, have already planned everything tailor-made for the keyboard warriors on the extranet. In this world, Jitterbug was just a domestic platform, and TikTok had yet to come out. Jiangnan told Lao Dang about the product advantages of TikTok short videos in the previous world. The two hit it off, since they were messing with traffic they might as well get their own platform. Pull the fish into their own fish pond, use Chinese culture to influence the world, feed the feet a little better, and naturally create stickiness. So, Lao Deng found a legal representative, Jiangnan, and Lao Deng hide behind the holding, quietly harvesting foreign traffic. Waiting for the day after the success, the two of them then raise their arms and call out, "The sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing." Chop the foreign capital under the horse. The company was established, Huaxingren Hongjun helped to find a group of software engineering majors, and soon came up with a finished product, which has been tested and completed within China in the past few days. The platform released a series of challenges to win cash activities, registration benefits, coupled with a unique algorithmic mechanism, enlisted a large number of netizens and Jejo brother to enter. As for Jiangnan's current extranet social account, it continues to broadcast live and is used to raise fish. The iron powder is purified, and the black powder that is muddling through the water is kicked out. Iron fans would clip and forward some of Jiangnan's wonderful videos on major platforms, which could invariably help Jiangnan suck in fans. If you want to watch the live broadcast, sorry, you have to jump ship to TikTok. Jiangnan, I don't produce traffic, I'm just a traffic mover. Over here, Jiangnan and Lao Deng returned to Hangzhou. At the airport, there was a sea of people, a large number of fans waiting to sign autographs and take pictures. Jiangnan came and went, and was busy for a few hours. By the time it was over, there was no energy left to deal with the media. Can only let the team's mouth volume level executive Vice Goat Su Jangwo Xiansen, on behalf of today's press conference. Just in time, ahead of Gauze mast, only a few holes left in the old Deng camera sense, living pharaoh. At the press conference, loud Deng eloquent, loaded. Reporter, may I ask Su always how to discover this diamond in the rough in Jiangnan? Lao Deng, harm blind cat hit. Ah no, is a pair of wise eyes locked high match rat. Reporter, Su total, this time you go to the country of Japan, for the sake of the country's people fought, but also seriously injured, you can be detailed pretentious. Ah no, is to talk about it? Lao Deng, some frost is just, not worth mentioning. Blah 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 blah. Reporter, Mr. Su, this period of time you often fight with people, a brilliant record. I heard that you were very good at fighting when you were young, may I ask how you feel about this? Speaking of this, Lao Deng was not sleepy and leaned back tactically. I think back then, when I was serving in the army, with my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what it meant to be an opponent. Old Deng crossed his legs and waved his big hand. I only need to make a slight move, which is the limit of this segment, and to put it politely, I'm invincible under the profession. I'm invincible under the profession, and above the profession, I'm 1 for 1. During Lao Deng's interview, Jiang Nan went home to watch Caribbean Pirate. There is no way, Jiang Nan wants to progress too much, and he still has to practice. Well, the video was a bit of a wrap, so next time, consider switching to a mommy's friend. After it was over, Jiang Nan was ready to show up at school. Although he could avoid going to school with the principal covering him, the predecessor's obsession was to go to school. The person was cold, and it wasn't too much to help him fulfill his dream and experience college life when he occupied the body himself, right? Jiang Nan leisurely walked towards Zhejiang University. A group of people on the side of the road blocked the way, and in the middle of the crowd the foreigner punched and kicked the sanitation ant. Damn Chinese guy, actually getting leaves on me. People had already called the police and were mouthing off at the foreigner, trying to stop him. The foreigner turned to the crowd and sprayed furiously. None of your business, come and fight if you can. Cowardly Chinese guy. The surrounding popularity of the gnashing of teeth, but China is a society of the rule of law, a random fight, a little more serious may have to pay tens of thousands of dollars, the average family cannot afford to build. Crowd hesitation, no one dares to rush out, spread financial compensation trouble. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nan was about to go forward to give foreigners a lesson. At this time, a 30-something-year-old, tall, and powerful man in rags came running from the distance. The burly man drilled into the crowd and fiercely stepped forward to lift his foot and kick the foreigner. Then went forward a few kicks to the foreigner wailing, until the foreigner like a dead dog paralyzed on the ground, the big man to stop. Anti-sanitation blood spilled from the corners of her mouth, staggering, the big man rushed forward to support. Mom, how are you? Is there anything wrong? Anti-sanitation forced calm, Ah Chang, I'm fine. The police car rushed to the scene, down came a few uniformed officers, the leader was Uncle Hat with a national face. Uncle Hat, bitter strength, why do you always get into trouble? Still want to live a good life? Obviously, the two are old acquaintances. Bitter strength, Officer Lee, I don't want to either, it's someone bullying my mom. Officer Lee helplessly glanced at bitter strength and first called for an ambulance to pull away the foreigner and the ant. Then, Officer Lee began to ask the crowd about the situation, while bitter strength squatted on the side and waited. After some understanding, Officer Lee came to bitter strength. Originally you have reason, now well, you come up and beat people up. Now this situation is considered mutual assault, to share the medical expenses, how do you compensate? Bitter strong eyes red, frustrated, asked. Officer Lee, I just want to live my life, is it so hard? Officer Lee, hey I told you a long time ago, hold back when things happen. You have this temper, not moving to fight with people, I'm damned by you dry quit smoking. Officer Lee, I. Bitter strength embarrassedly touched his head. Before being bullied by others, the conflict, not moving to compensate a 3 to 500, our police Officer Lee helped compensation. At this time, the sound of the cell phone rang, and Officer Lee answered the phone. As the call time passed, Officer Lee's face became more and more grave. Hang up the phone, Officer Lee subconsciously touched his pocket, did not touch the cigarettes. Officer Lee squatted down. The hospital side came to the phone, your mother is nothing, it's all superficial injuries, but long-term malnutrition, a little anemia, need to stay in the hospital for 2 days. Bitter strength excitedly said, it's good that my mom is fine. It was obvious that the big man was an honest and mute person. Good. Not good right away. Officer Lee laughed bitterly and continued. That foreigner was kicked by you and shattered 5 bones, the medical expenses will be more than $100,000. You're confused. In the past you all played according to the standard of 3 to 500, I can still help you. This time you engage in such a super standard, I have not yet finished the mortgage, sell yourself cannot help you Bitter strong tears in his eyes, his own poor, where to get money to compensate for others. Normally, he could tolerate being discriminated against by others. But the old lady was bullied, a moment did not control the heavy hand. Maybe there is the same life by the oppression of the encounter, did not encounter even if, encountered Jiang Nan ready to help a hand. Big brother, you are very good at fighting? A voice came from the crowd. Officer Lee and Bitter Strength looked up. It was a young boy with a clean face. In the crowd, there were a few youngsters who recognized Jiang Nan. Wow, it's Jiang Nan. It's him. The mixed martial arts athlete who's been so hot lately. Some people who had swiped to Jiang Nan's video or had heard about it came to a realization. I said, why does it look so familiar? Officer Lee recognized Jiang Nan's identity and opened his mouth to ask, Comrade Jiang Nan, may I ask what you mean? Jiang Nan found an excuse. You also know that I'm in the fighting business. I'm recruiting here and I need people who can fight. Officer Lee's eyes lit up and he hurriedly spoke up for Bitter Cracker. Able to fight, practiced martial arts, 12 roads of Tan kick. Bitter Strength, quick. Do a split for the boss. Jiang Nan sized up Bitter Strength, as if to say, you've practiced martial arts, and you have hands and feet that can be mixed into this grizzly? Officer Lee looked at Jiang Nan's thoughtful eyes and began to recount what happened to Bitter Strength. Bitter Strong original name Zhang Chang, dad died early, since childhood and mom dependent on each other, stalls to make a living. Because Bitter Strength dirty, all day by the neighborhood children bully. Zhang's mom saw her son was always beaten, so she sent Bitter Strength to a distant relative's martial arts school to learn kung fu. This was for more than 10 years. At the age of 20 or so, Bitter Strength's talent began to show. He was tall and gifted, and practiced the 12 kung fu legs to the best of his ability. Many martial arts schools threw olive branches to Bitter Strength, and he thought his life was getting better. Fate picks on the bitter people. Bitter Strength went home and saw the old lady who set up a stall was beaten by the social ruffians, so he rushed up and killed the people. In the end, he sold his house and borrowed more than $100,000 to pay the family to settle the case, and he himself was sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment. In the last year, Bitter Strength has just been released from prison. Whenever he heard that he had been in prison, the boss did not want him to work as a part-timer, and the wages he received were less than those of other people. Occasionally, he meets bosses who maliciously deduct his wages. Bitter Strong and others in conflict, money did not earn, but also to ride. Therefore, the days had been bitter. Jiang Nan nodded. In fact, what he pondered was not why Bitter Cracker had fallen to this state. Jiang Nan was now a big spender. The small amount of money was a sprinkle for himself. Since he had decided to help, there was no need to ask questions. Jiang Nan was thinking. Since practiced? It just so happened that he wanted to learn Chinese martial arts himself. Also, it could be incorporated into one's home exchange program. Behind Jiang Nan and Lao Deng's traffic migration plan was the desire to create a mixed martial arts large-scale tournament platform in the country to carry the traffic and star players from foreign fighting circles. The core purpose is to promote traditional Chinese martial arts. Collect the strengths of 100 schools of thought, take the essence and remove the dross. With the goal of actual combat, to train local outstanding unlimited combat athletes to the ring to compete with foreign athletes. To do justice to the Chinese martial arts and the Chinese nation. A single branch is not spring, but 100 flowers bloom in the spring. Jiang Nan, who encountered discrimination abroad, clearly knows that if you want to break the foreign filter, you can't rely on yourself alone. After all, it is not uncommon for one of the 1.4 billion to appear to be able to fight. It is necessary to let more of yourself stand up, stand on your own 2 feet, and tell the world that the poor development of Chinese fighting is not a physical problem at all. Many years ago, Chinese martial arts also had a high moment. Just too much hard work, the body practice problems will die. Modern society, there is no need to take the risk of death or disability to practice martial arts. Thus, the orthodox martial arts slowly lost most of the practice of a fur, in vain. People 4 tails to dial 1,000 gene, not with 4 tails of force to dial, but itself has more than 1,000 pounds of force, will appear to be easy to use. The real kung fu is to boil their own physical quality, strong, fast, responsive, body soft with rigid, and then go to practice moves. Each person's sinews and bones are not the same ability to withstand. Each time the pressure to the limit will break through a new bottleneck. Beat the body is to repeatedly break through the bottlenecks of the physical quality of the behavior. Those with poor sinews may be scrapped without practicing. Geniuses with good sinews who could adapt, as long as they didn't die in the middle of the process, would undergo a radical change after a period of time. Jiang Nan's intention was to make copies while collecting people with Chinese martial arts heritage to be coaches. Although some of the inheritors were not necessarily very good, they at least knew how to practice. When the time came, with the aid of the most advanced scientific instruments, they would train some children from poor families, helping them improve their lives while also creating a group of national martial arts athletes. The prerequisite was that the platform made by Jiang Nan could form a complete chain of interests. There are enough dividends to be able to support the operation of all the upstream and downstream links of the staff and the capital side, to form a global fighting benchmark. This is an extremely difficult process. Lao Deng and Jiang Nan are not sure. Everything is difficult at the beginning. No matter what, do it, and then say, wrong process to adjust. Having said that, Jiang Nan waved his hand at Bitter Power. I'll reimburse you for your debt, so follow me from now on. Chapter 23 Nagano, now that you're a big man, you want a small man to come out and take the top? Call Jiang Nan out. Things come to an end. Jiang Nan in the past few days are living deep, school home 2 points a line. People read is more than right and wrong. The central media publicity over Jiangnan, many self-media began to squat Jiangnan first to avoid the wind. With nothing to do, Jiangnan followed bitter strength to learn the 12 roads of Tan kick. Unlike the impression of martial arts, the 12 roads of Tan legs mainly exercise the flexibility and sensitivity of the legs, coupled with striking moves on the vulnerable parts of the human body, quite powerful in actual combat. Jiangnan was delighted by the hunt and practiced against bitter strength. If according to the rules of the octagonal cage, bitter strength is not Jiangnan's opponent with his arms and legs tied up, and his muscle memory has a huge impact. If it is a street fight, let go of the fight, Jiangnan asked himself in the hands of bitter strength cannot pass 5 moves. There is no other reason. Bitter strength is taller and stronger than Jiangnan. The 12 ways of Tan leg flexibility and speed, moves to attack a person's vitals. Full force hit can make a person temporarily lose the ability to fight. Jiangnan arranged for bitter strength to be his personal bodyguard and followed him to learn about mixed martial arts, first to learn to imitate and then to go beyond. When the time was right, he would extract the essence of the 12 roads of Tan kick and then let bitter strength become a coach. Jiangnan spent 2 days finally learning the skin of the 12 roads of Tan kick, thus obtaining a Boxing King Tyson experience card. Jiangnan, no system, do you want me to battle a lion and tiger? The UFC doesn't use sponge gloves, isn't it a bit redundant to use Tyson to fight the flyweight Cejudo? Luckily, the system issued a reminder that the use of experience cards is prohibited in title fights, which saved Cejudo's life. Cejudo does not know that he has hovered on the deathline once. Nowadays, all of Jiangnan's physical attributes were at the top of the weight class, and his fall defense, punch value, and leg strength were unique. It was not a big problem to defeat Cejudo. But, to win beautifully, one had to target training simulations based on the opponent's fighting style. Cejudo is an Olympic-level wrestling champion. Because the arm strength is not good enough, the level of jiu-jitsu is poor. It's still good enough against novices, and players within the rankings basically have jiu-jitsu in their arsenal. If you insist on playing jiu-jitsu with someone, you may not be able to submit them, and your own fitness will break first. However, Cejudo has a high level of stand-up skills and a good combination of striking and wrestling. This style of fighting happens to be the UFC's version of the answer, so Cejudo went over the top and managed to ascend to the flyweight title. So, the odds are good that this title fight for Cejudo will be stand-up oriented with wrestling. Cejudo, don't be ridiculous. I dare to play jiu-jitsu with you? Gangnam has shown a unique level of physical strength and explosiveness in the flyweight division. A powerhouse. In the UFC, physicality and explosiveness are the core of jiu-jitsu. If it's boxing, you can still happen to shake a prize. But, there is no fluke in jiu-jitsu, okay, because even if you fall, you have to keep taking the handle position and dismantling the handle position. If there is a big difference in physical strength and explosive power, you can't argue with your opponent by dragging him to the ground, but you will be held in a choke position. Only when the gap between physical strength and explosive strength is not big, can we talk about techniques. In both cases, Cejudo was superior in the flyweight division, but that was compared to others in the division. Compared to Gangnam, he's a step down. It's better to be honest, fight standing, go up for a slam in case of a fall, and forget about wrestling soft. Jiangnan and Lao Deng arrived in Beijing with their team more than half a month in advance to start training. This is Jiangnan's first title fight, but also the traffic defense war, can only win, cannot lose. Once you lose, a series of plans behind you will have to cool off. This time the experience card was banned, the real test of their own time has come. Fortunately, the usual training did not fall, the blockbuster did not watch in vain, and saved 45 points. In order to prevent the car from rolling over, Jiangnan added 2 points to both ground stalking and ground defense, and the points became 5 again. This fight night, a total of 9 Chinese fighters fought, and Jiangnan vs Cejudo was the headlining main event. The fight card is as follows. Main event. Flyweight, Jiangnan vs Henry Cejudo. Heavyweight, Curtis Blaze vs Francis Nagano. Heavyweight, Alistair Overeem vs Sergey Pavlovich. Bantamweight, Song Yadong vs Vince Morales. Welterweight, Li Jingliang vs David Zawada. Side match. Welterweight, Alex Morono vs Sung Nam. Women's flyweight, Lauren Miller vs Yen Nan Wu. Undifferentiated 208 pounds, Rashad Coulter vs Hu Yaozong. Women's strawweight, Jessica Aguilar vs Bantamweight, Martin Dale vs Lu Pingyuan. Women's strawweight, Yuri Kondo vs Middleweight, Kevin Holland vs John Phillips. Bantamweight, Luis Smolka vs Sumu Darji. It's clear that Dadabai has taken the plunge and wants the UFC to take root in the huge Chinese market, arranging a fight card that's more extravagant than your average digital tournament. Because Fight Night is a free event, there are black and red Flow King Jiangnan out. So the audience fans who pay attention to UFC Beijing are 3 times more than usual. Before the match, UFC officials took the lead in stirring up trouble by showing a promo with Huaxia vs the United States as the theme of the headlining main event. Fighting fans in Huaxia naturally supported Jiangnan one way or the other. Most of the eating fans on the extranet were in favor of Cejudo, with a small number choosing to be neutral. Although Jiang Nan showed dominance in his last fight, which fighter who has been in the UFC for years doesn't have a highlight reel? It's not hard to show dominance once in a while, what's hard is that dominance can be maintained all the time. The UFC is very much about conditioning, and when conditioning is explosive, fighters can play far beyond their abilities. When the state is poor, there are many people in the gutter. In the history of the UFC, a lot of fierce people have shown super dominance for a long time, and they are the superstars of every era of the UFC. In the case of wrestling jiu-jitsu, current lightweight champion Kitty is an overachiever. At the end of the day, Gangnam's fights are so few and short with no reference value that viewers can't figure out what dimension Gangnam's normal level is in. Many super newcomers kill indiscriminately until they meet a restrained fighting style, and when they meet a tough bone, they say the power is cut off. This was a common occurrence, so the West favored Cejudo one way or the other. After all, the champions are all killed all the way up from the lower dogs, after many players and coaching team quality control. The skills and mentality were at their peak, players of another dimension. This time there was a firewall online, and there was not much of a war of words between Huaxia and extranet netizens. In the end, it was Jiang Nan's social account on the extranet that carried it all, the comment section clear of disparaging taunts. Chinese people can't win, this can't be that can't be, before playing the bantamweight 6th small Japan water is too high, the gold content is about the same as no, blah blah blah. In response, Jiang Nan only wanted to say, see when you finish. In the training center, Jiang Nan and the other 9 Chinese players who are preparing for the fight are training together. The facilities and equipment of this training center are the best in Beijing, and the personal trainers are experts in various fields of mixed martial arts recruited from abroad. Jiang Nan waved his hand and wrapped it up for a month, not bad for money. It's a bit extravagant for one person to use, so he simply asked Liang to contact the Chinese players who are going to fight this time to prepare for the battle together. Although Jiang Nan's age is the youngest in it, but basically realized financial freedom, not politely, can also be called Dana Jiang. The other Chinese players had not yet disembarked and were bitter, some of them had borrowed their training fees, so of course a little bit of saving was a little bit of saving. A few people did not have any pretense, and brought their own side coaches to the training hall, and we all prepared for training together. For the average player, the appearance fee and prize money was just enough for training. Winning a match and losing a match were 2 worlds of ice and fire, and once you lost, you wouldn't have the money to hire a coach the next time. So having a good training environment that could increase the winning rate was very necessary. On this day, Jiang Nan was working on new energy in a separate room, generating power for love. At this time, a group of uninvited guests came to the training hall. A group of foreigners led by Nagano and Cejudo, with a team of coaches and bodyguards, found this best training hall and intended to prepare for the battle here. As a result, they were told that the training gym had been chartered by UFC fighters for a month. Big stars can't control their arrogant little temper. In the UFC, Asian fighters are nothing. No strength, no exposure, only worthy of mixing the lowest level, is the fringe of the UFC. In the UFC, fighters are divided into several circles. The top of the circle is not a star player, there is no ranking of the players cannot enter. Fighters hold up the high and step on the low, the human condition is interpreted to the fullest. Yourself a few people, that is the UFC circle loud and clear big star. Wherever they go, they are in the C position, and when they talk to other fighters, they will make each other feel honored, and even dogs have to say Rizbe when they see them. Nagano and Cejudo decided to come in, despite the staff's discouragement, to see what kind of bold kid dared to touch their own bad luck. If you see yourself polite and courteous and invite yourself to train together, then this matter will no longer be considered. Otherwise, in the future in the UFC, there are Chinese people's good fruit to eat. The 2 men stepped forward and saw a slightly familiar face, it was none other than the blood-sucking demon Li Jingliang. Nagano, Li? Li Jingliang greeted the 2 in broken English. Hi, no meat. Nagano commanded, listen Li, give up half of the arena for us to train. Before Li Jingliang could reply, Cejudo began to greet the players and coaches behind him, changing clothes to get their training equipment. Li Jingliang hurriedly stopped the crowd. Buckle up and eat, players, don't be in a hurry. Next please force Gerber's my brother Jiangnan to come and arrange for us. Who do I want to train for? That's impossible, I want to train for you guys, is there this chance? Brother Liang gave a mix of Chinese and English, directly drawing out the opposing team's translators. A few translators got together and were hard-pressed to reconcile. Cejudo asked impatiently at the translator, what did Li just say? Translator, sir, I think we need to hire a translator. This comment confused the contestants wholeheartedly. Since they couldn't turn it over, Cejudo and Nagano didn't pay much attention to it and continued their preparations. They were being held up by the other contestants wherever they were, and it was Li's honor to train here. Li Jingliang stopped the crowd. Yeah, I'm sorry, this is a training hall, anything can happen, and I don't want to stop you from training. My brother gave it to me, yay, so it's fine with me if he wants to agree. Come once enough. Nagano couldn't hear anymore, and pushed Rio with his big hand as he stumbled. Move away, Chinese guy, we'll pay you by the day for the training center. The commotion on Li Jingliang's side caught the attention of several other Chinese players. Several of the Chinese players, when they first joined the industry, had been helped by their big brothers. Seeing that brother Liang was pushed, they all rushed up together to help Li Jingliang, and Jiang Nan's bodyguard group quickly stepped forward when they saw that something was wrong, and together they confronted the foreigners. The foreigners are emboldened, want to mix in the UFC, the Chinese guys had better be smart, or there are ways and means to ostracize them in the UFC. Sejudo was arrogant, Chinese guy, the champion wants to commandeer your training gym, how much, I'll pay you. What are you arrogant about? This is the place that Jiang Nan paid for, you guys are unreasonable and dare to make a move. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, the foreigners' faces were unfavorable, intending to teach the ill-advised little Yakuza a lesson, and the scene began to get tense. Seeing this, Li Jingliang and Song Yadong, who were the best in the team, pacified the crowd. The two were ranked near the top 15, and were barely holding their own in the UFC. But the others do not have so much confidence, rashly offend the UFC star player. I am afraid that in the future to go abroad to train and prepare for the fight will be targeted everywhere. Song Yadong opened his mouth to persuade, we are all UFC fighters, have a good conversation. Sejudo glanced at the crowd and said disdainfully, what class, also worthy of comparing with me. Nagano said in annoyance, let you give us a ground to train, either blocking or confrontation, the game is still half a month left brother, you want us to have no place to prepare for the fight off? The visitor is not good, respect is given to, really want to make trouble, Li Jingliang does not bring a goat. Brothers, can't find a suitable training center is a common thing, I haven't said you guys? Li Jingliang began to retort. You don't come early, you don't come late, and you come half a month early, so it's all on yourselves that you don't get to train. Nagano demanded savagely, the training center is so big, give us half of it and this matter will be settled. Song Yadong at the side was amused by Nagano's arrogance, making it seem as if the world owed them. Say it earlier, I'll book Tiananmen Square for you, you guys will go there to train, the place is big enough, and you can even watch the flag being raised if you're not doing anything. It's a training hall now, so many people are using it, of course there's no place for you guys, you'd better find another training hall. What did you say? Nagano sniffed in a violent rage, and pushed Song Yadong down, but fortunately, the crowd behind him helped him and he did not fall to the ground. The bitter strength of the bodyguard team blocked in front of Nagano and said in an icy tone. You mustn't mess around, otherwise, I'll beat you to death. You scare me, which one are you? Nagano didn't have the slightest impression of the person in front of him. It shouldn't be a UFC mixer, the probability was that he was a bodyguard, and there was only one Chinese fighter who could afford a bodyguard, and that was Jiang Nan. Then, Nagano growled towards the crowd, now the one who is the big one doesn't come out, you want the small one to come out to top off. Call Jiang Nan to come out. Chapter 24, Tyson Possession. Nagano, my jaw can't be that brittle. At this moment, in one of the rooms, there was a loud bang and the door was kicked open. You can't even watch a big movie without a lot of peace and quiet, so noisy that Gangnam can't stand it anymore. I'm so angry right now. Jiang Nan put the newly downloaded Mommy's Friend to the side. Then, the boxing champion Tyson card opened, kicked open the door of the room, carried a folding chair, and rushed over with a healthy stride. Damn you! Jiang Nan saw Nagano and threw the chair out with force. Hearing such a big commotion, the crowd turned around and, a few meters away, saw Jiang Nan picking up the chair and smashing it at Nagano. Nagano didn't expect Jiang Nan's zero frame to start, there was no way to dodge, he could only hold his head to block his face. The bodyguard beside him quickly stepped forward, wanting to stop Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan took 3 steps, stepped forward and threw a combination of punches, and in a short distance, 3 bodyguards were accurately hit in the jaw, their nerves were disconnected, and they fell asleep. The chair smashed on Nagano's body, the thick-skinned Nagano didn't suffer much damage. After being provoked, Nagano seemed like a lion that was ignited with rage. Fark! Chinese guy, I'm going to blast you to pieces. Nagano roared and rushed forward with his casserole-sized fist. The surrounding people, both on Jiang Nan's side and Nagano's side, were so frightened that they rushed forward to stop them. But everything was already too late, everything happened in just a split second, and everyone was dumbfounded except for the parties involved. By the time they reacted, the two had already faced each other. Nagano went the way of the brown man, with a hand of more than 1,200 pounds of heavy boxing, in the UFC heavyweight class a move, eat all the days. At first, Nagano was unaware of his talent, playing with people's skills and getting hung up instead. Until inadvertently, after a punch coaxed the opponent to sleep, opened the door to a new world. As long as you keep throwing heavy punches, others can't block them and the hold will naturally open up, at which point another punch to make up for it will clock out. Nagano shined a confident punch at Gangnam's head. Cool. The breath that was clogging up his heart instantly went down by half. Cejudo and others desperately said out loud that they don't want it, now it's cool, wait a while, the crowd will be kneeling on the ground begging Jiang Nan not to die. Damn, Nagano, this punch down, this match is finished, all the people present will face legal sanctions. Li Jingliang, bitter strength, and the others desperately went forward to try to stop it, but it was too late, they could only watch the punch blast down. The crowd was fearful in their hearts, holding their hands over their heads somewhat afraid to watch the tragedy happen again. At this moment, Jiangnan incomparably calm, the opposite side of the brown man in the eyes of Tyson possessed Jiangnan all broken. Of course, there was also the reason that Nagano was gullible. Faced with Nagano's sandbag-sized fist, the pendulum swings and dodges, stooping to the side to avoid, and then the antelope jumps forward, adjusts the center of gravity of the body, and hits Nagano's chin with a swinging fist. In the crowd's view, Nagano quickly approached Gangnam to fight his way out. Gangnam begins to clock swing and flash as he approaches, his head swinging like Parkinson's. While swinging his head, his mouth followed with a grin. What's going on? Ha! Let me see how it is. The crowd suddenly remembered the shadow of the man, the boxing champion Tyson special BGM automatically recalled in his mind, completely crazy. I go, what the hell, you think you're Tyson nah? It's so abstract, the camera lens can't even focus on the man. Li Jingliang, whoever you are, get off my brother. Then, in an unbelievable scene, Gangnam side swings and dodges Nagano's heavy punches. Nagano's heavy punch misses and he stumbles, ready to collect his fists and adjust his center of gravity. Gangnam's antelope jump step forward swing came. Bang! A solid hit on Nagano's chin. Nagano's eyelids rolled up, revealing the whites of his eyes and spitting. Boom! The nearly 2 meter, 120 kilograms or so brown man just fell softly to the floor. The crowd's eyes went wide. No way! Ah Jiang, you're playing for real. Vanama! You're really good at this. The coaches of the team rushed forward to hold a few people and pinched them. Luckily, Jiangnan struck the nerve of the jaw. A few people are not very serious injuries. Woke up lax eyes, a confused face sitting down to rest. Do not dare to make a mistake. Nagano, I don't understand. 120 kilograms to beat 60 kilograms. The advantage is not mine. No, Nagano's jaw is so brittle? Razor and the crowd smile slightly, and Big White Bear and Hammer look puzzled. Ha ha! I didn't expect an unexpected surprise. Originally, Razor was prepared to fight Nagano in a defensive counterattack, avoiding him, blocking Nagano's heavy punches, and then grappling when he got tired. Even then, Razor wasn't sure of winning, but it was the only way. Now, though? Sell a break, trade a punch at his chin, and the power goes out and pulls the plug. No matter how top-heavy your body is, a crispy chin is your break. Just like now, a flyweight Gangnam could put down Nagano with one full blow. Everyone knows that in a real fight, Gangnam definitely can't beat Nagano, but does it matter? Carelessness, weaknesses were caught by others, and the loss would have to be recognized. Before the crowd could be surprised, Jiang Nan walked up to Sejudo and reached out to point at Sejudo and a group of foreigners. Did I give you guys face? Can I still give you a few stinky fish and shrimp a bully in my territory? Jiang Nan's entrance was too forceful and hot-tempered, and he did it at the drop of a hat, calming down the crowd that wanted to make trouble. Sejudo back to the beginning of the patch. Jiang, we all hang out in the UFC, what to talk about? Son Yadong, aren't all the words you're saying about me? Jiang Nan, I chartered this place, they train here under my name, anyone who dares to touch them is messing with me. Sejudo kindly whispered, Jiang, we just want to find a place to train, now that we are all fine, why don't we reconcile on this and make friends, you let us have half of the training ground and we'll pay double the rent, can we? Good guy. Look at the person to dish out the food. Huaxia people, is this dead out or just the arrogant and overbearing Sejudo? Jiang Nan said in a cold voice, how old are you? How dare you come out to set the stage? Don't think you can talk nonsense in front of me just because you're a flyweight champion. Whoever's words don't fall on deaf ears, I don't give face all the same. Who in the fighting world doesn't know what I, Gangnam, did at 229 battle cards? Who dares to touch my compatriots? Do you dare to move? Jiang Nan's cold and domineering eyes swept across the room and finally stared at Sejudo. Everyone who came into contact with Jiang Nan's eyes all bowed their heads and looked sideways, not daring to bare their teeth. Nonsense. This guy is an excellent employee in the UFC even if he's not a champion. People are just red, can dislike Dana O'Connor, their own group of people is still small Karami, curry is not enough. I don't even have to think about it to know who Dana will help. Can't mess with it, at least for now Wahoo is the boss. But it all comes down to strength, losing matches, and being honest without fans. Sejudo's face turned blue as he was dropped in public. Wahoo, don't think that you think I'm afraid of you. If I wasn't afraid of Dana's displeasure, I would have flipped out with you long ago. Jiang Nan mocked, flip-flop? I'm so scared, oh. Can you do it? You can't even call Dinah. If you can't solve the problem, you have to solve the person who created the problem. Jiang Nan did not have time to argue with Say Amor, directly looking for bodyguards to bring a cell phone, call by Dana's phone, open the speakerphone. Ahaha Jiang. How come you have time to call me? Dana's voice rang out. Except for Jiang Nan who was fearless, everyone else present, including Sejudo and Nagano who had just woken up, were listening cautiously. There was no way, White Dana was the helmsman of the UFC, one word, and they would have to lose their jobs and go back home, especially the poor and scared Nagano was even more frightened. At this time, Nagano is not yet the iron blood that has fought the main war, his eyes are still narrow, and he has not opened his eyes to the world, so it is easier to be pinned by Nako. Damn! Wasn't he brave before? Why are you like a quail now? Jiang Nan disdainfully glanced at the crowd, then questioned, Fart, what's with your northern noses, running to me barking? Asking what is love in this world, one thing leads to another. The crowd listened to Jiang Nan's arrogant words, and although they were angry, they were more incredulous. All they could think of was that Jiang Nan had called Dana by to ask for help. However, the current situation was more like a request for help, which threw them for a loop. Suddenly being griped at by Dana was confused. However, Jiang Nan's scolding wasn't as excessive as the previous few times, and instead of getting angry, Dana was the first to appease. Jiang Nan, see, the obedience test worked. Ha, Jiang, tell me anything, don't get angry first? Dana said with a smile. Crowd, is this still the Dana we know? He's almost a licking dog. In fact, Jiang Nan and Dana both knew in their hearts that the two were purely cooperative. White Dana dreamed of digging up Jiang Nan's value. Once off the hook is the time to turn the other cheek. Before decoupling, there is no big deal. White Dana should have the appearance to pretend, so as not to scare the snake. This is the bottom line, that Jiang Nan can lose his temper towards Dana. I have to say, Neko, this person has a pattern. No wonder people can run the UFC in a prosperous way. What Dana did not expect is that he touched the stone to cross the river. Jiang Nan touched himself to cross the river. Jiang Nan didn't have any nonsense. The cell phone was directly thrown to Sihudo. Come on, you guys come and tell Dana how it is. Oh ho, kicking the can down the road. Sihudo and the others trembled like small children who had made a mistake. If Jiang Nan and Dana were in a cooperative relationship, then Sihudo and the others and Dana were in an employee-boss relationship. Sejudo reported what had happened here to Dana including the matter of Nagano being put to sleep. There was silence on the other end of the phone. The people didn't dare to breathe. Sihudo could even hear his own heartbeat. Jiang Nan dragged a chair from the side and sat on it, crossing his legs. A long time later, a raw voice came out of the phone. Get Nagano on the phone. Nagano hurriedly came to the phone and bent down to whisper, Boss, I'm here. Dana reprimanded with hatred, Nagano, nothing you mess with him, Jiang Nan, why? The crowd's breath stuttered. The boss was so biased in favor of Jiang Nan. Putting aside the facts, it was clear that Nagano was the victim. Nagano, it's not a shame to come from a humble background, it's a husband to be able to give in and give up. Today you, Jiang Nan, are the boss, but you can't be the boss forever. I'll endure the humiliation, win the championship, and quietly amaze everyone. When my wings are full, I'll avenge today. Thinking of this, Nagano admitted his mistake. Sorry boss, it's my fault. Nagano, I, Iron Blood, am destined to become a great man. The pattern is naturally not weak. Dana, everyone listen, no one is allowed to spread the word about what happened today. In addition, find another training center. The tone of the crowd lost their voice to the cell phone, even yes sir. In response, the victim Nagano didn't have any opinion. If this spreads out, offline and Gangnam clashed and was K, the face would be lost. That said, was his own jaw that brittle? When this fight was over, find a chance to punch yourself and try out the resistance. Jiang Nan naturally has no problem with it. Really want to pursue it, he still have to eat lawsuit. Now there are White Dana mediation, nothing to pay can be the best private. Sihudo and a group of foreigners, sad face, and the defeat of the cockerel, accept the reality. Nagano returned the cell phone, White Dana and Jiang Nan exchanged pleasantries, agreed to meet at the conference, and then hung up the phone. That's right, for this title fight, White Dana would appear at the pre-fight conference to answer reporters' questions and act as the guest of honor to present the belts. After hanging up the phone, White Dana's smiling face was instantly gloomy. Damn Chinese guy. We'll see. With the matter over, Sudo Nagano and his entourage left the training hall forlornly, and the Watcha players continued to train. Even though Dana had instructed the people present not to disclose any information, there was no impermeable wall in the world. The gossip of Nagano and Jiang Nan's clash in the training hall still spread. Even though no one from either side had come out to clarify, gossip had already started on the extranet. What is too much? The Chinese guy could beat Nagano? If Nagano's hands are tied up, Jiang Nan can't even hit him a little bit. I don't believe it. Nagano can beat the out of a Chinese guy. I don't believe it. The Chinese have an empty stomach. It doesn't make sense. One punch from Nagano, and the Chinese would have to see a titty. I'm guessing that Nagano is bullying the Chinese sheep. Yeah, right. I also think the rumor mill is wrong, and that it was Nagano who sanctioned the Wahini. This comment was followed by the crowd. The internet is full of people bragging about Nagano and belittling Jiang Nan. Especially after Nagano's trumpet was caught by netizens liking a comment that disparaged Jiang Nan, the tempo got even bigger. The 229 fight card is so arrogant, but I thought there were two tricks. The UFC came to a Chinese tough guy, but it turned out to be a bully. Arrogant, ah. Yellow skin monkey. Last time in 229 this girl to you crazy. You're the oldest, you're the youngest, and you think no one can rule over you when you fight Japan, right? You're a sight for sore eyes. I don't know where the Chinese guys get the courage to act tough, it's pure buffoonery. The Chinese are just a bunch of assholes. When they meet the iron-blooded Nagano, they're just a bunch of assholes. I told you that Chinese blood can't understand fighting, and many people contradicted me. They're weak, they should stay in the garment factory, mending clothes like women. The media clamored to ask Dana Bai about the veracity of this story. In response, Dana Bai smiled mysteriously and let everyone guess for themselves. When the gossip first appeared, Dana Bai was still quite angry. However, with the fermentation of public opinion, the flow of melon eating on the external network showed signs of tilting towards Nagano. This could make Dana Bai very happy. He had planted flowers but couldn't open them, but he planted willows without any intention to turn them into shade. Ha ha! If Nagano wins well, he might be able to suck in the traffic from the Chinese first. If Jiangnan loses to Sejudo again, odds are that a lot of controversial fans will be swayed in favor of Nagano. 2 or 3 more games, and I guess the Wahine Hawks can be milked dry. The Wachovia guy is a brainless biker, recklessly wild, with no thought for the future at all. In fighting, being wild is a way to attract traffic, and when you win, people praise you, but once you lose, it's your shura. Jiangnan, do you have a system? Ha! Tell me, halogen egghead. White Dana, I'm going to take back the respect I lost with my own hands. You, Jiangnan, are nothing more than an ant. Nagano has gradually become invincible, so there's nothing to worry about, but Sejudo was going to flop this time. Although the flyweights and reserves are close, and Wachovia is only ranked 6, Wachovia is winning so beautifully. Whether or not it's a blowout or not, at least it shows that Wachovia has a strong wrestling game. He also has a hand that can K off Nagano's punches, which is a bit tricky. Thinking about this, White Dana decided to operate in the dark. First, he made a call to the referee of this time, if the fight dragged on to judge both sides close, favoring Sejudo. Then, Dana Bai made a phone call to tell Sejudo that the match should not be rushed and to play it steady. The hints couldn't have been more anymore, in case they were blown out. Hearing criticism, Sejudo was ecstatic, like a wang that had just been fed a bone by his master. Against Jiangnan, Sejudo originally did not have much certainty, the opponent's information was too little, and the characteristics of the champion player was almost a clear card. Can only go to the field to test, and now there is a White Dana Immortal guide. On the field, obscene flow hit point is good, cannot run on the end. Chapter 25 Jiangnan, my mouth waitcoat was never a wasted name. Jiangnan had wanted to target practical training based on Sejudo's characteristics. Because of the conflict with Nagano, with the Tyson experience card K, Nagano hand also suffered some minor injuries, so can only do system tasks to earn points. On the evening of November 19th, the UFC Beijing Fight Night Conference will begin, the location in the Wuxong Stadium. Inside and outside the arena has long been overcrowded, the front row is filled with bigwigs and stars from all walks of life, and the reporters are crowded with their long guns and short cannons, and the scale has far exceeded that of a general digital tournament. The country's first UFC event, more media is understandable. But the number of foreign media is surprisingly more than the domestic. To know that this is the Fight Night Conference, usually this kind of grade of conference audience are not a few, not to mention the media reporters. The current by Dana was both happy and sad. Happiness is that this publicity has attracted a large number of fans, indicating that the market demand is great. What's sad is how much main he would have made if this had been a digital tournament. Beijing Fight Night was an experiment, and Dana White didn't even expect the scene to be so explosive. However, pleasing the fans and getting traffic is the way to go, and there will be bread and milk in the future. This time, the red side is almost all Chinese players, and the blue side is the likes of Sejudo Nagano. On the stage of the launch party, a large translucent curtain covered the seating area. The curtain reflected a large electronic screen inside, on which the words UFC Beijing Fight Night Launch could be seen in large letters. The curtain was pulled back, dry ice mist rose into the air, and the spotlights around the stage shone brightly. The red and blue sides were each seated at interview tables on either side, each fighter equipped with a microphone. A belt was placed on Sejudo's table, and Dana White stood in the center at the largest podium to control the stage. Who boomed from the stage, and Dana White was startled, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. Damn, the Chinese market really smells good. The arena was densely packed with people, and Dana Bai couldn't help but show a pleased smile. These are all my leaks. In addition to Jiangnan, there are 9 UFC Chinese fighters in this installment. As long as a few good seedlings can come out, in the future, Jiangnan will even lose the basic flow of China. The foreign fighters are standing on the seat excitedly while screaming, posing, and styling. The Chinese players are all subtle and introverted, smiling and greeting the camera, at most showing a bicep. The only ones who can remain calm on the field are 2 people. One was Halibut Head by Dana, and the other was Jiangnan. Everyone else had never seen such a big launch event and was more or less acclimatized. The host began to warm up the scene. Come to Tissanen's Jant, welcome to the much-anticipated pre-fight conference for the UFC's Beijing Fight Night. This is the Wuxong Arena in Beijing, the same place where Fight Night will take place in 5 days. This edition of Fight Night is free to watch. The fighters who will be fighting on November 24th are all seated on the floor. These best mixed martial artists in the land will put on a great show. The lights are flashing, the crowd is roaring, and media cameras are capturing the body movements and expressions of every fighter on stage. Courtside photography swept past the enthusiastic crowd in the audience, countless hands waving and rushing to the camera to say hello then love. Almost all of the audience is the first time to experience this kind of atmosphere. I cannot imagine that the UFC just a launch event is so burning. YYDS. This row worthy of the world's top tournament. The contestants, in fact, we did not expect. White Dana stood on the stage and began to host the launch. Greetings, fans of Huaxia. The applause and calls from the stage were endless, and when the sound stopped, Dana White smiled and continued to speak. Welcome to UFC Beijing Fight Night. Good evening, everyone. Now, who will ask the first question? An ESPN reporter stood up with a microphone. Dana, there's a lot of real news spreading on foreign social media. Can you publicize any big news today? The reporter was asking about Jiang Nan and Nagano, which was the hottest topic on the extranet right now. By Dana wouldn't fall into the hole dug by the reporter. It was better to do more than less, and telling the truth wouldn't do him any favors. Don't believe anything you see online. Those are all rumors. By Dana replied dripping with water. The reporter couldn't dig up the material but could only shift the target. Sejudo, you are now the best flyweight in the world. We also learned that in 2008, you won the Olympic Wrestling Championship in Beijing. I wanted to ask, how do you feel about preparing for the fight here? Sejudo takes the microphone and starts spitting. Shit, as much as I hate to say it, really, this whole thing sucks. As champion, I have to say something in defense of my dignity. It's time to break the news. The media is all excited as all the cameras focus on Sejudo. Sejudo is secretly delighted. I want to get better too, damn it. Dana had already almost made it clear to himself that this one was a no-wave bag win. Such a good opportunity, might as well use it to hype himself up and increase his commercial value. There is too much black and red traffic for the Wahini to grasp, so if you make a little fireworks before the match, you will surely have a big harvest after the match. How the truth, people do not care, fans care only about the harsh words can be honored, who is the winner after the match, who is the truth. Seeing all the media shots being given to himself, Sejudo felt the wave was a sure thing. The champion has no respect here. Huaxia Jiang is unreasonable. He took our training hall away. We are being bullied. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Sejudo complained to the media about Jiang Nan's bullying behavior, wanting to label himself as a hero. Well, life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Nagano on the side quietly gave a thumbs up. The level of the champion's speech was just not the same. Sejudo returned a smug look. Look at it. The fun has just begun. As long as you dare to deny it. I've got 10,000 ways to bring you down. 10,000 ways. Outside the network of major platforms, live room quickly on people, bring their own melon, drink small stool, began to eat melon. You want a touch with Huaxia Jiang, then I will not be sleepy. The media's cameras instantly gathered on Jiang Nan, wanting to see what response he had. Mouthweight goat was never a reputation to be taken lightly, and the conference was never a place outside the law for fighters. To date, there was not a single fighter that could carry Gangnam's magic attacks head-on at the launch. As strong as a mouthpiece, he was only slightly inferior on the 229 battle card. The media showed an expression of watching the show, expecting what big tricks Huaxia Jiang could put up this time. Without waiting for Jiang Nan to respond, the rest of the Huaxia players looked indignant and tried to defend Jiang Nan. Only to see Jiang Nan's calm face, single hand pressure, signaling the crowd not to come out of this head, just do it yourself. Jiang Nan, as long as he didn't smash the conference, by Dana didn't dare to lift the table. Other people life training is difficult enough, there is no need to get into this mess, affecting their careers. White Dana, I can't wait for you to get something out of the way. I didn't grasp that wave of fast money last time, and I kind of miss it. The live media audience and fans on the extranet were waiting for Jiang Nan to prove himself. Favorably, Jiang Nan did not follow the rules and picked up the microphone and started to dislike him angrily. I damn well bullied you guys, what can I do? Whim. Mixed martial arts is a place where strength is emphasized, and you want me to reason with you in a ING fight. Do you have some kind of major disease? You're a weakling who only cries for his father when he has no strength. The audience bought the tickets for you to fight, not to cry here. Duo Z, you can't grasp the flyweight belt, it's better for me to grasp it. Take my father's advice and get a belt in the babyweight division while you're still young. Eaters, why is there suddenly a good big son? No, brother. We are waiting for you to prove yourself. You direct live bullying Cejudo, boy you act not even act. Too arrogant. But it seems to make sense. What's going on? Cejudo's face is ugly. This script is not right. The lines he had prepared were all gone, and he couldn't refute them for a moment. Nagano, brother, I'll see to it. Don't hold back, speak like a champion and dislike him. Dana White bares his big teeth and looks at Sejudo with anticipation. Say whatever you want, don't stop anyway. Having just glanced at the message from Henri on the table, the heat of this conference is soaring extremely fast on the extranet. A lot of people are waiting to see how Gangnam sprays his opponents. Other people's matches only had one match, and the launch was just that, a launch. However, Gangnam's match was more than just the octagon. For Jiang Nan, the octagon was a martial arts fight, then the launch was a literary fight, an exchange of primitive human language. Not only was it easy to understand, it was also artistic and communicative. Although it was easy to learn and hard to master, the threshold was not too high, and ordinary people could catch on. The media cameras focused on Sihudo's face, waiting for Sihudo's retort. Sijudo subconsciously retorted, "I'm not a softie. I'm just fighting for the fighters who trained together for this battle card." The crowd of eaters were not happy. "Sihudo, are you having polio? Go ahead and dislike it. What are you testifying against yourself for? A dog passing by and woofing twice is dirtier than you." Jiangnan grinned, "Whether you're a softie or not, we'll have to wait for your baby to come out for a paternity test to know. After all, your wife doesn't really love you." Seeing Sihudo's eyes reddening, Jiangnan continued to fill in the blanks. "No way, no way. You don't think that your wife married you because of your good looks, right? If you dislike someone, you have a mouth." Everyone knows that Sihudo went against the grain before chasing his wife into his hands. Which pot is the right pot? The eyes of the audience, including the players on the field, changed as they looked at Jiangnan. "Duo Z, let's go, don't be a hard ass. That guy doesn't kill without a knife. Let's stay alive first and think of something else." Nagano's eyes are filled with stars. This is called professionalism. Even a mouth breather has to be called a professional. Although he received an electric cannon from Jiangnan, it did not hinder Nagano's admiration. As the saying goes, the more you lack something, the more you like it. For a naive person like him, what's missing is a good mouth. There are plenty of UFC fighters with power, but very few with power and a good mouth. The past mouth cannon, the present Gangnam, all are not walking traffic bag. Mouthpiece has already fought Main, and I've heard from my friends in the boxing world that Gangnam can start a good Main fight anytime he wants to. Nagano wants to progress too much. Strength was enough, it was just a matter of mouth. Nagano's eyes were filled with a desire for literary knowledge, gradually overriding his hatred for Jiangnan. "I have dreams too. I also want the main war." Hearing Jiangnan's murderous words, Sihudo jumped 3 feet in the air with his eyes wide open and raised his fist to trade 1 for 1 with Jiangnan. "Fark, don't eat the sour radish, oi oi oh kill oil. Mom messes with Fark. Come to live." Sitting under the stage, Lao Deng, Pants Boon Thud fell down a rubber stick. The sight of Rin Jianjun and comrades looked stunned. Old Deng smiled and forced to explain, "Do not be nervous, I usually lack of exercise, tendons and bones are more sore, with a rubber stick used to massage very reasonable it." Said picked up the rubber stick pinned on the waist. "Comrades, you lack of exercise? Who said at the wine table, in Japan to fight and kill again? That head to the gauze wrapped, do not know that thought the bombing bunker back." On the stage, Jiangnan calmly sat in his original position, not panicking at all. The UFC's big man, Neko, who was paying attention to Sejudo's speech, has already stepped in and managed to get Sejudo's waist-hugging grip. The last time he had this treatment was with a stripper. Big white Nazi holds Sejudo and presses him back into place, calming him down. "Sihudo, don't be impulsive, what is there to say? Sit down and talk slowly." Sejudo's pupils suddenly widened as he looked incredulously at Dana White. "Boss, do you want to hear what you're saying? I'm not allowed to physically resist, and I'm going to be allowed to continue to be verbally bullied? By Dana, there was once a wave of fast money placed in front of me, and I didn't grasp it. This time, no one can possibly stop my determination. Let the traffic love me once more." A good launch party, hard pandering to traffic, has turned into a 2-person show. "Sihudo, you're marvelous, you're noble. What the, you take me to the nest? Life is not easy, Duo sells his art." Thinking about it, Sihudo chose to get high and hang on for dear life until the end of the launch. "Ing asshole octagon, wait, I'll clean you up." Jiangnan added. "Look, this is urgent, be a man to be generous, your wife is so beautiful, you are outside the competition, you do not allow her to have a little private life? If you're not reasonable, I'll complain to the World Women's Organization that you discriminate against women. Impeding women's freedom of love. Sejudo, be generous, my ass. It's not your wife, of course you're generous." Offstage, Su Jiangwo tactically leaned back. "No one understands Jiangnan better than I do, and I don't even need to make a move for this kind of small scene. Eaters draw crosses on their chests, gauze not ting oil, this is a one-sided massacre. Put the world on mute and listen to the sound of a broken defense." Sihudo's fists clenched and creaked, his teeth grinding and sparking. "Shameless bastard, despicable stinker, swear to God, I'll kill you, I promise." "Jiangnan, the dog is barking again, what should I do? Kill me? Do you have that strength? Do it now if you really have the balls. Little Yakuza. You're bluffing me in a scene like this. Can you do it? Hanging a gourd in the house, you really think you're a master?" As soon as the rhythm came out, Sihudo instantly went cold. A conspiracy of masculinity. He's not boxing anymore, he's reading The Art of War. If you do it now, you'll ruin UFC's reputation, but if you don't, the audience will think you're gutless. You have to choose one of the 2 cups of poison to drink. Sihudo looked at Dana's warning eyes. Forget it, or not have the balls to do it. To keep their jobs is more important. Make money? Not chill doped. Jiangnana first, I will break your scheme, then I will mess up your mind, and finally I will bring you the rhythm. Tell me, how do you break it? Boo! The audience and fans in the live broadcast room showed contemptuous expressions and booed at Sihudo. Jiangnan's words have come to this point, but still do not do it, really not a bit of blood, on this is still the champion? As Hua Xiaojiang said, Sihudo should go to the baby weight class to try the water. Chapter 26, Sihudo boss, you're marvelous, you're noble. You're taking me to the nest? Seeing that Sihudo's face couldn't hang on, Dana White came out at the right time to round up the fight, ready to end the episode. Guys, let them leave their grudge in the ring. Obviously this title fight is a controversial spotlight fight, and best of all it's free to watch, so remember to watch it live on November 24th. Dana White gives a small step, but with Gangnam ranking Sijudo up 3 or 4 stories high, how is a small step enough? Sihudo sadly twisted his head, ready for a hard landing, swallowing the bitter fruit of this time, kneeling to earn the money. Just after twisting his head, he met the eyes of Nagano and the others who were eating melons. Nagano turned his head sheepishly, not daring to meet Sihudo's eyes. How is it? I am there to carry the damage. The dog does not help to watch the show here, is not a glue self people. Inappropriate person is it Jiangnan can put me up, I can also put you nosy up. Sihudo was in a hurry, turned his head and wanted to drag Nagano down, so that the crowd could shift their focus and share the firepower. Chinese guy, don't think I don't dare to beat you up. This is a launch party, we have to respect the audience. You're just a mouth-breathing asshole. Eaters has seen Steeler, giving himself a run for his money. Just then, Sijudo unexpectedly said, Nagano, say something, it's time for you two to come to an end. White Dana drooped his face, I said it was a rumor on the front foot, you drew war on my face on the back foot, right? Nagano pointed at himself, Me? Seated in his seat, Nagano's unconfident eyes revealed clear stupidity, like the Prancerba who was sent by the 9-headed worm to finish off the Tang monk's master and disciples. Here comes the big melon. The crowd thought the strife was heading for an end, but they didn't expect a resurgence. Quite good, extra food. You're quite the little wit, Sihudo. You can't spray yourself, but you found a successor to take the flak. One is a mouth measure sewer, the other is a mouth measure ceiling, and everyone knows Nagano was sacrificed? The key thing is that the rumor of Jiangnan being single killed by Nagano offline is spreading all over the extranet. Everyone wanted to hear the duo confirm it for themselves to satisfy their curiosity. One is the most powerful man in the $7 billion world who was expected to reach the top predator Iron Blood Warrior. One is the mouth quantum goat, the originator of the internet Bible, the god who masters language. The strongest of the physical versus the supreme of the magic. The media and the audience are full of anticipation. The media watched as the camera turned to Nagano. The reporter began to ask questions. Iron Blood, we heard that you taught Jiang a lesson in the training gym, and that similar comments on the internet were liked by your trumpet. May I ask what you think about this? Nagano squirmed and stood up, like a little boy who couldn't figure out the answer in class and was named by the teacher to answer the question. Well, you know, Jiang is an extremely excellent fighter. I have nothing but heartfelt wrathbay for him. The famous American 5-star commentator MacArthur once said that compared to Jiang, he was like a raw recruit. If he were to go up against Jiang at the press conference, he'd rather fight God. Good lord, this is a cudgel, isn't it? Nagano's words threw the audience for a loop, having expected Nagano to take the real Jiangnan and attack, leaving Jiangnan speechless. Even though the tongue is a lotus flower, everyone is equal before the iron fist. This was Nagano's best chance to use his power to break the law. Battlecard 229's mouthpiece was a living example of this, allowing Kitty to dry out to the point of self-imposed isolation, and he still hasn't come out of his defeat. Knowing his own family's business, Nagano didn't have the backbone to confront Jiangnan, and his desire to speak was his own final release. What's more, Jiangnan has been slowly developing towards his own white moonlight. This is the first time to participate in such a grand launch. Nagano will not be stupid to think that it is Sihudo or their own platoon. The answer to that cries out. Gangnam, there is something real in it. Sijudo anxious, the development of things to this point, must let Nagano to his own funeral. Not in the script, then change the script yourself. It was better to pull it back than to die alone in the community. Hey, man. No need to go easy on him. Kick the Wahini's ass hard. Nagano, don't come over. Don't come any closer. Without waiting for Nagano to reply, Gangnam took the initiative to chime in. Hey guys, recently there's a rumor that Nagano and I had a big fight in the training gym. Let me clarify, that's not a rumor. It's time to nibble on the big melon. The media scrambled to catch Gangnam's micro-expressions, trying to observe the accuracy of the next statement. The crowd at the venue held their breath as the traffic on the extranet live streaming platform increased dramatically, and many had already tapped the record switch. Shatter! Sihudo, what are you bikers up to? Once the truth is blown out, it will surely become the black material of the Iron Blood Nagano, and the superstar that White Dana has built up with great difficulty will meet his Waterloo. White Dana naturally will not sit idly by, pick up the microphone and said, Jiang, we don't have much time for the conference, let's give the time to the next contestant. Jiang Nan stared at Dana Bai in a slightly playful manner. You're teaching me things, huh? Don't think I don't know your little plan, wanting Nagano to step on me to suck traffic, that's bound to never happen. Bai Dana instantly red warmed and huffed, Jiang, please show some respect to me as the president. Respect is mutual. Damn, all counted me, still want me to give you a good face, right? Dogs are used to being flattered and flattered on a regular basis, they don't speak without thinking. It's better to make things difficult for others than to aggravate yourself. If you can't make sense of it, you can just curse. Jiang Nan, it's really hard to respect you with this grizzled look. Boom! There was an explosion. The media's cameras exploded with excitement, and the staff quickly went up to the stage and blocked in front of the two people. The live broadcast quickly swiped the screen, and the news of Jiang Nan and Dana Bai's duels quickly rushed to the top of the hot search. The live Chinese audience who were experiencing the launch for the first time were stunned. It was too exciting, right? Is this scripted or not? The acting is too good. Didn't they say that the launch is all about gimmicks? Why is it so big? Then again, our southern god really has a brand name. Just by looking at the aura, you can tell who is the king of size among these contestants. Only the media and longtime fans of the live broadcast know well that these two have always been at odds. White Dana is too controlling, and Jiang Jinjin's temperament is unlikely to bow down, and if it doesn't change, it will have to explode sooner or later. Looking at the flow of Kwakwan's skyrocketing traffic, the media called out. Dana, if you can't do it, you can go to the octagonal cage with Huaxia Jiang and touch it. It's not a good thing to keep going toe-to-toe. A poll was launched on the internet, and the number of people willing to watch Jiang Nan versus Bai Dana surprisingly reached more than 90%. However, he could only fantasize about it, but Bai Dana wouldn't be so stupid as to give away his head. Bai Dana suppressed the anger in his heart and didn't tear his face off with Jiang Nan live. There was no way, live, global drops. More importantly, this is the first time that a UFC event is held in China, and it is about to reap the rewards, so it can't be foregone. White Dana, damn bastard, sooner or later, one day, I will step on you into the sewer. The night is long, and Dana White is ready to end today's conference early. Okay guys, I'm sorry about all this. Demolition expert Sihudo popped up again. Wasia asshole, are you in the training gym, getting beat up by Nagano and not daring to talk about it? Dana Bai, why are you everywhere? Sejudo, so what? The reporter's eyes lit up, uncovering the topic of Dana Bai and taking the initiative to ask Jiang Nan. Jiang, is what Sihudo said true? Jiang Nan, you ask Nagano, sleep or no sleep, he knows in his own heart. Jiang Nan's implication was already obvious, and the crowd had a feeling of incredulity. In the live broadcast room, the netizens were hotly debating. No way, Jiang meant to coax Ironblood to sleep? It was simply heavenly. The difference in blood between the two was a Pacific Ocean. The reporter turned to Nagano and asked, Ironblood, please answer our doubts. Well, Nagano was speechless, the public execution scene, too embarrassing, his eyes looked at Dana Bai, save me. Audience, what's going on here? Why don't you just answer? It can't be. Could. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The crowd quickly dismissed their thoughts. Are you kidding me? This is too much bull. White Dana was just about to protect our C-suite when the demolition expert popped up again. Sejudo, no, you're a lying liar. You're so ridiculous. It was clearly Nagano who taught you a hard lesson. I can testify to that. Dana White mom messed with Fark. Do you have any manners? Nagano, it's none of my business. I have now opened my pattern and see my future in the mouth volume goats. Gangnam sends a soul torture question to Sihudo. Oh? Then why did you say I robbed your training center? Answer me. Also, since Nagano taught me a lesson? Why did you say that I bullied you guys and forced you to have no place to train? Look in my eyes. Tell me why. Right, if Nagano had taught Jiang a lesson, then how did Jiang bully Sihudo and the others, as well as forcing the crowd to have no place to train? The only possibility was that Sejudo had lied. The whole room suddenly realized that a war of words could be played like this? This wasn't even a segment of fighters. Sejudo is straight into hard control on the stage. If Jiang is a national service sprayer, Sihudo is a proper stubborn bronze. The person's vegetable addiction is big, head iron is very big. People carry on and spray even, directly to your closed loop. You can't even burn your CPU dry. Sakudo, Marula, barbecue la. The camera focuses on Sihudo's flustered face as the reporter asks. Sihudo, what is your explanation for what Jiang said? This. You. Me. Sihudo stammered, his eyes looking to Nagano for help. Please open the microphone for communication. Nagano, you have too much heart and soul, Jiang is as genuine as I am. Don't come and get involved, we're all on different channels, we're already destined for each other. Jiang Nan pointed at Sihudo and flirted with the crowd. ABA, look guys. He's stuttering with a weak heart. This scene was like a human teasing a monkey in the park. It was not very hurtful and extremely insulting. Completely turning Sejudo into the clown of this installment of Fight Night. The crowd laughs, it's too much of a show. Dana White, tattooing frogs on tadpoles, you're showing your mom. 3 times you interrupted my spellcasting. I thought you had some big move you didn't show, but this is it. You better win, or wait for retirement. Sihudo's eyes slumped down in his seat with a lifeless look, little pearls slipping out of the corners of his eyes unheeded. Noticing something was wrong, Sihudo hurriedly wiped it clean, but the camera was all focused on Sihudo's face at this point, recording the scene in its entirety. Netizens' summary: this period of the game Sihudo's money is really difficult to earn, all the nest fee are not enough to ask a psychiatrist. White Dana, little pussy, I told you to grab the tempo, and it backfired, didn't it? This time it's finally my turn. Taking advantage of the fact that the crowd didn't pursue the matter of who slept with Jiangnan and Nagano, Dana Bai hurriedly announced that the conference had come to an end. Li Jingliang, actually, I've prepared a lot of English speeches that I haven't said yet. The rest of the contestants, net as NPC, all redundant to come here. Everyone went back to their own homes. Jiangnan met up with Lao Dang, and while it was still early, went to the training center to work out for 2 hours, preparing to go back to the hotel to rest. By this time, it was already midnight. The few people walked through a darkened section of the alley. Suddenly, Bitter Cake stopped in his tracks. Boss, there's a situation. Jiangnan, oh? What's the matter? Bitter Strength, someone is following us? Lao Dang and the others looked around nervously. The country was safer than abroad, so they didn't bring any bodyguards. No, Lao Dang asked suspiciously. Bitter Strength, impossible. My eyes are the ruler. When I say there's someone, there's someone. Lao Dang, Lao D, are your eyes 20 centimeters? Bittersweet didn't explain and just reached out and pointed in a direction. Venom. Nice guy, a row of white teeth floating outside in the dark night. Papa Africa kicked the shuttlecock and the black old man jumped. A few people hesitantly walked up and finally recognized the face. It was none other than Iron Blood Nagano. Blocking people right. A few people quickly set up a fighting position. Lao Dang's big stick has been hungry and thirsty, holding in the hand ready to fire. Nagano, misunderstanding, I'm a good person, Bittersweet, but come on. You weren't like this before you slept. After sleeping honestly. Jiangnan patted Lao Dang and Bittersweet's shoulders, signaling that there was no need to be nervous. Did you come to see me for something? Jiangnan asked. Nagano, oi Jiang, I have a friend who's a big fan of yours. He doesn't speak much and wanted me to ask you if there's a way he can improve. Lao Dang, kid, it's not that you don't know how to talk, you're lacking in heart. Nagano, why are you scolding me? Hey, no, how did you guys know it was me? Jiangnan, with your IQ, it's hard for us to communicate. You'd better go back where you came from? After saying that, Jiangnan led the Lao Dang few people to turn around and leave. Put. With a sound, Nagano knelt down in place. Hearing the sound, several people turned around and looked at Nagano in surprise. This kid is blackmailing people? No melon with me. A few people took out their cell phones and were about to record the screen to save the evidence of touching the porcelain. Nagano said sincerely, Jiang, I came with sincerity. I drifted half a life, only hate the mouth stupid, mixed no grizzly. If you don't mind, I would like to be your teacher. I just want you to teach me real skills. I've heard that in China, once a teacher, always a father. I'll treat you as my father. Chapter 27 Gangnam, I have 3 not to teach. Nagano, go through fire, master. I've got a good big boy. What are you doing? Forced good for the teacher, is it? Long experienced Jiangnan, the first dry silence. I'm outta here. Hurry up and run. This good's innate UFC holy body, from childhood to have conflicts or fists talk, too good, so that the brain CPU is not enough. In case you give this guy to rely on, go around causing trouble, and find yourself uncomfortable. Turned around and looked, only to see Nagano's head knocked on the concrete floor, thumping. Lao Dang in the heart, this kid goes fast. The launch also did not force Lai. We do not have a deadly grudge, no need to hold on to people. Children smash, listen to uncle, a word of advice, go back. Lao Dang went up to hold Nagano, the brain was not enough, and then knocked it out. Seeing that Lao Dang is one of the core figures of the Jiangnan team, Nagano respectfully asked. Dare I ask what kind of person is Mr.? Old Dang raised his head 45 degrees to look at the sky, untalented, under the Dragon Soul team's executive vice Gotsu Jiangwo. Dragon Soul was a brokerage and investment company that Old Den in Jiangnan had just founded, and was currently the main holding company for TikTok and managing Jiangnan's coach bodyguard group. It turned out to be the team's second oldest. Nagano's eyes were filled with hope. Please sir, help me. Lao Dang, new Aussie, don't blame uncle for speaking rather bluntly. Did you learn the art from a teacher in order to earn a big slip? Did you? Su saw through Nagano's small mind at a glance, making Nagano admire him and nod honestly. As expected, Jiangnan's team didn't have a single simple character. Nagano bowed his head. Please teach me, sir. Lao Dang, new Aussie, listen to Uncle Dui, I don't know if you have this feeling. The words are all virtual, mainly relying on brain circuits. You can't learn this one, kid smash. Go back. Saying that, Lao Dang reached out and pulled out a book from his pocket. High emotional intelligence communication, being able to talk is an advantage. Knowing how to pick up a conversation is a skill. Mwozi, uncle has nothing to teach you, seeing as you're sincere. This book is a gift for you. How much you can learn depends on your ability. Nagano, sir's great righteousness. My mind is made up. If master doesn't accept me, then I'll let master see my determination. After saying that, Nagano knocked 2 more times with a thud, and his blood began to seep from his forehead. Lao Deng hurriedly hugged Nagano. John Nan, come and persuade this child. Don't dirty this place. John Nan, are you polite? Old Den, he's almost around older than me, alright. Since old Deng had given his word, he had to look at Deng even if he didn't look at the monk's face. Jiang Nan asked, Nagano, honestly tell me your purpose of worshipping the master. Although old Deng had already revealed Nagano's small mind, it was better to let Nagano say it himself to be more specific so that he could understand the situation. Nagano's face showed joy and told his situation one by one. Nagano is currently ranked 4th in the heavyweight division, but is only paid $100,000 US a fight. Dana White promises $600,000 US for a title shot. After about 10% US taxes, the manager takes 15%, the trainer and bodyguard take 25%, and there's a hammer left over. If they were all treated equally, Nagano would have nothing to say. The problem is that players who are better than you are paid a lot more than you are, and they eat the meat and crumbs of their own bones. Can you believe that? At least is also quasi 7 billion strongest male, just because they cannot speak, simple head, let them these bully. Nagano thought about changing to a powerful brokerage firm, such as the Mouth Cannon Connors. Nah, these brokers are all in cahoots with the UFC, arrogant as hell, and don't give Nagano a chance to drink soup. With one superstar of their own, they wouldn't think of building another one out and stealing their own market share. What's the point of being able to fight? No one's going to support you, just be an honest cowboy. Unless, this superstar comes out of nowhere, is not held up by the UFC, and comes with other platforms or passerby traffic. John Nan's appearance has given Nagano hope. When you follow Dana, you'll be hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. I, Nagano, just want to earn what I deserve. What's wrong with that? John Nan and Lao Deng looked at each other in silent agreement. This was an experience packet delivered to the door. John Nan, it's not impossible to accept you, there are some problems that need to be solved first. Nagano immediately made his attitude clear, going through fire and water, master. John Nan, I have 3 things I don't teach. I don't teach what I will, because he already knows it, and for me to teach it again would be a mistake. I don't teach those who don't know how, because he doesn't know how, and if I teach him, he won't understand. I don't teach those who don't want to learn, because he doesn't want to learn, and teaching is a waste of time. Nagano nodded his head like garlic, not caring whether he understood or not. Whatever the master said was right. Lao Deng, good little smash, let you catch up. Foolish people have foolish blessings. John Nan saw that Nagano did not have any opinion, and directly said the most critical issue. If you want to follow yourself, you must join the Dragon Soul team and sign a long-term brokerage contract. Who knows if he will one day be full of wings and come to say that a great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live under people for a long time? People's hearts are unpredictable, or to come to some real, black and white. John Nan didn't have the confidence that he could rely on his charisma to conquer others and make them work for him. In addition to not lack of money, Lao Deng, pure play. John Nan could rest assured that he would leave the industry to him to take care of. Nagano's eyes sparkled in the darkness of the night. It's a deal. John Nan and Lao Deng looked at each other again. This kid was really hungry. Nagano, a big loud in the east, once said that choice is greater than effort. Follow the right person to get enough to eat. So, John Nan let Nagano after the fight to release the agent, join the Dragon Soul team, and then arrange hellish special training. Purpose achieved, Nagano joyfully left. On the way back to the hotel, Lao Deng asked, Nagano, this kid's mouth can be practiced? Nagano's strength is undoubtedly, the mouth is stupid, cannot engage in any gimmick, the brokerage company packaged well, the ceiling is a star player. If the mouth can be a little more skillful, it may be able to break through their upper limit. But, a person's way of speaking is raised from childhood, related to the brain and personality. Once accustomed to it, it's hard to change it. Harm, don't worry, even if it's not an innate Tao body, I'm sure that I can teach it according to the material and turn it into an innate merit saint body. John Nan didn't know what came to mind and smiled incomparably. Lao Deng reminded, you're the one who started the sect now, pay attention to the influence, don't play the big disciple who started the sect badly. John Nan stated that everything was under control. 4 days later in the morning, fight night opened with the weigh-in sparring show. Everyone had successfully passed the pounds, and Sejudo was frantically losing weight, his face dented into a skeleton with a grim expression. Internet gossip says that after the last presentation, a reporter caught Sejudo on the phone in the hallway arguing with his wife. It can only be said that the gold content of the beats brought by Jiangnan is still on the rise. Because of Gangnam's township, no one dared to make things happen in this confrontation show, and Sejudo's downfall was a living example. Only Gangnam let loose on the media. Fans around the globe, follow me tomorrow on time and let me put you to the test on what's going on with the softballs in the UFC flyweight division. White Dana on the side of the face is green, even the UFC said in together, how do you think? Jiangnan, I'm a walking traffic bag, only advocating for myself. After the sparring show, the fighters regained some weight and took turns in open training. On 11.24, the competition officially kicked off. The arena was packed with people, and major sports media at home and abroad sent professional photography teams to cover all corners. The 4 electronic screens above the cage center broadcast the interactive audience in each area. For this match today, there were several Jiangnan student alumni who had come to the scene specifically to cheer for Jiangnan. Su Shanshan was sitting in the front row in a white sarong, with a white and pink face and large Kazran eyes flickering, like an angel left behind in the mortal world. Not far away, sat Wang Shuya and a few alumni. Wang Shuya is a hot girl dressed today. Dressed in a white-waisted shirt, the lower half of the body is a black pleated skirt with black silk. Exquisite makeup, hot body, eye-catching. The opener was announced by John Anik. The match began with the mat side match portion of the match. After 3 hours of hard fighting, the winner was decided. Welterweight, Alex Morono defeated Sanan by unanimous decision. Women's flyweight, Yen Nanvu won by second-round submission over Lauren Miller. Undisputed 208 pounds, Rashad Coulter won by unanimous decision over Hu Yaozong. Women's strawweight, Weili Zhang won by first-round submission over Jessica Aguilar. Bantamweight, Lu Pingyuan won a split decision over Martin Dyer. Women's strawweight, Yan Xiaonan won a unanimous decision over Yuri Kondo. Middleweight, Kevin Holland defeated John Phillips by second-round submission. Bantamweight, Luis Smolka submitted Sumudarji in the first round. Although it was a side event, the venue erupted into a mountain of energy because of the many Chinese fighters. Next up is the main event portion of the night that has gotten the most attention from fans around the world. In the first, bantamweight bout, Song Yadong won a unanimous decision over Vince Morales. Bout number 2, welterweight, Li Jingliang nearly got KD, then managed to turn it around and win by third-round TKO over David Zawada in a come-from-behind victory. The Chinese-English joint venture in the speaking stage made Zhang Nan, who was backstage, sweat for him. Zhang Nan secretly decided that his future matches will be bright brother quotes ahead of time, so that there is nothing to say, so that small black people to black can only black themselves. He had his own system, so he was afraid of nothing. Must be wildly justified. Match 3, heavyweight, Alistair Overeem wins by second-round TKO Sergey Pavlovich. In the fourth match, Iron Blood vs. Razor. In this one, Iron Blood decides to put on a good show and show Master and Uncle Den his potential. Lao Dang, how many times have I told you, my name is not Lao Dang. My name is Su Jianghua. On stage, Iron Blood and Razor enter the cage. After the referee calls for the start, both men touch fists and begin to back up to the side of the cage. Both men come forward to the center of the cage, setting up their fists and stomping on the brakes, sizing each other up, looking for an opportunity. Nagano is the first to attack, a center sweep kick that leaves the skin of Razor's thigh reddened. Razor's face and movements didn't contort in any way, as if there was no pain. Joe Rogan commentates from the side of the cage. Guys, now Iron Blood and Razor start to roam. Razor dodges a straight punch, dives for a waistlock and tries to drop it, but unfortunately can't hit the buckle. Iron Blood's body circumference is just too big. On the mat, the two men separated and continued to face each other, both waiting for the other to make a move and catch a break. Heavyweights don't have all the bells and whistles, both have the ability to finish each other off. The main skill points are in the stand-up, with wrestling mostly used as a secondary skill. At this point, Razor Fist begins to fake out frequently, touching fists with Nagano to set up the next plan. Iron Blood was middling, just waiting for a break and the slightest opportunity to pounce on a combo of his own, knocking him over the head with small punches. Nagano got impatient with the fist bump and blasted Razor in the face with his right fist. Now, Razor makes a fake of being forced to defend his face, purposely raising his hold and exposing his stomach. Nagano lands a left hook to the stomach, and Razor's mouth grins like a Nike mouth. Ha, you're not going to sleep this time? Say goodnight to daddy, kid. As Ngannou strikes to the stomach, Razor throws a flat right hand to Ngannou's chin. In a flash, the two men exchange blows, with Iron Blood hitting Razor hard in the stomach and Razor managing to hit Iron Blood in the jaw. The imagined situation where Nagano rolled his eyes did not happen. Razor's face was full of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was absolutely impossible for Nagano's jaw to be this hard. Before Razor could fall into self-doubt, a sharp pain sensation came from his abdomen, and in an instant, his entire face turned into a mask of pain and his body bowed like a shrimp. With that, Nagano's back swing blasted Razor's face. Razor only felt the sky spin, then ate another front swing. Bang bang, two punches and Razor's massive frame collapsed to the floor with a thud. Before the referee could call for a stop, here came Nagano's ultima ouvre. The Flying Baker's Tomahawk Shooting Star Punch. The casserole-sized fist hammered into Razor's face, splashing watermelon juice all over the floor. Razor's head kept bouncing back on the floor, switching repeatedly between awake and off. In this instant, all Razor could think about was the scene in the training gym where Iron Blood was put to sleep by Gangnam. This isn't real, I'm not willing to do this, Gangnam, you've wronged me. The referee rushed forward to hold Nagano. Don't kill him. The cow can't even hold such a hammer. 2. Fart, that was amazing. Damn it, the referee has to stop him, he's a beast in a cage and he's going to tear his opponent apart. I swear to God no one in the UFC will face him. Joe Rogan roared wildly from the commentary booth east to west, sputtering. The live audience watched with fervor, applauding desperately, wanting to bonk the people around them twice as much. There was a lot of talk in the live broadcast room. Too brutal. I wonder what procedure an ordinary person would have to go through if this punch went down. That's bound to be insufficient for the insurance company to pay out. It's estimated that a punch starts at $1 million. During the interview session, Joe Rogan asked, "Man, this fight was amazing. I noticed that you fought with an injury on your forehead. Did something happen before the fight?" It was then that many people noticed that Iron Blood's tanned face had a blood scab on his forehead. Nagano said excitedly, "Yes, I performed an ancient ritual. It's just a little bit of skin, it doesn't matter." Joe Rogan, you've earned the right to challenge for the title, what do you have to say now? Nagano struggled with his memory of some of the words Uncle Den had taught him. Maru spice. Barbecue la. Den had memorized it pretty well before he got in the ring, and Bong Bang gave it away in 2 punches and forgot about it. Joe Rogan thought Ironblood was affected by the sound of the crowd and waved his hand to signal silence. The whole field is dumbfounded, Nagano more nervous, no way, can only blind Hukba speak. Nagano spoke in broken Mandarin, I want the gold belt, I'm the champion, I'll never give up. The crowd applauds wildly. Joe Rogan, Walt. An on-stage translator translates the words into English. Dana White, you kid, you're getting the hang of it. Pleasing the Chinese fans is right up my alley. Lao Deng in the backstage lounge, this kid is misguided, and I don't know if it's good or bad. Next up, the heaviest match of the night. The most watched father-son match is about to kick off. Chapter 28 deciding the best tough guy of the night. The new king of the flyweight division is crowned? The arena's headlights were turned off, leaving only the ambient lights illuminating. The entire arena was dimly lit, with only countless lit cell phone screens and colorful spotlights rotating everywhere. Aerial tracked swing arm cameras quickly capture the entire arena in motion, the reporters are in full focus, and the entire crowd is on their feet. 4 electronic screens in the center had been aimed at the backstage entryway. Barver himself takes the stage to announce the curtain. Commentator Joe Rogan is in the booth interacting with the audience. Everyone, the big show is coming, watch out for the high energy warning ahead. The arena is silent as Barver's chants ring out, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's UFC Flyweight Championship match. And now, making his way to the octagon, from Demolition, with a professional record of 2 wins, 0 losses and 2 KOs, weighing in at 57 pounds, the challenger, Gangnam. The music plays, selecting the climax of the DJ version of One Laugh River. How to distinguish the chivalrous and devilish heart, a snap of the fingers and a dream is but a moment. The remnants of the sun in the yellow sand is like blood, how many souls are silenced here? This success or failure, who will understand? A smile of the rivers and lakes, the red dust is forgotten. All is gone, what is enough to say? The sky is not old enough to laugh, but the feelings will be. Drink to the moon, a cup of silence. When the music started, the characters came on stage. As the full spray rose, Jiang Nan appeared in the limelight. To his left and right were Lao Deng and Bitter Strength, and behind him were dozens of bodyguards cleanly dressed in black training suits, with the word Dragon Soul written in white paint on top of their clothes. Mixed in with the crowd, there was a camera team from ESPN disliking the face shot. On the 4 large screens in the middle, Jiang Nan adjusted his gloves as he walked. Lao Deng took a dominant step, stomping left and right to the rhythm of the music, his hands high-fiving the crowd next to the aisle. This is a throwback for me. Su Shania stood on her tiptoes and looked towards the entrance of the passageway, her small face blooming with a bright smile. On the other side, Wang Shuya did the same, except that there was one more Su Shanxiao in front of the right side of her line of sight. Looking at Su Shanxiao's appearance, Wang Shuya's eyes dimmed. Young must not meet too stunning person, otherwise his whole life will be his shadow. It is said that a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. When Jiang Nan was at school this while, Wang Shuya took the initiative to strike up a conversation, and all she got was a cold reply. It could be said that apart from Su Shania, who could chat for a couple of sentences, it was hard to see Jiang Nan taking the initiative to chat with others. This also makes Wang Shuya become extremely unconfident, can only be buried in the bottom of the heart of this girl's love. Jiang Nan is Su Shanshan is an angel investor, you are a fool. The most important thing is that you are not a big alumnus, but you can be a flower vase. At most, you can be a vase and look at it twice. On this side, Jiang Nan walks to the edge of the ring, starts to take off his clothes and hands them to Lao Deng, puts on his braces, checks his gloves and applies Vaseline. Lao Deng was beside him and urged, you have an advantage in height and arms, control the distance, put down the burden, don't have a chance to hard K, hit some stack damage, can win on the line. Jiang Nan is now confused, can't listen to anything, afraid of Lao Deng worry, can only nod his head to show that he understands. For the first time, rely on his own ability to fight a championship battle. There is no experience card, the gap between the two sides is not as big as the previous fight, and all of a sudden I don't know where to start. 2 horizontal and 1 vertical is dry, first fight. The system has hoarded 36 points in the past 10 days, plus a total of 41 points from the previous 5 points. By the time the field is missing what to make up for. The system voice rang, ding. Release side mission Ko TKO Sihodo. Reward for randomized stunts. Jiang Nan went on the field and stayed motionless in the corner, his death pupils staring at the entrance of Sejudo's passageway. This had become Jiang Nan's trademark action, and the atmosphere of the entire arena was oppressive as the big screen's image was fixed on Jiang Nan's body. After Barver's introduction, Sejudo came out. After regaining his weight, Sejudo swells up like a Michelin tire. Sejudo enters the cage, and his eyes lock up with Gangnam without showing any weakness, and the big screen frantically switches between their eyes filled with murderous intent. Oh ho! Can you smell the gunpowder in the air? The live audience and fans are screaming for more. Both men touch fists and retreat to the side of the cage as the referee calls for the fight to begin. Sejudo slowly came forward, and based on the style of Jiang Nan's previous fights, Jiang Nan had to be careful with his defense as he came out of the gates with a fast-paced opening round. However, this time, Sejudo was clearly overthinking it. Jiang Nan didn't rush towards the center of the cage, but just stepped into the center with his normal broken steps. Sejudo made a defensive stance and did not rush to attack, feeling Jiang Nan's bottom first. Jiang Nan looked straight at Sejudo, and swept low to cut his calf, measuring the distance and stacking damage. Sejudo was caught in a moment of inattention, pain in the calf, then moved around the edge of the cage. Jiang Nan followed very closely, did not give space. Looking at Jiang Nan who kept moving up to press himself, Sejudo developed a strong intuition. Jiang Nan was confident in his stand-up, and hitting stand-up would send it. There had to be a change of mindset. It had to be said that Sejudo was experienced and saw in an instant that Jiang Nan wanted to use his stand-up to eat hard. The aura wouldn't lie, Sejudo had fought many gifted monsters. There were ones that were taller than Jiang Nan's long arms, but there was no such sense of oppression. Looking at Jiang Nan who paced and pressed himself to the edge of the cage, Sejudo realized that he had to make a move, otherwise the one who made a move would be Jiang Nan, and he would have no space to dodge, and would easily be held down by the cage and violently hammered. Sejudo continuously does the fake move of diving, coupled with hook punches, the same as the jammed mechanical dance. Chicken, you too beautiful? Jiang Nan suddenly crossed his arms and returned to the cage. Loser, stop ing dancing, come over here and fight. Jiang Nan pointed his hands to the ground. Kamong North Nose stand in the center of the cage to spar. Decide the real tough guy. The whole arena boiled over, holy show. The commentator's table that was close by was in a state of joy, and it had to be that Jiang had a show and never fought a boring match. Sejudo's old face reddened, then huffed and puffed and charged. Jiang Nan's body and mind had loosened up after the wave of adaptation he had just experienced. Anyway, he didn't have much of a weakness in terms of defense, so it was fine to make bold moves. When you see a move, do it and be done with it. Jiang Nan began to show off his skills: cage kicks, change of line kicks, turning whip kicks, pad step high sweeps, chasing after Sejudo in a display. Looking at Sejudo, who was sprinting 100 meters in the cage, Jiang Nan closed his legs and saluted Bruce Lee, spreading his palms and waving towards Sejudo. Don't run softy, fight like a man. The crowd at the bottom follows suit, letting out a deafening chorus of boos taunting Sejudo. Sejudo cowered. It was too suffocating. Sejudo's face was ugly. After laying it out for so long, it's time to find a chance to drop his ass. I'm going to ride on his body and operate hard. The two returned to the center of the cage, and Inami's front jab plus a low sweep, military training for Sejudo. Tyrannosaurus Rex, come to spar. Sejudo is being treated like a human sandbag and can't return the favor, cursing under his breath. You're not human. Armband height so long, lousy is only 1 meter 6 out of the head of the arm, moving pace is not as good as the other side, play a deuce standing. Spell a hand. Sejudo sees an opening, hold Jiang Nan waist buckle, Jiang Nan also similarly holds Sejudo waist buckle, two people wrestle with each other. Sejudo has a lot of skills. Jiang Nan is a little more powerful and skilled in anti-wrestling, but his center of gravity is higher, and the two of them are frequently changing their positions, and for a while they are deadlocked at the edge of the cage. Feeling Jiang Nan's raw wrestling sense, Sejudo has a better idea in his heart, and makes bold moves. However, Jiang Nan's wrestling defense was very good. Sejudo was unable to take Jiang Nan down for a while. After Sejudo did a hook leg sheer belt wrestling did not fall down, hanging on Jiang Nan, then gave up the direct wrestling tactics. The two men began to tangle on the inside, and Jiang Nan, less experienced in this area, suffered a bit of a loss, with his thighs bruised by Sejudo's knees. The first round is over, and both men return to the cage to make adjustments, with the referee scoring the fight with Sejudo ahead on the scorecards. Sejudo, you're out of tricks, aren't you? I was afraid of your wrestling, but it seems that your opponent is too good. Now I can't wrestle you down, so I'm going to wrestle you on the inside, grind your blood, make your muscles sore and weak, and then wrestle you at the end, so you won't be able to fight back. Most of the Chinese viewers on the scene are new fans, don't know much about fighting, can't see the match trend. Outside the live streaming room, viewers are all mocking and belittling. Still crazy? You've got a face-to-face. This is the Waterloo of your career. Xia Zhang's ceiling has been tested, and this match is going to go the distance. If expectations are good, Sejudo is ready to grind out a blood harvest. The octagon isn't a one-round fight, and Sejudo has more experience in 5 rounds, so there's the next one for you to suffer. Wahiawa Joker. The details of the first round of the fight were played over and over on the big screen. In the first half of the round, Sejudo was running too much, and Jiangnan's punches and kicks were almost all missing. In the second half, it's Sejudo holding Gangnam against the cage, doing various wrestling attempts, as well as inside strikes. Commentator Joe Rogan: we saw Gang's wrestling seemingly turn into a rookie in front of the Olympic champion. This is the UFC, this is the most gold-rich mixed martial arts championship. The untouchable genius comes here and is no different than an ordinary guy. If this continues to develop, Zhang will be in a tough situation. Zhang has an excellent arm span and has the ability to land heavy finishes, but throwing punches at full strength will lead to an unstable center of gravity, making it easy for Sejudo to seize the opportunity to drop him. Zhang should also realize that Sejudo's wrestling restrains him. Next, I predict that Zhang will close the fight and do a good job of preventing wrestling, not daring to make big moves, controlling the distance, and looking for an opportunity to land a blow. But in doing so, Sejudo's stand-up ability will be unleashed. One that does a good job of guarding the fall at all times and doesn't dare to make a move, and one that strikes at will. So, it's right to look favorably on Sejudo without a brain. Dana Bai smiled broadly. Zhang is too young and inexperienced, being found short by Sejudo, he still needs to evolve. Mixed martial arts is not about hard fighting, it's about tactics. The first round was just a test. In the second round, the champion will show aggression against Zhang's shortcomings. The commentary box's disparagement was heard clearly inside the cage. Old Den's confidence was a little shaken, and he wiped Jiang Nan's sweat with a towel. If you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer. Told you to control the distance, just hit the points, don't think about finishing, why are you so stubborn? Now fall into his rhythm, right next round, don't give him a chance to get close. Jiang Nan flirted, why don't you take a sample? Lao Deng's old face flushed, be serious, don't make fun of me, a 50-year-old comrade. Jiang Nan, when you fought the Japanese, you were high-minded. Now you've become an old comrade again? Lao Deng cheekily explained, that's different, I'm a regimental fighter. Jiang Nan interrupted and the atmosphere relaxed a lot. Next, the second round began. After a round of testing, Jiang Nan probably figured out how Sejudo was doing, it was time to reap the rewards. Jiang Nan added 2 points to wrestling to become 4, and 2 points to ground stalking to become 5, and the points came to 1. At the start of the second round, Jiang Nan rushed forward, level 3 extreme dive activated, draining 20% of his physical energy. Level 4 explosive power activated, stopping Sejudo against the cage net. The second half of the first round was so boring that the audience fell asleep watching it. I didn't expect the second round to open united and immediately put on a strong hunt. Careless, no flash. Sejudo didn't expect Jiang Nan to go straight for the clinch and didn't prepare for the fall. The first round of cage-side wrestling gave him the illusion that Jiang Nan's wrestling was poor. This isn't right, you're cheating me. It was too late to be surprised. With his hands firmly buckled, Gangnam walks around with Sejudo on his shoulder, finding cameras in the cage. Guys, the test is out, it's a gold-containing softball. Old Den plummets to his feet, jumping up and down and roaring wildly. Gangnam, you're a ing genius. You even fooled me. Wow. Jiang Nan awesome. The crowd under the stage had already gone crazy. The explosive visual impact was unrivaled. The live streaming fans popped up on the screen. God. Sejudo was actually crushed. It's so unscientific. Compared to the first round, it's a different story. Sejudo was careless. Kong let the C go in the first round, throwing Sejudo off guard. Joe Rogan, Omega, Satan in the cage is at it again. Kong rules the octagon once again. Damn, how did he do that? I'm not a wave of power. It's so blown up. Unimaginable. Was he letting go in the first round? Dana White, Fark. Sejudo is so confident, he forgot about Zhang's wrestling ability. Zhang's tactics in the first round deceived us all. On stage, Zhang carries Sejudo over to the commentary table and throws Sejudo against the cage. The body presses in head-on, his fists hammering away at Sejudo's head. Sejudo held his head with both hands, blocking Gangnam's punches. Jiangnan's fists hit the raw pain of no effect, quickly switched to level 5 big elbow slam. The elbow was like a sword, Jiangnan's strength and long arm span was utilized. Sejudo's fingers were fractured and the hold was opened. Jiangnan's elbows cracked Sejudo's eyebrow and broke his nose, his face was covered in blood, and his head bulged with 2 big bags. Just as the referee was about to call it a night, Jiang Nan stopped his attack. With his center of gravity pressed on Sejudo, he controlled Sejudo's hands with both of his hands and raised his head towards the commentator's table with a bizarre grin. All the cameras focused on this grinning face and Dana White at the commentary table. Sejudo's bright red blood splattered onto Nan's face and flowed along his cheeks and into the corners of his mouth. Nan obediently stuck out his tongue and licked the blood into his mouth, creating an eerie contrast with that bright smiling cheek. Underneath him was Sejudo, whose chest was heaving up and down and panting heavily. The crowd at the commentary table had been dumbfounded by the brutal scene. Damn it! This madman! Fear appeared in Dana's eyes, and his eyes avoided Nan. The entire live audience and the live broadcast room were silent. If Nan's last match was a predator's abuse, this moment's Nan displayed the feeding process of a humanoid ferocious beast disemboweling itself. It was absolutely bloody, cruel, and violent. This also caused the audience's psyche to be greatly stimulated, adrenaline spiked extremely fast, and the primitive desires in the human genes were aroused. After a short period of silence, the entire arena let out a mountain of screams and whistles. On the field, Nan let go of Sejudo, stood up and crossed his arms and looked at Sejudo like a dead dog. Then, facing the audience, he raised his hands up, signaling the screams to be louder. A lot of reporters came down to the ring themselves carrying cameras, trying to record some of the conversations on the floor. Sejudo struggles to get up and sits on the ground panting against the cage. His face has been made whole as an alien. A face of watermelon juice could not hide the resolute and bright eyes. The willpower of a fighter who can fight to the championship is very comparable to others. No one in the crowd, including the referee, stopped Sejudo from taking a break. Normally, the referee would have warned the contestant about the paddling behavior because the match was not exciting enough. But now this picture was part of the excitement itself. It was only because of the explosive scene in the arena. Nan walked to the center of the cage, pointed his hands to the ground, and spat out ice-cold words. Come to the center to face the blast, you biker-bred coward. I grant you one last chance to shake the prize. Wow! Unimaginable Jiang is absolutely ruthless. Several people at the commentary table held each other's heads in shock, and even Dana Bai was not spared. Viewers, the king of push appeared, and all being shunned. Many netizens on the extranet who had nothing better to do, received the news, and the first time they flocked to the live broadcast to eat melon, wanting to witness the birth of the famous scene. Some black fans began to fall back. How can people be awesome like this? On the field, the camera split into two sets of shots. In one group, Nan was waiting for the final showdown with his arms crossed in the center of the cage. In the other group, Sejudo wiped a handful of watermelon juice from his face. This was his last chance. The blood in the corner of his eyes couldn't stop flowing. If he didn't fight quickly, he wouldn't last long. Nan had indeed crushed his strengths, hitting the ground. He had already lost to the point where he couldn't lose anymore. But if it was a sparring match, there was a chance of shaking the prize. Reality was not a movie that could put someone to death in an instant. Only those who know how to do it know how high the gold content of the ruthlessness of the counterboom is. In a real sparring match, there is no blocking or retreating. Both sides have to take two punches more or less, depending on whose punch is heavy and whose jaw is hard. This is also the reason why some of the black fans on the extranet fell down, using the opponent's best technique to crush the opponent, let go of the title in hand, let the opponent get up and rest to spar. This storyline is a blast. Sejudo admits that he's been beaten, but that doesn't mean he's going to admit defeat. Sejudo stands up and the whole arena falls silent. The referee walks forward. Sir, do you have any problems? Do you need the medical staff to come in first to treat you? At this moment, there are countless pairs of eyes watching from all over the world. The referee has to show his professionalism and draw a conclusion to this focus-filled match. On the big screen, Sejudo, as he had done in the opening, locked eyes with Nan's death pupils. Only to see Sejudo gently shaking his head, his eyes resolute, muttering to himself, I have no problem. I'm ready to die. I'm ready. The clear words reached every corner of the world as the American viewers subconsciously prayed for their compatriots. Many Americans in front of the TV could no longer control the tears that fell. Joe Rogan, ladies and gentlemen, this fight exceeded all expectations. We saw the ferocity in the cage and the strong will of the fighters. This match is called great. It will go down in history. Tonight will be remembered by countless people. Let's enjoy the images of the upcoming seal of approval. Sejudo began to walk towards the center of the cage. At this moment, Nan seemed to be standing in the center of the cage like a monarch, his deep eyes looking at Sejudo who was strolling towards him. Nan and Sejudo simultaneously extended their hands to complete a high five. This is a recognition of each other. The entire audience stood up, media lenses and viewers' cell phone cameras bursting into flashes at the octagonal cage. Fans in the live feeds indignantly expressed that this trip didn't catch on. The two sides swung their fists into each other's faces, and the image was frozen here. Ding! Congratulations on completing the main quest. The quest rewards 1 draw. Boxing Mastery 10 was drawn. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side quest, rewarded with Pereira's special left flat hook 1, use consumes 20% of physical energy. Ding! Releasing a new main quest, capturing the bantamweight belt. Reward for the mission, 1 lottery draw. Chapter 29, Nagano's special training begins. Nagano, I'm going to be a hobnail. Late at night, the largest five-star restaurant in Beijing was chartered. Team Dragon Soul, Su Shalo, Ren Hongjun, Nagano, Su Jiangwo's comrades, Huaxiao's players and Jiang Nan's alumni were gathered here. Jiang Nan, whose face was a bit bruised and swollen, sat in the main seat, and beside him was Team Dragon Soul's second in command, Lao Deng. Lao Deng and Jiang Nan were in a drunken daze, wrapping their arms around each other and almost worshipping each other. It doesn't matter, old brother, in my old brother's heart, you'll always be the champion. Jiang Nan, harm it's all vanity, not worth mentioning. Time was drawn back to 2 hours ago. Jiang Nan took 2 heavy blows and successfully coaxed Sejudo to sleep. A new king of the flyweight division was born, and Dana White himself came on stage to present a gold belt to Gangnam to wear around his waist. Joe Rogan came on stage for an interview. Jiang, you're already the king of the flyweight division. Do you have a fighter you want to fight next? Jiang Nan uttered the maxim. Coach, Dana White, yo give Fumi, Hugo Baoning, Dana White, Biebs, yeah here's Mr. Dana White to set me up. I can fight whoever I want to fight, that's impossible. I want to fight for the Bantamweight Championship, give me that chance. Yeah. Li Jingliang is a jolt backstage. I feel like I'm living in Gangnam's shadow. Jiang Nan, brother, I'll carry this thunder for you, so don't toss it. On stage, the interpreter and Jiang Nan finally understood what it meant after half a day of pairing and translating. Jiang Nan's face still had to be given, and Dana Bai answered the question. Man, you need to purge the entire weight class to prove your dominance. Go back up in weight to see if you have any suitable opponents. Flyweight and bantamweight were very close, and the bantamweight division nowadays wasn't as competitive as it would be in the latter days. Jiang Nan was going to fight, and the odds were that he could take the double title, and Halogen Head wasn't willing to accomplish Jiang Nan so easily. Jiang Nan is not happy. Waiting for you to arrange for me, I guess how many trips will be made in the middle. I am the master of my destiny. Jiang Nan grabbed the microphone. Dana, I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense right now. In a word, dare you pull out your bantamweight champion to fight me? Dana Bai refused to budge. Jiang, you have to follow the rules, don't make it difficult for me. Jiang Nan directly unbuckled his belt and threw it directly at the crowd. Make it difficult, then don't do it. Then, Jiang Nan jumped out of the ring and left the scene without looking back. The media and the extranet all exploded as the new UFC flyweight king was enthroned, retired on the spot, and threw his belt as trash. The most outgoing black and red traffic king of the fighting world, Gangnam is homeless, and all the major event platforms have thrown in the towel. The UFC's traffic pool was robbed again, and the market value evaporated by a quarter. Dana White urgently announced that the mouthpiece, who was nominally banned but was actually repairing his psychological trauma, would be moved out of the ban. It took a while for the market capitalization to stop its decline. Back at the wine table, Lao Deng and Jiang Nan were in high spirits, without any sense of decadence. The two have long planned everything. The next time it is time to make some big moves, accumulate some experience, and in the meantime, give the opening big disciple a sample. Turkey's amateur capitalist Nakati and ESPN president Jimmy has long been in contact with Jiang Nan. The three parties will each take 30% of the cooperation, and the remaining 10% will be used for various expenses. One provides the venue staff to pull sponsorship, one provides media publicity and broadcast camera. Jiang Nan is responsible for the competition. To engage in a real money war, the supporting role is the toolman May running, appearance fee of $30 million, win the race prize of $60 million, do not participate in the share. Now May running is old, except for some fans, the strength is not as strong as before, slowly abandoned by the capital. Who wouldn't want to be able to earn some retirement money in his later years? Besides, who is the opponent? The newest of the fighting circle, the walking traffic bag, the Jiang Nan of the wrestling capital circle nicknamed Huaxia Mobile. Fishing for a fight, everything. At this time, boxing event capital Big Brother John, hate gnashing teeth. Chinese people, even 3 times rejected themselves. And, working with amateur capitalists to engage in money wars. Mud-legged man with you also want to be equal to me on the table to eat? Black and red traffic is black and red traffic after all. How can you maximize your cash without a platform to add to it? If you can't make any money, you'll have to obediently come and beg me. In fact, Jiang Nan had planned to cooperate with John. But people only want to eat his traffic, the money is given to the top salary, and you must be a player in the tournament. As for cooperating to run the money war, of course, as a player to participate in the identity, the payroll should be given a penny not less, should not touch the matter a little idea do not have. However, what Jiang Nan was thinking about was himself as one of the organizers. On the one hand, to earn knife music, on the other hand, for the future plans to accumulate experience. At the wine table, Jiang Nan and Lao Deng talked eloquently. The time was set for 20 days later, everyone hit the agreed weight, and the location was the ANB Arena in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. After talking about serious things, Lao Deng began to use his brain to prepare to talk about something immodest. Old brother, the championship you have taken, knife music you also earned. Isn't it time to give my baby girl Asahi a name? The old guy was afraid that he wasn't pretending to be drunk. Jiang Nan drunkenly said, "That's not good. What kind of relationship do we have? It's not messed up." Behind her at the table, Wang Shuya's eyes were as bright as a 100-watt light bulb. Lao Deng's eyes rolled. "It's fine, you call me Pops, I call you Lao Di, we talk about each other." "Say it again," said Jiang Nan and got drunk. "Lao Deng, this kid has a small heart, it seems that he still has a problem with shallow." Jiang Nan, pure rabbit not to refuse the grass around the nest. Society is simple, it's the people who are complicated. Honestly, Jiang Nan can't guarantee that he is a peaceful person, he hasn't had enough fun yet. In his last life, the online melon eating has seen many pure love war heroes fall to the ground in response to the sound, making Jiang Nan become no longer longing for love. Life is too short to have fun in time. In case you get together and separate later because of various problems, how can you get along with Lao Deng? Looking at the drunken Jiang Nan, Lao Deng, who still had a trace of sanity, hemmed and hawed and shouted towards Su Shallow at the next table. "Shallow, quickly come over and help Jiang Nan to rest in the hotel." Waiting for Su Shallow to come beside the two of them, Lao Deng manipulated his loud voice and quietly said to Su Shallow, "Girl, don't say that dad doesn't help you. The opportunity is in front of you, how to do it depends on you, I can't teach you this. Girl, this bottle of non-Frushanquin you have to grasp a." After saying that, Lao Deng drunkenly fell asleep. Lao Deng still did not know how loud his voice was after drinking, and the entire room of 100 or so people became quiet all of a sudden. Gossiping eyes all focused on Su Shallow. Su Shallow shyly stomped her feet and hurried to the restroom to slow down. Waiting to calm down, Su Shallow bravely walked out of the restroom, where there is still what Jiang Nan on the table. Asked others all stammered and said they did not know. "Oh ho, I lost the non-Frushanquin." Opportunities are always left to those who are prepared. In the hotel, a hot girl with an alluring body and a flirtatious face carried Jiang Nan hard to accelerate the sprint. Stole a person hurry to slip. Didn't sit the hot girl with a heavy sense of stealing was none other than Wang Shuya. Luckily, she has practiced taekwondo and her strength is still good enough to carry the dizzy Jiang Nan. "Wang Shuya, even if I cannot get your heart, I also want to get your people." Lao Deng, not good, the daughter was stolen home. In the hotel, the wind and rain, the big bed support crunching, a night without words, all in the bed. In the early morning of the next day, the perpetrator wanted to escape, but the strength of the wrong assessment can no longer flee the scene. Wang Shuya was caught on the spot by Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, who has a small heart, swears that no one can take advantage of him, no one. "Jiang Nan, I want revenge. Not 2, not 3, not 7. Hey, when I say 7 times, I really believe it can be done, you know, I'm not bragging. I'm here to do something big." Early in the morning, social media, led by ESPN, sports media top posting. The large-scale serial of where Gangnam went was about to be revealed. An hour later, Gangnam's social media posted a message announcing Decision 2. On December 15, 2018, I will bring my talent to Riyadh and start my nomadic dynasty. Next, ESPN officially announced the fight between Gangnam and Mayweather, and the major media outlets began building momentum. Mayweather was the first to go online and turn on the trash talk mode, spraying Jiang Nan with worthlessness, attracting a large number of boxing fans from the extranet to join in, collectively blasting and belittling Jiang Nan. Laying out the facts and reasoning, it was concluded that Gangnam's use of the UFC's stand-up technique for boxing didn't amount to much. Gangnam is nothing but young, while Mayweather has a weight advantage and is a professional counterpart in boxing. In the comments section of the relevant media below, boxing fans one-sidedly bade Jiang Nan draw war mixed martial arts, the UFC as a third-rate tournament. After all, the previous MMA superstar mouthpiece was dominated by Mayweather, has confirmed that MMA fighters really can't beat boxers. This is hard evidence. MMA has been nailed to the pillar of shame. Mixed martial arts fans were left to the taunts of boxing fans. It wasn't until several media outlets came down to join the fight that the MMA fans completely branched out and united against the boxing fans. Mouth breathers are mouth breathers, and Kong has never lost or fought a boring fight. Past experience has shown that many people don't favor Jiang, but Jiang is the most competitive. As long as he was in the ring, he was the tyrant of the fighting world, and Jiang himself was synonymous with miracles. Under the rhythm of the media, many people who were not Jiang Nan's fans, simply for the sport of MMA, fought a war of words on the extranet. At this time, Jiang Nan was already at the headquarters of Dragon Soul in Hangzhou. Nagano officially signed a 100-year brokerage contract, 50-50. Nagano do not have to care about anything, only responsible for training in boxing. Jiang Nan originally wanted to sign a 10-year almost mean it. Nai-G people Nagano understand, to sign a dead period. It is not easy to find a big leg must firmly hold, so it is super double, maybe this contract later to follow him together with lying bored. Let Jiang Nan and Lao Deng surprised, Nagano to the Chinese culture is very understanding, especially spend money to get a grand worship ceremony. Explained in Nagano's words, in Africa, Chinese influence is great, Chinese movies are the most watched by the people, ordinary people know many Chinese customs through the movies. Nagano T-Toast, Jiang Nan's gift is the video source file of the training hall incident. Nagano secretly said that it is so close, thanks to follow the master to mix, otherwise it may become the black material of the small black people. Jiang Nan, the Dragon Soul team talker sitting at the top, finished his tea and asked in a serious manner. What kind of discourse do you want to learn? Nagano said playfully, I'll learn whatever the master teaches, as long as the words can convince people, I'll learn. Well. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment. I'll teach you the art of playing stems and abstract keyboarding, okay? Nagano, master, like this, can it be convincing? Jiang Nan shook his head slightly, well. Can't. Nagano, playing terrier to engage in abstraction is not as good as the trumpet fight, do not learn. Jiang Nan, then I'll teach you idiomatic literature, the art of exporting, okay? Nagano, idiomatic language and literature, not as good as teaching people with fists, don't learn. Jiang Nan, how about I teach you the art of price cutting in the market and stocking up? Nagano, no learning, market bargaining is better than network e-commerce. Jiang Nan clenched his fingers and popped a brain crash on Nagano's head. You brown man, you don't learn this or that, giving you a brain crash to tell you to remember. After saying that, Jiang Nan angrily went back to his office. An hour later, Nagano looked at the unclosed office and walked in. Jiang Nan, what are you doing here at my place? Nagano, master, Uncle Den instructed me to come to you alone in an hour to learn the real skills of hype and gimmickry against people. Jiang Nan, I have two methods here that will get you what you want. One kind of word is out of the box, and it takes a few years to achieve a small success. The other method of hobnobbing, which can be achieved quickly in 3 months. Nagano, I'll go with the simple one, the method of rolling meat. Jiang Nan, then are you ready for the most brutal special training? Nagano thought of Dana Bai and the agency's faces, and resolutely nodded his head. Master, drill me hard. Jiang Nan turned on his computer, and jerking started up. Noisy, can you play? Nagano honestly shook his head. Jiang Nan, won't? Won't, then I'm relieved. Then the voice kicked in and held Nagano down in his seat. From now on, practice boxing with me in the morning, play the game for at least 3 hours in the afternoon, and by the way, learn Mandarin with your online friends, combine labor and rest. Nagano, it's that simple? Jiang Nan, too simple, when you know how to play, I'll teach you something more complicated. The water in the Chinese internet is too deep. In order to prevent Nagano from running away, Jiang Nan sent bitter strength to supervise from the side. After fixing Nagano, Jiang Nan also had to start his own live broadcasting business. Lao Deng brought a piece of paper, the above is black Jiang Nan rubbing the traffic of the list of fighting netizens, the first 5 belt holders, Wan Lei. So what are you waiting for, the live broadcast is open, must be heavy blowing up the scene. All the preparations are done, the Dragon Soul team of more than 100 people set off in great numbers. At this time on the Chinese network, it had already exploded. Netizens have it Wang Lei, you're in deep, messing with Jiang Nan is considered messing with the iron plate. Wang Lei's mouth in the live broadcast of the mouth high does not matter, after a computer's suddenly bad signal, take the opportunity to go offline. This dam, along the netline to find, how to do off. Chapter 30 Gangnam, hello, no sleeping here. Lao Deng didn't sit this is the top. At this moment, there are already many melon eaters in front of Wang Lei's house. It is definitely too late to go out, and can only pretend to be dead at home. At this time, the large force arrived, and Jiang Nan began to call out. Hello, is anyone home? A voice came from the house, no one. Hearing the voice, Jiang Nan roared, force cubs shelved home copy guys. Saying so, he retreated to the side. The Dragon Soul team was on both sides, and the Western Sky Band took the stage. Professional equipment, professional team quickly began to set up the scene. In just 5 minutes, you can enjoy the beautiful songs that infuse your soul. This is the real music. When music is played, parents are raised in vain. Drums and gongs, trumpets and swona one after another, the atmosphere of the banquet came up. Neighbors came out to see what was going on. What was going on? It was suddenly open, and there was no notice. No have to hurry with a plastic bag in the pocket to occupy a seat. Live netizen, the atmosphere is here, lazy want to go one? Wang Lei, be a person not just say you 2 sentences, as to block to my door force me to diet. Jiang Nan looked at the rapidly skyrocketing number of viewers and began to control the scene. Live room 250,000 people la domestic and foreign old iron point of attention, the public screen to play on the one, I give him a wreath buddy play is real. Netizen, lazy come out and face it frankly outside our whole living masters. If you are stubborn to resist, I am afraid that this life do not want to raise their heads to be a person. In the house, Wang Lei hid under the quilt and covered his ears. As long as I get through today, I, Wang Lei, will be a good man again. This side of the music has not stopped, the 2 professional players began to cry for Wang Lei, taking turns to offer a wreath, the sense of ceremony must be in place. After a while, the opening session ended and the speakers changed to a death rock song. Under the spotlight, the lead singer appeared on stage, a white rap Daojun positive energy resounded throughout the room. Don't say, most of the foreigners in the live broadcast room listened to the song and asked for the name of the song. As expected, music knows no boundaries. I guess I don't know the meaning of the song when I first hear it, but when I hear it again, I'm already in the coffin. Nearby, the Amazons gathered around and asked about the song. Young man, how much did you pay? To which Jungnan replied enthusiastically. Have not yet accompanied the gift, the person has not yet left, soon. Upon hearing this, the Amazons continued to look on from the sidelines. Stupor. Jungnan called off the crowd and shouted towards the house with a loudspeaker. Listen to the person inside, you've been surrounded by me, hurry up and come out. If you don't come out and I catch you, you're in for a long haul. I'll hire the band for a year and put it in front of your house every day. You have the guts to be a shrinking violet, anyway, for me there is not a few money, not to mention the network, even if you in the countryside have no way to see people. After 3 minutes, there is no movement inside. Jungnan waved his hand, and then played music and then dance. There was a roar from the house, Jungnan, you're too much of a bully. If this goes on, I'll lose my reputation, and I'll have to hide in the forest as a savage. Jungnan did not see the rabbit, Wang Lei, in a moment of desperation, a flash of light. Since you have to force me to fight, let's pick Jangnan's weakest point. If he doesn't dare, I'll win. If he dares, I'll open a live stream and abuse him. Double win, win twice. Mixed martial arts, Jangnan's core strength and skills need not be mentioned, in the UFC flyweight and even bantamweight class unique. Although his own mouth to disparage Jungnan and the UFC, but the actual situation in the heart clear. Mouth high that is to wrestle traffic to make a living, can cheat if you count a few. Kickboxing even if, Jangnan's leg played into the third gear fan, but also a farda. Both of these, Jungnan has the ability to kill. For insurance reasons, or boxing, they have a great grasp of Jungnan. After all, their height 184, weight close to 76 kilograms, Jungnan height 170, weight 60 kilograms, height difference of 14 centimeters, weight difference of 30 pounds out. Can only punch the case, big level to fight small level is not a father to beat his son, have a hand on it. The most typical is South Korea's Choi Hong-won, nothing, rely on the height and weight to win a lot of professional players, and is a kickboxing player. The most critical thing is that the sponge boxing gloves protect the body. Jungnan has not practiced boxing, simply cannot hit the heavy blows, cannot threaten himself. Thinking of this, Wang Lei confidently opened the door. It was time to show the real skill. Ouch. Just after opening the door, Wang Lei was airborne, framed out by several squatting bodyguards. Wang Lei was deflated. Jungnan, what do you want? What do I want? I have to ask what you want. Heavy-handed on the internet, coy in reality, right? Jungnan teased. Jungnan handed over a disclaimer agreement. Sign it and let me feel the dominance of 5 belts. Wang Sai shouted unconvincingly, challenge me fine, I'll set the rules, I'm going to box with you, if you're a man you'll take it, dare you? Yo-ho-ho, using the agitation method. Jungnan said it does not matter, re-modified the disclaimer agreement, both sides signed their names. The netizens of the live broadcasting room spat, face or not want, so big only in Jungnan boxing? Only Jungnan beside the old dang, calm and relaxed. Wang Lei a sports competition, only talk about the results, not the process. As long as I win, whatever I say after the match is right. At this point, the surrounding crowd watching the game realized that the neighbor's boy had caused trouble outside. Things to this point, Wang Lei does not pretend, directly open the live stream to attract traffic, this wave of hype is good, have to eat how much traffic. Wang Lei and his fans to avoid introducing the situation on the scene, a variety of disparaging Jungnan to raise their own remarks appeared one after another. The live broadcast room attracted a large number of viewers, waiting for Wang Lei to teach Jungnan to behave. Families, watch and don't blink, I'll eat a Jungnan raw to show you, so you can actually feel how deep my water is. Fans of Brother Lei, we believe in you. Jungnan is only 1 belt and he dares to be so rampant, I don't know where he got the confidence to challenge my 5 belts Brother Lei. I can't believe there are still black people saying that my Brother Lei doesn't dare to stand in front of Jungnan. And now? Not only did he stand, he even sprayed him in the face. What do you say to that? Answer me. Jungnan laughed coldly, how dare he show off his skills? Don't know the sky and 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 the sky. The two found a nearby boxing gym, without saying a word, on the ring to start. The match has just begun. Wang Sai came on strong, rushed up, chasing Jungnan heavy fist bombardment. At first glance, the winner was decided. Wang Lei came up to fight the body advantage. Jungnan is not stupid, did not go against the bomb. Hands clasping the frame full defense, Jungnan firm and decisive protection of the head, constantly pocket out of the space to dodge and avoid. Although occasionally hit by punches to the cheek, but fortunately most of the power is offset by the hold, the rest are inconsequential injuries. Wang Lei is full of energy, and Operation Hammer cool. The families in the live broadcast room who don't know how to box watched the blood surge and wailed. Reversal is coming. Jungnan sensed that Wang Lei's punching power was gradually weakening, and the frenzied rhythm became normal, and began to tentatively attack. Jungnan had 10 levels of boxing experience and was proficient in all kinds of strikes, positioning plus shaking and flashing. Wang Lei's boxing was all broken in Jiang Nan's eyes. If he used the system rating, it was at most level 3. Jiang Nan did not pursue a quick fight and steadily chose to catch counterattacks. Every time is stepping on Wang Lei's rhythm of rocking and flashing to change punches, to ensure that the speed and hit rate of each punch, to save their own physical strength, and by the way, paralyze the other party to make a good pad. There is no way this kind of boxing gloves in actual combat want to hit the full force of the blow is too difficult. In Wang Lei's perspective, come up although did not knock out Jiang Nan, but the momentum has won. After the game have enough to blow the capital, the purpose reached. Since he didn't K off, it would be good to stall for the next few moments, throwing 2 random punches to slow down his stamina. Occasionally will be Jiang Nan counterattack hit a punch also does not matter, nothing powerful, no different from the horse kill chicken. Just when Wang Lei was paralyzed, Jiang Nan seized an opening, rotated and launched his left hook with full force, hitting the exploding liver punch, and the power punched through. Wang Lei's liver area was in severe pain, and his eyes were glaring out. Ainima, careless, this kid is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The next thing was much simpler, the situation began to go sideways. Wang Lei's hold gave up his defense of the head, protecting the liver area that was hit hard. This place couldn't take a second heavy punch. Jiang Nan began to throw jabs at a high frequency. The jab made a swish, swish, swish sound in the air. The main focus was fast, accurate and ruthless, and you could tell by the sound how penetrating the power was. For a while, Wang Lei, who ruled 5 belts, had his face saturated with Jiang Nan's punches. Even though Wang Lei held his head, it was hard to escape the sanction. Wang Lei's live broadcast underwent a word-of-mouth reversal. Come, gather around to watch the dominance of the first person to receive punches with his face. Which part of the whole body is hard except for the mouth? After a dozen punches, Wang Lei is already swaying left and right. It's time for goodnight Makabaka. Jiang Nan deducted 20% of the strength. Pereira left flat hook stuffed Wang Lei's chin. Who is Pereira? That's the future king of the light heavyweight division. Although it was a level 1 rank, the force was enough to make Wang Lei sleep peacefully. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Wang Lei's wide eyes rolled up and he silky smoothed into sleep. Jiang Nan lay on his back in the ring and poked Wang Lei's head with his hand, opening it wide against his face. Hello, no sleeping here. Old Den, who stood on the sidelines with a big belly and didn't say a word, scrutinizing the ring with his arms wrapped around his chest, finally spoke up. This is the top. The waiting medical staff hurriedly carried a stretcher into the ring. After checking it out, Wang Lei had a shattered sternum plus a concussion, and his face was even more devastated. This time, the shrimp line was picked by Jiang Nan, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to jump up in the future. The fans in the live broadcast room of the external network straightly called out their intention. Dared to face spray Jiang Nan, thought it was a character, can let Jiang Nan eat a defeat. Everyone watched a hilarious. I didn't realize that he was a loser, and that he had grown so much meat for nothing. Taking advantage of the early hour, Jiang Nan led the team of blowing up the venue and knocked on the door of the second black house. This is a family martial arts transmission clan called the Mixed Yuan Sect. The patriarch of the clan, Mr. Niobagwa, is the hero of this time. It is said to be one of the top-counted Grand Masters in the country. Senior Neo had been active on the internet for a long time, and because Jiang Nan had made a name for himself abroad, he took the position of an old-timer on the internet, accusing Jiang Nan of not being low-profile and humble enough, and of disgracing the face of the Chinese people. Jiang Nan's purpose this time was, firstly, to test how tough Senior Neo's mouth was. The second was to see if Senior Neo's transmission of martial arts could swipe a copy for himself. When he arrived at the hinterland of Patriarch Neo's clan, he heard that he had come to kick the tutelage. The immortal Niobagwa stood in front of the martial arts center, giving orders and waving his hands. Disciples of the Mixed Yuan Sect, wave the flag. Yes. Thousands of disciples in uniform white practice uniforms spoke in unison. This scene looked silly to the netizens in the live broadcast. Running brothers, with all due respect, you can't fake this pussy. Jiang Nan was so bold that he directly clasped his fists and called out. My name is Dragon Soul Jiang Nan, please enlighten the old-timer. Niobagwa, I don't dare to teach you, I'm afraid of hurting you by mistake, go back from where you came from. Am I going to tell you that there was once a British Hercules of more than 200 pounds who couldn't hold a single finger of mine? At that time, he came up with a left stomp, a right whip leg, a left jab. Very quickly I defended all out. The case was solved. Jiang Nan and Lao Dang, who are the king of pusher duo, concluded that the old man's mouth was high from his tone of voice and demeanor. The two looked at each other and almost understood each other's meaning. Old Deng proposed, it's my turn to show my face this time, help me record the video, I'm going to smash his mouth. Jiang Nan, aren't you a group battle type player? Why did you run over to grab heads? Lao Deng blushed slightly and quickly disappeared. That's not because I'm afraid that you'll get the reputation of bullying the elderly, so I'll make an exception for single combat. Jiang Nan, believe you hell, it's still not picking up soft persimmons to pinch. Jiang Nan was afraid of looking away and asked uneasily. Are you sure you can handle it? Don't worry, package C package win, battle record can be checked. Lao Deng patted his chest and guaranteed. Jiang Nan, come on, your record is all about me getting MVP, you're lying down to win. Jiang Nan naturally had no problem with Lao Deng wanting to see, so he took it as a favor to him. Lao Deng stepped forward to invite the battle. I've heard that Grandmaster Nio's Lightning 5 Link Whip is unmatched in the world. I'm good at free sparring, do you dare to fight? Jiang Nan, yes, 2 bodyguards to restrict the freedom of others to wrestle, so that it is convenient for you to wrestle freely. Niu Bagwa's heart was happy. Good did not scare Jiang Nan away? It's not bad to replace it with a big old dead fat kicker. Who is the visitor? Niu Bagwa started to pretend according to the process. Lao Deng looked for a good angle of the live camera, hands behind his back, creating a sense of immediacy of the hero of China. Pasai angle and everything is right, just a little fat, for the time being, let's call it Fat Hero. Lao Deng did not hesitate to take out the small book from his pocket that had been prepared, and read word by word. Standing in front of you now is Jedi Soldier King Chairman of the Su-Style Group. 2A-old dense finger spat and turned over the second page to continue the introduction, the second in command of the Dragon Soul team. Dead fat than their own can also blow, Cattle Bagwa listening to really cannot stand, angrily shouted. Small don't fan nothing. Lao Deng was publicly lost face, his face reddened, old undead, old man today waste you. Niu Bagwa mocked, toad yawning, what a big mouth. It may be that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 loaded goods, the 2 met as if they were born with a grudge to not deal with each other. Jiang Nan, could it be the legendary king not seeing the king? So, the 2 put down the idle baggage first began to fight. The more they cursed, the closer they got, the more they began to chest each other. Lao Deng, what's the matter? Niu Bagwa, what? Lao Deng, old boy, don't mess around, or I'll beat you up. Niu Bagwa Hefatso, come on if you have guts, I'll beat you to death. Old Den couldn't take the other side for a while, a bit of a disgrace to the team's executive vice-coach. In desperation, Lao Deng went on a magic attack, Ha-2-A. A mouthful of nearly 50 years old phlegm spat on Niu Bagwa's face. Well. Niu Bagwa where can eat this loss, began to sniffle. Ha-2-A. The old phlegm that was added to the volume sprayed Lao Deng's face. The civil fight escalated into a war of words. The 2 of them fought over each other, spraying up and down, left, right, flashing around in various positions. Like a martial arts movie, warriors fighting in the air, watching the netizens with nausea called addictive this time can be counted on to learn the real kung fu. Finally, the 2 lips white leaning together, looks like the loss of moisture. Niu Bagwa is not martial arts, backhand a big mouth on the face of Lao Deng, take advantage of the ready to run away. Lao Deng straight and flat on the ground, as if beaten to death. Niu Bagwa froze, I did not force, blackmail, right? Instantly, Niu Bagwa nimbly fell beside Lao Deng. Call the police love how to deal with it, anyway, I can pretend to be dead. Lao Deng this side squinted to see Niu Bagwa fell beside himself, and hurriedly got up and shown Niu Bagwa's face to 2 loud slaps. 0 frame starting hand, old boy how do you hide? Hit is that you are defenseless this time. Then, Lao Deng ran away for a distance to confront. Lying down is just your lie. Niu Bagwa immediately jumped up, cursing, damn, dead fat man bluffing. Lao Deng, ha big mouth can recognize loyalty and treachery, get up at once, right? You also lie with me a piece of it, you were beaten, do not think it is shameful stuff? I was beaten by 2 big mouth lying here natural and reasonable. Lao Deng spat with a disgusted face. Niu Bagwa, bad guy, you are really bad. Learning to touch porcelain at a young age, shameless. Come to cheat, come to sneak up on my 50-something-year-old comrade. Jiang Nan stepped forward at the right time. Are the 2 of you still fighting? Sign a waiver if you fight. Old Deng was too dirty, and now he just wanted to take a shower in a hurry. This is the end of the day, we'll fight again another day. Niu Bagwa, next time? Think my place is some kind of place. Niu Bagwa thought, the dead fat man can't be younger than himself for a few years, at first glance there is not much fighting power, can pass a few moves. Next time can not necessarily have such a good experience package, in case it is Jiang Nan himself, that is not cool. I have to praise the Oxmaster, nothing to love to cause trouble, something on the hard shoulder. But the reality is always cruel. The 2 people signed the waiver agreement, went to the ring, and the martial arts fight began. Now it's my turn. Lao Deng pressed Niu Bagwa comrade a burst of hammer, the other 2 big eyeballs beat bruises. Who else? Lao Deng arrogant chest thumping roar, Jiang Nan are afraid of Lao Deng and old bone to their own dry fracture. Lao Deng, it's cool to meet a rival. It was not easy to meet a one-man battle to win. Lao Deng all kinds of technology are exerted once again, the Cattle Bagwa play burst before giving up. This is his own moment of glory, cannot be found, must be taken seriously. Finally, Niu Bagwa shivering and stumped up, Lao Deng only then closed the magic power. Afterwards, Lao Deng posed for the camera a few bodybuilding competitions show muscle poses, all the fat meat fluttering. Did not sit, this is called top. My Dragon Soul's second in command is by no means a false name. When Jiang Nan and the others were almost gone, Niu Bagwa angrily disliked at the back of the crowd to retrieve the scene. Count on you to run fast, if I hadn't held my breath, I would have broken your naughty. Didn't play well this time, messing with my mindset before the match. Young people don't talk about martial arts, rat tail juice. Chapter 31, What the hell? Nagano had taken himself to the nest? Dragon Soul headquarters, the office was a mess. The keyboard and display were hammered to pieces. Jiang Nan had a black line on his face. Nuazi, you're a bit unable to distinguish between big and small kings. Bitterbottom reported the situation with Jiang Nan at the first opportunity. Nagano had been bullied in the game and was now staying in the dormitory, clamoring to go home. In the dormitory, Nagano was lying flat on his bed. The corners of his eyes were red after being moisturized by the small pearls. In reality, the Chinese people encountered in the humble and polite. How did the network to speak so difficult to hear? What on the keyboard to spread the rice? The chickens' alignment are more than my tie. What, chickens can pole dance nah? What's more, what I'm about to say only represents the game and has nothing to do with your parents in reality. Listen to me. Is that human? What's the difference between that and I'm straight, so don't get mad, but I have something I don't know if I should say? Anyone who says something like that is bound to say something that is not human. As expected, the teammates in the game started to act as stress monsters and greeted Nagano's whole family, including the dog, in English. Sprayed to the broken defense, Nagano insisted for an hour and could not continue to play, directly transformed into the exterminator to destroy the virtual world. Jiang Nan opened the door to the dormitory and slapped the termination contract on the table. Sign it and leave Dragon Soul. Don't mention my name if you cause trouble in the future. Without waiting for Nagano to speak, Jiang Nan closed the door to the dormitory room and everything returned to calm. Nagano had wanted to explain a few words, but unfortunately, Jiang Nan didn't give the opportunity. The already aggrieved Nozomi became even more aggrieved. Obviously, he was cyber-violated, and he came back to be lectured. Why is it that he is always the one who gets hurt? This is not bullying the honest person. Thinking of this, Nagano is ready to put pen to paper to end this contract and leave this sad place. Hey, I thought to find a big leg to take off. I did not expect the master pressure is not treating themselves. At this time, Lao Deng pushed the door to enter. Seeing the gloomy and sad Nagano, Olden joked. Nwozi, how uncle are not shouted, right? Is the relationship fading? Nagano, no, my relationship with Uncle Den is the best in the world. It's just that I'm in a bad mood and I want to leave. Oh? What's the matter? Talk to uncle. Old Deng pretended to be skeptical. Nagano was lacking a person to talk to, so he told everything. After listening, Lao Deng said, Nuazi, it's not that uncle is talking about you. First of all, you shouldn't have smashed the office, that's the place of your master's cyberproof. You smashed it, he plays with a hammer. How else can he read the 500T of study materials? It's no wonder he's not angry with you. Secondly, adults can't even control their own emotions, let alone learn more profound skills. Nagano argued, but playing a game, what else can you learn besides being humiliated? Lao Deng, if you want to show off in front of people, you must suffer behind them. If you want to change yourself, you must shatter your dignity, put down your burdens, study seriously, and let yourself grow out of the cracks of the stone again. This is what your master said, think about it. Lao Deng took out a Chinese dictionary and put it on the table. This is a good thing that uncle brought you, you can use it to learn Mandarin. Whether you want to continue to muddle along and be the same as before. Or are you determined to change yourself and be reborn in nirvana as the chosen one, you decide for yourself. After saying that, Lao Deng left the room and gave the time to Nagano. The room fell into silence once again, and Nagano looked at the dictionary on the table. The internet water in China was too deep, hiding crouching tigers and dragons. English is dry and autistic, simply can't imagine learning Mandarin, should be sprayed into a fertilized egg. Forget it, lie flat and sleep, it's good to mingle and wait for death. In the corner, the pinhole camera transmitted Nagano's image to Jiang Nan's newly purchased monitor. Sitting on the side was none other than Lao Deng. Next time I'll sing the red face and you'll sing the white, so many lines to memorize, I almost can't do the whole thing. Jiang Nan, isn't this the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? In terms of pancake skills, it's still you. That's true. Lao Deng nodded in recognition. It couldn't be helped, Nagano's head only had one tendon, and he couldn't listen to anything without knocking it around a bit. The two continued to focus on the screen. Nagano, who had planned to sleep, tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. The words chosen one were big and round, like needles stuck in his head. Nagano loved this cake. In the middle of the day, a determined Nagano put away his new Chinese dictionary and walked towards the office. Lao Deng and Jiang Nan greeted and hurriedly avoided, in case it affected the image in the mind of Nwozi would not be good. Not long after, Nagano walked into the office and came up to honestly admit his mistake. Master, I was wrong. The preaching and teaching began. Jiang Nan asked with deep meaning, do you know where the mistake lies? Nagano said decisively, the fault lies in destroying your office. Jiang Nan nodded, then shook his head and explained. That's one aspect. The other side is that you acted like a coward and disappointed me. A quasi 7 billion strongest man who doesn't dare to face cyber violence head on. Nagano denied it. Master, I may not know if you're saying anything else, but I've never been a coward. Gangnam, oh? If you're not a coward, why are you afraid of cyber violence? Why care about what others say? This. Nagano was momentarily speechless, wondering to himself. Jungnan said to break the answer, your weakness is too obvious, that is, you have a stupid mouth, you can't talk about others to suffer big losses. In reality you can use your fists to cover up this weakness and shut people up. But on the internet, the flaw is infinitely magnified and the problem comes out. The more you're afraid to hide, the more others will intensify their bullying. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Nagano snatched at the answer. Jungnan continued to speak. What if, in life and work, you encountered a similar situation and couldn't solve it with your fists? Wouldn't one just endure it, similar to the situation you're facing now? Echoing on, everything echoed on. That's what those grandsons of White Dana did. Nagano slapped his thighs in excitement. It's still Master who has a good brain. My master is worthy of being the person that even the sprayed White Dana has to avoid. Master, then how do I overcome this problem? Nagano begged for knowledge. Jungnan, isn't this targeted special training for you? You yourself threw a tantrum and didn't want to train. Nagano, is there? You only taught me to play the game. Jungnan laughed and asked, just tell me if you're afraid of Netstorm. Nagano nodded honestly. Jungnan, fear is the instinct of living creatures, and courage is the hymn of mankind. Fear is only because you care about your face. Nagano asked respectfully. Master, I want to change, please teach me. Jungnan nodded and began to teach his master's tricks. The best way to resolve conflicts is to just turn the other cheek. Let go of your personal qualities, enjoy a life of lack of morality, refuse to be mentally internalized, go straight to madness if something happens, rather than aggravate yourself. It's better to make things difficult for others. As long as you have no morality, morality can't kidnap you. Someone hates you, you immediately hate her. Courtesy, running in both directions, living is not easy, can blame others, don't blame yourself. Finally, learn to take a beating before you learn to hit someone. Let go of your dignity and go bravely face cyber violence. Nagano, isn't that a dead giveaway? I've come to my senses. I, Nagano, have finally become one, ha. After Jangnan's guidance, Nagano was like an enlightenment, finally waking up to the fact that being a human being should be shameless. Theory is theory, it is more important to accumulate experience in practice. So, Nagano applied for overtime, bound to get back all the lost insults. To be wise, Nagano even posted the video of himself being KD by Gangnam on social media. Little hackers, insult me as much as you want, be my experience bag, and help me prove myself. The mystery was finally cleared up and the video was like a depth charge blowing up the UFC fanbase. Actually and the beast sparring fists sparring one? Simply ate Mad Dog D like a man. Jungnan's heat soared, and a large wave of fans began to look squarely at Jungnan. Many of these fans followed Gangnam's upcoming main battle, and the angry White Dana was furious in his office. Not only did this behavior hurt Nagano's own fans, but it also pushed even more traffic to Gangnam. In the UFC president's office, Dana White is furious. Nagano, how dare you betray me in defect to Gangnam? Your title fight is out of the question. When Gangnam found out, he gave Nagano a thumbs up. Daring to take his own black material to fight in the nest, he seems to have gotten the hang of it. In order to further improve his immunity, Nagano downloaded Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse from the internet and carefully tasted it at all times to wash his mind. The gears of fate began to turn, and somewhere in the future corner of the long river of time, international top stream Nagano was interviewed. That's not my black history, that's the way I came. In the following days, Nagano set his mind to improving himself. In the morning, he practiced boxing with Jungnan, and in the afternoon, he trained specially. People from the Dragon Soul team could often see the hard-working Nagano in front of the computer, looking up the dictionary while dropping little pearls in an effort to spray back. Black people's linguistic talent was really tops. Within a few days, Nagano could already speak a few words of Mandarin, but most of them were nationalistic. During this period of time, Jungnan brought Lao Deng around to blow up the scene. Jungnan's style was simple, violent, and direct. The effect of the program was pulled full circle, the audience in the live broadcast room was growing, and the black powder conversion rate was very considerable. This round of field bombing down, the most miserable belongs to Nyo Bagua, being triple guessed by Lao Deng, playing as a toolman. As the netizens said, eating and sleeping to beat Bagua. While messing around, Jungnan did not forget to train. As the body adapts more and more, the time to finish for love of power is getting shorter and shorter. It was finally time to organize the launch of the Jungnan and Mayweather cross-border battle. Because of the Nagano Videogate diversion, coupled with Jungnan's 3 days of messing around to keep the heat up, the PPV for this event had already broken through to 6 million, which was even fiercer than the original Mouth Breather versus Mayweather. Speaking of mouth cannon, it was recently invited by Dana to hold up the scene. The traffic that Gangnam tossed around this time was so ferocious that many of the UFC's longtime fans were taken to his broadcast booth. In an effort to fight off the effects of Gangnam's departure from the UFC, Dana White hooked up with John, a big capitalist in the boxing world, to get a crossover main fight going as well. Mouthpiece vs. Alvarez. Held 10 days after Gangnam vs. Mayweather in Las Vegas. Anyone with eyes could see that Dana White and John's operation was fighting Gangnam's match in the ring. Obviously, the Mouthpiece and Alvarez are both in their prime and add up to a much wider audience. Public opinion is now lopsided in favor of Mouthbreather vs. Alvarez being more exciting. Luckily, there's a 10-day buffer, which doesn't have much of an impact on ticket sales. After all, they were both matches that were usually hard to see, and adults certainly chose to watch both. If it wasn't too late in the day, Dana White and John would have hated to hold the match on the same day as Gangnam's match and drive the guys who were on the table for dinner down completely. Now they can only sit back and wait for the reaction of the crowd after the two matches. With the contrast, Gangnam's growing traffic would stagnate, be diluted, and cut, and Dana Bai and John wouldn't be as passive as before. The periphery of the arena in the Saudi capital of Riyadh, the scene was crowded with boxing fans from neighboring Arab countries and Mayweather fans who came from afar. With a piece of cloth over their heads, they are the richest in the world. To say where the fans have the most potential for development, undoubtedly the Arab countries. In previous generations, both boxing and mixed martial arts have placed important competitions in the Middle East. There's no way around it, there's just too much money to be made. But now it's only 2018, the only one who can stand in God's perspective to lay out is Jiangnan. Besides, the West is the stronghold of those tournament capitals, and every aspect will be resisted. To go to a mature tournament hosting place to worship the mountain, even with the capital of ESPN to help punch, I am afraid that it is difficult to escape all kinds of sanctions. So why not do a big job, cut off the Middle East, which is still inconspicuous, and become a hit? The launch, ESPN is one of the organizers, pulled in a large number of media to build momentum. In fact, the attraction of this match is not only Jiangnan cross-border fight against Mayweather. In the Middle East, China and the United States can be said to be the only two countries that make them pay attention. The top of the fighting world of these two countries came to Saudi Arabia to fight an unprecedented super fight, which naturally attracted a lot of dignitaries to come to support the scene. The bigwigs of the Middle East frequented frequently, and the pushy kings from all walks of life gathered together just to show their faces in front of the cameras at the super fight and show off their strength. As a result, all kinds of luxurious convoys and entry methods began to constantly refresh the perception of global fight fans. The launch address was held outdoors, and tens of thousands of people came to support the event. The front rows were all VIP seats for the bigwigs, segregated from the ordinary people. The media had squatted around early to shoot highlights of the launch and use them for publicity. It is said that the crown princes of Saudi Arabia and the most important black and white capitalists from neighboring countries will come to support the launch. That's how well-connected race partner Pakati of Turkey is in the Middle East. Local police and security blocked off the roads to allow the bigwigs' vehicles to enter the open parking lot. With luxury motorcades crossing the road every now and then, and the occasional police car driving by, the grandeur of the event can be expected. Chapter 32: The Great War Launch. Jiangnan, is Qinqiao still poor? On this special day, a domestic reality TV variety show Flowers and Teenagers also came to the scene to feel the hot-blooded atmosphere of the fighting tournament. Because the guests of the reality show are almost all women or fresh meat, they don't pay much attention to fighting. Coupled with the fact that Jiangnan has risen too quickly internationally and the domestic market has just opened up not long ago, the celebrities didn't realize that the fighting event in Saudi Arabia was a big battle between the top streams of Chinese and American fighting. Only know that on this day, Riyadh, a little status of people went to the scene, since the shooting of the reality show, naturally, where there is a hustle and bustle where to go. However, the crew underestimated the magnitude of the battle. The scene was packed with people, all of whom were avid fight fans. The crowd managed to squeeze into the front row and was surrounded by more and more people. All around the fight fans, see the flower young group of female celebrities, delicate and beautiful, all want to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch. Especially Hotba, long on Saudi Arabia and European and American aesthetics. The male comrades of the program had to form a semicircle to protect the guests, desperately trying to fend off the crowd squeezing and shoving. On the road, Mayweather's motorcade pulled up to the curb and Mayweather, one of the main characters of the big fight, got out. In keeping with the promotion, he interacted on the side of the road with fans who had traveled a long way to support him. The hissing sound of the whole place and the frantic crowd pressed the female guests of Flower Young who couldn't catch their breath. They already regretted coming to this place, which was full of raw human wildness, and the fans looked as crazy as if they were pumped up. Hotba covered her ears, her eyes moist, tears sliding down her delicate face like pearls. The program group was squeezed in the forefront, surrounded by a dense crowd that kept coming up, wanting to go out. It was as difficult as heaven. Several female guests can only lean together, help each other comfort. Soon, Mayweather's caravan left, the magnificent caravan slowly came. Officially dozens of iron riders at the head, before and after hundreds of colorful explosion-proof commercial vehicles arranged in an orderly manner, in the middle of the special lengthened version of Rolls-Royce. This was by far the largest array. The media's cameras began to hold high, reporters have been out of the camera and the audience introduced the atmosphere of the scene. The cars didn't stop, driving slowly towards the parking lot. The crowd kept moving forward, wanting to see which big shot was out. In the tide of people, the crowd of Hua Xiao group was like a flatboat, about to be drowned by the crowd from all sides. Just when Hotba and the others were about to break down, the caravan started to stop. The Rolls-Royce in which the big man in the middle was riding made a U-turn and drove towards the program group. The confused crowd forgot their fear for a moment and froze on the spot. The Rolls-Royce stopped in the middle of the road, about a meter away from the Chinese crowd. More than 100 black overbearing business cars came down one by one with big men in suits in front and behind. Exploding muscles and dense tattoos showed the identity of the crowd. That's right, it was the world's largest underground organization, the Mafia. The big men trotted to the back seat of the car and respectfully opened the door. Although the sun wasn't very sunny, the thoughtful bodyguards put up sun umbrellas to prevent the sun from shining on the honorable characters inside the car. Inside the Rolls-Royce, 4 men sat opposite each other, smoking cigars and drinking red wine. Jiang Nan and Lao Deng sat on one side. On the opposite side was the burly man with long hair and big back, and the mature and stable middle-aged Western man wearing glasses. It was the Turkish capitalist Pikati and ESPN president Jimmy. Pikati is Turkish, was the big boss of the German mafia, but was targeted, in order to be safe, returned to Turkey to develop the organization remotely. Many soccer leagues have Pikati's shadow, but as the head of the underground organization, the most enthusiastic or fighting events, Jiang Nan's Iron Fan A. The door of the Rolls-Royce was opened and Jiang Nan got out. The burly men around him bent down and shouted in unison, "Mr. Jiang." Jiang Nan idly walked to the side of the crowded and overwhelmed Chinese people. Looking at the tear-dampened makeup of several female stars, Jiang Nan suggested, "Are you guys unable to get out? Do you want to leave in our car?" The crowd nodded their heads in a hurry, looking warily at the tattooed hulks beside Jiang Nan. Hataru, in particular, looked curiously at her compatriot who had helped her out, guessing what kind of character it was. Jiang Nan refused the arrangement of Pikati's men and beckoned, and more than 100 people from the Dragon Soul team got off the car and came in front of the crowd. Seeing so many Chinese faces, the Flower Young Group's program team was in a much more relaxed mood. Bitter Strength and a bunch of other bodyguards brought the program team onto the commercial vehicle, everyone returned to the vehicle, and the fleet continued on its way. In the commercial vehicle, the few people of the Flower Young Group chattered and asked Bitter Strength and others where they came from. After a bit of understanding, they realized that the man who just appeared to break the siege was none other than top-stream Jiang Nan, who had risen to prominence at lightning speed in the international fighting scene not long ago. Immediately, the program team slapped the board to seize this opportunity to take more images of Jiang Nan and rub off on the traffic. The celebrities likewise thought that since there was no problem with safety and they had come, they had to cheer for their compatriot. In the open-air parking lot, the crowd got out of the car and walked towards the backstage. Hundreds of media poured in, wanting to interview Jiang Nan and the others, but unfortunately the bodyguards blocked them. The Flower Young Group program team was led by Lao Deng to sit in the VIP audience as Jiang Nan prepared to take the stage. Accompanying them was Nagano, who took the opportunity to help Jiang Nan with his clothes to go on stage and feel the atmosphere. As the host introduced them, Dong Nam and Mayweather took the stage. Mayweather went on stage and started to bring the tempo. As an American, he was bound to step on Hua Xiaojiang and rub him under his feet. "Hey Arawan, look me, the Chinese clown thinks he's fought 2 fights in a mixed martial arts event, arrogantly provoking me. Guys, isn't it about time we made him realize reality?" Mayweather aimed the microphone at the stage. A deafening sound followed from the open-air stadium. "Yes. That biker, you can do it, make him as helpless as Connor. Drive the clown back to China, boxing is a nobleman's sport, not to be tainted by the lowly." Jiang Nan picked up the microphone and started taunting at Mayweather and Mayweather's supporters on stage. "Shut up. You bunch of father-born, motherless things." With these words, the Iron fans including Mayweather and the ones from the United States on stage warmed up. In the United States, most of the people really were born with a father but not raised by a mother. Jiang Nan's words seemed to have little power, but in fact, it was a flat out of the storm. Mayweather took the brunt and started jumping, rushing over to teach Jiang Nan a lesson, and was stopped by security. "Mom messes with Fark, Xinxianpor, put your mouth clean." The Americans below started attacking him personally with all kinds of profanity. Nagano blocked in front of Jiang Nan. As long as Mayweather dared to pop up, Nagano ensured that the old man could eat a complete set of flying big. "The dogs give you face. Gangnam, look, you're in a hurry. Say you guys a couple sentences and you're still barking. I don't know what you orphans are in a hurry for. Too fragile, so sensitive, must have had a miserable childhood, parents don't love the leisured color, ha." Jiang Nan happily taunted madly on stage, 1 key in a row of 3. "Baby May, Kamento daddy, daddy treat you to peanut rice." At these words, Mayweather's eyes were red and bruised, and the 3 security guards barely managed to control the manic Mayweather. It was well known that Mayweather's old man had done the honorable deed of taking his son's bullet when Mayweather was a child. This is the first time that Mayweather has lost such a big temper, and it seems that he has been told by Jiang Nan to break the big defense. Mayweather's face was hideous. Chin Changpor, you despicable and shameless cockroach. You're dead, God can't save you, Mayweather said so. Jiang Nan stood in front of Mayweather, who was controlled by several security guards, and deliberately flirted. Oh? Is that so? I'm so scared. Oh. I'm standing right here, you hit me you goon, have the balls to hit me I have to say, being the boss is cool. No one dares to stop themselves, they can play as they want. The security guards held Mayweather down to give the boss a scolding, and Gangnam decided that he wanted to give his know-it-all employees something practical afterward. Mayweather was so angry that he created a force out of thin air, bursting forward a little distance and swinging his fist. Jiang Nan anticipated this and retreated half a step back. It didn't hit, la 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 la. Bastard! You devil, God will punish you. The corners of Mayweather's eyes were moist with hysterical impotent rage. Jiang Nan, no way, look everyone, baby May is dropping little pearls. Jiang Nan's rhythm is brought to a flying start as the media's cameras start filming Mayweather's face. Mayweather rushed to cover his face to cover up. Jiang Nan laughed, this conference collision Mayweather has been completely defeated. The scene of the Westerners see Mayweather suffered a loss, the collective wild boo Jiang Nan, along with some Arabs began to turn back. Xinjiang poor. Huaxia cowardly nation, Huaxia cowardly nation. It had to be said that some Arabs were really cheap, they liked to be dogs for the Westerners, and even if they were bullied by the Westerners, they still rushed to please them. Lao Deng and the Flower Boys and others were furious and shouted loudly, but it was not very meaningful. 100 or so people disliked tens of thousands of people back, and the water couldn't even splash. Just when the crowd thought that this was the end of the matter, Jiang Nan did something even bolder. Listen, the trash who insulted me on stage, and this group of bikers in the West on the internet. Aren't you guys good at provoking? Don't cry like Mayweather or just make like that punk Connor. Fark laying down and getting shot. Jiang Nan is not surprised by his words. This time he's going to make big moves and shut people up with real actions. Read more books, dumbasses don't come out and invite laughter. Our Chinese elders long ago proved on the Korean battlefield that you Europeans and Americans are cowards. And Jiang Nan is here to challenge all of you Western softies and followers. At any time, you can approach me for a date and sign the waiver to prove to me like a tough guy that you are not softies. One for all. Fight as long as you want, until you admit you're soft. Come on, anyone on stage who dares can come up and fight right now. Goons, dare you. Lao Deng, so whole, 100-man bodyguard group is still less. The voices of the crowd at the scene became disorganized, and the outside viewers in the live broadcast room were furious, their keyboards crackling. Bold. To actually provoke our Western Lord, simply not knowing how to die. Waiting to become a public enemy of the entire nation. Jiang Nan pointed at the young man on stage who was screaming the loudest and leading the insults against Huaxia. You weakling, come on stage and face me like a man, dare you? Pup seed? Come on, the camera gives the global audience a proper face, remember him. Now tell me, are you soft or brave? Show some action, don't be a pussy. Oh. The young man who had been singled out was trembling all over. Being racked up, yeah. He was there to scream when the mouthpiece fought Mayweather. People mouth cannon attitude, how good, only play mouth, to fight must give enough main, never thought that the top stream will fight with small karami. Maru spicy, this can be done. Have a say, the Western law of the jungle advocates fists. If you only play mouth high, will be looked down upon by the people around, then how to mix. Jiang Nan wasn't going to let this young man go, jumped out of the ring and greeted the camera to follow. Lao Deng and 100 or so bodyguards had their hands touching the explosion-proof rubber sticks pinned to their waists, ready to strike at any time. This old man is an American. The viewers in front of the screen take a good look, whether China is a nation of cowards or a nation of European and American cowards. Jiang Nan stuck the microphone to the young man's mouth. Old brother, please repeat the words you just insulted Huaxia. The young man was silent, just picking his fingers. Next to him, a burly man who was 1 meter 8 in height and had gnarled muscles was coaxing. Go on, don't be a wimp. That Chinese guy is too small, what's there to be afraid of at this size? Oh? Jiang Nan brought the camera team to the burly man. You seem to be very interested, seeing as you guys look like tough guys, you shouldn't be doing pussy stuff. Here's the waiver, sign it and get on stage with me to prove that you're not softies. The burly man waved a big hand, humph. Midget, let me teach you a lesson, you Chinese coward. Jiang Nan laughed instead of being angry and praised from the bottom of his heart, big brother, you're so handsome when you sign. As he spoke, Jiang Nan's eyes were glowing, and his grinning mouth looked bizarre. In front of the screen, the former K1 generation it was the smile and tone of voice devil's whisper. This generation of China has produced a forbidden great evil, have to warn the current gang of K1 to go out and keep a low profile, do not get into any unclean things back again. Lying on the hospital bed, watching the TV, Cejudo frowned. Oh. Shetter Satan is coming, don't mess with him, it's stupid. And so, the crossover battle conference had an impromptu hardcore edition in front of a global media audience. The two men signed up for no-holds-barred fighting rules, life or death. Submission is the same as UFC rules, just clap your hands. Up comes a professional referee to control the ring. Referee, I swear by the lights, there is absolutely not one iota of shady business between me and my boss. With all eyes on him, tough guy comes up to the stage. Jongnan has saved 31 points from all this training and adds 3 points to Pereira's left flat hook, turning it into a rating of 4, with another 1 point left in the system. The two men took their stance. The big man took up a boxing stance and seemed to have some amateur standard. The match began. The big man's movements were slow and rough. Jongnan saw through the attack route at a glance. Dodging sideways, Pereira's left flat hook blasted out towards the big man's chin. 20% of his physical energy snapped off, and the power that could put a light heavyweight pro to sleep swept in. Without the slightest surprise, the strong man stopped the machine and fell softly. Jongnan did not wait for the strong man to fall to the ground and then pounced on him. Level 5 big elbow according to the undefended face door open smash. The speed was so fast and accurate that the referee froze for a few seconds before stepping forward to stop it. The crowd on the stage blamed the referee for not stopping the match in the first place. Ref, he didn't submit, how could I blow it? Audience member, why didn't you count his submission? Referee, he didn't tap, how can I count it as a submission? Audience member, how can a dead man clap? Referee, that's right, it means he didn't surrender, how can I blow it? Ref, boss, add money, add money. Paramedics come up to the stage to check. The head elbow is shattered, brain fluid flowing out, carry away on the spot. Looking at Jangnan's big elbow that was bleeding, he knew that Jongnan had struck hard and was himself a bit injured. However, Jongnan smiled brightly, not affected in the slightest, and picked up the microphone to send out an invitation towards the stage. Any more tough guys? Is Chincheon still poor? The stage was silent at the moment. Jongnan wanted to find the young man from before, but the person was long gone. Jongnan jumped down from the ring and started the audition with the camera crew. Finding an Arab man close to the stage, Gangnam began to ask. Hello tough guy, before I saw you shouting Chincheonpoor quite vigorously, what is your relationship with the West? The Arab man hurriedly shook his head. Jong misunderstanding I didn't say. I have nothing to do with Western countries. Jongnan, oh so it was me who misunderstood. I almost thought that the Arab man who followed the uproar was a dog of the Western countries. The man did not retort, but instead lowered his head to look at Jongnan in a flattering manner. No, we are good friends with the Chinese. The Middle Eastern bigwigs in the VIP area murmured, not angry at Jongnan's behavior, but instead felt that it was not good for Western countries to have too much influence in their own countries. Jongnan put his eyes on the people of the Western countries again. Who else is a tough guy? There isn't a single tough guy in the hallowed Western developed countries? Answer me. The gloom on the faces of the flower young group's people dissipated, and Jongnan took a hard breath for them. The faces of these people just owed it to people like Jongnan to clean them up. None of the people in the crowd on the stage dared to answer, and Jongnan said in a good way. Let's do it this way, on December 15th, I'll fight Mayweather for 12 rounds. After the fight, I will set up the $1 million challenge. There are only 3 spots, whoever can beat me, the prize money goes to them. After the fight Mayweather will start, I won't take a break in the middle of the fight, and registration will start on the spot. Now, raise your hands, let me see how many tough guys there are. Lao dang, you're done with the pussy, it's good to be young. Brush brush brush. Hearing Jangnan's words, a dozen muscular men on the scene raised their hands. Good, everyone's hard, I see it. Jongnan added, I'll draw up a contract right away. In order to prevent a reversal on the spot, if I withdraw from the match I will be compensated for 3 times the amount, no problem, right all you tough guys. Hearing these words, the people who raised their hands put down a big half, leaving 6. It doesn't matter if it's 3 more than originally planned, it's just a matter of hand-holding. The difference between amateur and professional is not 1.5 stars. In the case of one-on-one combat, save your strength. How many people come as to give away their heads? Seeing this situation, Jongnan showed no mercy in his sarcasm towards the few people who put down their hands. You softies can't do it either, or these 6 Hans are real men. The outside broadcast room had exploded. You goons are a disgrace. If I could sign up online, I would have signed up long ago. Why would it be your turn? Don't come back, softies, the big deal is death. What's so scary? Audience, you're hallucinating from playing games on the keyboard, aren't you? What's the big deal? Try facing Jiang on the spot. All of you are standing around talking. So, Jongnan generously invited the 6 stalwarts to the stage, and asked the camera crew to take a close-up of a few of them to make them famous. After beating Jongnan, the stalwarts were the ones who gained both fame and fortune. Then, Jongnan began to guest host, asking the stalwarts what they had just said to themselves in Huaxia to avoid any misunderstanding. A round of peaceful interviews came down and confirmed. It was all damned ghosts, and none of them were innocent. The contract was quickly sent up, and Jongnan and the 6 strongmen signed it, using the no-limit fighting rules. The 6 strongmen weren't stupid, and in order to capitalize on this wave of traffic to become famous, they interacted with fight fans on the extranet social media. Promising to let Gangnam feel the wrath of the Western tough guys, they took out the anger for them. In fact, most people are clear, Jungnan boxing fight amateur is okay, fight heavier than their own undefeated boxing champion Mayweather, enough. Although Mayweather is old, but cannot help dodge good can run a 12 rounds, even if Jungnan is a cow is also tired of fighting. The mouth cannon was not enough physical reserves, was Mayweather harvest. Therefore, the 6-strong man calculated that Jungnan and Mayweather fight down, physical energy will be urgent. Jungnan would be the cash machine, and several of them would take the opportunity to become famous. The press conference came to an end. 5 days later, ANB Arena in Riyadh, 7 rounds of fights will take place here. It happened suddenly, and the program for this event was at its peak. The script that came out of nowhere left the crowd wanting more, and this was the one matchup that really settled the grudge. This match was high on the extranet, surpassing the crossover battle between the mouthbreathers 10 days later. Fans who had bought tickets and PPVs in advance celebrated. The PPVs have been changed from $100 to $200 a show. General admission tickets at the arena at $1,000 US dollars a pop were hyped to $5,000 US dollars each, and they were still hard to come by. Everyone wanted to see Gangnam get cleaned up, so naturally they wouldn't miss the big show. At the launch, Gangnam's indiscriminate attack offended all Europeans and Americans, and was already a public enemy hated by everyone, including some of the people who had previously turned black to pink. This time, the will battle 7 people is too difficult. In other words, Jungnan was tyrannical abuse as the nail, even if over the elderly Mayweather is useless. Physical fitness was Gangnam's greatest enemy. Chapter 33, The Midday Hour has arrived. Deadly Descent. Jungnan and No Indecency fought at an agreed weight. There was no weigh-in show held for this tournament, and it went straight to work on December 15. 5 days later, match day finally arrived. Gaining 10 points, Jungnan added his level 4 fitness to the limit of 5 points for this stage. The arena was sold out at 28,000 seats, the first excluding the guests of the Flower Boys, which were pretty much the bigwigs of the Arab countries. The PPV sold a total of over 8 million copies out. The number of media outlets skyrocketed to over 200, double the number at the launch, and it seemed that the attention for this match had been raised more than a notch from before. All the ambient lights in the scene were turned on, and the DJ started to play the music Serious, a song exclusive to the old hooligans in basketball. Jungnan, he's a hooligan, so who am I? The audience held their breath and began to look forward to the appearance of the protagonist with the beat of the music. Under the host's introduction, with all eyes on him, Jungnan stepped on the rhythm of the music and began to make his appearance. Jungnan, who had entered the state, was like a merciless killing machine, and his pupils of death were projected by the camera onto the large screen above the ring. With the shocking music, it really had the flavor of a dominating and overwhelming man. Before going on stage, under the gaze of all eyes, Jungnan pointed to the watch on his wrist. Then, he undid the strap and handed it to Lao Deng, putting on the 8-ounce gloves. The big screen above the ring, in time, hits the 1-minute countdown on the watch, with a text commentary. The hour of noon has arrived, death is coming. Overwhelming, it's just too overwhelming. The guests of the Flower Boys are excitedly cheering for Jungnan, and Hataru's eyes are sparkling with stars. Lao Deng, this is the top. Live streaming pop-ups, fooling around, wait and pull your pants in your pocket to see how you end up. On the opposite side, Mayweather walks onto the stage amidst the cheers of his fans. The referee reads the rules and the match officially begins. May runs the same tactics as he did in the mouthpiece fight, a marathon first. Jungnan is not a mouthpiece, with boxing experience level 10, he has the experience and means to deal with the old guy. Run? Tyson slipped extremely fast approaching, have I fast how to avoid? Around the fence? Then I V-shaped dodge plus antelope jump step, instantly can block both sides of the space, dead seal fence triangle area. Jungnan did not punch, just so forward pressure, blocking the space, forcing Mayweather out. In case he comes out first, the old guy will definitely embrace himself, make small moves, turn around and run away again. The master of the game, often is the first after the first, catch counterattack a deadly. However, Mayweather's age is no longer able to hit fast, accurate and hard punches. Bullying an old comrade is still not a handful. Facing Gangnam's pressure, Mayweather wobbled a few times and missed. Gangnam's jumping steps were too fast, blocking in front of his escape route every time. It was so tempting to escape, but he couldn't. Mayweather was pushed to the limit and tried to throw punches to influence Jungnan, pulling out space to dodge. Unsurprisingly, out of the blue, Jungnan had been waiting for Mayweather to open the hold of his own accord. Left flat hook will be late, but never absent. Jungnan shook and dodged close, accurate one shot into the soul. On stage, Jungnan took a dominant step, removed his gloves, pointed to the countdown clock above his head, and made a neck-wiping gesture to the Western audience area. The commentators go wild, oh unbelievable. This happened. Mayweather has been defeated in less than 10 seconds of the opening round, and by KO. Wow! Gangnam is awesome. The Flower Boys stood up and roared wildly in celebration, their hands clapping purple. Outside the live broadcast room, fans began to pressure. Rubbish, crossover to play a mixed martial arts fighter and get seconds. Garbage, Mayweather doesn't deserve to represent Americans. Backstage, 6 strong men are shivering. Is there anyone who cares about us, Aoi? The door to the room has long been locked by special arrangement, and 2 rows of tattooed big men are standing all over the room to prevent several people from escaping. At this time, the 6 people, like prisoners about to be executed, some cried bitterly, some began to repent, some pounded the door of the room to try to escape. The door of the room was opened, and the big man pounding on the door was forcibly pulled out. The 5 people in the room howled in fear and looked at the closed door in horror, as if they were looking at the god of death with a scythe knocking at the door to claim their lives. In the ring, the man who was brought up trembled, kneeling down and begging for mercy to Jiang Nan. You. Hello, John, let me go, I'm soft, I don't play anymore. Jiang Nan sneered disdainfully, sharp-tongued when insulting as Chinese, trying to use Mayweather to consume me, stepping on my fame and fortune when I'm heroic. Little brother, there is a price to pay for being a tough guy, regret now? Too late. According to the contract, pay me $3 million in cash and you can leave, otherwise get up and fight tough guy. Let me see the bottom of your lecherous colors, just how strong are they? The man didn't have the money to pay out, so he had to get up in fear and trembling, planning to wait for Jiang Nan to attack himself, catching his opponent utilizing the rules, and clapping his hands in surrender. Referee, presumptuous thing, did you ask my opinion? The Westerners under the arena collectively lost their words when they heard Jiang Nan's arrogant remarks. Some didn't dare to speak out to anger Jiang Nan, fearing that this madman would come down to the ring to face the line again. Some were glad that they had restrained their anger at the launch, or else the person in the ring might have been themselves. Only when they actually faced Jiang Nan offline could they feel how oppressive and regal the other party's aura was. Especially those who later gave up on raising their hands to sign up were afraid afterward. Away from a big spectrum who knew that Mayweather could give him seconds? At this time on the extranet, the keyboard warriors were still provoking Jiang Nan, but after seeing the performance of the Westerners on the scene, incidentally, they even scolded them together. Also bullied you guys, do not dare to put a fart, too cowardly, simply does not deserve to be a high-quality people in our developed countries. Which is like me, in the network rampage, griping Jiang Nan dare not return the mouth. Live audience, open mouth? At this point, the match in the ring officially begins. Jiang Nan utilized boxing's slide step to go forward, the dragon's tail, turned around and high-whipped the leg up to the head, a kick to dry out the man. Then, the flying big elbow, adapted from Nagano's flying big exercise, fell from the sky. Jiang Nan's entire body lifted up into the air, aiming a vigorous blow at the face. The man's 7 orifices bled, his pupils dilated and returned, trying to say something but unable to say anything. On the big screen, the man's expression was filmed clearly, and it could be seen that his face was overflowing with horror and repentance before he died. The stage lost its voice, the one Jiang Nan sent away at the launch, the crowd's feelings were relatively shallow. Now, through the slow playback of the details on the big screen, they could empathize, instantly their scalps tingled and their blood ran cold. Looking at the ring Jiang Nan's cruel and tyrannical smile, whether it was the Western countries or the Arabs, every single person's heart was drumming. This was a true tyrant. Jiang Nan looked at the awe-inspiring eyes of the entire arena and sighed. A bunch of goons. No wonder the old ancestors said that the villain is afraid of authority but not virtue, and the mediocre person honors evil but not good. The foreigners on the internet hated it. Just wimpy? It's really a disgrace, go scold him, go protest, this all need to be taught? It's just stupid. Live audience, please open the microphone for communication. Next, the backstage room is opened again. There were 5 people left, and 4 of them had scraped together the money to buy Gangnam's life. 4 out of 6 can actually escape the sanctions. Are Westerners that rich? Engaging Jiang Nan helplessly said that he was drilled into a hole, and next time he would raise the price and add a 250% tariff to the Westerners. However, the escape of the 4 people have hard to say. This is the 7 aunts and uncles borrowed all over. Can mortgage, credit card pull burst in order to change back a small life? It's better to die than to live. Who told you to be cheap? For the rest of his life, there are endless screws waiting for him. The last remaining warrior, standing in the ring, kept drawing a cross on his chest and praying. Want money? No money, mouth still stinks. Jiang Nan can spoil him? He must send him to pray in front of God and make a wish in front of him. The match began, the man died, want to hold Jiang Nan waist clap hands to surrender. Unexpectedly, directly by Jiang Nan's top knee explosion, make up 2 elbows, see 2 milk. After the fight, Jiang Nan's elbow was not good, too much force, the wound dripping blood. But it doesn't matter, taking out 1 is not a loss, taking out 2 is a steady gain. The audience under the stage has been scared silly, people's match is a sparring match, at most bleeding and broken bones. Those who competed with Jiang Nan were either crippled or lost. 2 fresh lives were beaten to death alive in front of their eyes, the gruesome details were put on the big screen, and those who had seen it had a mental shadow. Standing on the stage, facing the silent audience, Jiang Nan held the microphone aggressively. Why don't you stop screaming, huh? Western cubs and watchdogs, come on, don't be shy, keep showing in front of me. Dumb? You guys don't hit the mark even when you're given the chance. If you won't say anything, then I will. All cameras on me, listen up. I, Jiangnan, always convince people with virtue. Your people provoked us first by cursing the poor Qinxian at the conference. Sorry, I'm not used to you guys, I will pursue this matter to the end. Today's game, I have proved that Chinese people are not cowards, and even decades ago the battlefield has long been decided who the brave ones are. But, now it is time for you Europeans and Americans to prove that you are not cowards. From now on, I will bring my talent to the continents of Europe and America, and any unconvinced tough guy is always welcome to challenge me. As long as you can win me $3 million in prize money. In order to prevent European and American goons from daring to take the fight, Jiang Nan thoughtfully added an insurance policy. In front of the camera, Jiang Nan slowed down, took a hard breath, and roared at the camera. Listen! All the boxing gyms in the European and American continents, are you ready? Either kneel on the ground to greet me, or face me with your fists. Oh ho, the tyrant was about to start his northern expedition. Jiang Nan's words were like the 2 atomic bombs Japan ate back then, shocking the world. After the match, countless challenge letters were sent to Dragon Soul's headquarters from various channels. In response, Dragon Soul accepted them all, but with one precondition, a cash payout of 10 million knives for refusing to fight, plus a death exemption clause. After this battle, Jiang Nan's unstoppable behavior completely caused a sensation worldwide. A large number of netizens followed TikTok's live broadcast, waiting for Jiang Nan to make things happen. Still, everyone except the Chinese people hated Jiang Nan's arrogance, but it didn't stop people from watching the fun. There was one thing to be said for Jiang Nan's live broadcasts, which were indeed better than many pay-per-view events. After returning to Huaxia, Jiang Nan had been recuperating from his injuries, and Lao Deng dealt with splitting the money. The two partners made a lot of money and were satisfied to the core, saying that they were always waiting for Tyrant's call for the next main battle. Not only does this make a lot of money, but it also plays no small part in the rise of their own fame and status. In addition to all this, Old Den registered his security company abroad, and Picati helped with the gun license. Jimmy introduced a team of top lawyers and referees to join Dragon Soul. This time, Lao Deng was bound to make up for all the shortcomings of the Dragon Soul team. At that time, when you go abroad, you can operate according to the process and rest assured that you can boldly go to pretend. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. This was the Tyrant's team that Lao Deng had tailored for Jiang Nan. A few days later, the match between Mouth Breather and Alvarez was successfully held in Las Vegas. With Jiang Nan's pearl in front of him, the PPV of this match only sold nearly 4 million copies. Although it was more than 10 times more than the 300,000 PPV of a normal match. However, for the two super giants in the cross-border fighting field, this answer sheet was rather unqualified. The result of the match, not surprisingly, the pre-fight dead duck's mouth was soft again. But it doesn't matter, making money is bigger than everything. To say that the biggest loser is Dana White, this time the UFC fans no longer buy the bill. The first time in Mayweather fight cross-border, in front of the fight Mayweather ran a marathon, the back of no physical abuse, fans can find reasons. The second cross-border, but the full range was crushed, was eaten hard by Alvarez, and what excuse? It just goes to show that UFC pros really aren't worth a damn compared to boxing pros under boxing rules. It ended up causing the UFC's traffic to be harvested in reverse by boxing events, and the happy boxing event capitalist John couldn't keep his mouth shut. The UFC's president's office was devastated by Dana White. In the nick of time this time, Dana White pushed for a second crossover fight between the Mouth Breathers. In hindsight, it was a dumb move. The match was one-sided, and Mouth Cannon had already abused it for the second time and couldn't find an excuse. Most importantly, Mouth Cannon at that time to fight retired Mayweather, behind the Capital Big Brother no event platform to undertake traffic. There is no need to step on the UFC afoot. However, this time, John behind Alvarez, but the boss of professional boxing events, when so beautiful, there are means to guide public opinion, step on the UFC to the top. This time, the winner takes all. In terms of playing with traffic, Dana White does have to sit at the kids' table. On the desk in the office, there is a comparison of the data of this cross-border battle between the Mouth Cannon and the Jiangnan cross-border battle. How can I put it? Jiangnan surrounded Mouth Cannon on all fronts like a tsunami. Jiangnan was now a globally famous villain, a universal public enemy, the kind whose fame had broken the circle. According to unreliable sources, foreigners use Gangnam's name to scare children. It was evident that Jiangnan was a household name, which also reflected Jiangnan's popularity from the side. There were billions of hits on the videos about Jiangnan on the internet, and there were thousands of people in a chokehold under every post. From this, it was clear how much attention Jiangnan's matches were getting. Regardless of what purpose people had, wanting to see Jiangnan go on a rampage or wanting to see Jiangnan fold, at least Jiangnan's popularity exploded with every match, and was an extremely consistent pinfall winner. This was due to the fact that Jiangnan acted in a domineering manner, and as he said, he really didn't fight boring matches. Someone dares to provoke, he really will randomly GA2 cheer. The grudges, blood, and excitement are all there, and you can even feel the effect of a horror movie, making people both scared and wanting to peek in, so they can't stop. Hunter walked into the office and advised Dana White. Dana, why don't we welcome Jiang back? His curiosity is no longer comparable to mouthpiece. We need to show sincerity beyond the mouth cannon to welcome the tyrant. Dana, bye, Hunter, I think you're right. Tell me, what should we do? In fact, White Dana had already regretted it at the end of the Jiangnan cross-border battle. However, the people were driven away by themselves and could not pull this face. Jiangnan's rise was too fast, and his own attitude didn't have time to adjust for a moment, resulting in a disagreeable outcome. Imagine, in the UFC, who dares to blow jabs with himself, suddenly there is a person who scolded himself twice. A little bit of stress reaction is understandable, right? Not waiting for Hunter to advise him more, Dana White has already begun to self-strategize. Hunter originally thought that White Dana could not wipe out his face, and planned to enlighten him. But looking at the current situation, White Dana had already made a trade-off, changing his attitude from the past and becoming understanding. With this kind of pattern, it is worthy of being a member of the creative generation. Jiangnan, my obedience test is not for show. Dana, by Jiangnan has abused me 1,000 times, I treat Jiangnan like my first love. Chapter 34, Super Battle finalized. Nagano, Halogen Egg Head, you what Dana, my master, what Dana? Dragon Soul headquarters, White Dana and Hunter sat on a plane for more than 20 hours and came all the way here. Not to come also cannot the phone is busted, all no one answer. Abusing Jiangnan is fun for a while, chasing Jiangnan to the crematorium. The visitor is a guest, singing red face Lao Deng naturally want to show hospitality. Jiangnan in the secret room for love power to do the task, Lao Deng with two people in Jiangnan's office rest waiting. In the office, Nagano was playing a game and consulting the Xinhua dictionary for reading comprehension, without the slightest intention of taking care of the duo of Bai Dana. This is the time and the other time, now then Wozi followed Jiangnan to break through the main war, but also considered to be open-eyed to see the world. The heart is wild, 3 melons and 2 dates are not good to coax. For Nagano, there is this show of goodwill idle effort. It is better to learn Chinese culture early out of the teacher to follow Jiangnan out to do great things. After studying hard, Nagano's Mandarin has become more and more standard recently, and his magic defense has improved rapidly. Curse it, don't care what you curse anymore. You'll be honest when you're tired. Facing the bullying of his teammates in the game, Nagano puts on a deadbeat attitude and flirts. Yes. Come on, screw me. Then you call the police. Come and scold me, louder. What's the matter? You want to hit me? Come on, my neck is here, cut me here. Can you just pretend I'm dead? Leave me alone. Chickens are better at maneuvering than me? Then let the chicken do it. Listen to this. How can a human being say that? Dana White and Hunter are shocked. I can't imagine such words coming out of Nagano's mouth. Is this the same Nagano whose mouth is sealed with 502 blue? Did something unclean enter Nagano's body? Without letting the two wait long, Jiangnan returned to his office after practicing the new energy. Jiangnan sat down on his dragon chair, both feet directly on the desk, and came up with a downward spiral. Of course, Bai Dana would not be angry, and even found a step for himself in his mind. Jiangnan's temper was obvious to everyone, and it was either death or injury when he got angry. The current behavior was normal and not directed at anyone, so everyone should be tolerant. Lao Deng began to sing the red face, throwing in the towel. Dana, what, having traveled a long way, I wonder what you are up to? Dana White, Den, we'd like to talk to Jiang about the bantamweight title fight. Old Den cursed in his heart, are you polite? My name is Su Jiangwo. Dang is also your name, Anon? However, on the surface, Old Den still suppressed his anger. Oh? Then let's have a good chat, everyone is not meat. Bai Dana nodded, not hiding anything, and Jiangnan began to discuss. Jiang, things were a bit rushed last time, never got around to saying sorry to you. You know, as a president, we have so many things to think about. But I've thought about it, Jiang, you can get the privilege with me to skip the step of pursing the flyweights and go straight to the bantam super battle. Jiangnan raised his eyebrows slightly. Lao Deng, translate. Dana Bai, no, you speak English better than me, you need a translator? Soon, Lao Deng gave Bai Dana the answer. Hey. Okay, Old Deng responded to Jiangnan with a smile and then translated. I don't want you to take the double belt, but the crossover battle I organized is not as good as you. Now being pressurized by boxing events, I want to use the super fight as a condition to exchange for you to come back and help out. Lao Deng's words were also in English, so the crowd could understand them. The scene fell into silence, and even Nagano, who was next to him on the line with the netizen, put down his keyboard, ignored the magic attacks on the screen, and perked up his ears with his eyes dribbling around. Jiangnan, so, you call this a privilege? Bai Dana hesitated. Jiang, what do you mean by that? Jiangnan, Lao Deng, translate. Lao Deng, privilege means I can hit whoever I want. White Dana, what? You can hit whoever you want? Lao Deng said excitedly, that's just the basics, harm their pinch. Dana Bai pulled at the corner of his mouth, you think I'm praising you? Hunter stepped forward to round off the conversation. All of us are our own people, what's the problem? Say it and we'll discuss it together. Lao Deng, all participating battle cards are in the form of cooperation, and all profits will be split 50-50 between everyone. White Dana, what? This isn't. Jiang Nan interrupted, you two guys, do you know how many manies I have to earn in a minute? How many minutes are delaying me now? Lao Deng, see off the guests, Jiang Nan gave the expulsion order. Old Deng pretended to be difficult and said to buy Dana and the two of them. Look at the mess, you two don't mind, Jiang Nan is straight. Actually, it's not Jiang Nan's fault, John knows, right? That guy called over 3 times to cooperate with Jiang Nan to make a lot of money. At the critical moment, Hunter came out to admit his weakness. There's no rush, it's quite hard for us to come over, let's chat a bit more. Naturally, Dana Bai also wanted to work together for a win-win situation and went down the steps. Okay, let's all have a heart-to-heart chat. Jiang, you know, I don't mean any harm, we're the best partners. Gangnam, I'll only accept to run my tournaments as a single partnership. I make my money, in other words, I'm the one who brings you money, I can do it without you, so you should be thanking me, understand? Don't tell me that's true. Without Dana Bai, the main battle was not only organized, but it was also organized in a way that sucked more money than the 2 tournament giants, Dana Bai and John, combined. The reason for talking to Dana White about cooperation is not that Jiangnan wants to be a living lightning rod, but that he wants to use the UFC's traffic to fulfill himself. After all, the UFC's basic disc is still there, and there are many star fighters who bring their own traffic, which are Jiangnan's next meal. Furthermore, split finger gloves can hit the fight to blow up, more suitable for their own play. Boxing events, wearing such a big ring glove, being insulted all GA cannot people, that must be how angry White Dana paused, Jiang, give me some time to think about it. No hurry, think slowly. Lao Deng said with a smile. Dana Bai called Hunter out of his office, and the two of them did half a day's math outside the office. In the end, they came to the conclusion that they couldn't earn anything without Jiangnan. But if they worked with Jiangnan, even millions of PPV would top the income from the past 2 digital tournaments. After all, the cost of 2 digital tournaments was definitely more than 1, and Jiangnan didn't have to pay a separate salary. It was a steady profit. What's more, this was just on a low basis, in case the PPV sold out it would be a huge profit. 2 people outside the office, the more you talk, the more energized, as if the big main already in the palm of the hand. Re-entering the office, Dana was beaming with joy. Jiang Deng, I have good news for you, I've decided to agree to your request, let's be the best of partners. Jiang Nan, Old Den, our Lord President is a bit overjoyed, come tell him the bad news to tone it down a bit. Old Den said with a slight apology, I'm sorry while you guys were deliberating, we also deliberated, and now the split has been changed to 6-4. Walt? Dana Bai and Hunter were filled with questions. Without waiting for Dana Bai to speak, Lao Deng said, the two of you should not negotiate again. What if it turns into a 7-3? After thinking about it, Dana Bai could only bite his tongue and agree, no, it's decided. Happy cooperation. Jiang Nan, talking to a smart person saves me a lot of trouble. After the big deal was settled, Jiang Nan made 2 small requests in passing. One was for Nagano to arrange a title fight, and the other was to give Li Jingliang a ranked match. For these 2 things, Dana did not hold too much opinion, after all, sooner or later it will happen. The most he could do was to diabolize Nagano for slipping his knee to the Gangnam camp. Ha ha ha. This time it's finally my turn, right? On the side of Nagano's mouth to smile crookedly, the last time the match was played, the old gang of vegetables privately let slip that they would not arrange a title fight for themselves. Now what? Where's your bratty look, halibut head? You what Dana, my master what Dana? Everything has been negotiated. Here comes the big question. When is the fight scheduled? Where will it be held? According to Jiangnan's plan, fame should come before it's too late, the sooner the better. Dana White wants the same thing, as early as possible Jiangnan appearance, pull back the UFC cross-border war lost to boxing event decline. But UFC by the numbers 232 on December 30th is Bones Jones and Rishaw's title fight, as well as a super fight between Lioness and Cyborg. This war card is already luxurious enough, if Gangnam airborne, it is very difficult to get Throughout the history of the UFC, there has never been an example of a digital fight card featuring 3 sets of title fights, let alone 2 sets of double belt super fights. Jiangnan's curiosity is certainly the headline undoubtedly, there are 4 days to start, cannot move people out of the fight card, right? Not to mention, it has an effect on the UFC's reputation and disrupts the pairings for later events. Both want and want certainly not, ultimately, or Jiangnan said. Nazi smiled resentfully, and his teeth did not dare to bare. UFC 232 officially finalized the main event lineup. Bantamweight superfight, Gangnam vs Dillashaw. Light heavyweight title fight, John Jones vs Alexander Gustafsson. Featherweight superfight, Christian Justino vs Amanda Nunes. Welterweight, Carlos Condit vs Michael Chiesa. Light heavyweight bout, Ilir Latifi vs Corey Anderson. Featherweight, Chad Mendes vs Alexander Volkanovs. All parties began to get busy and the unit price for the PPV was temporarily raised to $158 US. For a moment many fans who bought tickets thought there was a problem with the ticketing system. Until they were told about the price increase and the reason for it, fans who didn't have time to place their orders regretted slapping their thighs. Immediately afterward, the UFC official website and major media accounts began to publicize the event. 4 days later, Jungnan parachuted into the UFC 232 fight card and an unprecedented 3 title fights were staged at the same time. The appearance of this news immediately triggered the fighting circle. Jungnan, just the heat has not yet dissipated. This wave struck while the iron was hot and hooked everyone's interest. The original 700,000 PPV began to soar, drawing up to 3.8 million tickets before the pace began to slow, which was comparable to the average main fight. Neko stared at the backstage of the ticketing system suffering. This is how wonderful it would be if the tickets were sold a month in advance. However, the traffic popularity of this thing is more important than selling tickets now. Less profit is less profit, can't lose a lot for a small reason. The contestants who received the news had different thoughts. Most of the contestants were happy. Jungnan's parachute meant that there would be a lot of people paying attention to this match. Those who had a share would surely make a lot of money, and those who didn't could also make a name for themselves. Of course there were those who were not convinced, and Bones Jones, who had been placed in the co-main event, was one of them. Why should he, a brat, be above me? I've been dominating the UFC for years. How many fights has he had in Gangnam? Compared to veteran star Bones Jones, Gangnam is more of a poor man's first sign of wealth, and he's a pain in the ass. The most bitter is Dillashaw, due to jet lag, in the middle of the night was called up by Dana to reduce weight. Reduced, this time the PPV share can make Dillashaw a wave of fat, cannot be reduced, pack up and leave. Olden arranges everything, and Team Dragon Soul leaves for California overnight for the weigh-in show. The weight limit for the bantamweight class is 61.23 kilograms, luckily Gangnam's daily weight is around 61 kilograms, so he doesn't have to rush around dehydrated, a trip to the restroom at the most and he's done. After a day off in California, the weigh-in sparring show officially began. Because of the number of people who were paying attention, the show was moved from indoors to outdoors. There were 2 hosts, one was Joe Rogan, the everyday toolman, and the other was the limited edition Red Dana himself shouting for Gangnam. A large number of security personnel were set up to direct traffic. Hundreds of media teams came to the scene, and some had already started interviewing the fan audience that came to the scene. Tens of thousands of Europeans and Americans gathered here, roaring loudly. Public enemy of all. Super villain. Some cosplayers, dressed as superhero characters, roared at the cameras. Fark Gangnam, Jungnan, Imo oil phaser, Jungnan. Sack Gangnam, sack bitch. The camera was piled high with demons and devils, and the fans at the scene were posing in weird and exaggerated poses to taunt Jungnan. It looked like a bunch of Ara jumping up and down there, and there was no killing except for a bit of sand sculpture. It was the first time in the history of the UFC and even boxing that something so bizarre had happened. Almost all of the audience came to spoof Gangnam. In a word, Gangnam was annoying, but he wanted to watch his fights. What could they do? One could only watch and fight against him at the same time. At the weigh-in show, in the makeshift backstage, there were a lot of UFC high-ranked fighters who didn't have a match to help their little brothers who were participating in the side event to prepare for the match. In Europe and the United States, many people have regular fighting circles that are exclusive. These occasions are usually the time for them to pretend to give the newcomers who have no circle a little goodbye fan to set a record. For example, the fledgling Peter Yan's small separate fan now encountered this situation. A group of people occupied Peter Yan's locker. Hey, shorty, go to the side. Peter Yan is new to the city, the number and volume are not superior, do not dare to make a move, can only grit his teeth and protest. By what right, this is my locker. A few veteran fighters were obviously targeting Peter Yan on purpose, and one of the middleweights opened his mouth to taunt. Just because you're an Asian, dark-haired kid, there's no place for you here. Peter Yan, no I'm not, I'm Russian, I'm European. Aren't you black-haired? Wasn't your grandfather a Chinese guy? Cowardly people who only talk about you when they are bullied. The crowd let out a loud laugh and seemed to have come prepared. This time, the Andrade that Peter Yan was fighting was part of their team. Originally, indoors, each person had a separate locker room, and everyone stayed out of the water. As a result, they were temporarily told that the weigh-in show was held in the open air, and the locker rooms were set up outdoors, so everyone had to deal with it. It didn't matter if they had to deal with it, it gave Andrade's team a chance to mess with Peter Yan's mindset. There was one thing to be said for Peter Yan's fights, they had studied them all: top-notch wrestling defense, superb boxing skills and heavy punching. Typical strength is greater than fame, Andrade is not good, had to use the disc trick to increase the winning rate. At this point, Peter Yan was fledgling in green. As in his childhood school days, he was teased for his black hair and was eager to prove himself. No, I'm Russian, put some respect on me, I'm not a Chinese guy. In Russia, since practicing boxing on their own, there had been very few people making fun of their hair. It seems that if you want to mix in Europe and America, you have to dye your black hair a different color. In Europe and America, white people are supreme, black people are second, and finally black-haired Asians. Peter Yen has already made up his mind that he will dye his hair when he goes back after this fight to avoid being isolated. The old greasers were trying to continue to scare Peter Yen when a bunch of people came towards the locker room, and in front of them, there were a few camera crews disliking the face shots. Get out of the way, the main eventers are here. I don't know who shouted, and the people in the way all dodged to the side. The three no contestants with no team, no background, and no popularity looked enviously at the contestants coming in. The sides of the main event players were all from well-known coaching teams in Europe and America. A player like Andrade, who had a team and a background and was ranked 14th in the bantamweight division himself, didn't even bother to look at them much. He himself is just a little bit of bad luck to fight this little known fan. If he fights a higher rank than himself, he might be on top of the main event now. At this moment, the camera team suddenly boiled over and rushed towards the passageway. The crowd huddled together and came towards the locker room. The player surrounded inside was tall. It was Bones Jones. Because of the drug incident, Bones Jones has been out of the game for more than a year. However, the small mouth of the past is still able to baba, but also a mouth amount of small boss. Many media are willing to eat his set. The Lionesses and the Mechanical Bitch have a special ladies' locker area. In this locker room, John Jones is undoubtedly the biggest name and highest honored figure. After more than a year, the jungle has been stirred up by these youngsters, and there is already almost no place for them. At this time, do not pretend, wait for a better time. So many media, they do not put goat frame out. People still think that they are a small, don't fan it. Peter Yen, do not cue, thank you. So, Bones Jones came to the main event players' locker area, and those well-known players and coaches, one by one, shaking hands and embracing, say not meet. The side contestants have stood up, head stretched out like a giraffe. Don't ask as I'm your little fan. Although the big brother is a little high on drugs, but the status of the jungle is there. Karami people do not dare to say more, and even have to please. If anyone dares to mention which pot is not open, which pot must be naked strangulation. The gap between the UFC top stream and ordinary players is bigger than the gap between humans and dogs, and the salary has long explained everything. People can't understand the world, you can go back home to do hard labor. Under these circumstances, the king of the force combination is naturally the last moment to shine. Oh no, Dragon Soul Team is now the three talkers, handsome forcing people combination. Big boss Jiang Nan, I am handsome. Second boss Lao Dang, I'm the combination. Third boss Nozomi, it's all in name only. In the midst of the media siege, more than 100 bodyguards erected a passageway from the outside all the way to the locker room. Chapter 35 Clash between Jiang Dana and Demon Bones Jones. The handsome duo entered the locker area, with Jiang Nan in the center and Lao Dang and Nozomi escorting them on either side. What? You're telling me that with over 100 bodyguards, the tournament side isn't allowed to have such powerful characters? I'm the tournament organizer myself. I'm the boss, how can I show that I'm superior if I don't make it special? Some people are not happy, who of course is being robbed of the limelight of Bones Jones. Bones Jones is back in action, a bunch of reporters are interviewing himself. He's not finished with his no-meat interview. When Gangnam came, all the reporters ran away. Bones Jones, thank you, not meat out of the mouth, eyes rolled white with the old village corpse. John Nan walked towards his locker, passing Bones Jones, eyes raised did not lift. Bonehead Jones, unbelievable, did not put me in the eyes of the former king. Must get back to the scene. Before Bones Jones can look for trouble, a dark-haired Rash walks up first. In the old home preparation time, Peter Yen has heard of a Chinese kid in just a few months in the UFC meteoric rise. There was a certain strength, and like the legendary Chinese businessman, he was smart-mouthed and articulate. Peter Yen thinks he has the strength of the bantamweight champion. People are ruthless, not much to say, lack of opportunity. So especially hate to rely on the mouth to package their own fast to the top, not to mention the Chinese who do not see. Peter Yen, you are Jiang Nan? The Chinese guy who was very good at marketing himself. Yo, isn't this the yellow-skinned mixed banana? Jiang Nan had seen this grifter's matches in his previous life. The match style was pretty hard, just a soft spine. Because his grandfather was a Chinese, he grew up in an environment where he was discriminated against by the people around him and practiced a pair of iron fists. Originally, these are no problem. The problem is that when you grow up, you ing dead not to recognize their own bloodline, leading to look down. So what, you are a wild seed, ah? Incidentally, the fact is that many foreign players in the UFC in the past life have discriminated against Chinese people. As long as the performance is not obvious, some people in the country who rely on the UFC to make a living will subconsciously help round. No other, the domestic UFC was not very good development, and then burst some discrimination against Chinese material. Chinese promotion is not cool. The media and network anchors still have a load of money to earn all. Except for a bar owner who came out of a cesspool, exporting offensive remarks to China all day long, the media anchors can't be saved, and that's why they become a target. This to save, you have to stand on the opposite side of the people. Therefore, the Peter Yen of the previous life was not deeply raked over the coals by domestic anchors who hated the Chinese bloodline. Instead, Peter Yan's bloodline was used as a gimmick to attract Chinese fans. A similar example, the NBA and basketball also produced a Zach Eddie. A lot of basketball media, in order to expand the NBA traffic cake in China so that they have more income, the face do not want to rush to lick people into the NBA before clearly said, and China does not have any relationship, do not agree with the Chinese blood. Finally was bloodless, only want to make money, media desperately cheated a wave of domestic traffic fed to the mouth of mixed banana to him to eat, which only withdrew the relevant statements. That being said, Peter Yan walked over to Jiang Nan and pushed lie, and the competitors in the vice tournament area were stunned. This guy actually dared to provoke Huaxia Jiang. Do you have some kind of major disease? Not big brother, we are all on 4G, are you using a 2G network? From which deep forest did you drill out, so floating? Unbeknownst to the crowd, Peter Yan spit on the right 8 or 9. Jiang Nan's rise is too fast, a lot of deeds have not yet fully fermented. Peter Yan lives in a poor area of Russia, really only 2G network, and just played UFC, life is difficult. In order to change his fate, he has devoted all day to training to prepare for this ranking tournament. Very little contact with the outside world, only a general understanding of Jiangnan. In contrast, only the fighters who hang out in Europe and the United States know how powerful Gangnam is. In a nutshell, only the real enemies know how powerful Jiangnan is. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree, that colorful bodyguards, is not the UFC with. This is all about people's platoon. Unseen brat, you are really not afraid of being killed. Peter Yan, what kind of international joke is this? A fighter with 100 bodyguards? I've never seen such arrogance in my life. Lao Deng, hey, you'll see it today. Jiang Nan ignored Peter Yan and looked towards the team of coaches preparing for the fights that were piled up in the side tournament area. Whose little friend isn't watching, come here and lead him away. The Kalamis in the vice tournament area hurriedly shook their heads to clear the air. Reporters crackled with cameras bursting into flashes, and there was another conflict to watch. Peter Yan was not angry at Jiang Nan's words, although Jiang Nan was a few years younger than himself. Adults did not talk about emotions, only interests. So many media are filming, such a good opportunity, is not he himself can rub a hotspot. This time Jiang parachuted into the bantamweight title fight, maybe he could create a storyline to fire up a bit and then step on Jiang Nan to get to the top, the future is promising. Peter Yan was despising Jiang Nan for making a name for himself by creating traffic in 1 second, and when the opportunity came, he thought of seizing the traffic to get ahead in the next second. I can, others cannot, proper double standard. 1. Peter Yan swore and opened his mouth. Chinese guy, I hope you're not that much of a dish, take the bantamweight title and wait for me to take your belt. Seeing that no one had recognized Peter Yan, Jiang Nan grinned, it turned out to be a little parting fan. Ignoring the bouncing Peter Yan, this kind of goods dares to yell at himself, if he breaks up with him, is it not too fair to buy Dana? Jiang Nan picked up his cell phone and dialed the number, pressing the speakerphone. Hey, Hunter, cancel a match for that black-haired kid from Russia. I don't like him, fire him. Vile. No martial arts, snitching. Peter Yan's eyes widened, no putting in a couple harsh words in the UFC, as far as getting on the bandwagon? What made Peter Yan collapse even more was still behind. Hunter's voice came from the phone. Okay. Without any unnecessary words, just so simply agreed. Peter Yan, Pill's spicy UFC career has just begun to end directly, no future. Not only Peter Yan, the surrounding people also stared in disbelief. What's going on here? Something that has never happened in the UFC has happened. The curiosity of Huaxia Jiang is already so big? Peter Yan, this kid ate the loss of uneducated awe. Everyone knows that the man who can kill the UFC to fight Maine in just a few fights is not someone to be messed with. Historical records don't lie, and anyone who goes against Huaxia Jiang has a good record. This kid is just like a wild douchebag who goes up to the dogs and barks. This is good, the shrimp line is picked. Your fighting dreams, go home and farm. Jiang Nan, before the UFC 232 fight card, you called me Huaxia Jiang and I didn't pick on you. Now, what should you call me? Lao Deng, inevitably, Jiang Dana. Peter Yan, Jiang, you can't be like this is normal to put harsh words, you should have to abide by the rules of the game of the UFC. This time, Peter Yan is with relatives and friends to borrow money to train to participate. If there is no competition, nothing to gain, the contract loss is not enough money to pay off the debt. Lao Deng looked at the mixed banana unconvinced, really did not hold back, out of the mouth mocked. People can't blame their parents for being stupid, and don't ask around, who is the owner of this digital tournament? You're a little doe fan, actually asking him to follow the rules in front of such a high-ranking boss, you're simply lawless. Nagano stood by the side with a smug look on his face and watched the show. See, what is called rowdy. I've never felt so good in my life. Family members, who understands my heart that expects a teacher to become a dragon has finally been satisfied. Jiang Nan didn't bother to talk to Peter Yan and waved his hand at the bodyguards. Drag him out and parade him through the streets. A miscellaneous banana, do not put grandpa in the eyes, grandpa will put you in the ground. Don't even think about winning the UFC title in this life. Go to Siberia and plant potatoes. There's no right or wrong in the world, it's only because people have different positions. Since you hate Wasia so much, being of Wasia blood, I can also hate you in reverse. Peter Yen was so anxious that he couldn't speak, gibbering in Maoist language, and was dragged out. Jiang Nan secretly spat. Miscellaneous banana in his previous life became a champion. People are ruthless, how come now the words are not ruthless? The crowd in the locker area reacted just after Lao Deng's words were spoken. No wonder Jiang Nan is so grumpy. It turns out that Jiang Nan has risen in curiosity again and again. Originally, everyone was a laborer, but now people have started their own businesses after only a few matches. It was simply a case of people dying compared to people, and goods being thrown away compared to goods. The people who realized the difference showed goodwill and reverence towards Jiang Nan. Cauldron wrath bay a cauldron. There is a saying in China that our admiration for you is as great as the water in the river, and it is as great as the water in the river, and it is as great as the water in the river, and it is as great as the water in the river. Of course, there was also a lemon elf on the scene who was not convinced. Bones Jones, UING only lemon fine, as UF coat, I just want to get back to belong to my treatment. Bones Jones found a good camera angle, condescendingly looking at Jiang Nan, the first time out of the righteousness. Chinese guy, do not give a match even if, but also fired people, clearly is not to put my big devil Bone Jones in the eyes. Peter Yen, you're marvelous, you're noble. Then why do you have to wait until I'm all out of people before you come out and pretend? Speak up, Blackie. Jiang Nan, yo, isn't this the MVP of the drug testing area, the extra-legal fanatic drug Bones? He's not in the lab preparing for battle this time. As soon as they saw that the seed was not right, the reporters became completely excited, and their long guns began to focus. The stronger Jiang Nan's opponent is, the more gimmicky it is, the better it is to shoot for a promotion and a raise to the pinnacle of life. Everyone. Nagano was the first to step forward and pushed Bones Jones away, pointing his finger at Bones Jones. You give me some attention to your attitude, or I don't mind letting the blood flow here. Olden secretly handed Nagano a thumbs up. Nozomi has made progress. After studying for so long, he's finally pretending to be somewhat decent. Bones Jones smiled disdainfully. Nagano? He's nothing more than a mangina. One naked choke and he's honest. Ironblood, this is between me and the Chinese guy, I advise you to mind your own business. Ironblood was about to fly into the sky to warn the bigger, anyway, he had his master to back him up, so he was afraid of nothing. Jiang Nan stopped Nagano. Bones is a cultural person first and a UFC fighter second. At this time, Nagano is not the final form, the mouth is only 3 boards, the water is not deep enough, reckless past easy to lose. This wave of the group or their own to open, although there is no experience card, but the key moment can release the second pawn. The second pawn Lao Deng is our group battle type player, instantly can summon more than 100 people to fight a single. Anyone who dared to have an opinion would be taken out piece by piece. Jiang Nan choked back, oh? Karami, what can you and I be up to? Dolly is high and wants to touch base with me? Bones Jones heard Jiang Nan open and close his mouth about getting high, obviously stressing out. But reason told Bones Jones that he had just been released from his match and couldn't be impulsive. Wasia guy, what do you mean by that? Bones Jones' aggravated tone questioned. Damn, really take himself as a character. Jiang Nan sprayed furiously at Medicine Bones' dislike face. I'm trying to teach you that being a person doesn't get in the way of the earth. I don't look for trouble from you, you sent yourself to the door for curses. You dare to go against me, I'll tell you not to hang around in the UFC. No one can protect you, I say. The reporter next to him was excitedly recording the scene where Gangnam was lecturing Bones Jones like he was a grandson. Bones Jones' face flushed red, not expecting Jiang Nan to be so insensitive to the UFC's all-time best. Mouth fact about to come up to Jiang Nan. Not waiting for Nagano to pounce on him, Lao Deng gave a look and his bodyguards surrounded him, pressing Bones Jones to his knees and falling to the ground. Jiang Nan smiled at the crowd in the dressing area and said, as you can see, I didn't bully anyone. Medicine Bone tried to sneak attack me and was stopped by my bodyguard. Bones Jones, bitch, the UFC is my territory, let go of me or I'll make you pay. Jiang Nan crouched his body and slapped his palm on Bones Jones' face. Are you high on marijuana? Your brain is stupid, what qualifications do you have to make me pay? And the UFC is your turf, can you be yourself? That's your real strength, don't you think it's shameful? You've had more positive drug tests than you've won championships. And your eyeballing skills, who else but your deadbeat mom could get away with that? When God comes, they all have to cover their eyes. When the tide goes out, you're the only one swimming naked, dirty softy. Bones Jones, having been spoken to where it hurts, is unable to move on the ground, and can only wail in impotent rage. Farking oil damn cockroach, I won't let you go, you'll be finished I promise. Jones. Shut the up you asshole. Dana White rushed to the scene and cursed at Bones Jones. Bones Jones froze for a moment, this was the first time White Dana had ever cursed himself like that in public. Bones Jones' proud ego took a violent blow. The ensuing rage was monstrous. Bones Jones and White Dana had a big fight, Jiang Nan and others on the sidelines as a spectator. Outside, it was time for the weigh-in show, and the audience was waiting impatiently. Dana White was so anxious that he didn't have time to break it up with Bones Jones. Hey, listen, Jones, if you can't keep your cool, then our partnership ends here. The doors of the UFC will never open for you again. Dana White's tone was icy and scary, and Bones Jones instantly sobered up. Having worked with Dana White for so long, Bones naturally heard that Dana White was playing for real. No, Dana, I'm the one who made the UFC work. You kicked me out for this Chinese guy, the fans won't forgive you. Bones Jones tried to retort, but the more he said, the more he lost his breath. The word meritocracy was worthless in front of interest. As for the anger of the fans? It's just a couple of spitballs at most. With people gone and no blowout fights to sustain them, the fans quickly drifted back to the UFC as a baseplate. Dana White, Jones, you're a smart man. I'm only going to say this once, apologize to Gangnam. I hope you'll keep the big picture in mind and not force me to do things I don't want to do. Bones Jones is not stupid, but rather shrewd. Really, in UFC one and done, the one who suffers is definitely himself. Bones Jones in spending money in a big way, let him go to the hard life without money, then kill him. The UFC has brought Bones Jones a favorable standard of living, but the ban on more than a year of sitting on his ass, there is no more food left in the granary. Due to his own lifestyle issues, he couldn't pick up advertising endorsements and had to rely on his UFC earnings to support himself. This time, if the comeback in the octagon failed, immediately face the opponent, is the most powerful enemy outside the octagon, life. But who is Bones Jones? A known combination of genius and madman. Jon Jones is certainly shrewd, but has an Achilles heel, impulsiveness. Especially at this moment, dignity was held down and rubbed repeatedly, and directly opened the berserk mode. Jon Jones made up his mind, a defensive counterattack. First pretend to concede, and then back to the car, take the handsome big black star in the pocket. Then approach the damn Chinese bastard and others, open the safety, open the world's beautiful sound, empty the magazine. If I don't have a good time, none of them are going to live. Lousy is going to be the hardest man on the planet. Thinking of this, Bones Jones suppressed his anger and pretended to be calm. I'm sorry, Jiangnan. I apologize to you. By Dana sighed in relief. Fortunately, this guy knew what he was doing. Otherwise, if he made a scene, he could only fire this once meritorious man, which would have an impact on the UFC's reputation. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Jiangnan didn't understand why Bones Jones had goaded him so quickly. But it doesn't matter, Jiangnan will teach him to behave. Say what? Didn't eat Speak up, I can't hear you. Jiangnan scolded in a condescending manner. Bones Jones shouted, I'm sorry, I was wrong. At this moment, Bones Jones was frantically reminding himself in his mind that Jiangnan would soon become a corpse and there was no need to get angry. Jiangnan, this is your attitude of apologizing? Reorganize your expression for me. You. Bones Jones was on fire and wanted to speak. Dana Bai persuaded, Jiang, give me face, forget it. Apologize to me. Jiangnan ignored Dana Bai and shouted angrily at Bones Jones. Jiangnan believed that if a person did not offend me, I would not offend. If a person offended me, he would return it twice as much. Jiangnan would never be merciful to those who offended him. White Dana persuaded to no avail and looked at Bones Jones with hopeful eyes. The meaning is obvious, show it Jones. Jones' eyes were hollow, squeezing out a smile that was worse than crying, and respectfully said to Jiangnan, I'm sorry, Jiangnan, it's my fault, please spare me. Jiangnan recklessly let out a loud laugh. In front of the many media and players, Jiangnan domineeringly taunted. I thought how hard-boned I was? You can't even do this. Remember, when you see me Jiangnan in the UFC in the future, put your head down and be a man with your tail between your legs. Bones Jones bowed his head, not letting Jiangnan see the resentful expression on his face. Jiangnan waved his hand, and the bodyguards let go of Bones Jones. Jones got up and ran towards the door, and when he reached the door, he let out harsh words. Jiangnan, now you are the boss, but you can't be the boss forever, you wait for me. Jiangnan smiled disdainfully, garbage only deserves to stay in the garbage can, none of it is worth looking at squarely. Seeing that the matter was resolved, White Dana ordered a few words to the staff and returned to the front desk to preside over the situation. As for Bones Jones, since he had already chosen to concede, Dana Bai believed that he would do the right thing. However, Bones Jones has already tucked in the big black star, back to the temporary dressing area. As if he had already seen Jiangnan kneeling and trembling underneath himself, wailing and begging for mercy, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. The distance began to close. Bones Jones quickly approached Jiangnan while imitating the cold-blooded killers in the movie and television dramas, shouting, Fark! Huaxia Jiang! Jiangnan and his bodyguards followed the line of sight. Bones Jones had one hand tucked into his clothes and was suspected of holding a gun. Engaging in this kind of stuff, Jiangnan's bodyguard team was a professional. Instantly, the bodyguards reflexed Jiangnan blocked tightly, and then more than 100 big black star pulled out aimed at Bones Jones, the action skillful in one fell swoop. Looking at the dense black hole of the gun mouth, Bones Jones' spine cold, breathing stopped for a moment. The feeling of death has never been so figurative. I Nima 2 ing scary. This bastard is to fight or to firefight. The fear of facing death and the attachment to life let Bones Jones' eyes clear to the bottom. Shrewd brain occupies the high ground. The attribute of the king of avoiding war began to play a role. No, I do not want to die. Bones Jones decisively made a decision. Holding Black Star turned around and escaped in small steps. Gone, not playing. The bodyguards wanted to chase after and grab Bones Jones, but were stopped by Jiang Nan. Karami, not enough to worry about. If you are soft this time, it will be difficult to be hard again. Europeans and Americans are born to be soft and fearful of hard goons, not as bold as little Baka, and cannot be a threat to themselves. Encountered a hard stalwart, touched once a bloody head will not touch the second time. Good in their own reconciliation, the Korean War has long been embodied. If it is a small Baka, the face of the strong will be lowly to the bone, go up to wag their tails, but this does not mean that the guts are small, but want to find an opportunity to bite on the bite. Bones Jones fans still have a bit of a base to let him off the hook for now. Instead of sending him to jail now, he should stay as a dish to dazzle. Chapter 36 Good news, Jiang is taken into the deep waters of the title fight. Bad news, the former champion drowned first. Outside the arena on a raised platform, Joe Rogan presides over the scene. The competitors are introduced to the stage by Joe Rogan and wade in. Bones Jones hides in his car until he hears Joe Rogan's call to meet his team on the high stage. Once Dillashaw is on the stage, Red Dana makes his limited entrance. Dillashaw, two faces playing it so understandably, don't I want faces? Amidst tens of thousands of mocking voices, Jiang Nan begins to make his entrance to the stage, escorted by his bodyguards. Once on stage, Jiang Nan brought two local specialties middle fingers to the audience on stage, and enthusiastically did the exclusive moves of Pretty Gone. The angry Batman supers on stage barked furiously. Seeing the audience eat their words, Gangnam grinned and started weighing in. The staff reads the weight overweight and Gangnam clenches his fists and pulls his muscles hard in his upper body to roar towards the audience. The audience booed. The bat-shaped inverted triangle was still shocking and fascinating, only the audience on stage did not want to recognize it. The system's voice suddenly sounded, ding. Releasing side quest, bantamweight title fight to make your opponent crumble, complete the quest to get reward points 100. After weighing the pair of eyes, the interview session began. The microphone was naturally given to the launching god of war, Jiang someone. The reporters on stage began to ask questions. Jiang, may I ask what you think of the opponents and the players of the battle card this time? Jiang Nan, with all due respect, everyone here is trash. As soon as these words came out, the camera swept past the players' faces, only to see a bunch of clowns. Only Jiang Nan's opponent, Viper Dillashaw, did not concede. Viper Dillashaw picked up the microphone. Everyone says that Hwasa Jiang is very powerful, but none of you realize how fierce I am. I'm hungry now. And I can't wait to fight Jiang. Jiang has only fought one title fight and hasn't experienced the ferocity of 5 rounds. I will take Jiang into the deep waters of the championship. Tomorrow in the octagon you will see a true champion in action. I will stomp on Jiang to get to the top. The reporter begins to ask Jiang Nan, Jiang, what do you think of the statements made by Viper Dillashaw's competitors, and are you confident that you'll crush your opponent for the title this time around like you did before? Gangnam, either you beat the snake or feed it. My team gave it to me, my nation gave it to me, my country gave it to me, so. Kong busy. Recognized, no problem. Come once enough. Only you have the ability to step on me, but? Sorry. My fist is not so easy to get past, and I know you're sailing a Rue. I'm not only hungry, I want some blood. Li Jingliang, you're saying all my words. I think I'm going to create a new legend. Jiang Nan, brother, don't. It's so hard for me to snatch your black material, so don't give your brother the whole high road. Jiang Nan's previous launches had dried out the shadows for Bai Dana, so he waited for a few people to have a symbolic QA and immediately called it a day. Dana bye guys, today's conference ends here. See you tomorrow at UFC 232 Octagon. The live studio and live audience were greatly disappointed. Fark, what the hell is Gangnam up to? Where's the literary fight for the conference? Peter Yen, the real battlefield has long since opened backstage. Bones Jones, damn, a little bit of energy all towards me. A few hours after the launch event, many whispers broke on the internet that someone was dominated by Gangnam in the locker room. The crowd suddenly realized, no wonder the contestants were like quails after going on stage, so they had already been taught lessons by someone Jiang backstage. Black fansy Jiang Nan, you kid, now what's going on? Engage in things again without us, right? The network is abuzz, relying on gossip to set off a wave of fever. The next day, UFC 232 was officially held at the Forum in Los Angeles. The venue was packed, with 18,000 people coming. Gangnam, now familiar with such occasions, warmed up in the preparation room. On the sidelines, the humdingers, Den and Nagano, were arguing about the entrance music. Deng wants to use Sunshine Rainbow Pony, while Nagano wants to use My Skateboard Kid. Of course, it's not up to either of them to decide. The comments section has been full of complaints about Den's music and theme since he created the Iron Flood marching song and the Walk the Line theme. Complaints that Olden's music and themes were out of place. As a last resort, the author of such occasions chose to close the mic on Olden. In order to prevent Nagano from becoming Little Den, likewise, both of them had to stay in the small black room during the music selection session. After 1,000 choices, Gangnam chose Casablanca Club. Simply should be the scene, do not substitute the original time of publication time. Wave after wave of cheers from the crowd outside, and with the impassioned announcement, the highly anticipated main event finally began. In the first featherweight bout, Alexander Volkanovski won a second-round standing KO over Chad Mendes, making it 16 straight wins and a title shot. In the second light heavyweight bout, Corey Anderson won rounds 2 and 3 with a physical advantage and a unanimous decision over Ilir Latify. The third long was at welterweight. Michael Chiesa won a second-round ground submission over Carlos Condit. Fourth women's featherweight superfight. Lioness Nunes becomes the UFC's first women's dual champion by finishing Cyborg in just 48 seconds in the first round. The fifth fight was a light heavyweight title fight. Bones Jones used his armbar advantage in the first round to move in for strikes without sparring with Rishaw, kicking his knees to stop his opponent from moving. In the second round, Rishaw picked up the pace, but to no avail. In the third round, Bones Jones created an opening by combining a forehand fade with a spinning elbow. The hold was then successful, quickly gaining mount and launching a ground and pound for a TKO victory over Alexander Gustafsson. Joe Rogan was interviewed on stage and Dana White presented the belt. Medicine Bone was a momentary sensation, bragging about being nothing short of a big full-stick fighter. Not only that, but he eamed up Gangnam in passing, proclaiming that he's the king of the octagon blah blah blah. Listening backstage, Lao Dang and Nagano rubbed their fists together, wanting to find a chance to start another group. The final squash battle is upon us, and the tyrant that people love to hate, Gangnam, is about to make his debut. It was clear to the audience that Gangnam was just bad, not a dish, and the match was still extremely exciting. The old rule was to watch his matches and support his opponents, and that would be the end of it. 15 days had passed since the last match, and Zhang Nan, who had 30 points in his hand, couldn't panic a bit. The most annoying thing is how to complete the system task. Do you want to take off Dillashaw's pants and run naked on the stage? I don't care, 5 rounds, consumed on the end. On the strength of Dillashaw then Cejudo also vegetables, Jiangnan has absolute strength padding, military training is finished. Dillashaw, 2 black eyes. Dillashaw is a younger brother, his appearance is not discussed. It's Jiang Dana's turn to come out on the stage. As the chief scooper of 3/5, it's reasonable to have more than 100 people follow him out, right? What's the most important thing when you come out to pretend? Face. Dana Bai, an absolute master of the art of pussyfooting around. There's no one else like this in the whole fighting world. Could it be that Zhang Nan is really the answer to this epic's version? Black fans, damn it! Let him pretend to be. As the music chanted, Gangnam took one dominating step towards the edge of the cage. Checking everything to board the stage, Gangnam locks on his target and the pupils of death open. Baffler's curtain call ends, and the referee signals for both sides to begin the fight. Zhang Nan's physical talent and techniques surrounded Dillashaw, and he moved forward to press with ease. Dillashaw was afraid of Zhang Nan's ground game and kept throwing punches. Zhang Nan controlled the distance, jabs specializing in extreme distance damage, catching Dillashaw doing plastic surgery. Dillashaw returned several swinging swings sideways, which Zhang Nan easily dodged. Helpless, Dillashaw, tired of being spotted, started running long, so there was a great escape in the cage. He chased, he fled, and he couldn't get away. For Zhang Nan, who possessed a full-ranked number of sparring and boxing, there were an opportunity in front of him to be able to coax Dillashaw to sleep with a single punch. But the mission was important, after all, the system gave too much. Zhang Nan pressed his temper, fearing that a punch to Dillashaw's jaw hammered to disconnect the brain connection. There was no way to play. This period, want to seek excitement also have to go to the lightweight and welterweight barge. Bantamweight players' quality is not up, the water is not deep enough. Dillashaw was blowing it pretty good before the fight and had to get to the top. As soon as the fight was over, he was a cutie who struggled to get on the bed. Dillashaw is repeatedly breaking in like a teddy, but it's no use. He's too excited. The old man is high on something. Fists and feet have no eyes. If the opponent touches his fist, it's over. Zhang Nan's arm is 10 centimeters longer than Dillashaw's in order to take care of Dillashaw's chin, so learn from Pereira to play the flow of consumption. Turning his fists into palms, he turned on the eye-covering defense mode, along with the low sweeping leg to slowly accumulate damage. Dillashaw's tactical arrangement was to burst in, looking for an opportunity to throw 2 punches in the middle and close range before withdrawing. At this time, Zhang Nan's palm block pushed away the opposite fist, and his calf lumbering like slowly grinding blood. Dillashaw's fists didn't build up, but instead used up a lot of his own physical energy because of his hasty bursting in to throw a few punches and then run away. In the meantime, Zhang Nan, who hadn't made much of a move, remained in the same state. Compared to the two, Dillashaw looked like a newbie who hadn't fought 5 rounds before, while Gangnam was more like a seasoned driver. By the middle of the first round, Dillasaw's calf was cut and he stumbled a bit. Forced to do so, Dillasaw switched to a counterframe he was unfamiliar with. Gangnam Hamden Hod, sorry, I'll switch too. A hard kick to the crippled man's good leg and he's done. After a few rounds, Dillashaw switches back to the front frame with some devastation. This thing is still a double frame, hard to get. Jungnan is about to switch back to the reverse. Dillashaw rushes Jungnan against the cage, holding his waist and trying to wrestle Jungnan down. There is a small gap between the two men's strength. Dillashaw's leg injury can't give any force to his stirrups. In addition to physical exertion, he can't wrestle Jungnan at all. Jungnan slightly spread his legs and stood there without moving. Dillashaw, like a stubborn donkey, is hard to wrestle Jungnan. The two in the cage stalemate. Bored, Jungnan simply raised his hands and said hello to the camera, and gave the audience a middle finger to liven up the atmosphere. The crowd roars, and Dillashaw looks up to see what's going on. Once he saw Gangnam playing on, his mind exploded, and he didn't know how to play anymore. Vigorously white high. Family people who understands Standing cannot play, wrestling cannot move. Good at something by the other side, all defense out. Nyo Bao Gui, I'm familiar with this. Dillashaw has no choice but to stand up and hold Jungnan, who is not defending himself, against the side of the cage, smashing his chest with small fists in small increments. Gangnam covers his face with both hands for the entirety of the job, mocking Dillashaw's punch value by pretending to look like he's crying out in pain for the camera lens. It's not very damaging, it's extremely insulting. Dillashaw, broken, I'm really broken. This old six, I'm really convinced. Black fans, we're all professionally trained, we don't usually laugh unless we can't hold it in. Ha 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 ha. Dillashaw, I'm sorry. The first round ends as Dillashaw is played with a shattered Dao heart. The electronic screen at the top of the cage gives a picture of the two resting. Jungnan's expression is calm. On the other side, Dillashaw's head was sweating, gasping for air, and his eyes were bewildered. The second round began. The slow-moving Dillashaw became a fixed-point sandbag. Jungnan didn't even dare to point. The quest has not been prompted to complete until now. In case Dillashaw is stunned, it will be barbecue. That's 100 points. That's 100 points, which is worth many days of power generation for love. Jungnan considered for a moment and chose to play ground with Dillashaw. In order to conserve his physical energy, Jungnan did not use the rushdown skill, closing in against Dillashaw's punches and holding Dillashaw down to the side of the cage. Although he took 2 punches, at this point, Dillashaw was already at the end of his strength, and the punch value was not high, except for making Jungnan look a little bruised, not much substantial damage. Dillashaw spread his legs and lowered his center of gravity as a fall prevention. Jungnan buckle forcefully lifted Dillashaw, ankle hook suspended Dillashaw calf toward the side of the trip leg drop. Both men fall to the mat together, with the superior strength and reaction of Gangnam on top of Dillashaw controlling the situation as the crowd covers their mouths in worry and begins to pray for Dillashaw. Gangnam's last flyweight title match was memorable to the black fans with those vicious big elbows, and has since taken out a couple of vegetarians. It's no exaggeration to say that more than Gangnam's kaleidoscopic stand-up skills, it's Gangnam's brutal ground smashes that really call for chills. A few elbows swung down, and what hold couldn't be opened, what place couldn't be opened. Not only the audience, Dillashaw himself also shivered, holding his head ready to surrender at any time. The referee, who had prepared for this, had his whistle in his mouth. However, Gangnam's elbow was slow to drop. Dillashaw sneakily opened his hold to take a glance, and that glance was met with Jangnan's teasing expression. A big mouth slapped to the face. Ha! What's going on? The referee is confused, Dillashaw is confused, the crowd is confused. As the referee stares at Dillashaw in disbelief, 2 more big smacks are thrown in Dillashaw's face. Oh, inappropriate again. Next, the audience saw Dillashaw holding his head to dodge, Jungnan 2 slaps quickly looking for openings, and occasionally false moves to shake out the space to pump up. Dillashaw, damn. This match is hitting harder than it's killing me. Black fans, man, you're playing the title match for pure fun, aren't you? A voice came from the system, ding. Side mission completed, reward points 100. Current remaining points 131. Damn, still Nima Viper so soon the mind cannot work? Dillashaw, has been honest, begged to be spared. Just call me Hot Chili Pepper. Jungnan held down Dillashaw and used his strength to get up, standing in the center of the cage and hooking his fingers, then pointing his hands to the ground. The entire audience understands that Tyrant is going to start harvesting. Chapter 39, Winning the Double Crown, shocking changes happen. Would Jungnan roll over this time? This question could not be answered because Dillashaw, one of the main protagonists this time, did not even accept Jungnan's invitation to spar. Sparring? With what? If you want to spar, you have to spar with yourself first. Dillashaw's punch value has dropped, so he has no chance to make a decision. Although Jungnan's boxing value is unknown, it is definitely enough for him to sleep well. Despite the booing from the stage, Dillashaw chose to duck and stall for time, trying to lose the fight by decision. Before the match, he had blown all his power. The worse the loss, the more powerful the repercussions. Dillashaw's head was very clear. Jungnan walks up and sets up a stand-up on Dillashaw, who fights through the pain in his legs and runs away. Referee? Crowd? Jungnan stays put in poses and doesn't chase, his eyes follow the movement and he just looks at Dillashaw quietly. This is all the bantamweight champion has to offer? Take some desiccant, it's too watery. The crowd also discovered the fact that none of the fighters who fought Gangnam in deep water were transformed into runners. In the cage, Gangnam suddenly lies down on the spot, undefended, and hooks his finger towards Dillashaw. It's starting again, it's not over. Honestly, it's really hard to be mad like this, but he's got the ing capital to be mad. I'm pissed off. Blackpink, Dillashaw, don't be a wimp, fight like a man. Dillashaw, I'm a man or not a man, let your wife try and feel my strength. The time of the second round ended immediately, and the referee didn't bother. Just like this, Jungnan lying on the ground sleepy yawning, Dillashaw on the cage side of the standing dare not do action, two people engaged in behavioral art to exhaust the time. During the break, on Gangnam's side, Nagano's mouth was grinning like King Gigi, and Lao Ding's teeth were bared as if his shoes had been blown out of their sockets. On the contrary, Dillashaw, the entire sidekick team was ashen, either biting their fingers or snapping their dead skins, losing the mind to fight back, and there was no longer any effective tactical communication. I was thinking of bringing Jungnan to the deep waters of the championship battle, but the result is that the first one to drown is the champion Dillashaw before he even arrives. How can this be done? 360 degrees of being hung up by Gangnam, no way. I'm afraid the future of this weight class is going to be single-handedly dominated by Gangnam. What's even more exaggerated is that Gangnam's upper limit has yet to be seen, becoming an unsolved mystery in the UFC. Without waiting for the crowd to think about it, the third round officially began, which also means that the two men have one foot in the deep end of the title fight. The fight could very well be stopped in the third round. Kanan's tactics in this round were to look for space, force Dillashaw's hand, and capitalize on the openings to land combinations to close out the round. Dillashaw's tactic was to stall for time, but during the break, Edge checked the leg injury and it wasn't good enough to last 5 rounds. In this round, the only thing to do is to adjust as well as possible to find an opportunity to fight for his life. Sparring even if the boxing, not a chance to win. On the field, Jungnan began to press the space, Dillashaw wanted to escape, but Jungnan's pace is too flexible, and his leg is injured, there is no way to get rid of. Seeing that he was being forced into a dead corner, and if he didn't make a move, he was going to be passively beaten. Dillashaw had an idea, a left square stomp kick to Jungnan's crotch, hoping that with this blow he could make Jungnan suffer some pain. Even if he was fine, he could create a little time for himself to recuperate. Jungnan's crotch protection solidly received a kick. The referee came over to ask if he needed to intervene to call a halt. Dillashaw is ready to show acting. Surprisingly, Kannan locks in an expressionless lock on Dillashaw and stops the referee from stepping in with one hand. Then, sweeping one hand over his crotch guard, signaling that this bit of aggression was tantamount to a sprinkle, he signaled the referee to let the match continue. Dillashaw watched as Jungnan stared at him, his beast-like pupils taking in his heart, and couldn't help but drum up in his heart. Wanima, this is trying to eat me alive. The black fans were staring intently at Gangnam's movements, and for some reason, all of them had a strong premonition that there might be a famous scene. Commentator Joe Rogan was amused. Hi, is Jung practicing the Chinese iron crotch kung fu? Wow. What happened? My god. Wow, the entire audience stood up. On the field, in a flash of lightning, Jungnan KO'd Dillashaw, followed by a flying big elbow press. A voice came from the system, congratulations to the host for completing the main mission to win the bantamweight belt, rewarded with a raffle draw. Lucky draw in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the human tendon recognition skill 1. Function, helps the host identify the opponent's tendons and veins, and targeted strikes can cause the opponent to experience negative states such as soreness and numbness. Ding. The system releases the main quest to win the featherweight championship belt, and the quest rewards 1 draw. Joe Rogan stood up following the entire audience, holding his halibut head with both hands, his mouth wide open, shocked to the point of speechlessness. Dana White had gotten high with his arm around the other commentators. This one world-famous painting would completely bring back the traffic that Mouthpiece had lost out on. This is the Octagon Tyrant's hunting moment, a real beast, a real hot-blooded fight, boxing matches count for nothing. White Dana unabashedly touted UFC, stepping on boxing events in the process. Cool, the game played so wonderful, their own blowing up are justified. Not convinced, you go see how people Jungnan fight the game. Joe Rogan, oh Selga's blowout maneuver, amazing, we need to see a replay. The big screen starts to show the highlights of the Gangnam KO Dillashaw just now. All that can be seen is that after getting kicked in the crotch, Gangnam has no concern for Ko's well-being and is focused on the hunt. The referee announced that the match would continue, and Dillashaw tried to take the opportunity to steal a hard punch. Gangnam's eyes never left Dillashaw's from the beginning, and the first punch exchange took place. Jungnan deducted 20% of his physical energy, and Skill Pereira's small left flat hook swung out, fast and cold, tucking into Dillashaw's chin. Dillashaw instantly pulls the gate, and the heavy punch turns soft, slamming into Gangnam's face to no avail. The flying elbow landed next, and the referee rushed to call the match off, announcing the medical team to come up and save the day. Gangnam taunts a sleepy and confused Dillashaw with his hands spread out in front of the crowd, and that's it? Even after replaying it once, the scene is still shocking. Really just loaded this guy up. With that in view, Dana White happily helped Jiang Nan buckle on the bantamweight belt and then added a flyweight belt and handed it to Jiang Nan to hang on his shoulder. It's all done. Double champion. Before Gangnam could experience it for long, the belts were taken by Lao Dang and Nagano one by one for a photo shoot. Joe Rogan went on stage for an interview. Jiang, what would you like to say about your performance today? Gangnam, awesome. Joe Rogan, what does awesome mean? Jiang Nan, it means super cool in Chinese. Awesome. Joe Rogan learned a couple sentences and continued to ask. Jiang, congratulations on winning the double title. We saw you display a one-of-a-kind dominance in the bantamweight division, with Viper Dillashaw at your mercy. We know you have the ability to eat Dillashaw in one round, why did you drag it out to the third? Gangnam, it's simple. If I don't play him out, people will still think I'm on the same level as him. Joe Rogan nodded in approval, having learned again. Jiang, how do you feel about the fans commenting on this matter of you being brutal and unreasonable? Jiang Nan took the microphone and shouted loudly, guys, I'm a double champion, and I'm still reasonable, I'm the reason. As soon as these words came out, the entire audience extended their middle fingers in friendship and gave Jiang Nan a fierce praise, with the older ones spewing out their dentures. However, most people had begun to gradually adapt to Jiang Nan. This guy's true nature, poisonous mouth, is not a day or two anyone dare to dislike, as long as it is not excessive, the appropriate anger spray is still acceptable. Jiang Nan, this is called the highest level of obedience test, habit becomes nature. Most Europeans and Americans worship the strong, and it is obvious that Jiang Nan is already recognized by their hearts. At this time, Jiang Nan only needed to be soft, and would immediately reap a large number of black to fan conversions. Of course, this was bound to not happen. The match ended, and Jiang Nan's brilliant finishes and domineering speeches spread through the cameras to thousands of households. On the internet, Jiang Nan's traffic dried up the servers of all the major platforms because of the double title and the famous spectacle. Who will stop the Chinese tyrant? The post was topped. Within Huaxia, the central media took the lead in sending out congratulations, and old and new fight fans celebrated together. Jiang Nan stood at the pinnacle of the world's mixed martial arts tournaments on behalf of Huaxia. This achievement, the world's attention, the history of the UFC can do very few. The double crown is not scary. What is scary is that Jiang Nan is still an 18-year-old college student, no one knows where his limits are. To celebrate, Gangnam was going to find a big hotel near the arena to show off a meal. Unbeknownst to him, on the roof of the office building next to the arena, a sniper rifle was aimed at Jiang Nan. Bang! A bullet shot out from the barrel of the gun. Not good. Lao Deng's entire body pounced on Jiang Nan, but it was too late. The bullet penetrated Jiang Nan's brain, and then Jiang Nan fell to the ground, blood quickly covering the ground. Jiang Nan only felt a sharp pain in his brain. Lao Deng and Nagano's voices echoed in his ears. It was too late to think about anything, and then his consciousness started to get lost. Vaguely, he heard the system's voice ringing out. Ding! The host's brain has suffered a trauma. The system is forced to upgrade the talent to remove the bones. Upgrade conditions: height 180 centimeters, arm span 190 centimeters, weight 70 kg. Ding! Attributes are insufficient. Automatically add points for you. A total of 200 points were added this time. 131 points were automatically deducted from the account, and it was detected that the remaining points were insufficient. 69 points were advanced to the system. Ding! The system has begun to repair your body. The estimated dormancy time is 18 months. At a boxing gym in Las Vegas, USA, the owner, Yamamoto Oki, let out a loud laugh. Oh Chinaman, we footpots are not something you can offend. Son, your great revenge has finally been avenged. In a mansion in Tokyo, Japan, the footless patriarch watched as the attack on UFC double champion Gangnam was broadcast on television, a shadowy smile curling up on the dog's face. The incident of Gangnam being shot quickly spread throughout the world. Many fighters popped up on the internet to bring up the tempo and rub it in. Some claimed that Jiang Nan was too arrogant and had offended too many people, leading to such an end. Some questioned Gangnam's double crown, with both Cejudo and Dillashaw injured before the fight, and that there was too much luck involved in Gangnam winning the title. Eventually it evolved to the point that Gangnam was just the level of an average competitor, not as godly as everyone had rumored, and that many people could beat him. The main fight was a deathless one. Jiang Nan is not dead, but it is almost the same as death. The doctor, diagnosed as a vegetable, after the state is stabilized, was brought back to the country by Lao Deng to recuperate. Surprisingly, many of the black fans who usually hate Gangnam instead came out in support of Gangnam, declaring him the strongest ruler and coolest man in the history of the octagon. This behavior caused the Bones Jones mouth breather stream to break their great defense and later mocked Gangnam on various occasions. Time into 2019, the opening year of the Warcard 233, Nagano and Li Jingliang out of the fight, the contract Jiang Nan has long been helped to negotiate. Unsurprisingly, Li Jingliang, who has a hard chin and a heavy hand, managed to TKO his opponent into the rankings. Post-fight interviews, in addition to expressing blessings to brother Jiangnan, but also created a new legend. Everybody, love Kemi crazy everybody KO love fly 8 drops of coquettish 8 drops of K wow. Wow. Writing Yev, huh? The strange feeling is back. I feel like I'm living in the shadow of the wasp in my mind and body. Nagano KO'd the fire marshal to officially debut as the 7 billion strongest man. But after this fight, he parted ways with the UFC due to contractual issues. The UFC didn't want to make the same mistake as Gangnam and was planning to sign a long-term contract at an average champion's salary to control Nagano when Nagano's flow wasn't as prominent. As the first heir apparent to Teen Dragon Soul Olden helped Nagano reject the contract. This kind of treaty is signed and you're a cowhorse for life. Nagano knew the pros and cons and simply gave up mixed martial arts to transition into a talent anchor on TikTok, catching the wind and earning more than playing UFC. The second half of 2019 was the beginning of the epidemic's invasion of China, and the nation sounded the epidemic alert. Then, the world began to be infected on a large scale, and many sports events began to be suspended. Dana had to give up selling tickets offline, letting the players pass the tests with no problems and then arranging matches in separate venues to maintain income by selling PPVs. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of June 2020, the day Jiangnan rebooted. Jiangnan was settled in the Su family's villa and was usually taken care of by the two daughters, Wang Shuya and Su Shanshan, on a rotating basis. The two women reached a consensus that if Jiangnan could not wake up, everyone had the right to take care of him. If they could wake up, Jiangnan blessed each other after making his choice. In fact, Jiangnan had regained his consciousness long ago, but the system's mandatory hibernation time didn't end, so he could only stay up for a while, usually listening to the conversations of several people to learn about the outside world. On this day, the hibernation time ended. After 12 o'clock midnight, Jiangnan immediately opened his eyes. Ihu Hansan is ing back again. Jiangnan didn't panic. After sleeping for so long it wasn't too bad, first checking the system data. Open the system panel. Host, Jiangnan. Age, 20. Height, 180 centimeters, 10 points at a centimeter. Daily weight, 70 kilograms. Armspan, 190, 10 points can increase 1 centimeter. Talent, upgraded Bruce Lee muscle intermediate. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Physical strength, 5. Blow resistance, 5. Explosion, 4. Injury immunity, 10. Punch, 7. Legs, 7. Elbows, 5. Knees, 1. Wrestling, 4. Ground strike, 5. Block, 4. Dodge, 3. Wrestling defense, 6. Ground defense, 3. Skills, Sanso 10 boxing 10 5-step fist 1 12-step 10 kick 1 human tendon recognition skills 1. Stunts, flying knees 10 speed dive 3 Pereira left flat hook 4, each time consumes 20% of physical energy. Language, Chinese, English. Items, 0. Points, 69. Weighing 35 kilograms daily task can only be completed once per day. Wukong jump warm-up 2 hours earn 1 point. 10 sets of 5 minutes each. 1 point. Van Horseblade teeth difficult standard movements 5 minutes each get 1 point. 220V electric shock training for 30 minutes earn 1 point. Main quest, capture the featherweight belt. Reward, 1 lucky draw. Copy, make Chinese Kung Fu great again. Learn authentic Chinese Kung Fu, rewarded with a number of character experience card draws. What's going on? I slept in, and the difficulty of the daily quests has increased? Still 1 point? I've been playing with you for a while now, but I don't think you'll understand. After complaining for half a day, the system gave a recycling program. Jiangnan's skills and stunts can be recycled at half price when they reach full level, and as long as they are practiced and upgraded, they can be exchanged for points. Looking at the debt of 69 points in the points column, sleep what sleep, get up and work. Chapter 40, Comeback Battle Launch. Pay attention, this man's name is Gangnam. Inside the room at this moment, the tall figure dressed in white, enthusiastically turned on the table lamp and stood beside the sleeping Lao Den. Hey Lao Den! Come with me. Su Jiangwo, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, dreamed back to the days of his reign with Jiangnan. Originally, everything was moving in a good direction, and the grand endeavor had just unfolded. With a gunshot, the dream shattered. Lao Deng blamed himself in his dream. He blamed himself for the small number of his bodyguard group, and for not thoroughly checking the surrounding area. He blamed himself for not jumping on Jiangnan in time and blocking the bullet for him. In a trance, he heard a familiar voice keep calling out to him. Lao Deng! Lao Deng! The voice became clearer and clearer until it was out of the dream world. I drop a dear mother feed. Su Jiangwo was scared and sweating, urgently opened his eyes, and in the dimly lit room, he saw a contraption similar to offloading. 2 eyes black, fainted. Jiangnan went up to 2 big mouths, pumping the palms of the hands numb. Su Jiangwo woke up leisurely, weakly said. I don't fight, I'll go with you, is it? Listen to the old man said, people just not long, can see the most wanted to see people to take themselves away. Jiangnan, where is my mother? Don't hide, let my mother come out and take me with her. I want to tell my mother that I beat up the Japanese, I'm not a coward. The corner of Jiangnan's mouth twitched. In order to make Lao Deng quickly awake, his fingers pinched Lao Deng's thigh, a 360 degrees. Ah! The sound resounded throughout the villa. An hour later, Lao Deng, Su Shanshan, Wang Shuya, and Nagano gathered in the villa's hall. Jiangnan sat on the side and caught the spicy hot pot delivered by the delivery man and flaunted it furiously, just good for these 2 bites. I haven't eaten anything good for more than a year, so I've gotten lost in the aroma. The mood came up, and 4 more bottles of white Waha and 2 bottles of Red Bull were organized. So, you just woke up? Lao Deng looked at the tall, thin man of 1 meter 8 in front of him a little confused. Unbelievable, lying in bed for nearly 2 years, during which time he grew a lot taller, got up alive, able to eat and drink, too unscientific. Jiangnan, how do you want me to wake up? I'll go to re-sleep. Lao Deng laughed awkwardly, then called a bunch of private doctors to check Jiangnan's body in the middle of the night. In order to reassure the crowd, Jiangnan cooperated with the examination. A flurry of pounding and busy work until the morning. Inside and outside all aspects of the check once, to confirm that there is nothing. The crowd was completely relieved, and then the time to catch up on sleep, leaving time for Lao Deng and Jiangnan. These 2 people have a lot of important issues to discuss, we are wise not to bother. The first and foremost issue was to find out the mastermind behind the attack on Jiangnan and take revenge. On that day, after Jiangnan was attacked, the murderer jumped to his death from the roof of the building, directly breaking the clues. The 2 had to use the method of elimination to speculate. As the black powder said, Jiangnan offended too many people, but can send out this kind of dead soldiers are definitely not rich or rich. The 2 began to reconcile from the time they entered the UFC, and first ruled out European and American athletes. European and American athletes generally have contradictions or just positive, is to be able to export gas, and then there is no such professional channels and free money. Secondly, Take the Sun is certainly not. Just started cooperation earn so much, Take Sun can't wait to cooperate with Jiangnan more venues. Could it be John from boxing events? It doesn't seem necessary, there's no deadly feud between the 2 sides, and there's a possibility of subsequent cooperation. Yamamoto Oki, K1 Matsuo Ojo? The footpad patriarch? It should be these rabbits. All of them are small time, so what's the need for detailed projections? Just don't spare any of them, but this matter needs to be considered in the long run. During the year and a half of hibernation in Jiangnan, Lao Deng was not idle, looking for many traditional martial arts airs. These martial arts weren't just a mess of gimmicks. Either they were kung fu for developing the human body's potential, techniques for generating power, or striking techniques against the human body's acupoints. Of course, there were also many techniques that were fidelity, but not very useful and not in line with modern combat, and the only advantage of these techniques was that they were easy to practice. This would fit in well with Zhang Niuma's recovery to pay off his debt. Next, wait to clear the debt before going out on a wave. Jiang Nan spent all his time learning martial arts, except for completing the doable Wukong jump and power for love quests. Incidentally saving up some experience cards to keep around in case of emergencies. After all, there was a bunch of little lives waiting to be transcended, and without experience cards he was worried about leaving them alive. Jiang Nan picked 4 sets of Kung Fu and started practicing, obtaining 3 experience cards to be drawn. 2 of the sets were used to build a foundation for actual combat, 1 set was Taijiquan and 1 set was Poking Foot. Both of these were true Kung Fu that favored actual combat, and were only banned because some moves were prone to maiming. Jiang Nan was prepared to learn the power generation and techniques of these 2 types of Kung Fu and integrate them into modern fighting. Taiji is the foundation of wrestling and Jiu-Jitsu, and learning Taiji and then learning wrestling and Jiu-Jitsu is twice the effort. Many people think that Tai Chi is just a flowery way to maintain health and do not understand the significance of softness to overcome hardness. As a matter of fact, Tai Chi is the practice of controlling the center of gravity of the human body, leveraging the way of force generation, wrestling and some anti-joint grappling techniques. After learning it, one can subdue a big man who is physically stronger than oneself in close quarters wrestling. Some of the more famous ones are the big and small tangles, which are practiced with dexterity and can incapacitate a person as long as they are caught in an instant. As for the poking foot, a well-practiced kick can shatter the opponent's knee and leg bones, and a bull-sized elmwood stake can be broken, a notoriously vicious kung fu. Unfortunately, in China, poor literature and rich martial arts, the inheritance conditions are harsh, and even fewer people can patiently and honestly practice, making this practical kung fu reputation deteriorated. The other 2 types of kung fu, Jiang Nan was prepared to practice to full level and recycle for points. One was the original 5-step fist and the other was the chain fist, both of which were tool fists for strengthening the body. After half a month, the level 10 5-step fist and the chain fist were exchanged for 100 points. After paying off the debt and adding the 30 points from the mission, a total of 61 points remained. Finally, he was able to leave the mountain. The news of Jiangnan's recovery was blocked very tightly, and there was no relevant news coming out on the internet. On this uneventful day, Jiangnan's TikTok social media, a dynamic went to the top. Heads, I'm back. Those who followed Gangnam were the first to get the news, and the phenomenon of people spreading the word soon appeared. In less than half a day, all the fighting tournaments got wind of it. Many bloggers came out to hobnob and rub traffic. Although Jiangnan had disappeared from the public sight for a year and a half, the glory of the Internet Bible covered all areas of the sports world. Everyone here is trash. I'm the champion, what's the point of reasoning? I'm the reason. If I don't knock him out, people still think he's on the same level as me. Sentences like these had become popular hot stems and were imitated by many sports stars. The capitalist bigwigs of the major tournaments contacted Lao Deng in the first instance, hoping to have the opportunity to collaborate on a match. Lao Deng discussed with Jiangnan, and frankly, neither of them had much of a clue about Jiangnan's comeback battle, and finally decided to wait a little longer. At this juncture, a new public opinion suddenly appeared online. Many American medical experts came forward and stated that Jiangnan's head had been penetrated by a sniper rifle and was severely injured. Even if Jiangnan woke up by chance, his brain nerves were bound to be damaged, and after lying in bed for a year and a half, his muscles were atrophied, so needless to say, he knew that it would be hard to walk, let alone compete. This statement was supported by many people, including the tournament capital. This was the reason why Gangnam wasn't picking up tournaments right now. Isn't that right? Wasia fan, since it's what the experts said, I'm relieved. In response, Jiangnan and Lao Deng didn't make any counter-denials appear, making the crowd believe it even more. Thus, the officials of the major tournaments began to connote Jiangnan. Once a heavenly pride, now he can only be reduced to a wasted man blah 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 blah. At the same time, the boxing event officials sent out a tweet. 20 days later, boxing event popular fried chicken Alvarez will face Jiangnan, fight agreement weight, Alvarez daily weight is 76 kilograms, Jiangnan is 70 kilograms. Gangnam is 10 kilograms heavier than before, surprising fight fans slightly. But, almost everyone was not optimistic about Gangnam, believing that Gangnam was just forcing a comeback to circle a wave of fast money for retirement. Even Dana White called anxiously to admonish Gangnam to stop. After all, many of the UFC's fans overlap with Jiangnan, and if Jiangnan loses, the rhythm of the UFC's fighters being inferior to the boxers will be even greater. Not to mention what kind of physical state Jiangnan has deteriorated into. A year and a half without a fight, is the feeling of competition still there? Moreover, fight unfamiliar boxing events, 12 rounds, have this physical ability. Although he didn't want to admit it, but the physical training of mixed martial arts athletes in this area, it is true that it is not as strong as boxing events. Jiangnan did not pay attention to Dana, hung up the phone, ready to start practicing Nagano. This time, Jiangnan and John were 2 for 1 to engage in a cross-border money fight in the UK. The writer was to have Tyson Fury fight Nagano 3 months later, also on a 50-50 split. John concluded that Gangnam was bound to lose, and let him lap up 2 waves of fast money at most, and that the fight would do more good than harm anyway. The benefits he once extracted from the mouthpiece were too much for John to handle, let alone Gangnam. Not only would Gangnam be able to build momentum and publicity for the boxing event, but when he loses the match and the traffic backs up, the gold of the boxing event will be even more convincing. At the Dragon Soul headquarters, Nagano opened the live stream and sang. The current Nagano is no longer the rash boy of the year, and he speaks Mandarin without being too flirty, and has given himself a stage name Cameroon Arnold. Nagano showed off his singing voice in front of the screen. They threw cabbage at me, I'll fry a plate with cabbage. They throw mud at me, I take the mud and plant lotus flowers. They threw stones at me, I'll build a building with stones. I don't dodge. Oh 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 oh. Family members, this is the top hit No Sit on the public screen. The live broadcast room instantly fluttered with gifs, clearing the screen of the didn't sit pop-ups. Suddenly, Jiangnan appeared out of nowhere behind him and kicked Nagano in the face. Jiangnan, what about your ing dream? Nagano wasn't angry, and stood up to hurry off the air. Old-timers, today's live broadcast ends here. Give Arnold some attention, next live broadcast sing throwing handkerchiefs, see you later families. Hey, master, thanks to you teaching me Mandarin, I found a shortcut to becoming rich. Nagano said playfully. Jiangnan, pull back, you're adapting other people's music like that, you want to step on the sewing machine, don't you? Not waiting for Nagano to continue, Jiangnan asked, now there's a way for you to fight the main war, it's a bit tight, are you going to fight? Nagano looked at the swimming ring around his waist and asked blankly. Master, can I? Jiangnan, you cannot fight, already signed the contract for you, I guess it will be declared in the next 2 days. When the time comes, there is no money to pay for the breach of contract, sell you to Africa as an autobio. Don't master, I'll fight. Nagano hurriedly responded. As a Hotian minor internet sacred body, Nagano knew too well the bottom line of ODBO. Once the music started, the 2-8 bar made its appearance. He didn't want to return to this life. Next, Jiang Nan brought Nagano to practice boxing every day to pull his physical fitness. After 3 months, honestly, it was hard for Nagano's form to touch Tyson Fury. The referee of the boxing event, who was also John's man, delayed until the decision was unfavorable to Nagano. The only way to pinch the victory in his hands was to KO the opponent. Gangnam had to engage in special training to target Tyson Fury's weaknesses. Tyson Fury dealt with an extreme lack of counter-racking techniques, and in past fights, height and resistance to strikes masked this problem. With the counter frame, it is easier to hit the opponent's center line, e.g., jaw, ribs with a backhand, and the forehand can quickly interfere with the opponent's line of sight or block. Gangnam began teaching Nagano counter-frame boxing techniques, focusing on practicing the front hook as a killer punch. During this time, the boxing event's partner media came to take set photos and promotional videos for Gangnam and Nagano. It was the first time Gangnam appeared in the public eye after a year and a half, looking quiet and unassuming. It's sad to see the former flighty teenager turn into a big, mumbling young man, probably devastated by his serious injury. Mute and few words? Jiang Nan said a little less. Pure does not bother to take care of you too, ha. A generation of kings down the mountainside, return is still big brother. You sand sculptures forced to add drama, right? You see, I will open my mouth to spray or not to spray you guys to finish. With 8 days left before the competition day, the Dragon Soul team is ready to go. This time, Lao Deng increased the security force. The number of bodyguards expanded to 500 people, bound to the arena around the facilities are lined up. On July 12, 2020, over 100,000 fight fans gathered outside Wembley Stadium in London, England. The event's arena tickets sold out, with PPV sales reaching over 11 million copies, setting an unprecedented sales record. Alvarez's appearance fee alone was a whopping $80 million, a figure he hadn't even touched in his career so far. It was horrifying. This kind of scene made the entire fighting circle get high, and many media platforms broadcasting live had their servers paralyzed before they even got to the official interviews. Worthy of the fighting tyrant's platoon, the attention of this comeback battle directly dried out the best ever. On the stage, the curtains were pulled back and rhythmic metal music played. John, the boxing event owner, personally called the curtain. To cheers, Gangnam and Alvarez take the stage. After a year and a half, after a long absence, Gangnam, protected by hundreds of bodyguards, stands on the high stage with Lao Deng and Nagano, the iconic native middle finger delivered. Gangnam shouted loudly, "Little cubs, your daddy is here. Fark Gangnam! Fark Gangnam!" Deafening taunts rang out as the media, their eardrums raw from the shock, covered their ears with their hands and began to interpret the shocking live atmosphere. Alvarez held the microphone and taunted, "Oh, who did I think it was? Turns out it's the Chinese clown who's here." Chapter 41 Global Peak Tournament, the #1 warrior in China, applying to fight. On the high platform, Alvarez and his agent sat in his seat, 3 belts neatly placed in front of him. Jiang Nan generally have a grudge on the spot. Passing by Alvarez's quick eyes and hands captured the 3 belts. "Bring it, you!" Alvarez instantly exploded, chasing after Jiang Nan, wanting to get the belts back. John persuaded, "Man, don't be like this, calm down. Stop. There's no such thing." As long as the spirit of a young man was present, he was a powerhouse everywhere. Jiang Nan raised the belt high, 173 centimeters tall, 179 centimeters arm span. Alvarez could not grab the belt. He was furious and red in the face. "Alvarez, Jiang, you bastard, bully." Jiang Nan heatedly smiled, "He, the old man bullying is you short winter melon." The old man is now taller and can finally call someone short. "Alvarez, give it back to me, or I'll be rude to you." Jiang Nan snickered, "I'm so scared, oh." Then, Jiang Nan threw the 3 belts at the crowd, causing a commotion. Oh ho, the belts were gone. Alvarez exploded with anger, combining punches of warning. His agents ran to the audience to grab the belts. Can the handsome combination get used to him? They won't. So it's a 3-on-1 in an instant. Alvarez's face reddened. "The advantage is not mine, it's better to be reasonable. Jiang, remember, don't be too arrogant, I'll make you pay for it when you enter the ring." "Jiang Nan, how dare you ah? Technology gave you the courage? I heard you ate beef and tested positive for drugs. How about it? Did you win the Nobel Prize for dumping?" Alvarez was exposed and shouted angrily. "Shut up, damn stinker. Jiang Nan, you're in a hurry, DJ." Without waiting for Alvarez to speak, Jiang Nan continued to say to the stage, "What's this guy's route to the title? Don't you guys have a pussy in your hearts? Specializes in picking on the old and weak, skipping over the Dongate sluggers. I don't even know what's wrong with you, loving to watch this kind of packaged Hollywood movie star, so tasteless. I have to thank you guys for belittling me, though, so that Alvarez won't recognize reality and want to take a run at me. Otherwise, this kind of actor who cares about his reputation would definitely need to see my injury report before he dares to take this fight." What was said was true and quite reasonable, but the audience on stage was naturally at odds with Gangnam and didn't buy his argument. "Ward hair, don't eat the sour radish. Damn Waldorf, poor Qinxiang." The audience supported Alvarez one way or the other and started to spray against Jiang Nan. This gave Alvarez the illusion that the live audience were all his brainwashed fans. Jiang Nan's words no longer sounded harsh. The thing I was most worried about didn't happen. The audience supported me, my persona didn't collapse, so what's the point of pretending? Unbeknownst to the audience, most of the audience that came to the scene were here to crusade against Jiang Nan. The purpose of supporting Alvarez was just to go against Jiang Nan. You, Alvarez, don't have a face. I know that too, but I won't say anything. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Now it's just using you as a tool to piss off Gangnam. Don't put gold on your face. This wave, the black fans ruled the audience, and the gold content of Gangnam's Public Enemy was still rising. Alvarez stood on the stage, happily watching Jiang Nan and the audience sparring. Even though you, Jiang Nan, are a mouth measure goat at your peak, but now you are facing my army of 100,000 farkers, how should you respond? The correct answer appeared. Jiang Nan jumped off the high platform, and 500 bodyguards began to enter to escort him. Physical closed mic, watch and learn well. Alvarez secretly muttered, what kind of drug is this kid selling in his gourd? This century cross-border battle, Jiang Nan is one of the partners, are the boss, not at will. Dragon Soul's legal team took their cell phones and started recording, ready to fight the lawsuit at any time, and told Lao Deng and the others how to operate to take the legal loophole. Lao Deng led the charge, the crowd of colorful truth pulled out, rub sound loaded. Don't be nervous, we are a regular security company, there are more than 500 burning sticks is very reasonable, right? We are professionals, generally speaking will not go off unless we can't help it. Jiang! Calm down, this is just business, don't mess around. John's eyelids jumped as he watched from the stage. This was a boxer playing a gentleman's sport? This is a tough guy, right? Doing this, would any of the fans want to pay for it? If something went wrong, the fun would be over. Jiang Nan threw John a disdainful look. It's none of my business, it doesn't matter if I make money or not, I just want the person who cursed me to die. The network has already scolded open, boxing on the good boxing, you with 500 bodyguards to play the equality of all beings how? Can't afford to play, right? The most disgusting thing is, also with a group of lawyers, you are really good Hooligans aren't scary, but they are cultured. Who would have the courage to blow up a gang that has no place to talk to even if they're killed? Offstage, Jiang Nan held the invitations to the one-on-one fight and prepared to hand them out. Come whoever curses the fiercest and the hardest, bravely take a step forward and let me see the style of the tough guys. 100,000 people took a step back in unison. Just kidding, it's not like it's the first day they've known this guy, the terrorist disguised as a fighter. The waiver in his hand was the Grim Reaper's list. Whoever wants to die, he dares to bury, his historical record is there, can't afford to mess with him. Luckily, this guy is real and reasonable. As long as you don't mess with him, he won't take the initiative to mess with you. If you don't attack his country, you don't have to worry about your safety. It's been like that since his debut. Next time you meet Jiang Nan, just be calm and keep your mouth shut and don't spew nonsense. Inside the arena, nearly 100,000 people were Jiang Nan military training, offline real, do not dare to say Qinshang poor in other words, for fear of getting into trouble. Seeing this situation, Jiang Nan had to return to the stage, now the audience is too sensible, do not fall for it. The audience is too smart to fall for it. It's all tuned up like this, it's no fun. Audience brother, do I have to die? In principle we are not afraid of you, but now the principle is not in the hands of your bodyguards? Alvarez, I wanted to see what kind of drugs Gangnam was selling. It turns out to be gunpowder. According to the law of conservation of energy, the anger of the audience will not go away, it will only be transferred to Alvarez. Good boy, we supported you, and you're so damn good, you don't even dare to fart on stage. Big teeth bared, standing aside to see the joke of us in Gangnam, is not it? What a dog. We're with you from the bottom of our hearts, and you're playing with our heads? This account is written down to be counted later. The mission of this match is to see Jiang Nan make a fool of himself, not conducive to the unity of the words for the time being. See you in the network after the match. Now watching the fun, you are high and mighty. When the game is over, network tough guy on the number will make you life and death difficult to predict. On the stage, John was relieved to see that nothing unexpected happened. John's blood pressure is a little high, this is the first time to cooperate with Jiang Nan, inexperienced, the mind still need to practice. After his partner Jiang Nan's consent, John hurriedly announced the end of the conference, any grudges, go to the ring to settle. The media began to build momentum, and the internet was full of black people predicting the direction of the match, waiting for the match to come. Although Jiang Nan acted quite grumpy at the conference, the online opinion was almost one-sided in favor of Alvarez. Jiang Nan has just recovered from a short period of time, and his body has become bigger again, not to mention the adaptation, lying in the body for a year and a half without a match to maintain the state, who knows how much the strength has dropped. Although Alvarez is smaller than Jiang Nan, but he is thicker. What is boxing? Boxing is all about physical fitness and resistance. Physical fitness, Alvarez professional usually have training, certainly stronger than Jiang Nan. In terms of resistance to blows, Jiang Nan's height of 5 feet 8 inches may not be a good thing, the range of attack is wider, unless you learn Tyson Foley. Let's put it this way, boxing allows the range of attack is the range above the waistband of the pants. Why Tyson Fury can be the champion? Is he more powerful than others? No, the main reason is that he is shameless, the shorts tethered to the chest, coupled with the advantages of high altitude and thick body plate. Once backward people want to hit him in the head, you must punch out arms straight, no hold frame to give up the defense. Therefore, Tyson Fury not much head protection, defense focus on the chest, the opponent did not have to fight. Hit what just a little area. Shorts to protect 1/3 of the prohibited strikes, holding frame defense accounted for 1/3, and 1/3 cannot be hit. Hit it, a hit it do not squeak hit and hit the power off, quietly waiting for Tyson Fury to harvest. Jongnan cannot do this thing, the shorts as a bustier dress. Just for the sake of winning, I don't even want to lose my face. Wearing shorts normally will reveal more striking area. Jongnan's body plate is much thinner compared to Alvarez, and his weight is 12 pounds less than Alvarez, so he is bound to be inferior to Alvarez in terms of resistance to blows. The advantage is on Alvarez's side, there is no reason not to favor Alvarez. Black fans have been rubbing their fists, looking forward to the match to come soon. Waiting for Jongnan to be beaten, a wave of reversal, and then scolded him until he retired from the net. Time came to July 20th, Wembley Stadium in London. Inside the arena, densely packed with spectators, colorful spotlights shining everywhere. A giant big screen hung above the cage, showing past highlight videos of Gangnam and Alvarez. Amidst a crusade chant against Gangnam, Alvarez makes his shining entrance. Backstage, as Gangnam finished warming up, Old Den was helping Gangnam with his final mental build-up. This match was different than before. For one, it's been a long time since the match, and emotions tend to fluctuate. Secondly, the previous matches had a maximum of 28,000 people in the arena, but this time, it could be 100,000 heavenly soldiers and all of them were Jangnam's black fans. When they came out later, it was predictable that the taunts would come like a tidal wave. This battle of the century, more than 300 media around the world live broadcast, the highlight of the career, cannot lose its share. Otherwise, if he pulls his crotch in his comeback fight, he will have to go down in history. Pulled his crotch? It doesn't exist. With 101 points and 3 experience cards in his hand, Alvarez will be considered clean if he doesn't beat the out of himself. The background music chosen is the electro version of Unumi Yeshuanin, which was strongly requested by Olden and has nothing to do with the author. Because at this moment, the old god Jiangnan is in the same situation as the Qi Tian de Sheng, who is sitting on the top of the mountain waving a flame into a robe and preparing to fight 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals alone. Can only win, cannot lose. If you win, you are the great sage of Qi Tian de Sheng, and if you lose, you are? At this time in China, countless pairs of eyes full of expectations, nervously watching the network live broadcast. A great man with a 3-foot sword, to establish the world's achievements. Jiang Nan is the highest combatant in China with 70 kilograms of weight, the pinnacle of personal heroism. This one was the peak match of the world service, a high-end game of the high-end game, with global attention. Jiang Nan, as one of the protagonists, was able to appear in this kind of occasion, and had already killed 99% of the world's population. Alvarez was the hottest professional at the moment, and the leading figure among boxing organization fighters. Even lightweights like Mouth Breather are a far cry from Alvarez. Although the pre-fight prediction of the odds toward Alvarez side to side, the scene there are nearly 100,000 people mocked Jiang Nan engaged in mentality. But in China, almost everyone believes that Jiang Nan has the possibility to win. No matter what, China is never short of miracles, as in the year when one country fought against the 16-nation Allied army. When the time comes, the Chinese can step up and take the lead. The moment of pressure is also the beginning of the awakening of Chinese genes and complete madness. Jiang Nan can represent China, sitting on the throne of the world's highest boxing hall, depends on today. The host started to announce the curtain, and it was Jiang Nan's turn to go to the ring. The old rules, Jiang Nan stood in the center, Lao Dang and Nagano as the left and right guardians, behind a battalion of retired special forces. The Cloud Palace swift sound started, and countless pairs of eyes on the network and on the scene looked towards the channel. Jiang Nan appeared. After a year and a half, finally stepped on the field again, just this time, can he still support the prawns or not? Or was it a case of heaven's jealousy, as rumor had it, he would be lost to the crowd from now on? Fark! Gangnam! Fark! Gangnam! The neat roar of everyone in the arena broke through the sky, and the nearby streets trembled. The wild booing of nearly 100,000 people pressed towards Jiangnan, and the calves of Lao Dang and Nagano and the others shivered uncontrollably, their eardrums were shaken and raw. Jiangnan's eyes were firm and calm, sensing the nervousness of the crowd behind him, he stopped. Jiangnan turned back to the crowd with a confident smile. Take a deep breath and relax. Then, the death pupil's line of sight slowly circled around the entire arena, taking in everyone's mocking expressions. On the large central screen, Jiangnan's slightly narrowed eyes, the throbbing veins on his neck, and the face muscles driven by the clenching of his back teeth were clearly captured. It was naturally impossible for the nearly 100,000 people in the arena to be intimidated by Jiang Nan unless they spoke with 500 truths like the launch. Provoked by Jiangnan's provocation, the mocking voices at the scene were more than 1 degree louder, and the vehicle sirens in the parking lot outside the arena were shaken into a frenzy. However, this time, the object of the audience's mockery was only Jiangnan himself, and some racist remarks did not appear again. Jiangnan grinned, his face was the excitement that overflowed when he saw his prey, it looked chilling. After tonight, I will make everyone remember this match. Then, Jiangnan continued to walk towards the ring. The staff checked everything and Gangnam mounted the ring. The host began to introduce information about Jiangnan and Alvarez. Gangnam stood in place, his hungry eyes had locked onto Alvarez, as if he was going to swallow Alvarez alive in the next second. Alvarez bounced back and forth, recklessly sizing up Jiangnan, similarly treating his opponent as his prey, just waiting for the match to start, going up to hunt and kill. Chapter 42, Crazy swinging at each other, one battle to seal the deal. After the host's introduction ended and the referee read out the rules, the match officially began. As soon as they came up, both sides tested each other. Jiangnan wanted to get to the bottom of the other side and target his points. Alvarez is a battle-hardened veteran, although all the data shows that he is far ahead, but the steady he chose the first round to test and defense. The UFC fights for explosiveness, one strike kills or stack damage, and this style of fighting is only physical for 3 or 5 rounds. Boxing is more physical than boxing, a lot of KO is not how heavy the punches are, but dragged to the late opponent cannot hold up physically. Unaware of the arrangement of Alvarez's defense tactics, it became Jiangnan's sweet spot, and finished with the kite fighting method of military training. After a few shots, Alvarez was nailed with many jabs and uppercuts by Gangnam's long arms. Alvarez began to realize that this kid Jiangnan's boxing movements were off, and the pace aspect was designated with a bit of a claim to be a connoisseur. But at the same time, it was also realized that Jiangnan's boxing value was not a great threat to himself. Normally, Jiangnan did not have the ability to put himself down, especially if he was still alive and kicking. Unless continuous heavy punches slowed himself down, but boxing was very much about defense, and this thing was almost impossible to happen. This was all experience gained by catching punches with your face, and it was invaluable. So, late in the first round, Alvarez gave up pulling and prepared for a surge, even if it was worth it to switch punches. Calculated by the worst result, if bad luck didn't hit, shaken by Jiangnan to a few heavy punches, pressed for the end of the round, can also take a break to slow down, this is the experience. Jiangnan's side, in the wave of trial and error just now, also found his problem. Then what to wait for? Add some chanting, not to add and wait for people to beat up the full and then add, not pure it. The upper limit of the body's various functions is now 7, Jiangnan is ready to add the strength and agility of the anti-strike from 5 to 7. Physical strength added to 6, burst added to 6, the balance is still left 11 points. Just as he was adding it Avaresh, this old 6, came up and stole the attack. He's playing defense, but suddenly he's fighting like a chicken. Clanking and banging, he caught Jiangnan and thumped him all over the place. Jiangnan utilized the flexible boxing pace to dodge and dodge, harm is to escape. During the period, he received 2 punches, but because he had unloaded the force by dodging, and it was the first round when his body was in the best condition, he was only confused for a moment and then reacted. The confrontation in the ring became intense, and Alvarez's sudden outburst, which had the feel of a reaping about to begin, instantly ignited the atmosphere in the arena. The crowd gets up and chants, roaring for Alvarez to KO Gangnam. With the atmosphere all baked up to this point, Alvarez started to get on top, chasing after him to see if he could find a chance to hit a streak of pressure KOs. The wave just now was caught in the rhythm by Alvarez as Jiangnan's mind was on the additions, hitting with confidence. With the addition completed, Jiangnan stopped running away. Taking advantage of someone's danger, I'll hammer you to death. The two engaged in a wave of mutual swings. The audience got excited and the live broadcast room exploded with high spirits. Is this still boxing? In the ring, the two exchange a wave of punches, both sides did not take advantage of, and then again, or each damage. They continue to exchange punches, and they are stubborn. For the first time in history, boxing is like this, neither side is convinced of defeat, nor do they believe they can't beat each other. Needlepoint, hurt each other, just then who is harder, the more you fight the more excited, and finally simply give up the defense. Both men punched extremely fast, like two bombers in a fist-to-flesh sparring. Alvarez has this weight's historic level of heavy punching and resistance to strikes. To be able to swing at each other and fight like this with Alvarez, Gangnam is at least in the discussion for this class. Does Jiangnan's ceiling stop here? Not really, there's still Pereira's left flat hook that hasn't come out. Jiangnan also did not dare to bet on whether he could blast the opposite side of the hard chin through such thick gloves. In case it didn't coax sleep, the next physical fitness would be a problem. Therefore, it could only endure the pain dizziness and spar 2 more punches to stack the damage. The fight was too explosive. Both of their faces were broken and blood was dripping, and the aesthetics of violence was manifested to the extreme. This kind of scene is rare to come across in decades, and it has to be 2 fighters who can resist and punch fast enough to pull off such an effect. Fighting fans all over the world who are following this competition are watching the live broadcast with wide eyes, fearing that they will miss every detail. In China's live broadcast room, everyone's palms were clenched tightly, secretly cheering for Jiang Nan. Perseverance's victory must not fall down first. The commentators on the scene were excited and sputtering. There was nothing to be more proud of than commentating on this match. Top-notch players, top-notch traffic, the most attention ever, the best ticket-selling matches in history, and what could be booked as the most explosive match performance ever. So many halos combined, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The commentator squeezes every breath of fresh air out of his body and shouts. Woohoo! Alvarez gets into the swing of things, Alvarez finds the strikes, Alvarez shows his power, Alvarez takes control of the match, and Gangnam delivers the winning speech. And the last sentence was clearly out of breath. The entire audience also went from manic to quiet with those words. Apparently, it was dry muted by the silencer that was Gangnam. The big screen replayed the images from just now. Only to see that Jiang Nan and Alvarez were fighting out of fire, swinging at each other without any defense, and the two of them had a bruised nose and a swollen face a few times, with blood smeared all over their faces. Jiang Nan felt himself getting dizzy, guessing that Alvarez will not be able to carry on for long. Listen to the card, it's time to launch Pereira's left flat hook, send Alvarez to the final journey. For those of you who have often been punched by the left flat hook, you know very well that it has a small angle, a short forward swing, and a lot of power, so it's a must-have punch for sleeping at home. What's more, this is Pico's left flat hook, with Pico's power bonus. At this time, the end of the first round entered the countdown 5, 4, 3. Only to see, Jiang Nan flatly threw a left flat hook towards Alvarez's chin. Alvarez looked at Jiang Nan's serious expression with disdain. Go ahead, go ahead. I just took a swinging punch and didn't even say a word, how can I beat you with a small flat hook? I'll show you what it means to be a tough guy today. As the countdown reached 1, Jiang Nan's left hook caught his opponent on the chin. Alvarez was instantly dazed and confused by the beating, indulging in a silky sleep. Before falling asleep, his mind filled with resentment towards Gangnam. I don't believe it, it's absolutely impossible. I'm not resigned. Jiang Nan, you scumbag, having such a heavy left hook to save for a staggered trip, come to trick me into sparring and play sneak attack while one is unprepared. The referee went up to check on Alvarez's status, not even needing to read the seconds. At this point Alvarez was soft as mud. Jiang Nan bent down and flirted with the sleeping Alvarez. Wake up, how can you sleep at your age, get up and re-sleep. The medical team came on and pinched the human center before waking up Alvarez. After waking up, Alvarez was like a shrimp thread being picked, sitting in place and fuming. On stage, Gangnam in the guise of a London silencer gestures towards the audience to mute the crowd, and the room falls silent. John Fark. For nothing, this wave became Gangnam. Live black fans, Alvarez you piece of. What kind of punch are you sparring with Gangnam? Do you have the strength? This is great, karma comes faster than takeout, causing us all to be taunted by Gangnam. Alvarez, who are you looking down on? We're all sucking oxygen, so be polite. A bunch of cuties. You're all over the internet, but in reality, you're nothing. Who the else? Old Den from the corner broke the silence with a cry that stood out in the quieted arena. The referee looked at Olden breathlessly. People are getting married to Akiano, people are coing Alvarez in Gangnam, and you're left here singing and dancing. Commentator, while the mayor of London is on the line. Everyone has become a good boy. Chinese media broadcasting room, netizens were in tears. Miracles appeared. The family is out of the Tongtian generation. Jiang Nan whistled KO boxing champion top stream star Alvarez as an amateur boxer. Everyone is not optimistic about Jiang Nan, but Jiang Nan is the most powerful. This is the ultimate expression of personal heroism. Locally in the United States, the former underdogs Sejudo and Dillashaw watched the images of Gangnam's fight on TV, mesmerized. Good man, the demon that has been bothering me for more than a year has finally been removed. It turns out that it's not that I'm too good, but that the water in Gangnam is too deep. Even Alvarez was put to sleep in one round. I slept a little late, I won. I'm much better than Alvarez. In this match, Jiang Nan sealed the deal in one round, directly curing the two former champions of their mental internal conflict. To say the happiest, it has to be Dana White. God. What a crazy match. I knew it, you guys underestimated Fighting Tyrant. What kind of champion are you, Alvarez? Now you know what a WFC title means. In the ring, the host begins his interview. Gangnam, congratulations on being crowned God in one fight. What would you like to say to the fight fans around the world? Gangnam, let's hear it by booing first. Shoo, the audience's emotions were mobilized. Jiang Nan put his palms by his ears and listened, then spoke. Tonight, I want all of you to remember my name. I am the victor, and you are the losers. This match will go down in history, and you losers will also become part of history. Boom. The entire crowd boiled over, cursing Jiang Nan angrily. In the ring, Jiang Nan wore a smile and raised both fists high, calmly facing the 100,000 black fans who stood and roared. The major media lenses burst into flashes, and the Pulitzer Prize for Best Photography of the Year was born. After the competition, Lao Deng arranged for a special airplane and the crowd returned to Hangzhou in the middle of the night. Inside the Jiangnan's Great Dome Wild, Wang Shuya and Su Shanshan have been waiting for a long time. Today is to let Jiang someone to make a break. Just when Su Shanshan went to drink water, Jiang Nan returned to his lair. Seeing Wang Shuya on the sofa, Jiang Nan went forward to intercept and pick up, ready to examine how Wang Shuya's subjugation skills were practiced. At this time, Su Shanshan just happened to walk in, just in time to meet the duo who were going back to their room. Seeing this scene, Su Shania's heart was sour, and she spoke softly with a crying voice. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't come at the right time. Children only make choices, adults of course choose to have both and all. Jiang Nan revealed an old driver's smile, understanding all. Nah. You came at the right time. Saying that, Jiang Nan put Wang Shuya down with one arm around her and issued a team invitation to Su Shanshan. There just happens to be one hand left, you say coincidence? Jiang Nan's life creed: don't be swayed by women, but have women on both the left and right. 3 folds, how to fold, all have a face. Su Shallow shyly went up and shyly hid in Jiang Nan's arm. Lao dang Maru spicy, I have to accompany the marriage. At this moment, what double crown king, a battle to become a god is a false name, left and right is the peak of the man. Next, needless to say, directly into the deep waters of the championship to practice naked strangulation. In the following days, Jiang Nan practiced martial arts while completing his daily tasks. Since Jiang Nan had added his strength to the point, hanging on to 70 pounds of weight, he could barely complete the 10 warm-up moves required by the system, and the bladed tooth moves were still difficult to complete. So now the salary has increased, it's 3 points a day, beautiful. The rest of the time, Jiang Nan in the Dragon Soul headquarters special training Nagano, morning practice physical fitness, afternoon boxing. The swimming ring on Nagano's stomach has disappeared, and his physical fitness is slowly recovering and starting to get into shape. Not long after the match, White Dana brought Hunter to the Dragon Soul headquarters in China. The duo had greeted Olden, so it wasn't a surprise visit. As soon as Old Deng and White Dana Hunter met, they hugged each other in greeting, as if they were old friends. Dana White, Den, my friend, long time no see. Lao Deng laughed and cursed in Mandarin. Deng you motherer, are you polite? Then communicated in English. Dana, we are all not meat, I won't say anything polite, I don't know what's so important to come to us this time? White Dana's face was flushed, said with a smile. No meat, this time I brought you all good news. Oh? Old Den did not pursue the matter and brought Dana by to the training ground. At this moment, Jiang Nan and Nagano were standing on Taiji stakes. After an hour had passed, Nagano continued practicing boxing moves. Jiang Nan and Lao Deng returned to the office. Jiang Nan, Dana, I heard that you were quite rampant during the year and a half of my recuperation. Dana Bai smiled awkwardly. The UFC really did not do the right thing regarding Nagano. Jiang, you know I'm a businessman, I'm only responsible for the management of UFC, many things are not up to me, I hope you can understand me. Jiang Nan, sorry, don't understand and don't intend to understand. If there's nothing else, there's a bus out the door and to the left, take your time. Ebai Dana was still planning to exchange pleasantries with Jiang Nan, but he didn't expect Jiang Nan to speak so dryly, so he could only go straight to the point. Dana Bai, Jiang, wait a minute, this time I have a good news to bring you. Jiang Nan, oh? Seeing Jiang Nan's face easing up with interest, Dana Bai continued. Jiang, I'm sure you know that the real big boss behind UFC says it's Silver Lake Capital. Silver Lake Capital would like to invite you to become a shareholder of the UFC, offering 3% of its shares to you on the condition that you fight in the UFC for your entire career. Of course, how about a 60-40 split on your personal fight card with us, or a 60-40 split? Jiang, surprise? Jiang Nan shook his head, sorry, not interested. Why? Jiang, it's a 3% share, aren't you impressed? Jiang Nan, based on your highest valuation of $7 billion, 3% is only $210 million. Trying to buy me out with this amount of money, sending out the barkers. Letting people outside know, they'll think I can't make any money in Jiangnan. Dana Bai was silent, and Hunter stepped forward to round off the conversation. Jiang, why don't you tell us what conditions we can work together? Jiangnan, 10%, I'll have the final say on the match, if there's a crossover match, I'll give you guys a spot to work together, think about it? Bai Dana said sourly, Jiang, 10% is too much, Silver Lake Capital can't possibly agree, my share is only 9%. Jiang Nan did not take in the oil and salt, and with a direct sentence that he could not cooperate, he switched to boxing events. Although boxing events don't have as many fans as mixed martial arts, they are the most money-sucking of all fighting sports, with a mature business system. Jiang Nan is now in the ascendant. If he goes to boxing events, it will have a fatal blow to the UFC's global influence. There was no way out, and after Dana Bai relayed the message to Silver Lake Capital, they had a live video exchange. In the end, a partnership was reached with an 8% stake. The UFC's official website began notifying the top 10 featherweight fighters to prepare for the fight, with a big announcement coming soon. Chapter 43, The Big Bang Gets Better. Gangnam's social media then began to shout out the UFC's featherweight division. Who wanted a money fight? The UFC's official media was the first to announce the return of the Tyrant, with the front page topping all of Gangnam's highlight reel moments and promising to keep Gangnam's double title honor in perpetuity. As soon as the news was sent out, fight fans all over the internet looked up. Gangnam's comments section came a lot of UFC featherweight star fighters invited to fight because of this one spot, the fighters' quarrel. Here, the championship is no longer the most important thing. The money war is, the contestants are in the eyes of the desire of the knife music. The current Jiangnan was the meat and potatoes, and the players who had fought Jiangnan had earned more US dollars than they could ever earn in a lifetime. Although it was possible to be crippled by Gangnam, how many of those who made it into the UFC were cowards? The big deal was that getting brutally beaten and making money to go ashore didn't smell good? What if, in case, you can beat up Gangnam and stomp your way to the top? Wouldn't you be able to take off from the same spot at once? Besides, does hanging around the UFC honestly ensure that all the fights don't result in major injuries? As of right now, it seems like head-butting injuries happen all the time. Instead of getting beat up a few more times, I'd rather fold at the hands of Gangnam and earn a pension. How to calculate is a steady business. Jiangnan had 4 candidates in mind: Emmett, Korean Zombie, God Bless Holloway, and the Great Emperor. Fight Emmett, because this guy is the #1 heavyweight in the featherweight class. Jiangnan fights the #1, and the worse he stomps these pricks, the more their fans are convinced. Beating Korean Zombie, because to repay the great favor of the Koreans for taunting him earlier, he had to put their only fighter who could hold his own into retirement. Beating Holloway was because the guy had the Ruthless Man belt. Pretending to be a tough guy in front of John? Do you have a hang-up? Sorry. No one on earth is allowed to be more powerful than you. I beat the champion Emperor because the system has a main mission. Daddy, I'm not worth your nagging? Next, Gangnam is going to do something no one has ever done before. Speed brush Emmett and the Korean Zombies in one night. Ip Man is going to fight 10 of them. I'm not developed yet, so let's start with 2. Fight Emmett first, then the Zombies. White Dana was confused when he got the call from Gangnam. Walter? 2 fights in one night? Jiangnan had drunk too much, or had he misheard? After a civilized exchange, Dana said it was neither, that he was drunk and shouldn't have asked the question. People Jiang Dana mo kind of degree than their own power is greater. How can you question Jiang Dana's decision? Playing 2 games is no problem. PPV tickets directly increase in price, not less earn on the line. People 180 big body frame is destined to be upward muscle. Featherweight class cannot trap his people. This point is clear to all. So, want to see Gangnam's last few featherweight fights? Want to see a tough guy quality control match? Come on out and watch. The UFC Digital 252 fight card at the Apex Arena in Las Vegas on August 16, 2020, with gate prices and PPVs triple the price of the regular digital fights. The fight card lineup is as follows. Featherweight bout Gangnam vs. Heavyweight title fight, Stipe Miocic vs. Daniel Cormier. Bantamweight bout, Marlon Vera vs. Sean O'Malley. Bantamweights, Jairzinho Rosenstock vs. Junior Dos Santos. Bantamweight Merab Dvarishvili vs. John Dodson. The headliner of the round, led by Tyrant Gangnam, will take a unique approach, with the top 10 fighters uniformly prepared for the bout, and opponents not announced until the final moments of the bout. The UFC's official media has made it a point to warn that the headliner will be explosive. Given that Gangnam never fights no contests, this made the crowd curious about the fight card. But the ticket and PPV prices were so high that many fight fans were turned off. There was no way around it. There were still 20 or so days of fights left, tickets were pretty much sold out, and Gangnam fought twice in this headlining main event, making less than a certain main White Dana felt like a loss. The UFC had to jack up ticket prices to make a little is a little. Some fans began to spit out the price as too high, feel not worth it, and even some of the fans who bought tickets twice the price to resell. Eventually the PPV sales of this fight card started to slow down when it reached 3 million copies. Dragon Soul headquarters, Jiang Nan and Lao Deng wanted to go to the United States earlier, but the appearance of a person interrupted Jiang Nan's plans. Big Bang Zhangji Lei, Brother Lei. The leader of the big level boxing in China, a player who came from the system and whose strength was greater than his fame. Jiang Nan remembers that the gears of Lei's fate will turn a little later. The current company was too pitiful, looking down on the Chinese, purely for the sake of holding down Lei's development. They let Lei be a tool to brush up his scores, they don't help Lei pick up high-ranking players, and their appearance fee is only $50,000, and they have to share some of it with the brokerage company. For the sake of the dream, living as a cowhorse, training fees are a problem. You know, the big ranked escort training charges are very expensive, and eat and drink in foreign countries are calculated by US dollars. So Lei simply could not make ends meet, and could only frequently take on tournaments to train in place of tournaments, and in the process earn a living wage, which was too difficult. This situation lasted until he switched agencies, when he was matched with normal opponents, and gradually made a name for himself in the boxing world. But time was running out, Lei was getting older, his physical fitness was getting worse and worse, he didn't capitalize on his peak, and he fought too many crap fights with injuries. It was not easy to have a stage to realize his ambition, but his body began to sound the alarm, and his climb to the top was always short of a breath. I can only say that Lay's previous agency was too small and delayed Lay's peak period. In such a comparison, Dana White was simply Mr. Nice Guy. White Dana couldn't wait for the Chinese market to blossom, the market of more than 1 billion people was too fragrant. Jiang Nan was clear about Lay's encounter from God's perspective, and naturally understood Lay's intentions. At present, Jiang Nan is the most popular fighter in the fighting circle, and can be said to be the leader of the world. It took a few star players from other tournaments combined to possibly counteract Jiang Nan's traffic. Don't care about black fans or not, just be able to pay for Jiang Nan's matches. At this point in time, Lei, who is in dire straits and can't find a breakthrough, came over to visit Jiang Nan to see what can be done. Chinese NPC family home country feelings are relatively heavy. Outside the fight, athletes are a family, more unity, have any problems to help each other. On the one hand, everyone is trying to improve their own lives, and on the other hand, they also want to be pioneers, paving the way for the future generations of Huaxia to go further, and representing Huaxia to show the power of Huaxia on the stage of the world. For things like this, Lei is willing to ask for advice, and Jiang Nan is also happy to help. Together, we can prove to the world the power of Huaxia and the bloodiness of the nation. Jiang Nan warmly entertained Brother Lei, and without waiting for Brother Lei to introduce himself, Jiang Nan took the initiative to talk about Brother Lei's current predicament. At this time, the Big Bang reputation is not obvious. Lei brother surprised Jiang Nan can recognize their own at the same time. Jiang Nan offered to help solve this matter, so that Lei brother taught nerves can finally relax. Thus, Brother Lei quickly broke up with his former employer and signed with Dragon Soul Agency. Jiang Nan did what he said he would do, and directly asked John for a more crucial match. On November 28, 2020, the European and Commonwealth gold belts were up for grabs. Zhang Ji Lei vs Daniel Dubois. Now Lei is physically and technically fine, what he lacks is experience against highly ranked athletes and the right to challenge. Nagano is carrying the $7 billion strongest man aura against Tyson Fury, and there will be a lot of buy-in. However, Lei is ranked in the 200th or 300th percentile of the tournament and is a minor transparency in the world of boxing. If forced to match high rankings, and John certainly cannot talk. The reason why boxing events draw awesome money is that they take fame and fortune to the extreme. If you match Louis with a high ranking, without a fanbase, it's tantamount to poverty alleviation in disguise, and John won't get anything, so there's more to lose than to gain. For another, Lei hasn't seen the scenery of high rankings and hasn't adapted yet, so it's easy for people to mess with his mindset and play poorly, affecting his subsequent growth. Of course, Jiang Nan exception, he is hanging, there is absolute strength pocket, crazy justified. For the development of the boxing world, the Chinese market is worth being invested in. Let John feed some relatively high ranking to open the Chinese market is not a big problem. As long as they win a few times, honor accumulation to hand, adapted to the scenery of the high place, mentally strong enough, and will soon be able to make a name for himself. So, Nagano more than a chaperone, accurately said Nagano became a Big Bang chaperone. According to the rules of boxing to come a few rounds, Nagano cannot do Big Bang. This can make the old den shocked, standing on the side to watch the harangue can drown themselves. So, Lao Deng has another goal, let the Chinese big level rise. In order to let Lei can grow quickly, Lao Deng from abroad to find the top team of coaches and nutritionists, etc., not bad money. Nagano real name Envy, the usual time, Lao Deng a mouth coaxed Nagano round and round, not at all practical. This comparison, Nagano realized that Lao Deng has two faces, see people talking about ghosts, see ghosts talking about people. Instead of being jealous, Nagano was happy. Knowing what's good for you, the arrival of the Big Bang not only had an additional playmate, but also incidentally improved his training resources. Finish things at home, leaving Nagano and Big Bang to train at home, Jiang Nan and Lao Deng set off to UFC headquarters in Las Vegas, the place where the dream began. Of course, it is also the place where the dream of a small life is shattered, hee. Jiang Nan, after shooting the final photo, after the interview, idle, inadvertently chatting with 10 or so staff, happened to know the address of Yamamoto Oki's gym. You say coincidence? So, a group of people came to Yamamoto Oki's martial arts center. Yamamoto Oki, you've got a couple hundred people with nothing better to do? Standing in front of Yamamoto's gym, don't say anything, glue stick truth ready, network broadcast and ESPN real-time interview open. Come out to mix martial arts, virtue must be abundant, cultural fights, martial arts fights, play, or not to play up to have to play. Yamamoto boxing gym door is closed, the Japanese staff in the gym shivering. The owner of the Yamamoto Daiki, face full of gloom, Broomstar came. Baka, this scourge greatly lives a hard life. And buckle, someone dares to block the martial arts hall, we go out and fight with a few of their pussies. Inside the gym, a tall European man with pigtails on his head leapt into action. Another burly man next to him stopped the big European. Calm down, Jimmy, let the heart return to nature, we're samurai, we can't lose control of our emotions. If Jiang Nan were here, he would have recognized the two big men. One was an old Brazilian-Japanese hybrid man, the old-time light heavyweight King Tinta Ryuta. The other was the light heavyweight superstar, Weird Bird Jimmy Prohaska. Odd Bird had a crucial fight against Reyes, the 5th best light heavyweight in the division, in November, so he chose to prepare for the fight at the Yamamoto gym, wanting to learn the true spirit of Bushido. Ryuta Tinta is a good buddy of Odd Bird's deadbeat dad and a compatriot of Daiki Yamamoto's, and it was Ryuta Tinta who was in the middle of this preparation. Yamamoto Oki's face stared. "Don't be nervous, kid, smash. A true samurai never swings a sword to cut flies. We just need to meditate and not worry about him." "Hi." The strange bird showed off his Japanese, with an educated look. Jiang Nan had expected this situation. "Gripes, want to be a shrinking turtle? If I don't arrange you to understand, you won't know what is called Chinese power. The old rules, most of them get out of the way, for old blacks carrying the coffin bouncing. 2 little black men, carrying speakers, directly on the rock music black coffin carrying song. Come to the United States, we must follow the customs of the country, or to the foreigners heard, thought we do not understand the music of the Chinese people. The most important thing is the soul singer Xiao Heizi took over Jiang Nan's well-written blessing of the family's English lyrics, directly strung together with rap. The effect is naturally needless to say. Yamamoto Daiki was so angry that he called the police. The first time they met, Tinta, Ryuta and Odd Bird were not mentally prepared for a magical attack that gave one the urge to lift the door and have a firefight with the other party. Ryuta-kun, Jimmy, there's no need to rush, the police will take care of these trivial matters. Yamamoto Oki comforted. After a while, the police car arrived and a fat police officer came over for questioning. Fat police officer: Hello sir, I have received a call to the police, someone claimed to have received harassment from you, please explain the situation. Jiang Nan: Officer, we're playing street art, it shouldn't be illegal to engage in hip-hop, right? Fat officer: This. You guys are playing this music in someone's martial arts center, it's hard to imagine that you're not provoking trouble, it's not appropriate to make it like this, right? Jiang Nan: Harm officer, this you don't understand, it's definitely not provoking trouble, this is death rock, we are all fans of this kind of music. In a high-class place like the United States of America where freedom is in the air, you wouldn't disallow me to pursue music, right? The officer was oily: Sir, I don't think you should stay in front of someone's boxing gym and do that, please leave, okay? Looking at the hardened officer, Jiang Nan didn't panic and threw out a stack of souvenirs and placed them at the officer's feet to nest. The souvenirs to where they were circulating goods, men and women, young and old, simply chimerical. Huh, officer, this is not you dropped? Lao Dang, can you throw this in his face, people want it? Obviously Lao Dang overestimated the moral standards of the American police. The officer looked around in a serious manner and found no cameras. Well. Eek, indeed my pocket dropped, 3-button wheat not meat. Jiang Nan, you're welcome, officer. The fat police officer's words changed. Man, you are a good person with high moral character, is there a bad person in the martial arts hall? I think maybe I can help. Hurrah! Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. If you say so, specialties managed. The officer accidentally dropped several more stacks of specialties and picked them up with a flushed face and heavy breathing. Immediately afterward, the attitude was mild like a pug, and even the name changed, Dear Good Not Meat. Jiang Nan looked at the boxing gym, although Jiang Nan did not say anything, but the fat police officer immediately understood, got on the car and began to call for help. The fat officer called the police station. Guys, this is Sergeant Parker, I suspect that there are criminals harboring in a boxing gym in our area, please provide immediate backup. It turns out that the fat police officer is the sergeant of this district, using his work time to come out to buy coffee, just happened to come across someone around to call the police. Sleepy people send pillows. This time, there is hilarious. In a few moments, a special vehicle came, and a group of loaded police officers came down and blocked the scene before arranging themselves in front of the fat police officer. Sergeant, please instruct. Fat Sergeant, go in and arrest the Japanese, empty your magazines if you encounter resistance. Make sure to let our angel investor know, the victim here is sound. Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up, this kind of operation must be added money. Good job. The fat officer picked up 2 more stacks. This is all what a righteous police officer should do. As expected, the sound of peanuts and rice rang out from the boxing gym, and I don't know if the little Japanese ate enough. In the middle of the day, a couple of cops escorted a tall European out of the doorway. Holy, Jimmy boy? Chapter 44. It's too dark in this Las Vegas. The cops finished cleaning up the scene and the sheriff to report on the situation. The idlers had already cast off for resisting, the 2 lead Japanese had run off, and only the big European guy with the stubborn face who had given up resisting was left. 2 figures snorkeling in a cesspool in a sewer pipe in a neighborhood. At the fork in the sewer line, one for rainwater and one for sewage, the 2 flipped a coin and missed. Damn, picked the wrong sewer. The 2 men are none other than Yamamoto Oki and Tinta Ryuta. The 2 didn't dare to turn around for fear of being caught, so they had to dung force sneak. Let's go, it's too dark in Las Vegas. I've heard that Jiang Nan is powerful in the capital circle in the US. I didn't realize that the police are all his people. Come and directly empty magazines, if it is not their own 3 people hiding in the office, this moment are eating the seat. This United States of America cannot stay, smuggling back to the footbase in it. I don't know what's going on with that kid, Odd Bird. I told him to drill in the sewers, but he refused to do it for the sake of samurai spirit. Well done. You're a man. You deserve to die. It's a well-known fact that our side only calls for Bushido in a good game, and goes straight to the sewers in a bad game. At this moment, Jimmy is still reeling from the scene where he was told to run away. Ryota Tinta, come on, kid, let's go. The spirit of the samurai is not as strong as the spirit of the ninja. Jimmy boy, and Button, you're insulting me. Ryota Tinta, don't underestimate the ninja stream. Without the sewer spirit, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles wouldn't have survived the first episode. When I was a kid, Papa Deadbeat once said to Jimmy boy, Jimmy, if you mix Bushido, either be the hardest, be the stiff one, or else, get out fast. However, the behavior of the two Bushido masters shattered the self-proclaimed tough guy Jimmy boy's Taoist heart. The fat officer looked at the dumbfounded Jimmy boy and asked Jiang Nan, no meat, what to do with this guy? Jiang Nan waved his hand. What else can people do with the European version of Dummy-chun? Just let it go. Jimmy boy looked up at Jiang Nan. Ha, isn't this Huaxia Jiang? His own netherworld idol. Why is it called a netherworld idol? This word was recently invented by the netizens specifically for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's style of play was hard, top-notch visual enjoyment that made people's blood run cold, and his only drawback was that he had to taunt European and American fans every time he had the chance to do so. This makes you love it and hate it, and you can't stop. Watching fighting matches cannot meet two stunning people, otherwise then watch others are mediocre, simply cannot choose someone else to replace the status of Jiangnan in their hearts. Under the tangle, European and American fans invented a new word for Jiangnan. Netherworld idol, love and hate. Hating you on the basis of powdering you, there's nothing wrong with it. Just by looking at Jiangnan like that, Jimmy boy's Dao heart had an idea and ghostly asked that one sentence. Jiang, can you teach me Bushido? Lao Deng sized up Jiangnan with wide eyes. What? You kid betrayed the revolution? Learning Bushido? Without waiting for old Den to think too much, Jiang Nan angrily said, give me a beating to the specification of $50,000. You insulted not only my appearance but also my personality. Japanese? Dogs are not even appropriate. Over here, the fat police officer who received the signal with his fat belly personally went to work. Jimmy boy wanted to resist. UFC world god chattering brother, start crazy to be afraid of their own. Soon a few handfuls of truths were aimed at Jimmy boy, and the goddamned brother instantly changed his face and his eyes cleared. Just a little joke, my name is Weird Bird, just call me Birdie. Fat police officer took off. The 7 wolves began to smoke wildly, the rest is only Jimmy boy's ghostly wailing sound. Smoking half a day did not help. Jiangnan gas also subsided, opened his mouth. Okay, let him go. The fat officer gasped and retrieved the 7 wolves. Jimmy boy stopped wailing and looked at Jiangnan suspiciously, as if to say, why don't you continue? This bastard's resistance to blows is still something, but it's a pity that he's grown a brain. Not moving to stay in the deep forest to meditate and cultivate immortality, not eating or drinking for a few days, proper late stage of middle-aged 2 diseases. Jiangnan, remember silly bird, in the future, where I'm not allowed to be day to day, otherwise I'll see you once and beat you once. Saying that, Jiangnan was about to leave. Jimmy boy Jiang appeared when I was most confused inside. Jiang's style is what I want to do, and Jiangnan has been lying in bed for a year and a half with no problems, and still grows taller and stronger. Could he be the god sent down to guide me? Thinking of this, Jimmy boy decisively stopped Jiangnan. Jiang, you are so powerful, are you able to cultivate immortality? Jiangnan denied, no, get out of the way. Jimmy boy, there is a saying in China that the great hidden is hidden in the city, if you don't admit it, it means you are. Jiangnan was too lazy to nag with the retard and said perfunctorily, fine, I am, you can get out of the way, don't force me to beat you up. Jimmy boy, it's really you finally admit it. Jiangnan Walter? Old Den, who was on the side, looked at Jiangnan in shock and asked cautiously. Jiangnan, after I thought about it carefully, you are indeed a bit different from the norm. Tell me honestly, is it that it's not good to mix in the sky anymore and you come down to play? Don't worry, give me some hints, I promise not to tell others that you're a god. Jiangnan covered his forehead. What is this called? The phenomenon of people passing on the disease to others has begun to appear. Seeing that there were peers, Jimmy boy got even more energized. Jiang, just admit it, this uncle and I will never tell anyone that you're a god. Jiangnan, yes, I'm a god, now that you're satisfied, can you get lost? Jimmy boy, Jiang, I want to cultivate immortality with you and become a tough guy like you. Jiangnan drew a talisman in the void and finally nodded at the strange bird. Alright, I've done the magic for you, you'll slowly become a tough guy. Also, don't learn from the little days, they are the ones who are spurned by the gods, you will be cursed if you learn it. Jimmy boy fell to his knees in gratitude. Thank the gods for giving me revelation and letting me out of the curse in time, it's so wonderful, I feel like the invisible shackles on me have been opened. Jiangnan, train well, believe in science, don't mess around, you'll be a champion. Jimmy boy nodded excitedly, thank the true god for the blessing. Next, much better to fool, directly let Jimmy Boy home to digest the power of the charm. After finishing Jimmy Boy, there was still an infected patient by his side. On the way back to the hotel, Jiang Nan explained 100 times, finally stabilized Lao Deng, must believe in science. There were still about 10 days to go before the competition. Jiang Nan brought his team around every day to broadcast live kicks and show black people carrying coffins. 5 or 6 days passed, and the sky collapsed in the boxing gyms near Las Vegas. This thing can't be beaten and is still difficult to deal with. The local fighting association began to announce that all the gyms were on vacation and resting during Jiang Nan's matches. The blacks on the internet also had a good time watching. Big Brother is really a powerful character, going to a city to fight, directly picking off all the halls. Chopping off the roots and eliminating the roots, preaching to the people. There was no way to play, so Jiang Nan had to train at the UFC headquarters for 2 days. 2 days later, the pre-fight conference was held. Ever since Gangnam caught fire, every conference was arranged outdoors. Jiang Nan's conference was so explosive that indoors couldn't accommodate so many people. Sometimes, Dana Bai wondered if he should charge tickets and PPV for Jiang Nan's conferences. No, amidst the sound of shocking metal music and the booing from the sky, Jiang Nan made his appearance. Boys, carry Mutadedi. Jiang Nan's opening recognition of the operation of the children, the live audience's emotions instantly ignited. Shet, Chinese clown, you dirty rascal. Bastard, don't be arrogant, sooner or later someone will clean you up. At this time, the top 10 players of the featherweight class on the high platform had been waiting for a long time. The reporters started interviewing them. Jiang, there are 10 featherweight fighters coming to the scene. Conveniently, which one will you face? Jiang Nan, who knows? I don't care, to me, it's the same whoever comes at featherweight. These words made the 10 players in the featherweight division blush and hang on to their faces. The champion emperor picked up the microphone. Jiang, you're looking down on people too much. Featherweight isn't one of those uncompetitive weight classes you fought before. I'm not afraid of your punches, and your wrestling can't defeat me. Fight me, and I'll give you a sober, clear understanding of the gold content of the featherweight title. Holloway, Jiang, you'll pay for underestimating me. Have a manly fight, I'll bet my ruthless man belt. The fighters were talking, you and I, laying down the gauntlet on the spot. The audience was enthusiastic, cheering for the contestants and destroying Jiang Nan's power. Jiang Nan retorted, I'm not looking down on you guys, but I'm not looking at you at all. What's wrong with dropping weights one by one when you're so powerful? Go fight at the same weight as your original weight in the welterweight and lightweight divisions. Not being a good person to become a dehydration monster, is that tough guy behavior for you? Don Nam faced the audience with an unrelenting demolition of his shortcomings. What kind of tough guy is this bunch of goods you support? Scrambling to fight me, only wanting to make more money. A comment that caused the contestants to argue. You're lying, I'm fighting for the sake of fighting, not for money. Jiang Nan, ha ha, laughing, not for money, now come to a fight? Dare you? Some people were silent, others asked rhetorically. You fight not for money? If you're capable, you don't want money? Jiang Nan, that's right, I'm doing it for money, I'm not denying it. Even I scolded the audience on stage to make them angry and pay attention to me. The contestants were dumbfounded. Jiang Nan was too blunt, not speaking according to the formula, couldn't pinpoint it. There was no way out. Jiang Nan was black and red, originally a big villain, this style others couldn't learn even if they wanted to. In this life, the tyrant Jiang has walked out of the invincible road that belongs to him alone. Jiang Nan, those who learn from me die, those who look like me die. The audience didn't know whether to be happy or angry, feeling pooed. Now that they knew, they were scolded by Jiang Nan, and they had to think that he scolded them for a reason? What's wrong with this? Should I be angry or not? Should we sympathize with him? While the players were silent, an iron-headed waif stood out. I defy you, Jiang Nan. You took away the halo that should have belonged to me. You Chinese are so shameless that you steal everything from us. Jiang Nan hid his eyes. Yo, isn't this the strongest, stealing sensitive Similac in the entire universe? As soon as the zombie's words were spoken, without waiting for Jiang Nan to fire, the audience under the stage was first shocked by the zombie's cheek and cursed angrily. Koreans are so shameless, the worst guy in the oil tube P5, everything is said to be theirs. Jiang robbed you of what aura, featherweight you play understand. It seemed that the only one who could force the audience to be on the same page as Jiang Nan was the shameless stick. Many people didn't expect Zombie, who was usually humble and courteous to Western players with lowered eyebrows, to have this face. Zombie grimaced, not understanding why so many people resented what was being said when it was the truth. Jiang Nan waved his hand to stop the audience's tirade. The audience still didn't understand what was going on, and Jiang Nan opened his mouth. Please look at this matter rationally, don't think that other Koreans are good people just because individual Koreans are bad people. Audience member, haha gang, you have a poisonous mouth. If you're going to say that, I'm going to let go of cursing. Jiang Nan grinned as the rhythm master went online. As we all know, Europeans and Americans have serious cognitive barriers, half-truths and half-falsehoods are right. Jiangnan, don't worry about cursing, their country is built on your base, you should ask the Koreans why they're occupying your land and not paying for it. The audience murmured. Yes? Is there such a thing? Didn't sit I remembered when Jiang said that, I think I've heard about this. Then I have to ask what our government is doing to let our land be invaded by Korea. We're going to protest, we're going to march. From now on, Koreans are not welcome in America. We're going to the Korean embassy to make them, the bunch of bikers, give us an explanation. In the corner, maybe 100 or 2 Asian faces quietly put on masks. Zombies' faces green, come up for a round, home is stolen. President, I'm sorry. Jiangnan waved his hand to keep the room silent. Guys, I believe you Americans are righteous and would never deal with unrelated people. Jiangnan made a gesture of his thumb and forefinger almost pinched together. If you can't tell the Asians apart, learn this pose. The ones who will get angry when they see this pose will definitely be Koreans. Have revenge, justice will prevail. Audience, how nice of Kong to tell us to distinguish Koreans. Suddenly, there's a commotion, and as Gangnam watches from the stage, the bottom is drying out. Security intervenes and the two groups are quickly separated. The details of the incident were picked up, and someone lived to learn. Compared to the Asian wearing a mask, Gangnam taught a gesture, was quickly returned by the other side of a middle finger. This code word is not right. Confirmed eyes, met the right person. The surrounding audience looked at each other and nodded. Thus, the strife began, with more and more people joining in. In the end, the Koreans who came to support the Korean zombies were beaten up, and they kept saying sabasaba in a sobbing voice. Gangnam on stage enthusiastically translated, guys, Siba means curse in Korean. All the European and American viewers were furious as they watched the little Sibas cursing, breaking through the security blockade and going up to the head to hit them in the mouth. Call you sabasaba. Zombie, the rhythm has made a big mess, I will not be pulled out to take the blame right. No, this time to stay out of it, turn back certainly quite a lot to take the pot. Thinking of this, the zombie decisively rebuked Jiangnan angrily. Jiang, you are too much, I want to challenge you on behalf of the Republic of Korea, I don't want to fight with you, I want to fight with you. Let's see who has a hard life. If you have the power, you'll step on me to get to the top, but my body isn't that good. I'm a zombie, I'm tough, even if I lose, I'll bite through your throat and drink some blood. Jiangnan, why is this speech so bright? Jiangnan wanted to spout a few angry words, but the scene was too chaotic, and the police entered to control the impulsive crowd with the truth. Dana urgently announced the end of the conference and Jiangnan was kept by the police. The reason for this was that the Koreans had complained to the police that Gangnam was behind it after they were beaten up. Dana is on the sidelines making phone calls to find connections, ready to help exonerate Gangnam. The sheriff who managed the area got out of the police car and came to the scene to inquire about the situation. Jiangnan looked at him, isn't this officer fat? The fat police officer saw Jiangnan from a few meters away. Ha! Isn't this Big Daddy? The two of them smiled silently, and the next thing was much better. Directly transferring a few tour buses, the beds inside the cell were enough, and a one-person electric shock package was rare. These people are all Korean students, their families are rich. Want to go, call home to get money, drive up the GDP of the police department. Korean students, Siba, the United States is too dark, it is simply a beautiful card park. Back to the Hotel Gangnam, and Lao Dang and others dazzled the last big meal. Growing taller has its troubles, next it's time to lose fat and dehydrate, and there's still a few days to go before the weigh-in. Playing and fooling around, the official competition still needs to be taken seriously. Now everything is based on strength, without strength is nothing. Chapter 45, Carrying off Emmett and Taking out the Zombies. 2 days before the fight, the weigh-in ceremony began, and Gangnam successfully passed the pound. At the same time, 10 featherweights also crossed the pounds. This made the online anticipation go even further. It's all come to this, and they still don't announce their opponents? In fact, fans and media had privately consulted the 10 fighters. The responses received were unanimous, even they themselves were not sure if Jiangnan would fight against them. One could only be prepared and wait for Gangnam to flip his cards. On the night of August 16, 2020, the match was officially played. For matches like tonight's, where the heat was very top-notch, there were many big bosses and Hollywood directors and stars present to watch the match. In addition to the bigwigs from various industries in the audience, all of the 5 tigers of the lightweight division were present to observe and study Jiangnan's techniques. Everyone knew that Jiangnan, with his current physique, would soon have to call their bluff. Especially the current lightweight champion Kitty, the pressure is enormous. On the internet, many fans who hated the drilling style attacked Kitty for being taken down by superstar Gangnam. Even underneath the social media accounts, it was a clear Gangnam is coming. Kitty has seen the video of Jiangnan, who rode the horse Yev to experience the state of the card, and had no bottom in his heart, so he didn't dare to open the champagne at halftime, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Unexpectedly, the rhythm is getting bigger and bigger, and there are even people who predict that Kitty will play retirement to avoid fighting Jiangnan. Did not sit predicted eagle retirement and bring the rhythm is exactly Jiangnan's trumpet. Advanced prediction of the Eagle's prediction. The Eagle, if did not take Jangnan's game, dared to retire. I'm afraid this life cannot be washed. This is recognized by many people. After all, one of the slots of Kitty is to pick opponents. Netizens think there is no problem. In view of these rhythms, Kitty had to be on the spot to see how it went. Get a live feel for how deep the tyrant's waters are and if he can grasp them. The least stressed was Mouthpiece, a guy who came to see if there was a chance to hype up the Gangnam storyline. Bubble's dictionary puts main in the first place. As long as there is money to be made, Bubble cares whether it wins or loses. There was a time when Bubbles cared, and the night after he lost to Kitty, Dana reassured him that the UFC was just a business. A game can earn other players' poor life cannot earn main, and then try to win the game is not a cowhorse one. After he figured it out, Bubbles became less obsessed with the desire to win or lose, and reconciled with his former self. Although the gold content of the audience with big names was dazzling, there was a stout man in the audience silently watching it all. If Jiangnan saw it, he would definitely recognize the man. It was none other than Chandler, who had been walked around by the Mouthpiece for a career. The classic nose sniffle, "Where to buy a Ray 1 God bless you," shouted from the second game of his career to the end of his career, during which time to give up, there was always the news that he was going to play against. Like a kaiju hung by a scummy girl, every time you want to play something real, the other side will always come. "I don't want to develop so fast yet, you're a good person, I'm not comfortable with blah 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 blah." Everything is to blame for the first game of the career, and the mouth of the gun at the same time out of the fight received a stimulus. Chandler witnessed the mouth of the gun's opponent Diamond appearance fee easily get $1 million, not including PPV, earn a lot of money. Jealousy has turned Chandler's face away. However, now Chandler's goal has changed. He is booked to fight with the UFC in advance, in order to catch this wave of benefits from Gangnam. In the same vein are Maha and Oliveira, the future light heavyweight thugs, who are leaping out of their corners. Anyone who wants to experience a good main fight, the kind that is more powerful than a mouthpiece, a fight that can be retired in place, is not a problem. With the fans in the audience looking forward to it, the side event is finally over and the main event is about to begin. The big screen camera quickly gives a quick shot to a bunch of bigwigs and celebrity fighters in the audience, warming up the crowd for the main event to come, and the crowd enthusiastically interacts and greets them. After several rounds of fighting, the main event fighters split the winners and losers, leaving only the headlining main event to begin. In the first bantamweight bout, Merab overwhelmed Dotson with his wrestling and ground control, finishing the match with 6 holds and maintaining top position to win the match by unanimous decision. Post-fight speaking, "I have a plan, yes that's right, Wahiowa River. With all due respect, you should go back to bantamweight and have a wrestling war with me. I'll prove that I'm the top of this weight class." Backstage in the locker room, Gangnam looks at the screen. "Good, you win, I don't need to fight at this state of mind reduced to bantamweight, I'll just open the ring." In the second bantamweight match, Rosenstreich fought back strongly after being taken down in the first round, hitting Santos with a precision knee to the head in the second round, followed by a ground and pound finisher. Post-fight speaking, "There's a special guy in tonight's fight, he's a young king with a lot of room to grow. I'd like to say, hey gang, you need to come to the heavyweight division for a really exciting challenge, where it's the fists that do the talking, and one punch can stop the thinking." "Jiang Nan, what's going on? I put up with the bantamweight callout, what the hell are you doing calling out me at heavyweight?" Unbeknownst to me, the fight has just begun. The contestants are staring at Jiang Nan with their mouths watering. Everyone has a dream of a big money fight, and if you can't get it, you can get it by rubbing some traffic on it. In the third bantamweight bout, O'Malley opens with a low sweep that sprains his ankle, and Vera capitalizes by dragging him to the ground and ending the fight via back-to-back elbows and punches. Dana's new superstar, O'Malley, comes out unscathed, and Vera delivers a victory speech. "Wahiowa River, I have a body of steel, unique in the entire weight class. Come back to the bantamweight division and show me whether your fists are hard or my body is hard." "Jiang Nan, what's the matter with you, my lord?" One by one, rubbing the traffic is not ashamed. After the death of Lubu, everyone said they were invincible. I grew my body, bantamweight who dared to call themselves the world's first. Pushing lie, if you can come to the featherweight division, you're not going to be able to get selected. In the fourth bantamweight title fight, Miocic took Cormier down in the second round, and dominated the ground and pound to finish the triple header on points. This time, Miocic didn't call out Gangnam. However, he called out Gangnam's great disciple Nagano. "Iron Blood, after beating Tyson Fury and beating me, our feud is not over." Rosenstreich missed the mark. Iron Blood took off immediately after hitting Tyson Fury, and this wave of traffic didn't catch on. Nagano, who was preparing for the match at Dragon Soul HQ at this time, waited to see Jangnan's match and just happened to see the scene. "Nagano Alba, shame on you. I'm too embarrassed to point you out. The abacus beads are popping out of my face." Finally, the heavyweight and mysterious main battle is about to begin. The whole crowd is on fire as Barfo calls the curtain, and Gangnam's opponent is about to emerge. Heavy artilleryman Emmett. It's actually him? The audience had a small loss as the ranking wasn't that high. But it didn't matter, it was acceptable. The main thing was that the audience had held back for a year and a half without seeing Gangnam's fight. This is Gangnam's comeback fight in the UFC, and the audience wants to see how far Gangnam has evolved, whether suddenly being so physically developed will have an effect, and so on. Backstage, Emmet jumped up and down in excitement. This splash of riches is finally my turn. The other contestants were lost in thought, and the camera following them spread all the expressions of the crowd in real time to the broadcast room. The contestants packed up their things and prepared to leave after watching the match. However, soon the staff came in and informed that the warm-up would continue and there would be big news. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room swiped the screen. Explosion! This digital tournament isn't just as simple as Gangnam's comeback match, there's something big going on? The news quickly reached the audience, causing an uproar. The big screens at the scene were showing the two contestants' highlight moments, and although there was no backstage footage, there were quite a few people in the live room who recorded the screens and transmitted them to social media platforms. The people at the scene also interacted on the internet, and the word soon spread. I go in this way, this ticket and PPV high price behind the designation has a statement, cannot run away. Those who resold tickets and PPVs started praying, don't make a big move or you'll lose money. And those who bought the tickets at double the price were thankful that they caught up and made a solid profit. Backstage, Jungnan warmed up and added points. This time, he had earned 60 points in 20 days, plus the remaining total of 71 points. Jungnan added stamina and burst to the maximum level 7, with 51 points remaining for backup. The entrance music was Can't Be Touched. Once the music started, Tyrant made his appearance. The usual rules apply, all rise, and several hundred advance in a cluster around Jungnan, 5-star red flag draped over his shoulders. Checked and ready at cage side, Kannan enters the cage. Baffert introduces the fighter's information, Emmet stares at Jungnan and swings back and forth. Jungnan's pupils of death watched Emmet, calculating in his heart that he must end the fight in the first round, and not fight to a decision, or else it would be bad if he didn't have enough fitness for the second match. With the referee's order, the match began. Emmet came up uncharacteristically, stealing Jangnan's script, standing in the center directly pointing his hands to the ground and asking to swing at each other. Jungnan, good boy, learning the art of war. Yangmo with his body into the game, winning the day half a sun. Jungnan not picking up is the same as wimping out, picking up will have the risk of being KD. Of course Emmet's chances of getting KD are higher, this guy is taking himself to the nest. Boom! The whole field exploded. Up on the bayonet, do not be so fierce. Emmet carries a very clear, want to solve Jungnan, the best way is to shake the prize, other tactics have no constructive effect at all. Fight, bike to motorcycle. Emmet trusted his heavy fists more than his technique. Come on, touch it, narrow road, see whose luck is better, whose jaw is harder. How can you bluff Jungnan on this kind of occasion? Jungnan grinned, he was worried about how to solve Emmet in one round, people sent the standard answer by themselves. Although it was a bit dangerous, Jungnan didn't bring a wimp. A real man never retreats, and the system takes the blame if he loses. If you don't have the face to see others, you can cancel your number and see the ghost, right? Jungnan quickly came to stand in the cage, the audience stood up, the media focused on the camera, the live broadcast chatter, the battle is about to start. Emmet swings forward and back, Jungnan swings back and forth with a combination of left and right hooks. Commentator Joe Rogan, oh by god, punch to punch match. Emmet's jab misses, Jung hooks Emmet in the head, a little wobbly. Emmet didn't wimp out and adjusted in time, whoops. The jab rocks Jung. Jung took the heavy blow and didn't back down. While both men stuff each other's jaws, Emmet is wobbly. Emmet staggers back to the side of the cage with his head in his hands, and Jung follows with his arms raised. Let's see what River is going to do. Woohoo! River gives Emmet a punching elbow to dry in. Breaking guard, Emmet can't fight off the hold and Jang, and the two begin to fight on the inside. As we all know, the inside perimeter is River's weakness, let's see what happens. Oh, Cell Dog's Ness, Emmet's head is opened up by River's cross elbow. Blood spilled all over the place. Emmet takes another elbow and goes down. That was vicious. Emmet gets KD. Gangnam pounces to make up for the elbow, the referee intervenes, and the match is over. Gangnam, weakness on the inside? Don't I need to improve? Brother is the man who wants to be a hexagonal warrior. Since the last time Brother and T who duo sparred with the inner circle and suffered a loss, Jungnan usually do the relevant intensive training. Although the practice time is short, but cannot help the physical talent is good, tall arm long, grab others, smooth swinging elbow, the arc of action is quite silky smooth, and the killing power of the thief can be used as a killer weapon. Jungnan holding the cage net to catch his breath, just played a wave of outburst, received two Emmet's heavy blows, heart rate is a little high, hard to survive. The referee greets the medical staff and enters the cage to check on Emmet's condition. Carry away next. The staff comes up with a mop to wash the floor. Jungnan sits in his corner to catch a break as a masseuse enters the cage to relax Jungnan's muscles and apply Vaseline. The audience is a bit confused. Big brother, you still have eggs? Thinking back to the previous maneuver of the tournament side to keep the contestants warmed up, the media and viewers couldn't help but think freely. No way, Jiang, you're going to have another one? Barfo gave the answer. The player who will be facing Gangnam is Korean Zombie. The Korean viewers in front of the screen boiled over. It was finally Zombie Oba's turn to make a splash. With a match of this caliber, just going up there made history in the Republic of Korea. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Gangnam's past tournament opponents are renowned, and it's good for Oba to get up on the same stage as Gangnam. Him and it's over. Gangnam just finished sparring with someone else, and his physical and mental state is at a low point at this time. Losing is not a loss, winning is blood money. Anyway, those who lost to Jongnan are all loud characters. Zombie walked into the octagon at the sound of the curtain call. Jongnan, I'm not Emmett's crunchy chin, let me try how much weight your fists have. Baffler goes over Zombie's physical stats and battle record as Gangnam sits on his stool to buy more time to rest. Seeing the slightly tired Jongnan, the zombie was overjoyed. Thinking that it was not easy to show his face this time, and that he was facing the most hated Chinese in Korea, Zombie changed from his usual honest mute and found the camera, with a mocking look on his face, shaking his fist downward and sticking out his thumbs at Gangnam. This scene made the Korean fanboys and fangirls in the live broadcast room burst with joy. Wow, Oba is so cool. Wasia's Jongnan didn't dare to put a fart in the face of our zombie Oba. Jongnan sat on the edge of the cage, his eyes cold as he watched the zombie show its presence. His body slowly stood up and walked towards the center of the cage. The zombie was startled, nimbly put away the provocative movements, and stood in wait. Jongnan instructed the referee, who was ready to read out the rules, "Don't nag so much, just start." The referee looked to the commentary table, and Dana Bai nodded to signal to continue. The referee asked directly, "Are the rules clear?" Jongnan and the Korean zombie nodded at the same time, and the referee announced the start of the fight. Chapter 46. A person can be destroyed, but can never be defeated. Jongnan took 3 steps forward, and the Korean zombie was not afraid. We are all mixed UFC, what scenes have not seen? The zombie does a good job of defense, ready to play defensive counterattack. The 2 fists in the air to test, Jongnan hands in the air to grab the zombie, 2 wrists hard to open, the right arm suddenly arm folded forward, pressure, smashed in the zombie face door. Zombie's face changed greatly. This look cannot return the hand, will be eaten by Jongnan. Hard control, must find a way to get rid of Jangnan's hands. Jongnan's big hand grip is very tight, the zombie twisting and struggling. Jongnan pulled away to continue to smash the elbow. An instant zombie and received 2 elbows. 3 elbows down, zombie eyebrow arch was opened, blood. Zombie emergency backward withdrawal to the edge of the cage net, pull away from the distance, pull away from the control of Jangnan's palm. The blood flowed into the zombie's eyes, the pupils of the blood red covered with a layer of mist, a little difficult to see. The zombie quickly lowered his head to get rid of the blood. Jongnan borrowed 2 steps to power up, expending 20% of his physical strength. Level 10's top knee was launched, instantly jumping up as he approached. The muscles of the Achilles tendon of the calf stretched, manifesting explosive strength. The hard knee topped the zombie's chin from the bottom up, with dominating power and a tricky angle, dry penetrating in. The Korean zombie's head violently folded backward in pairs, which was completely gone. Jongnan was worried about the zombie's lack of sleep, and continued to pounce on it to make up for the elbow. Several people in the commentary table held their heads in shock. Oh my god, Gangnam has displayed a textbook knee and elbow combo. Any part of his body can kill, it's like a weapon on earth. The lightweight experts in the audience were staring at each other, pondering their responses. The Koreans in the livestream had collectively broken their defenses, so why didn't Oba have the strength to fight back? Finally coming to the conclusion that Gangnam was so brave, his ancestral bloodline must have come from the Republic of Korea. The referee wraps his arms around Gangnam, who is making up for the elbow, from behind and calls the match. The frontal Gangnam is so horrible that the referee is afraid of getting a wrong K. If this big elbow is accidentally hit, the yoke will be broken. The medical staff went up to the stage to check. The person was cold, and directly notified his family to claim him and send him back to West 8. The headline match ended. The host interviewed Jongnan to speak. Some of the audience did not want to listen to Jongnan angrily spraying himself, already ready to exit at any time. Gangnam grabbed the microphone. Stupor, everyone stop. Pull Holloway up, I can still fight. I'm going to push my limits tonight. The competitors on the floor sucked in a breath of cold air. No way they can still fight. The audience boiled over. Welfare Bureau, this is. The live broadcast room exploded. The audience and fans who bought tickets and PPVs for this digital tournament earned numbness. White Dana anxiously went on stage to persuade Jongnan to hurry to end the game and return to the hotel to rest. I am counting on you to earn a lot of main, don't get involved. Jongnan waved his hand. Brother's persona is not to go through the script. Just one sentence, who is in charge of this UFC? There is no way to arrange. There is always something to earn, only can earn more become less. Dana White's brain is running extremely fast, arranging for a 10-minute break at halftime. Then let the UFC major broadcast platform continue to sell PPV, the price of $100 a copy, earn a little is a little. This wave of operation made some fans who regretted not seeing the real-time live broadcast begin to frantically grab tickets. Jongnan violently finished 2 featherweight hard hitters in a row, and was about to witness physical fitness to the deep end. Sweating from his forehead and sitting on the edge of the cage to rest, Gangnam was panting heavily, something he had never done before in his previous matches. It was all about whether or not you could beat Gangnam. In fact, Nan also wanted to try his limits. Usually, no matter how much he trained for real battles, he always felt a little bit different from real matches, and he could not measure his physical limit. In the match just now, no matter whether it was sparring or cutting elbows, he used a lot of explosive power, causing his physical energy to be quickly squeezed out, and with the addition of a top knee, his physical energy had been depleted by about 60%. With not much physical energy left, it seemed easy to roll over, but in fact, it was not stable at all. But don't forget, there was still the experience card to cover the bottom. Holloway mounted the octagonal cage in front of the audience, bouncing and warming up, two fists banging towards his head, quickly getting himself excited. Nan takes a deep breath and exhales slowly, then quickly gets up and confronts Holloway. The referee gave the order for the match to begin, and the crowd's voices quieted down. Nan walked towards the cage, pointing his hands to the ground, ready to compete with the ruthless Holloway. Holloway did not respond. This match Holloway want to make money, more want to step on Nan to the top, with the example of Emmett, obviously do not want to in Nan fight hardness. Holloway is a mobile punching stream, with a flexible pace and precise continuous counterattacks. Nan's physical energy has been consumed a lot. As long as you hold back not to fight, slowly consume, wait until Nan's physical energy is exhausted and then go to harvest absolute fame and fortune. Seeing that Holloway did not accept the invitation to spar, Nan pounced up to press Holloway. Holloway's fighting IQ and pace were really top, quickly moving across the cage to escape the dead center and change to another position. Caught a few waves, Holloway is like a loach every time, and Nan touched a few punches and ran. Fighting style is too oily, difficult to deal with. Against this kind of old oil, can only play wrestling soft. Although the crotch of the pants is very unattractive, but catching people is absolutely useful. As soon as he said it, Nan added wrestling and ground stalking to level 7, and his points returned to liberation. Gangnam then pressed Holloway against the side of the cage once more, and just before Holloway was ready to run away again, Gangnam charged up with his fists raised. Holloway held the frame to defend his head and was trying to circle out, but he didn't realize that Conan was faking the fight and punching and holding his waist to hold Holloway down against the cage net. Holloway bent over and leaned sideways against the cage net, unbuttoning and spreading his legs to lower his center of gravity to defend against the fall, with great tenacity. The two men begin to wrestle. Gangnam clasps his hands together and doesn't rush the fall, shining a light on the numbness in his legs and beginning to top knee. Feel Holloway's thigh muscles a little shivering. Nan began to twist Holloway's torso, foot hook leg ready to drop him. Luo Wei bent down to lower the center of gravity to cope with. Nan's physical ability is not enough to pull out. Conventional wrestling is not very good wrestling. So Sex Nan's center of gravity pressed on the back of Luo Wei, a borrowed force the whole person on the back. Like a small school bag tightly affixed to the back of Luo Wei, feet in Luo Wei abdomen with butterfly buckle, right arm hooped the neck, left hand, and Luo Wei grab handle. Holloway's abdomen was gradually tightened by Nan's calves, the air was slowly discharged, and his neck was tightened by his right arm. Lack of oxygen in the state, carrying Nan's stamina, slowly fell to the ground sideways, the two bodies folded upward. Nan wrapped his arms around Holloway in death, his movements not distorted at all. The commentary table was roaring. Holloway was in danger. Holloway grabbed Nan's left arm with one hand and straightened it out, not giving into a chokehold, and with the other hand he pulled Nan's right arm to try and open up space for a breather. Once Nan's two hands make a lock, the naked choke molding will be trouble. The defense is good, but the problem is not solved. The pressure at the neck makes the air thinner and thinner. Holloway's face reddened. That's when the audience realized the problem through the details on the big center screen. Nan's physical conditions are too good, 190 arm span, one arm to do a naked choke, the hand can reach his shoulder position to lend strength, simply off the mark. At this time, unless the strength is greater than Nan a cut, in order to break Nan's arm. Obviously, Holloway did not have this ability. The body's instinctive reaction made Holloway let go of Nan's left arm, grabbed Nan's right arm with both hands and pulled it to get a breath of fresh air. But what followed was Nan's naked strangulation molding. With one force, Holloway fainted before he could even clap his hands to admit defeat, and only 2 seconds passed in the whole process. The referee stopped Nan in time and announced the end of the match. Nan sat up and looked through the cage netting at the lightweight sitting in the first row with a grin, opening his mouth to the side of the cage. Soon it will be you guys. The Octagon story doesn't stop there, as Nan announces that the final featherweight title match of the night is about to begin. It's not too much to ask to purge a featherweight to help out in today's comeback fight, is it? Dana White has gone numb, but seeing the PPV touts calmed his mood a bit. More and more people are buying temporary PPVs, making only a little more than usual. This sales model, customized for Nan, UFC ate a crab. Nan sat at the edge of the cage resting as Da Di began to take the stage. The referee announces the start, both sides touch fists, the big fight is imminent. Gangnam came in with a clinch and pressed the big man against the cage, but Gangnam missed the clinch and the big man was able to get out of the clinch with ease. Next, Jungnan held Da-di twice more, but Da-di still escaped by taking the hold. The balance of victory began to shift in favor of the Great Emperor. The tyrant in the octagon had lost his former dominance, and was unable to pose a threat to the Great Emperor at all. On the one hand, Jungnan was physically exhausted and didn't have much strength left. On the other hand, Da-di's core strength was no less than that of a child wrestling jiu-jitsu player. With this failed hold, it increased Da-di's confidence and the situation began to reverse. Da-di began to press Jungnan to fight a counterattack. Jungnan's physical ability was in emergency, many of his movements were deformed, and he could only reduce out movements and was forced to move to defend. Figuring out Jangnan's details, the powerful Da-di was like a tiger coming down from the mountain, continuously hitting Jangnan's hold with heavy punches, and Jungnan, who saw the big disability, was like an ATM machine spitting out money. Taking advantage of his illness, as long as he cased Jungnan, the whole family will immediately go ashore. In the face of Da-di's onslaught, Jungnan did not return the favor, dodge if he could, dodge if he could not, stand still, hold his head and shake flash as a human sandbag. Lao Deng in the corner of the anxious shouting dodge direction, Jungnan on the stage holding his head, follow Lao Deng's command left and right horizontal movement, by the attack is much less. After one round, Jungnan's face was bruised and swollen, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The audience, through the big screen, saw for the first time the wretchedness of Jungnan's appearance, but those deep eyes were still as brilliant as big stars, without any loss of emotion. Lao Deng, Jungnan, are you still okay? Jungnan immediately retorted, nonsense, how can you say no to being a man? At this Olden smiled, no one in the world understands Jungnan better than himself, including his own daughter. Jungnan might win badly, but he would never lose, this was trust. Jungnan muttered to himself, I'm tired now, tired of only being able to defend. I'm going to wait for him to get tired, one punch will determine the winner. Until then, I can't sleep. I need your help, I'll hand over control of my body to you next, I can't see my vision when I'm on full defense, it's up to you. Remember, I can only throw one punch, a left hook. Lao Deng nodded solemnly to show his understanding. Jungnan laughed, his mouth contained saliva, gargled a few times, spat it out along with the blood, then stood up, the second round began. Jungnan set up his hands to block his head and hunched his body as a defense. Da-di came up with an arrow and continued to pressurize and open fire as Lao Deng commanded from the side corner. Gangnam concentrates on listening to Olden's voice as he shakes and dodges, retreating around the cage and giving up on offense altogether. The Great One chased and punched for 5 minutes like this, and the second round ended, and even with Lao Den's full concentration and command, Jungnan still took a lot of hard hits. It was a good thing that in the second half of the second round, the Great Emperor was continuously hitting hard, his physical energy dropped quite a bit, and his attack power decreased. Jungnan sat on the edge of the cage and panted with his head down, his nose and eardrums began to bleed, his mouth was dyed red with blood, and his calves were swollen as if they were filled with water. The medical staff came forward to help stop the bleeding and persuade Gangnam to give up the match. This kind of scene was not rare, the media's camera shot wildly at Jungnan's dislike of his face, and Lao Deng was so angry that he wanted to drive away. Jungnan stopped Lao Deng and looked up at the camera, his eyes red, grinning, blood seeping out from his teeth. The audience, both on the scene and in the live broadcast room, quietly watched the scene with mixed feelings. The scene at this moment was the image of a generation of kings at the end of their rope, filled with a sad and desolate flavor. Although Jungnan was still young and had a promising future, once the myth was shattered, from then on, he was just a mortal, never able to remake his golden body again. Shaking his head, Jungnan wiped the corner of his mouth and opened his bloody mouth to tell himself. Giving up must be losing, trying still has half a chance. One is never made for failure, one can be destroyed, but never defeated. Jungnan stood up, the third round began. Jungnan felt that his physical energy was approaching the 20% mark, this punch had to be swung. If he couldn't win, he could only extract the experience card to take over his body. Jungnan walked to the center of the cage, this is the first time in 3 rounds to take the initiative to go forward. At the commentary table, Joe Rogan shouted vocally. Tyrant has given up on backing up and stepped into the danger zone. The Great One continues to step forward and land hard shots, wow, uppercut hits Tyrant's chin and Tyrant wobbles. The Great gets excited, the punching and kicking combinations get more intense, the UFC's dominator is going to turn over. The audience was silent, not knowing whether they were happy or sad. Always looking forward to this day coming, not so happy when the day was actually coming. In the octagonal cage, Jungnan staggered and stood up straight, revealing his abdomen. Jungnan, throw a punch. Lao Deng gave the signal as Da-di tried to hit Jungnan's side abdomen hard to explode his liver. Immediately afterward, Jungnan's left flat hook and Da-di's liver explosion punch were exchanged. Boom, both men slept on the cage, and the referee was momentarily unsure of who should win and who should lose. Joe Rogan roared, ha ha. Tyrant hits bottom and whips out a hell of a left flat hook in this situation, exchanging it with the Great One's exploding liver punch, and both men are down for the count. Dana Bai is hysterical. This is the charm of athletics, you never know how it will end until the last second. In the octagonal cage, Jiang Nan's abdomen was in severe pain, breathing was difficult, his body was weak, but he was very conscious. Whoever stood up at this time was the winner. After lying on the stage for about 10 seconds, breathing a little more smoothly, Jiang Nan slowly propped up his body. Lao Deng quickly rolled into the cage from the side corner, holding Jiang Nan to get up. "Referee, what are you waiting for? Announce the results." The referee looked at the two of them breathlessly, then looked at Da Di, who was still sleeping soundly, and reluctantly announced the end of the match. Chapter 47. Jiang Dana and the commentator Lao Deng on the line. Medical personnel on the stage to wake up the great emperor. Checked, without any major injuries. Is the fist calf hammer Jiang Nan hammer a little bruise? Da Di slowed down a bit to get up, looking at the replay on the screen. Jiang Nan was by himself, no more power to fight, and then woke up faster to be helped to win the match. Just a little bit, to the hands of the victory is so lost, the great emperor broke the big defense. All his hard work tonight was for naught, and the great one expressed his disapproval of the outcome of the match, clamoring to continue with Gangnam. The referee and security intervened to stop it, and Da Di was helpless, cursing at Jiang Nan and the referee. "Fark bitch, you guys are faking the match. Jiang, we should continue if we're men, I'm the one who won, you can't beat me." Seeing that Da Di was not relenting and wanted to continue after Jiang Nan, the security stepped forward and escorted the living, breathing Da Di backstage. Dana White went up to the stage to put the belt on Jiang Nan, and the UFC's official website put Jiang Nan's name in the first place on P4P. The unprecedented Triple Crown champion, the king of P4P, is officially enthroned. The audience stood up and applauded. This time it was really convinced. Jiang Nan did the limit of the audience's cognizance. Tonight's match, it's not an exaggeration to say that even if Ultraman came, he would have to light up the red light. In this comeback fight, Jiang Nan displayed the ability to strike all parts of the body as well as a one-of-a-kind body hardness and endurance. Letting the global audience see Jiang Nan's limits, very much surpassed by anyone. I'm afraid that only the lightweight kitty can fight, everyone else is a waste of time. In the octagon, when Jiang Nan held a microphone and said to the lightweights, "Are you all here to fight for second place?" the provoked kitty stood up and stared at Jiang Nan. Everyone got excited again as the camera quickly switched between the two men's faces. The live broadcast room exclaimed that the real battle was starting to warm up. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The atmosphere had reached this point. White Dana urgently greeted Kitty on stage to confront Jiang Nan. The two were expressionless, and Kitty was the first to speak. "You just used a core strength and resistance to strikes beyond that of a lightweight to win the featherweight throne. I admit that you are very powerful, but you shouldn't provoke me. I will grant you a defeat." Jiang Nan smiled playfully. "You count as a deceiver." To a certain extent, what Kitty said was kinda correct, as Kitty herself had this style. Only, Jiang Nan was an external body protector, and Kitty was a wrestling child's kung fu coupled with a weight reduction talent. Every time you dehydrate, Kitty can lose 40 pounds of weight to fight in the lightweight class, can you believe it? Originally practicing wrestling softly since childhood, his physical strength and explosion is different from normal, and after recovery, he is so much bigger. If you can't control your opponent to rub against the side of the cage, why don't you just go home and plant potatoes? White Dana patted the two of them and ended their stares, leaving the suspense in the night of the showdown. The match was over, and after the doctor checked that Gangnam was not in any serious trouble, he endured his injuries and Lao Deng returned home overnight to recuperate. There was no other reason, mainly because the white man's food was too hard to eat. After returning home, recuperating for a period of time, Lao Deng and Jiang Nan are ready to leave Saudi Arabia. On the one hand, the UFC 253 fight card was held in Abu Dhabi on September 27, and there were two title fights coming up. Gangnam has been invited to represent the UFC to go over there and shine a light, and is going to move to present the new champions with belts and bonuses as Gang Dana. On the other hand, on October 20th, in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Nagano is about to fight Tyson Fury in a money fight. Jiang Nan is going to take Nagano to go over there in advance to get used to the environment of the desert area, so as not to be uncomfortable with the water and soil at that time, and it will be troublesome if he pulls up on the stage. Just come out to see the world, although Nagano is not as easy to pin down as before, but cannot help some of the old oil screw mentality. As the family member of the Dragon Soul team, the experienced Jiang Dana intends to go to support Nuazi, give Nuazi a bottom, so that Nuazi can focus on preparing for the war. Everyone is going out to wave. Big Bang Lei can't be idle at home alone, so he just followed along to help prepare for the battle, and in the meantime, accumulate experience in the competition, so as to prepare for the future. On September 25, Jiang Nan came to Abu Dhabi, and a large number of Saudi fans were waiting at the airport early with their own national flags and the 5-star red flag of China. Saudi Arabia had instantly exploded the enthusiasm for fighting events in the country since the last time it hosted a match between Jiang Nan and Mayweather. Among them, Jiang Nan, who was the trailblazer, received huge rewards and captured a large number of Saudi fans. "We are all Asians. For Saudi Arabia, China is their big brother. The relationship is very good, which makes it even more favorite Jiang Nan. After that, as Jiang Nan's performance in the international arena became stronger and stronger, Saudi fans from civilians to the royal family, almost all of them became Jiang Nan's die-hard fans. Seeing that the fans were so giving, Jiang Nan was quite embarrassed. He signed autographs and took pictures with the fans on the spot and couldn't leave the airport for a while. Luckily, some fans of the royal family came and helped Jiang Nan out and invited Jiang Nan to their home as a guest. Jiang Nan had no choice but to agree. It was obvious that the people's little fans just wanted to dominate Jiang Nan alone. The group of people got into the car and set off, taking about 10 minutes to arrive at the royals' manor. In order to welcome Jiang Nan, the tycoons took out expensive gifts, sending sports cars and watches, and Jiang Nan was going to take American knives if he didn't persuade them. It had to be said that the way the big families made friends was a bit plain and simple. No wonder anyone could play with the Saudi big families. Under the hospitality of the big tenants, Jiang Nan and the others stayed for half a day. Because they had to go to the weigh-in conference, Jiang Nan and the others had a lunch break and left first. When they arrived at the launch site, all kinds of media immediately surrounded them, clicking a burst of shots. Jiang Nan, as the leading brother of the organizers, exchanged photos with the local officials. Seeing that Jiang Nan could not leave for a while, Nagano took Lei to find his little brothers to play. After exchanging with the Saudi officials, Jiang Nan was interviewed by the Saudi national television. The UFC didn't have this segment in its event schedule, simply because Jiang Nan was too hot in Saudi Arabia and the people loved to watch. The official also wanted to have one more friendship bridge with the big brother of China, so that the Saudis would be more friendly to China. On the other hand, Nagano brought Lei to find his good brother, the Black Dragon Asadya. Beside Asadya stood the UFC welterweight champion, Dusan Usman. In the old days, the two were known as the African Three alongside Nagano, and were all the rage. Now Nagano has settled in China, seldom meet with the two, this time is also to take advantage of the opportunity of the Black Dragon match to get together. Big brother, long time no see. Seeing Nagano, who hadn't seen him for a long time, the duo excitedly went forward to embrace. After exchanging pleasantries, Nagano rolled out brother Lei by his side. "This is my good brother, all my own, call brother Lei." Usman blushes a bit and asks uncertainly, "Inside one?" Asadya, relax, Usman, Nayan has many homophones in Chinese, there is no discrimination. Asadya led the way up to shake hands and hug. "Hello brother Lei, I'm Black Dragon Asadya, I've spent some time in Huaxia, I belong to half of Huaxia." "Brother Lei, a half? You kind of look like some deceased person." With Asadya's initiative to show goodwill, several people quickly became acquainted. Jiang Nan's interview ended and came to the backstage lounge to find Nagano. Asadya and Usman, the two little black men, met the boss of the boss. Naturally, they could not avoid a meal of rathbay. Expressing the opportunity to follow the big brother to mix, Jiang Nan pretended to be stupid to reveal the topic. These two are smarter and smoother than Nagano. In the UFC, to mix well to earn a lot, it is the time of the spring breeze, and does not have the dilemma of Nagano at the time. With yourself to mix, this word is probably a smooth talk, really lose. After chatting casually with a few people, Jiang Nan returned to the front stage and announced the start of the weigh-in conference. The contestants had already finished weighing in, and now it was mainly a pre-match gimmick. Jiang Dana stood on the stage as the toolman, and the contestants were directed by the staff to go on the stage to weigh in. After going on stage, the contestants were shocked to see Jiang Nan had taken Dana Bai's place. Jiang Nan became the representative of the organizer. Doesn't that mean that the business has succeeded and become a real big brother? Jiang Nan now became the most capable fighter among the bosses and the most businesslike among the UFC fighters. The whole process of confrontation is not two big waves, a little bit of gunpowder. Jiang Nan symbolically stopped a little bit on the end. The biggest farce is nothing more than the Black Dragon and Costa both sides cursing to do something. The tighter the staff hold, the greater the temper of the two men. Endless drama for half a day. Finally, Jiang Dana consumed no patience, ordered the staff to let go of the two, so that they are free to move. "The two will be fine, but also have to mess so long. Know how much I earn a minute, main?" Jiang Nan ate the two. Dare not play, really. Preparation for so many days, spent so much money, invested so much energy, can really ruin the game. Is not. Two people tit for tat for half a day. All of a sudden no one cares, can only be embarrassed to go up and honestly stare at each other. At the same time, also realize that Jiang Dana and Bai Dana are different. Jiang Dana is really not going to give face. The new boss took off his three fires. This time is different from the past. People, Huaxia Jiang is already a successful person in the future in front of Jiang Dana to speak and do things to wake up. This conference has no effect on the program at all. Jiang Nan, doubly bored, did not give the opportunity to interview, announced the end early. This kind of occasion next time or let the old bored. He is more like to pretend, but also patient, professional counterparts. In the envious eyes of the fighters, Jiang Nan walked off the high platform to be surrounded by bodyguards to leave the venue. On September 27, the UFC 253 fight card officially started. Jiang Nan and Lao Deng sat in the commentary box. Lei and Nagano sat next to the duo in the front row area. The fight officially began, and this time the commentator's booth was dominated by Olden, with Gangnam playing support. Lao Den's commentary style was different from that of Joe Rogan and the others, who were all about blowing up how well the players were playing, with a bit of pompous acting and interacting with the audience. Old Den was exposed to either hexagonal fighters like Gangnam, or technically delicate bludgeoning stream specialists like Lei. At the very least, it was a rampaging meat titan like Nagano, and his vision must have been top-notch picky. If Old Deng were to commentate, his broken mouth would be able to reduce the players on the field to nothing. Simply put, when he saw the performance of the crowd on the field, there was just one word: spray. Look at it, what the hell is this fighting, chewing and puffing? Go home, don't fight, ouch, I go run, what the hell, this guy still counts as a man? Soft silver, pure soft silver. Dismissed. Fighting the motherer, the UFC is not receiving black money, immediately fired. Lao Deng took the microphone to the stage, spit flying, live broadcast screen, clear color cover, face expression. Do not say, tired of listening to the commentators blowing wildly. At first listen to the commentary of Lao Deng, it is quite interesting. The most important thing is that the old Den scolded quite right, set a lot of people's heart. More spray, love to listen. Before the commentary are a variety of explanations to praise the player's technical and tactical. Escape is what consumed the opponent's physical strength. Control the opponent to drag the time is a smart way to play, and so on. Highlight a main theme: the player victory is not easy, the guys to understand. In Lao Deng here, all do not exist. Fighting is to be courageous, escape to hit the point of control is to play bad. The rules allow you to fight like this, the law also allows me to spray like this. You hit your, I scolded my, we do not interfere with each other. Players, I can ing just pass, why should I run? Facing the body than me, tell me what to do? If you don't want to get points, why don't you just go for nothing or throw your hands up? Ha! Lao Deng cannot care so much, ornamental represents everything, spray is you cowering. This wave of operation, so that the number of Lao Deng's live room interactions skyrocketed, a lot of second creation anchored direct recording screen slices sent to the internet. The entire Vice match ended. In addition to the Chinese player Yin Xiaonan won the game, Lao Deng mouth mercy, others did not escape the sanction. Commentator's seat, all the old Deng saliva, Jiang Nan avoided far away, the sky displacement is a little big, it is hard to sitting in the front row of the lay brother in Mwozi, head full of spittle. The entire commentary team, hard to become a one-man show of the old Den, hard to control the whole field, this is the top. The main event kicked off with the host's introduction, and in response to the enthusiastic invitation from the majority of the live audience, Lao Deng simply drank a mouthful of water to continue his venomous commentary. Bout number 1, featherweight, Hakeem Dawodu vs Subara Tukagov. Tukagov was able to clinch and pin his opponent in the second round, but Dawodu took control in the third round with a combination of accurate punches and leg kicks, as well as anti-grappling techniques, to take the fight by a narrow margin. Bout number 2, women's bantamweight, Caitlin Vieira vs Sagala Eubanks. Vieira utilized her height and reach to her advantage with multiple hold attempts and looked for submissions on the ground. Eubanks was resilient in the stand-up, but Vieira's all-around skill set ultimately earned her 3 rounds of points. In the end, Vieira won by unanimous decision. Bout number 3, flyweight, K. Carla Francis vs Brandon Royval. The first round was a close one, with Francis taking down Royval, but the latter quickly countered and went to the ground. In the second round, Francis was caught in a clinch attempt by Royval and finished with a guillotine submission. No spraying from Olden in this one, and Gangnam takes notes in his little notebook. Gangnam's mission tonight is also to pay out bonuses, and with Olden around he doesn't have to think for himself, so when the time comes to do an exclusion, the bonuses will come out. Match number 4, light heavyweight title fight, Dominic Reyes vs Jane Blachowicz. Chapter 48, it's getting better, Nozomi is a leader. In theory, light heavyweight is Bones Jones's territory, but Bones Jones wanted to get the same treatment as Jiang Dana, so he announced that he would bring his talent to the heavyweight class. For one thing, the average salary of the heavyweight class is higher than that of the light heavyweight class, and for another, getting the double crown can increase their right to speak and later facilitate bargaining with the UFC. White Dana is a good person, has long seen through the bones of Jones's small plan. After so many years, only in the hands of Jiangnan and John suffered defeat. In fact, the only person who can really pin down White Dana is Jiangnan. In the rapid development of the UFC in the history of the Long River, John has been White Dana pinched countless times, only once by John counter pinch, but also because of the White Dana and Jiangnan fighting in the air in a hurry to make a mistake. The veteran White Dana won't let Bones Jones have his way. What the hell? People, Jiang Dana is the first flow and then the double crown, first get the order. You Bones Jones wool gathering half a day, but also the traffic provided by the platform, are not out of the circle. In other words, you just work for the UFC, change the title as usual. People are engaged in the traffic outside the circle, you ing day and night to chew the platform, but also want to earn how much? If Jiangnan stream, the UFC would have already put down blood money to keep people, not to stay will also be other tournaments to snatch away, do not worry about making money, still have to use you this kind of calculation? Even if it's not Jiangnan, even if it's a mouth cannon, let's say that the pace of the 6 relatives is not a fire all over the internet? How much did they earn? See? Is it really can't afford to give the players a pay rise, or you Bones Jones no ability, only harboring cross? All day and night counting there is no, do not think of doing their own persona, net hole crooked, in addition to the UFC fighting old fans and players to hold, outside the circle who recognize the Bones of Jones. Every day is not sucking high is playing drugs, or gunfights hit and kill pregnant women, low character moral corruption, our anti-human persona, how can out of the circle? UFC wanna help cannot help up, passers-by like quality idols, you say you have what bad things have not done? Also shamelessly engaged in their own small group called themselves GOAT, defeated all the road people edge. The more Dana White thinks about it, the more angry he is, not spoiled Bones Jones, take the double title is impossible, or you give up the belt. Bones Jones is also a decisive person, said to give up on giving up, determined that they can take the heavyweight title. As long as you get the heavyweight title, you white Dana do not recognize my double title, UFC fans will speak for me, then emboldened, as can ask for additional money. Admittedly, the 253 fight card this light heavyweight title fight facilitated is the result of the UFC and Bones Jones game. Back in the octagon, the light heavyweight title fight was official. Blachowicz overwhelmed Reyes with accurate low sweeps and heavy punches, and in the second round landed a hard left hand for a straight knockout, followed by a ground and pound finish to become the new light heavyweight champion. Dana Khan took to the stage for his routine and helped the champion put on the gold belt symbolizing the title. Last up, a middleweight title fight, Isley Adesanya vs Paulo Costa. In Adesanya's corner, Gangnam spotted a familiar face, Alexander Volkanovski the Great. I didn't realize that the old boy had gotten mixed up with the Black Dragon. The old boy met Zhang Nan's eyes through the cage net, his gaze filled with eagerness to try. Zhang Nan smiled disdainfully and stretched out his left fist, his right hand slowly rotated, a middle finger slowly rose, the angry great emperor gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. This is urgent, it's simply vegetable and fun-loving. Over here, Black Dragon begins to greet the sidekicks into the cage, pulling the great one's attention back. After the host's introduction, the referee gives the order for the match to begin. Black Dragon is a technical fighter and Costa is a pseudo-fighter. Why do I say pseudo? Because this guy looked hard, but actually wasn't strong at all. Unlike Zhang Nan's muscle mass that could be drawn out, Paul Costa's muscles were lumpy and clay-molded. Zhang Nan deeply doubted that this body of tendon flesh was not mixed with a bit of technology, and Costa was more like Mr. Bodybuilder than an athlete. The guy was strong in the sense that he looked exceptionally strong, and it was estimated that the Black Dragon could take it down without much kiting. As the fight went on, Adesanya controlled the distance with leg kicks, hit Costa with a high sweep in the arch of his eyebrow in the second round that caused bleeding, and then a combination of punches took him down in a ground and pound finish. Oh ho, as expected from Gangnam, Paul Costa was punched to the ground. After the referee called it a night, Black Dragon even sat up, and Paulo Costa was directly transformed into Dragon's wife. Now, I guess the mind is going to be broken. The referee announced and still, Black Dragon successfully defended his title, and Gangnam put the gold belt on Black Dragon. It's Black Dragon's turn to give his acceptance speech. I'm happy to defend this belt, but at this moment, there's a tough guy who needs this microphone more than I do. Alexander Volkanovski. Let's hear it for him. Good for you, three-name man, counting on me. Zhang Nan's eyes flashed with a cold light, he started to float after earning rice, he can't tell the difference between big and small kings, right? Under the stage, Nagano's gaze condensed and his face turned blue. The scholar is not 3 days, when the eyes are impressed. Nowadays, he has long been non-wu xiaoman, asadia hawa meaning, Nagano hard his guest. Black Dragon defends the title, Gangnam awards the belt, Black Dragon gives Dadi a chance to get in the cage as a sidekick, and the scene is set to call for a straight-up Gangnam bout, forcing Gangnam to take the match. Sure enough, the Great One took the microphone and began to walk over to Gangnam and brashly began to call the match. Hey guys, this guy didn't beat me in the last match, as God is my witness. The referee took away my victory, from start to finish I was crushing this guy, he was beaten to a pulp by me, and in the end I got careless and didn't blink, and traded punches with him getting KO'd at the same time. By the score I should have won, I need another fight to prove I'm better than him. Damn you, the last time I played 4 high-end games in a row, I didn't have enough stamina to use my skills twice, and I gave this grizzled man a dry hallucination. Zhang Nan did not spoil the great emperor and directly brought the host's microphone. What kind of strength do you have? Don't you have a number in your own heart? All asleep, the mouth is still hard. Don't push lie, sign the agreement and I'll satisfy you now. Let you realize the gap between your level and mine. Saying that, Zhang Nan directly brought the waiver agreement for Da Di to sign. This time, Dana Bai was not present, so Zhang Nan did whatever he wanted. It didn't matter if he made money or not, the most important thing was to up Da Di first. Don't say, the big emperor this Dadan Munkler Pasher really dared to sign, this time also didn't care whether there is no appearance fee, probably thinking about the opportunity is slim to grasp, when Zhang Nan will have everything. Thousands of miles away, White Dana's legs are shot purple, this is all Main. The referee announced the start of the match, Dadi and Zhang Nan went forward at the same time. The two grab the cage hard who won't let go, Dadi takes the lead with a low sweep, looking to take his time to reap the rewards. Jongnan crooked his calf and touched Didi's foot with the hardest side. Instead of one person hurting, it's better for two people to hurt. Come on, hurt each other. The great emperor kicked a few times, his own feet couldn't take it first, so he could only retreat to the side of the cage to slow down and think of other tactics. Jongnan pounced up, this time is rushing to eat the great emperor, not to beat him up, really think with their own level, confused who was the size of the king. The great emperor did not expect Jongnan so fierce, holding his head and shrinking at the edge of the cage, was rained heavy punches fixed in place, did not dare to make a move. He could only wait for Jongnan to slow down and escape, completely swapping roles with Jongnan from the previous fight. But Didi's hardness wasn't as overpowered as Jongnan's, and as Jongnan landed a few punches, the hold was opened up and Jongnan seized the opportunity, expending 20% of his physical energy. Pereira's left flat hook flung out, hitting the great emperor squarely on the chin. Bang! The great one was instantly knocked upright and fainted in a bizarre position, leaning stiffly against the cage net. In a flash of lightning, Jongnan deducted another 20% of his physical energy and added a punch towards the great emperor. With such a hard mouth, he must eat the fire dragon fruit until he was full. The second punch down, the great emperor spasm, muscle tight, the referee in time to pounce, hospital personnel on a stretcher. The audience watched the scalp numbness, shortness of breath. The great was punched into this grippy look a little exaggerated. Alexander, you have to mess with the fighting tyrant when you don't want to mess with anyone. Now you've been beaten up. Backstage, Black Dragon comes up to say hello, but Nagano pushes him a few meters away. Good for you, Black Bug, actually playing backstabber. Nagano's eyes were cold as ice. Black Dragon smiled awkwardly. Seeing Nagano's face, he didn't look for discomfort and left the arena with Toussaint. Jongnan silently deducted Black Dragon's bonus. Little Blackie, you're quite good at this, aren't you? Very well, the next match, I, Jongdana, will personally arrange it for you. Next up is Nagano's boxing debut. The crowd rushes non-stop to the Kingdom Arena in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The prelude to the cross-border money fight had already been kicked off, and Nagano was needed to attend the pre-fight conference and shoot some videos for promotion. Jongnan and the others came to the local luxury hotel in Riyadh to rest for the night, and the next day, the conference for the cross-border battle officially began. Jongnan and the others accompanied Nagano to the scene early. In Lao Deng's words, Nosy came out to show his face for the first time, so let him pretend for a longer time. The scene was dotted with Middle Eastern fight-loving fans, and amidst everyone's cheers and stirring music, Team Dragon Soul appeared. This time it's Nagano and the CC, flanked by hundreds of people on stage. Gangnam was the big man of the tournament, Lao Deng was the manager, and Lei was crowned as the coach, and the three of them followed him onto the stage. The rest of the people were patrolling around the stage to eliminate any dangerous situations. On the high stage, there were two podiums right in the center, where John and Jongdana stood. On either side of the podium were two rows of interview tables. On one side sat Tyson Fury's manager and Tyson Fury's dad, and on the other side sat Nagano, Lao Deng and brother Ray. Gangnam stood at the podium as the toolman, and John announced the official opening of the conference. The two sides of the crowd start spraying each other with gimmicks. Tyson Foley speaks first, trolling Nagano for being ugly and looking like a chimpanzee. Nagano is expressionless. Oh? That's your trash talk? I'm begging you to get on some intensity, okay? Little Yakuza. Tyson Fury, a big fatty, look at you looking like a blackened sausage. Nagano, got it, is there more? This can't be it? I couldn't be in worse shape than your four-petal ass pate. By the way, do you have to bring your dad as a mascot to the game? What's wrong? Do you lack fatherly love? It's okay, I'll give you more fatherly love on the day of the competition, baby. Fark oil, mom messes with Fark. Stinky mouth. Tyson Fury threw the microphone and was about to come forward to fight Nagano. Onstage security gets Tyson Fury under control just in time. Nigrianu, barking dog. I'm just talking to you, and you're still in a hurry. What are you going to do? Kill me? Please, can you kill me? Tyson Foley stretches his arms out and points at Nagano. You ugly, foul-mouthed bastard, I'll blow you away. Nagano couldn't help but laugh. With this attack power, you dare to make a fool of yourself in front of me, Cameroon Arnold. Reminiscing back then, within the Dragon Soul base, Master had given himself inhumane psychological special training, using a van to pull in more than 20 Amazons from the food market, spraying at himself for a week. That scene was chilling to think about, so much so that now, Tyson Foley cursing himself was no different than praising himself. Nagano was secretly pleased with himself for that. I don't have any morals, so you have to be careful. Looking at Nagano not disliking him back, but instead grinning smugly, Tyson Foley became even more enraged. Seeing his son suffer, Foley's dad stood up to carry the matter. Son, you are too inexperienced, Dad has more social experience, let Dad do it. Foley's dad started the game with a violent attack. Tyson Foley listened to the quiet down, really have to be the father of the horse, then see how this 200 pounds of internal how to deal with. Cutting, that's it. Nagano sings, "Nei nei 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 nei, sunshine rainbow white horse, drip 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 drip." Fury's dad, "It's over, son. I've met someone with a bad brain. The skill is empty. The most taboo thing about cursing is to be scolded unilaterally. The other side can hear you when you curse, but when you curse the other side can't get it and can't select the target." Nagano continued to pursue, "This fat-headed ancestor, you have the same figure as a four-pedaled ass. What farm did you walk out of, feeding you so well?" Foley's dad opened his mouth and knelt, and was seconded by Nagano, squealing with anger, shouting, I'm not, with tears streaming out of his mouth. How could there be such vicious language? It's too suffocating, it's worse than killing yourself. In the media broadcast room, the netizens exclaimed that old immortal Nuwa appeared and his magic power was boundless. In the past, you, Nuwa Z, were not such a person, honest and mute, often being verbally bullied. Now say a couple of words and you're shady, and the flavor of mockery goes straight to the oral nasal pelvic organ cavity. Nariko did not let go of Tyson Foley's father and son, and continued to increase the firepower and plowed into the ancestral graves. Because it had gotten wet, it was necessary to tear up someone else's umbrella. Nagano, I've waited a long time for a chance. I want to fight for my breath, not to prove how great I am. I want to tell people that I must get back the dignity I lost. I have my own principles, I don't want to be stepped on for the rest of my life. Whoever dares to verbally bully me, I will definitely double back. Looking at Tyson Foley's father and son who had no power to talk back, John came out to round up the situation. Okay, everybody, we need to see you guys settle strife the manly way in the ring. Now, let's get to the stare down. Gangnam gives a wink, and Nagano stops his personal attacks and steps forward, ready for the stare down. Tyson Fury was honest this time and didn't get smart, and after the two locked eyes, the conference ended. Chapter 49 Baka turns into a green turtle. The next time, Jiang Nan took Nagano to continue training. Judging from the sparring scene, Tyson Fury's girth was too big, all fat, like a penguin man. Nagano's heavy punches were restricted to the gloves, the force was spread out to the gloves, it was hard to take down with one punch. Playing technology, certainly not Tyson Fury's opponent, can only fight hardness. Incidentally, counter-frame strikes Fury's relatively weak area of defense. In order to prevent the meat to play defensive counterattack, Jiang Nan told Nagano, on the field to Tyson Fury as a grandson to scold, to let him take the initiative to come up to fight. Training was methodical, and the fight officially took place on October 20th. Inside the arena, Arab tycoons and top-stream sports stars filled the front rows, and the scene was crowded with 110,000 spectators. The dome was star-studded, the opening fireworks were dazzling and colorful, and the pre-fight program was lavish to the max. Honestly, the boxing promotion was a notch above the UFC, and the audience was much more affordable. Even the sponsors were some of the biggest global players. With the host hissing, Nagano came out with his hands in the air, walked halfway to the ring, looked at the crowd and giggled, his mouth grinning into a dipper as he pounded his chest in excitement. This is the big show. I, Nagano, have my day. Now I'm standing in the center of 10,000 people, no longer the minion of yesteryear. In the front row of the audience, after the last match, Black Bug and Toussaint, who were invited by the Saudi tournament organizers to watch the match, were constipated, and this is for him to pretend. Luck is on their side. Nagano naturally saw the two black conspicuous plastic brothers, mouth grinned into a Nike label. Now I'm standing in front of you, you see how much I look like the old days. Just as he was thinking freely, Jiang Nan jumped up and broke Nagano's fantasy with a violent chestnut. You haven't won yet, it's been 5 minutes of fun here, still go or not? Nagano, sorry master, first time as a protagonist, inexperienced, this is go. Jiang Nan, Lao Deng, and Lei went to the side corners, and Nagano got into the ring ready to start the fight. After some grand introductions, the two clashed gloves and started the match. The match consisted of 10 rounds, and Jiang Nan had practiced Nagano's physical strength before the match, and also let Lei collect his strength, and Nagano had fought many 10 rounds of actual fights, so he shouldn't have any big problem in evenly distributing his physical strength. In the opening round, Fury did not play defense, and should be more confident in his own skills. Fury, with his 196 cm height and 206 cm reach advantage, used a textbook jab to control the distance and hit Nagano's face continuously. Angry Lao Deng cursed, Nwozi, you ing support up go up to pressurize the breakthrough to dry him. Lao Deng to Jiang Nan, when the edge won more, has always been, the opening is a big wind. Jiang Nan from the back of the naked stranded Lao Deng, people are quite good, just a long mouth, you so forced, Nagano cannot panic? Only the first round to go up to rush, the remaining 9 rounds do not have to fight, directly on the respirator. Jiang Nan's intention is to let Nagano first adapt to find the feeling. On the stage, Nagano uses a mixed martial arts style low hold to try to close in on his opponent. The two of them went back and forth, throwing small punches, and they didn't come out on top in half a dozen rounds. Toward the end of the first round, Fury threw a swinging right hand to the temple of Nagano, who stumbled back but quickly regained his footing. The experienced Foley bared his fangs, faking his way through the round and coming in from the cold, and Nagano was solidly hit. The punch made Nagano realize the threat of heavy punches from his opponent, and luckily the resistance was on the line and fitness was in full force, or the punch would have had to be wrapped up. During the break, Big Bang Regal made a suggestion that Nagano needed to be proactive in his approach, and that Tyson Fury's slow crosses could be used in that regard. In the second round, Nagano began to actively approach, capitalizing on Fury's lack of cross movement, and landed a precise forehand hook to Fury's left eye socket, which caused significant bruising and blood seepage. Tyson Fury hands down, changed to a Mexican-style hold, trying to lure Nagano attack head, to consume Nagano's stamina, frequent embrace to destroy the rhythm of Nagano. At the end of the second round, Fury, who had suffered some losses, got a bit carried away and pressed Nagano's neck with a small arm before the end of the round, and Nagano tried to counterattack but was warned by the referee. Olden yelled from the sidelines, "Shady, refund." During the break, Ray continued to teach Nagano some combinations of strikes to deal with Foley. At the start of the third round, Nagano pressed the offense and the two fighters were locked in a close battle. At 2:16 of the third round, Nagano hit Foley in the jaw with a left-frame forehand swinging punch taught by Louis, and the latter fell straight to the ground. Wow! Tyson Fury by knockout, oh by God. The commentator's booth erupted as the crowd of 110,000 erupted in amazement at the fact that this was the first time in Foley's career that he had been knocked out by a non-boxer. Foley got up and slowed down for a few seconds before quickly returning to normal, this time with much clearer eyes and no more belittling carelessness. The fight continued with Nagano capitalizing on his victory and Foley escaping to the corner of the ropes, using cradle tactics to stall until the bell rang. In rounds 4 and 5, Nagano continued to press, hitting Tyson Fury in the head and stomach several times. In the sixth round, Foley couldn't fight and started playing small, even going so far as to hug Nagano. It's no longer necessary for old Den to spray, the referee's eyes are no different from blindness, obviously with a mission. Can't continue like this, if the fight goes to judgment, the loser will definitely be Nagano. During the break, Jiang Nan began to eyeball Nagano. Go up on him, don't let him live, understand? Nagano nodded and got into the ring fighting more aggressively and proactively. 7 or 8 rounds ended, during which Nagano knocked Foley down once again, and when he got up, Foley fought even more obscenely. Nagano used all the secret weapons he had prepared, chasing after Foley and spraying, but the guy just didn't fall for it. There's no way out, the last 2 rounds can't be finished, it's time to hand over the win to the referee. Jiang Nan also has no good way, Nagano's technical and tactical too rough, can fight into this has been very good. At this time, Nagano's physical fitness has dropped, but Fury's physical fitness is also not much left. I guess the pre-fight slighted Nagano, did not properly prepare for the fight. The two began to fight at a slow pace, cradling and time-consuming, throwing half a dozen punches, with Foley resting against the ropes from time to time, applying the rules to the hilt. By the end of the 9th round, Nagano was tired and indistinguishable from a big wolf dog, spitting out his tongue and panting heavily. Jiang Nan wasn't going to give Nagano a pie in the face at this point, and went straight to the point. Listen, you need to create an opportunity, a chance to hit hard, to hit when Fury surprises you, take it yourself. Nagano was drenched in sweat, his head buried between his legs. The master had been urging himself to KO Fury, and although he didn't say so explicitly, Nagano understood that as long as he couldn't beat Fury, no matter how much of an advantage he had, victory would ultimately belong to him. At the beginning of the 10th round, Nagano's stamina was decreasing, compared to Fury, who hadn't made many moves and still had some stamina left. The cautious Fury just didn't attack, and the two continued to fight until the end of the match. At this point, Foley began to take the initiative, ready to whistle a wave of offense. The judgment looks good. With 10 seconds left on the clock, the beaten Nagano counted down the time in his mind, and with 5 seconds left on the countdown, Fury's punching speed was getting slower and slower, and his punches were no longer painful when they hit his body. Taking advantage of Foley's big breath, Nagano suddenly bursts into action and hits Foley square in the face with a Superman punch. Foley falls to the ground after the punch, and the referee reads the end of the round, giving Nagano the victory. The 200-plus pound fat man howls in the ring, not finally proving himself, but finally grasping the huge sum of $80 million that Gangnam had told him about before the match. Mom, I've finally made it to the shore, woohoo. After this fight, Jiang Nan took the opportunity to sign Nagano back to the UFC while the iron was hot. The salary is naturally based on the highest treatment. A fight to earn more than $10 million is not a big problem. Nagano naturally have no opinion, with the Big Bang lay brother had a real battle psychological clear, good professional boxer to defeat their own not difficult, can win. Foley is in advanced targeted training, coupled with Foley did not take it seriously, presumably not to do the preparation for the fight. After the news spread on the internet, the Bone Jones whole angry and anxious. How is it? I was just about to come to the heavyweight class, and you came back, right? Signing such a big contract, really do not put me UF coat in the eyes. So, Bones Jones went to the UFC headquarters to ask for a statement, who does not know what happened that day, only know that later Bones Jones slammed the door and then announced his retirement in place. After the crossover fight, Jiang Nan and the others took a day off to go straight to the footbath. The old dog Yamamoto Oki was on Jiang Nan's mind. The world is so big, Jiangnan quickly learned that Yamamoto Oki had returned to the foot basin. I heard that with Ting Tian Ryuta opened a boxing gym, mainly training Thor tournament fighters, that must be well patronized. Tokyo Yamamoto Boxing Gym, the door is locked, fire prevention and theft prevention. Jiangnan, Yamamoto Daiki has already had experience, do not dare to be careless. A Japanese man went up and knocked on the door. The security guard inside asked, who is it? Japanese man, check the water meter. The security guard wondered, not just pay the water bill soon? But did not think much about it, through the cat's eye to see only one man, they are relieved to open the door. Once the door opened, a bunch of big men came out from all sides, the security guards were shocked on the spot. No, the big change is this? The man in the crowd who looks like a villainous smile is Jiangnan. Jiangnan threw a pile of yen, the Japanese man happily left. The Japanese man left happily. Then, Jiangnan led the people to break in. The security guard went forward, hello, here is not allowed to idle people. Before he finished speaking, Jiangnan pressed his big hand on the security guard's face and pushed. What kind of loiterers? I'm Yamamoto Oki's best friend. In the toilet, Tinta Ryuta was watching a blockbuster movie on his cell phone as the king of guns. It's still a good thing to hang out in the footbath, girls like strong men, especially when they have a history of being a champion themselves. Dozens of girls had already begged to be taken flying during this time, it was like heaven on earth. Wincing, Tinta Ryuta walked towards his office with a satisfied mind. Just as he was about to make a right turn, a moment just happened to meet Jiangnan's eyes. Holy, you don't always meet love around the corner, it could be Lao Rock. Hurrying to slip away, Tinta Ryuta took another path and ran wildly towards the office. Arriving at the office, Tinta Ryuta immediately told Yamamoto Oki about the situation. Once again, the two of them play with the spirit of the sewer and prepare to run away. This time, the duo's escape route was clear, and they had stepped on the spot in advance, just waiting for this day. Man's plan was not as good as God's plan. By the time the two spent a day escaping from a drainage outlet in the suburbs, a group of people had already been waiting for a long time. Yamamoto Oki, Chinaman, what exactly do you want to do? Jiangnan, what do I want to do? I want to ask you why you want to run away when you see me, have you done something wrong? Yamamoto Oki, Who doesn't know that you love to stir up trouble, isn't it normal to avoid seeing you? Jiangnan ignored Yamamoto Oki and said to himself. Yamamoto Oki graduated from the University of Tokyo and is an alumnus who has a close relationship with the current footbath boss. Because of his karate attainments, after graduation, he worked as a security captain in his alumni's company. In the same year, he met the alumni secretary, Mieko, and they quickly fell in love. Mieko became pregnant out of wedlock, and they were married. Then later, the alumni from politics, all the way up to the top, they thought to pull you a hand. As it happened, the US and Foot Locker held cultural exchange events that required you to become president of the local karate association in the US and supported you in opening a gym in Las Vegas. Yamamoto Oki, am I right? Yamamoto Oki's face was somber. Chinaman, what are you trying to say? Jiangnan laughed even more happily. Yamamoto Oki, are you a receiver who is really stupid or are you pretending to be confused? Yamamoto Oki, baka. What do you mean work? It seems to be really stupid. Jiangnan continued, I have a file here. Your wife Mieko has had 3 abortions in a Tokyo hospital before she married you. Yamamoto Oki, shut up, baka. What the hell are you trying to say? Jiangnan said without skipping a beat, those 3 abortions, the first and second, guess who accompanied Mieko there? Jiangnan asked himself, that's right, it was none other than your good alumni. As for why not the third time, in this timeline, that alumnus of yours met his current wife. Yamamoto Daiki's anger rolled over. Baka Yalu, I know about this matter, don't you dare try to sow discord between me and the foot-bottom boss. Jiangnan gave a thumbs up, admire, this can be endured. Then, Jiangnan continued to speak, since this is something you know, then tell me something you don't know. Mieko once compared the DNA of the footbath boss's hair to Ichiro Yamamoto's, and guess what? Say. Yamamoto Oki's voice squeezed through his teeth, the answer already in his mind. No wonder, Ichiro doesn't look like me. Mieko, you're a ruthless silver you're hiding deeper than anyone nah. Jiangnan looked at Yamamoto Oki's murderous gaze and flirted, don't be so sad, harm has pinched. Later together sad not too late. Do you think sending you to America on business is really business? Why didn't Mieko go? Oh, that's right. She'll definitely say she's not used to being over there, as well as the fact that her child is still young and she doesn't want him to be discriminated against. Yamamoto Oki did not say anything, as if waiting for Jiangnan to tell more details. Because every word Jiangnan said echoed up with everything Yamamoto Oki had experienced. Jiangnan, then why, when the child was older, did she send the child to America to follow you, and she was still at home? Boom! Jiangnan's words were as deafening as a loud bell. Yamamoto Oki's eyes widened in anger. Jiangnan watched to see what was going on and added another stab. Today, I was worried about you escaping home, and I even purposely had people squatting in front of your house. Guess who I saw enter your house? Didn't sit, it was none other than Boss Footpot. You're not a sewer ninja turtle, you're a green turtle. Yamamoto Oki roared hysterically, no. I'm not. His voice was getting weaker by the end, clearly losing his confidence. Maybe if you go home now, you'll still be able to see the hidden plot, Jungnan kindly reminded. Yamamoto Oki knelt down. Please, Gangnam-san, let me go home. Jungnan grinned, it's a done deal. Yes, tell me who assassinated me. Yamamoto Oki now just wanted to go home to Mieko to ask for a statement, and decisively spat out the truth. Jungnan-san, in fact, if I don't say it, you should know it too. It's the person that Boss Footbottom found, and the operational arrangements were put in my charge. Jungnan waved his hand. Good, you can go now. Yamamoto Oki angrily rushed towards his home, and Tinta Ryuta followed behind like an ostrich. With a glance from Jungnan, Dragon Soul's bodyguard stopped the muddled Tinta Ryuta. Old devil, where are you going? Chapter 50, Widowmaker Fido comes online. Tinta Ryuta, Jungnan Koen, I'm just a passerby, there's no grievance or enemy a Jungnan Koen. Jungnan, Yamamoto is my enemy, the friend of an enemy is naturally also an enemy. Tinta Ryuta, injustice I'm just a supporting role, a small supporting role. Jungnan, don't say useless things. I've come all the way to Footbath, and you, as the host, give me some fun. I've heard that you've been doing quite well in Footbasin lately, not only have you opened a boxing gym, but you've also become the royal coach for the Thor tournament. Jungnan stepped forward and patted Ting Tian Ryuta's face. Don't say I won't give you a chance, dedicate a few out, let me test the level of mixed martial arts in Footbasin, and this matter will be over, how about it? Ting Tian Ryuta's eyes glazed over. Jungnan Koen, this, it's a bit not too good, right? Jungnan, how about you practice with me? I'm a person who likes to meet friends with martial arts, if you win me, you're my friend, naturally you can leave, how about it? Tinta Ryuta looked at Jangnan's skinny and crunchy little physique, he himself was once a dominant light heavyweight, even if he came up in age, it's not so bad that he can't beat the Chinaman. Okay, since your excellency is talking like this, then I'm going to learn some of your excellency's best moves. Tinta Ryuta was confident. Jungnan took out the waiver agreement and went through the procedures before starting the fight. Ting Tian Longtai made a big wave. Jungnan began to draw experience cards. According to the system's inertia, experience cards are usually peak stage experts. It should not disappoint Ting Tian Longtai. I went and drew Fighting Czar Fido. Oh ho, it's Fido at the widow's door. Ryuta, you old boy are catching up. Your wife is going to become a widow. Both fighters take their positions on a patch of grass, and the match begins. Opening Tinta Ryuta with a dive hold on Inami's waist, then sheds his body with a dropkick, twisting Inami's upper body in midair towards the ground. Chinaman, pay for your insolence. The two men landed on the ground, and the back of Inami's head folded directly onto the grass. Everything happened in an instant, and the crowd was too late to stop it. Lao Dang and the others were first shocked, then they were ready to step forward to control Tinta Ryuta and check on Jangnan's condition. Before the crowd could move forward, Jungnan rolled over and held Ryuta Tingita down in the bottom position, showing a lively performance that made the crowd breathe a long sigh of relief. Gangnam's right fist is like pounding garlic on Tinta Ryuta's face for a crazy facelift, punching and popping a face full of watermelon juice. Ryuta Tinta, Gangnam Koen, STO Spectre. Stooge. I'm willing to sacrifice my student. Damn it, you're a dead man's man. The old man is quite sensible, and Jungnan gets up after making up 2 punches. Tinta Ryuta straightened up his appearance and led the crowd to the training base of the Thor tournament. Inside, there were hundreds of people practicing sparring, some practicing kickboxing and some practicing mixed martial arts. In order to prevent spooking the crowd, Jungnan left the large group outside, only bringing about 20 people to follow him in, and putting on masks to disguise his identity. The contestants saw Ting Tian Ryuta and came up to greet him. Ah, Ting Tian sensei. Mr. Ting Tian, what's with the injury on your face? Ting Tian Ryuta, a little problem, that's the proper sign of a mature warrior, don't worry about those details for now. Then the old man clapped his hands, catching the attention of the contestants. Everyone gather, today to everyone I have invited a true master-level fighter to our base to exchange guidance, everyone welcome. In the midst of everyone's enthusiastic applause, Jungnan shyly removed his mask and greeted the crowd. It's so nice running to abuse little baka, and such a warm welcome, making Jungnan a little shy. Seeing that it was Gangnam, the players' applause became even more enthusiastic. Wow, it's Triple Crown King Jungnan, Mr. Ting Tian has such a wide network. Nonsense, don't even look at who Ting Tian sensei is, a former UFC light heavyweight champion. Ting Tian Ryuta, below, Jungnan Koen will have some practical exchanges with you guys, any of you who want to go on, raise your hands and sign up now. A fighter practicing mixed martial arts walked out, looking a bit stronger than Gangnam, almost middleweight weight. Teacher, I want to try. The man looked at Jungnan, his eyes leapt forward, a bit provocative, after all, Jungnan fought in the featherweight class, 3 levels away from the middleweight class. Dishyong, you are good, sensei is proud of you. Tinta Ryuta took out the waiver agreement, not waiting for the crowd to ask questions, and explained. It's inevitable that there will be a bit of bumps and bruises in real combat. Let's sign the agreement, and when we spar, in case we accidentally bruise somewhere, there won't be much of a liability dispute to speak of. Everyone nodded, thinking that Ting Tian Ryuta was right, and Nobita signed it without much thought. At this point, Nobita didn't know that the respected Tinta sensei had used him for diplomacy. The fight begins, and Inami quickly pins Nobita to the ground as his fists begin to greet his face. The contestants and Ryuta Tinta exchange serious words. Mr. Tinta, Nobita is already out of it. Will something happen if we fight like this? It doesn't matter, it's all superficial injuries, real combat, understand? Mr. Ting Tian, Nobita seems to have fainted. Should we call it off? Don't worry, Nobita is just cooperating with Gangnam-kun in doing ground techniques. Look, Nobita isn't sleeping. On the field, Nobita was knocked out by Jiangnan, then Jiangnan twisted Nobita's arm. Nobita woke up from the pain and wailed. Under the field, the crowd's eyes gradually changed. Sensei, Nobita's bones were twisted and rattled. Tinta Ryuta was still babbling in a serious manner. Don't be nervous, it's normal for ground technique bones to rattle twice. Sensei, this leg is skimmed into a 360-degree twist, is it still normal? The players asked with trembling voices. Tinta Ryuta looked toward the field. Nobita's limbs were like puppeteers, and he couldn't make it up. Gangnam slammed an elbow down on his face and Ji ate a small baka. Everyone realized something was wrong and pulled back as Thor's security quickly rushed in. But even faster than the security was the bodyguard group that had ambushed them outside. The two sides engaged in a standoff, and the tournament side's Generation I, Yumegawa Underpants, was the first to arrive on the scene. Huaxia Jiang, we don't infringe on each other. Why did you come to our Thunder God to cause trouble? Jiang Nan, I'm happy to. I'm the old man is the door kicking, reasonable and legal, dish then practice more. If you can't afford to lose, then close the door. Meichuan Pants, Huaxia Jiang, don't bully people too much. Jiang Nan just you deserve to be counted as a human being? Yumegawa Pants, you. Don't you, I challenge you Thunder God, no weight limit, come with the balls to compete with me. Global live broadcast, you just say you foot basin people with or without seat on the line. Yumegawa Pants angry, Jiangnan dislike face open big, the key people have already dry down a K1, fierce reputation, this wave to take or not to take the move their own have to lose. At this time, Yumegawa Pants lapdog and executive officer Little Dog quietly came to Yumegawa Pants ear to get an idea. Boss, in the next 2 days, Brazil and us have a Japan-Brazil battle. Why don't we invite the best Brazilian player to fight against the Chinaman and kill him with a borrowed knife? If we win, count it as our Thunder God tournament. If we lose, let Jiangnan go up against the Brazilian gang. Brazil ranks first in the world in terms of the number of top fighters. If China Jiang offends the Brazilian gang, it won't go well. Meichuan Pants' eyes lit up. Good dog, this is all for you to think of. So, he quickly asked Little Dog to make arrangements. Not long after, Little Dog came with a bald guy. Jiang Nani isn't this Pei Z, still trying to find him. Sleepy comes to deliver a pillow. Yumegawa Pants' tight cheeks smile with joy. Huaxia Jiang, the opponent I found for you is here. I don't know if you have the guts to answer the battle. Jiang Nan didn't have any nonsense and directly entered the ring of the training base, expressing his attitude with his actions. The bald man coldly said to Meichuan Pants, remember to add money. Yumegawa Pants, don't worry, Pereira. As long as you win against Huaxia Jiang, I can even double your bonus. Pereira returned with a raw voice, I don't care, you find me and raise the money whether you win or not. Meichuan Pants, okay. I'll arrange to call the fee promised to you now. Winning is another matter. Seeing the message on his cell phone arriving, Pereira makes his way to the ring. Looking at the not yet famous Pereira, Gangnam joked. Shama. Pereira's eyes glared like bronze bells, and he gabbled a bunch of words at Jiangnan. Jiangnan didn't understand, let him gibber, let's talk after the fight. The match began, the fighting czar possessed Jiang someone hard against Pereira's attack, bring Pico into the ground, a Kimura lock to end the fight. This time the Yumegawa Pants look stupid, this is already the highest combat power, just give it for nothing how to do? Next to the dogged military division of the small dog came to Yumegawa Pants' side, the two muttered half a day, a vivid interpretation of what is called the wolves. In the ring, Pei Z sits on the sideline skeptical, gibbering to Jiangnan. It's a good thing that Pei Z's team has a translator who expresses Pei Z's meaning in time. Pei Z, tyrant, I know you, and the opponents who fought you ended up in a bad place, why would you let me go? Couldn't say, to use you against the black worm, right? Jiang Nan casually perfunctorily said, aren't you an Indian? Indians migrated out from Huaxia, to be precise Huaxia is the old ancestor of Indians, how could the old ancestor lay a harsh hand on his grandson? Lao Deng, lol continue to lol. Pei Z, is that so? Jiang Nan opens the internet in Huaxia and gives Pei Z some information about the dress and makeup, as well as the information certified by the Indian patriarch himself, to digest slowly. In the middle of the day, Pei Z raised her head. Is it true that we Indians were massacred by the Americans? Jiang Nan nodded, of course, there are many accounts, but your network should have blocked that information. Pei Z's face huffed, I want to avenge my people. Then, Pei Zi continued to plead. Jiang, this information is not available in Europe and America. I want to study the history of ancient China, can you share a little more information with me? Finished, Pei Zi started towards being a historian. But it didn't matter, the last thing Huaxia lacked was history. Jiang Nan winked at Lao Deng, who stepped forward. This is a senior Huaxia culture researcher, you can ask him for advice if you have any questions. Jiang Nan gave Pei Zi an introduction, and on the side, Lao Deng pretentiously straightened his belly and corrected his posture. Pei Zi went forward and extended her hand. Hello, long time no see. Old Den shakes it warmly, pleased to meet you. Come with me, this is not the place to talk. With that, Lao Den took Paiko away from the crowd to have a private chat. Over here, Yumegawa Pants had gotten the best sumo wrestler in Footloose, Tsuyoshi Fujita, at Inu's suggestion. Fujita Kong is so fat, wearing a triangle pants like a small mountain, covered in tire rims, he has to look for half a day to pee. The pop-up screen in the live streaming room is brushing the screen. Tyrant, know this pussy not pretend, withdraw. You can't hold this one, people's width is your height, don't let them pick it up and slap their mouths furiously. In the ring, Fujita just forked his legs, hands spread wide, upper body lowered, a pair of dead fish eyes staring at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's body leaned forward slightly, pressing down on his center of gravity and preparing to charge forward. The battle began, the two ran towards the center of the ring, hands grasping together, frozen in place, and began to wrestle. The crowd under the ring was in shock. What the hell? Wasn't Jiang Nan supposed to be destroyed like a chicken? Why did it feel like both sides were evenly matched? It was unbelievable. Something even more shocking happened. Jiang Nan broke away from Fujita Kong's hands and quickly got close to Fujita Kong's pants waistband and lifted his hands upward with force. Only to see Fujita Kong being picked up by Jiang Nan, like a pig being weighed in the countryside for the new year, his fat limbs flopping around. With the crowd shocked, Jiang Nan tilted his center of gravity and tripped and dropped Fujita Kong into the ring. The entire ring shook apart and caved in. A miserable howl emanated from inside, and the crowd rushed up to save him. The sound was getting weaker and weaker, and when the frame was peeled back, Jiang Nan rode on top of Fujita Kong and slammed him. The fat man was too heavy, this moment of wrestling and wrestling, consuming a huge amount of physical energy, Fido's ability to carry. Jiang Nan got tired of punching, got up and walked out. The fat pig lying on the ground had already breathed in and out. The staff carried Fujita Kong out, and a violent stench filled the air. It turned out to be Fujita just pulled his pants pockets, just been caught by the fat meat has not been released, this will be carried on all four limbs forked, the dominance of the side. Jiang Nan walked over to Yumekowa's pants, and Thor Generation I slid to his knees on the spot. Jiang Nan Koan, I know I'm wrong, please be magnanimous and spare Thunder God. Although we did not know why Jiang Nan was targeting the Thunder God so much, the important thing at the moment was the attitude of admitting fault, and this killing god had to be coaxed away. If they really wanted to barricade themselves, the Thunder God tournament was expected to be greatly disabled without dying. Jiang Nan, kneel lower. Hey! Mei Chuan Pants face happy, game. Behaving well and keeping his head close to the ground, Yumekowa Pants fawned sideways at Jiang Nan. Gangnam Kuan, do you think this is okay? Jiang Nan laughed out loud, mocking the camera with abandon. Do you see, everyone, this is a foot basin, this is the spirit of Bushido. The camera gave Yumegawa Pants a close-up, and Yumegawa Pants didn't dare to get angry and smiled. Gangnam, this is what happens when Yamamoto Jim messes with me. Remember, you baka of the footbath will behave yourselves from now on. After saying that, Jiang Nan turned around and left. Searching dead inside Yumegawa Pants finally realized the reason why Jiang Nan came to step on the field. Baka Yalu, these two scourges. At this moment, Yumegawa Pants hated to tear these two, Yamamoto Oki and Ting Tian Ryota, alive in his heart. Little Dog immediately dissolved the cooperation with Yamamoto Jim. Yumegawa Pants was seething with rage. Hey! With a jolt, Koinu immediately called to make arrangements. After a whole lot of yakking, Little Dog was suddenly shocked and said to Yumegawa Pants. Boss, something big has happened. Yamamoto Daiki attacked our footpad boss with a bomb in his own home, the news has yet to broadcast the news about it. There is insider information that the building was bombed and collapsed, and the footpad boss and Yamamoto family are gone. Yumegawa Pants' heart tightened, always feel that this matter and Huaxia Jiang a little related, in the future this bogeyman or less to provoke the better. Chapter 51 Oh Ho, Kitty clashes with Lao Deng. Jiang Nan and the others had gotten on a private jet and left the footbath, flying to the venue of UFC Digital 254 in Abu Dhabi. Jiang Nan's status in the Arab region was exalted, and he was one of the owners of the UFC. The board of directors decided that it was better to let Jiang Nan attend this fight card as the head of the tournament side. Pei Zi's team also followed, and after Lao Deng's brainwashing. But recommendation, Pei Zi already knows the importance of following the right people. There are some things that can't be done by effort alone. Look at the side of the Nagano, before with a minion like, to that station is the cattle and horses. Now, he's wearing gold and silver, and has hundreds of watches on his hands. Nagano, I'm standing in front of you right now, you see how much I look like the old days. Join the Dragon Soul team, not only can earn knife music, but also research to prove the history of the origin of the Indians. How good. At this time, Lao Deng quietly came to Jiang Nan's ear and asked curiously, Jiang Nan, where do you think this Yamamoto Oki got the bomb? Jiang Nan moved back half a body length. This does not rise nonsense Anon people picked up on the side of the road cannot. Oh, the old man was green, so he was green, but he's still very angry. Lao Deng understood, blindly spat a sentence, did not say much. In less than a month, Jiang Nan came to Abu Dhabi again. The local Arab household's enthusiasm is not reduced, surrounded by the water. There was no other way but to ask for help from the local officials, sending a special convoy to pick up the plane, which got away from the crowd and came to the venue. In order to prevent the same as last time, there are unexpected situations. Dana transferred Hunter to Abu Dhabi to Jiang Nan as a deputy. This is not, Jiang Nan came too late, even the conference did not catch up. Fortunately there is Hunter temporary top, or interview photography session only. Players without the tournament party will be big fun. On the evening of October 24th, UFC 254 fight card started. The headliner is a lightweight title fight between Kitty and Gage. Since Kitty beat Mouthpiece Connor, a very small percentage of fans have switched to the Russian, but the majority are still with the Mouthpiece. Let's just say that giving Kitty a chance doesn't even hit the mark. On the one hand, she has low emotional intelligence and can't hype herself up, and she's being taken down by the man's Mouthpiece. People mouth Cannon greatly admitted to like money, for the money to fight, the turn of the eagle, desperately trying to explain the fight is not for money. This is not pure fools. Not for money, hard training for what? It can be said that not all for the money, but you categorically denied with the money has nothing to do with. No wonder the fans do not like, too hypocritical. On the other hand, the fighting style is only drilling the crotch and a set of Wang Bakung, standing except with heavy punches. The spectacle is too poor. Even when a punch puts Connor down, it's only because of Connor who threatened with a wrestling jiu-jitsu, and most of the person's energy is used to make a defense against wrestling before hitting. A different fighter who isn't afraid of wrestling and has good stand-up would have been honest. But there are too few such fighters. There are only 3 people in this weight class who can threaten Kitty. One is Kitty's older cousin, Madaha, who is already a bit of a hexagonal warrior. He may not be as good at wrestling as Kitty, but he should have no problem defending himself, and his stand-up skills are much better than Kitty's, so it's hard to say who will win and who will lose, depending on how the fight plays out. Another is Oliveira, has a chance to win, but it's not good enough. The last one, naturally, is the tyrant who is about to enter the lightweight hunt. Other people really can't cure Kitty. The core strength of wrestling is too much, and it's like 502 glue, you can't get rid of it. Tonight, the main character of the commentary table is naturally still Lao Deng. Nagano lay brother has the experience to hide far away, only Pereira with a bald head sitting in the front row of Lao Deng. Old Deng, pay Z, don't run, uncle will give you oil later. Oh. When the match started, it was raining in Abu Dhabi. What the hell are you doing? Are you a fighter? Are you a fighter? Are you a serious athlete or not? Look at you, you can't even fight. Playing innocent, kicking someone in the crotch is not on you, you go down. What the hell are you fighting? You're just a little bit of a winner, you can't beat the others and that's it, you're such a lousy player, you're nothing. The pop-ups in the live streaming room were all dad scolded me. The viewers were praising Lao Deng for being the only one in the commentators who cursed. Cursing and speaking logically and without swearing, it was too rare to be able to present it properly to the public. This wave of traffic is kind of let the old den play understand. Pereira in front of the paper towel wiped his bald head and begged for mercy. Uncle, take a break, don't be angry for these people. When I get into the UFC we'll definitely let you see a great match. Old Deng hadn't gotten over it yet, so naturally he couldn't possibly listen to Pei Z. Pei Z, I appreciate your good intentions uncle, but what uncle is spraying is not a fighter, it's loneliness. The ace blowjobber applies to fight. The side match ended with Old Deng's passionate commentary, and the audience watched with great interest. It's the turn of the main event, the first, light heavyweight bout. Magomed Ankaleev KOs Ian Kutlaba in the first round. Bout number 2, women's flyweight, Lauren Murphy submits Lilia Shakalova in the second round. Third, heavyweight bout, Alexander Volkov by second round KO of Walter Harris. Fourth, middleweight fight, Robert Whittaker defeated Gerard Cornelius by unanimous decision. Fifth, lightweight title unification bout. In the opening round, Gage was too wary of Kitty's wrestling softness and was always on guard. Kitty was relaxed on the face, in fact, the heart is not bottom. Gage is the All-American wrestling champion, worried about turning the car, did not have the heart to rush. Both sides are touch and go, and test each other. During the period, Gage gave 2 counts of low sweeps. Kitty wanted a single leg hold, but unfortunately took too little position unsuccessful, by Gage shrugged off. Next, Gage was more wary of Kitty and was chased all over the cage by Kitty, unable to play standing up. Kitty chased Gage and hit stand up. It seems the last time he swung to the mouthpiece gave him confidence. But there was no pattern to the punches, and Gage was able to land a couple of good ones. Fortunately, strong physical fitness, hard chin, otherwise this will have to give Gage awards. Understanding that he can't fight standing up, Kitty decisively holds Gage down against the cage, clamping his thighs around Gage's legs and trying to pop Gage. Gage lies flat on his back in the bottom position and wrestles with Kitty. Kitty abandons her original maneuver and surprises Gage by laying on her back with her legs wrapped around Gage's arms in a crossbody. The first round ends with Gage escaping. A round of testing, both sides have a bottom. Wrestling is Kitty's strong point, standing is Gage's chance. Over here, Olden at the commentary table spewed half-heartedly at the two. Crash, I really am. Can you fight? Hey, what the hell are you running for, soft man? Kitty, this boxing pure kindergarten class level, I'm on my all, hold fight, go home, UFC champion called you whole no gold. In the second round, Kitty came up and chose to hold, and was pushed down to the ground by Gage. Lao dang, ouch I go. What kind of championship is this for Dana White to take the money? This guy fights and drills his pants into the ground. Kitty quickly gets up and fights Gage off with a few punches and kicks, getting rocked left and right by Gage's low sweeping kicks. Old Den at the commentary table catches it and sprays it again. Without waiting for the crowd to get back to their feet, Kitty suddenly went for a dive hold followed by a backbreaker in one fell swoop. Gage was struggling to get to his feet. Kitty was in a mounted position, his thighs were clasped together and his head and arms were tightened into a triangle choke. Gage tries to get up and shake Kitty off, but the lock is too tight to help and he collapses in the ring. With the victory a foregone conclusion, Gage hastily claps his hands, the referee doesn't see it, and Kitty gives it a good push and Gage goes to sleep. Kitty successfully defended her light heavyweight title, refreshing her professional record to 29 wins. With the heat on his head, Kitty braces his teeth and slams them towards Old Den at the commentary table. Fart, say it again, why don't you say it again? Unfortunately, Kitty's accuracy is not good, did not smash Olden, but instead provoked Olden's temper. Little pussy juice, you don't look at what kind of goods you have, actually dare to be arrogant with our dragon soul. Don't think it's a big deal to play a loser, in my eyes, you're just a fertilized egg. Just woke up Gage line also shot, can't afford to be offended, I'd better pretend to faint. Kitty was furious, my fighting nation can still let you Chinese bullying? Shut up, yellow monkey. Jiangnan choked, hypocritical clowns, disgusting Caucasians. And a fighting nation? Don't love money? You grips are the most disgusting, on the surface you hate Westerners, how upright, in fact, you want to join the West at all times, as long as the Europeans and Americans are willing, you so-called fighting people are the first to grab and hold the stinking feet of the West. Simply disgusting and nasty, shameless and hypocritical. I don't know where the confidence comes from to look down on others, stinking rats. Kitty was enraged by what was said and tumbled off the cage. The Madadi in the side corner also rushed towards the commentator's seat, and a big battle was about to break out. Jiang Nan waved his hand, and the security guards at the scene retreated far away. Waiting for a few people from Kitty to come over, Nagano Pereira and Big Bang Regal were the first to stand up. A few people look at a few big level players froze in place. Wrestling is definitely not moving. Even if people do not move to let themselves strangle, such a thick neck and body circumference, but also cannot ride the buckle off. Do you want to jump up and fight? Just frozen, Lao Dang and a few bodyguards copied the rubber stick toward the head of Kitty Maha Bang Bang Bang. Beat a few people holding their heads, finished Lao Dang explained to the camera. Everyone saw, they want to beat me, my personal safety is threatened, self-defense is normal. This kind of clown just owes a beating, isn't he a fighting nation? Turns out he can also run away a self-aggrandizing chick, net to his own face. And just like that, the chaos was over before it began. Kitty's post-fight interview stated that he would sue Lao Dang for assault with a weapon and threatened the UFC board of directors that if this matter was not accounted for, he would retire forever. Lao Dang just said, you talk to my lawyer, in this case, try to see how many years you can fight the lawsuit. When you die can pull you out of court. The two sides had a disagreement. Kitty took this opportunity to retire, take over his father's gym, and let the players in the gym to the top. Money as usual, and with the more star players, they earn only a little more. Not only can avoid Jiangnan this tough, by the way, can also start their own mixed martial arts tournament EFC. These Eagles have planned, even if there is no such thing today, Eagles will still be retired. Jiangnan can let him do what he wants? After pretending to run, which is so easy, is not love money. Good, arrangement. Lay off all the fighters from Kitty's gym. Aren't you quite noble and crazy? Don't think no one knows what you're up to. It looks like you're carrying on your father's legacy. In fact, the retail dry wholesale, brokerage fees plus training fees according to the market minimum add up to 40% of the athlete. Kitty saw the gap between himself and Maha and others and ordinary players, has shown that his father's training model is right, as long as the copy, you can mass-produce masters. Maha is not weaker than Kitty, lightweight Kitty there is no need to compete with his own people for this piece of cake, open a training gym as a brokerage team in order to maximize the benefits. Training a few champions, plus a bunch of UFC fighters is not better than their own death and fight. Athletes eat the body, but also that a few years of youth meal. To eat for a lifetime, you have to become an eagle Dana. However, this kind of good idea to end here, Jiangnan toward the eagle neck to cut. At first, the UFC's board of directors was split on the issue, with most of them opposed to Gangnam's dictatorial tactics. Soon enough, though, Kitty came to the door begging for mercy, sending the UFC brass into a tizzy. Even Dana White didn't realize that the ever-fighting Caucasian eagle was actually a persona. In the eyes of White Dana, Kitty is not that he is not interested in money, but he puts his own pursuit first, and his interests second. This incident, with Kitty's character that doesn't value interests too much, he may really retire in a huff. Good guy, it turns out that your kid is not uninterested in money, but uninterested in small money. Jongnan this hand, combined with Kitty's reaction, the UFC a little bit of brains of the senior can associate the key. I can only say that it is worthy of being Jiang Dana, the brain is good. The wind vane of global traffic, it deserves the name. So, the executives simply turn a blind eye, hand the matter over to Jiang Dana to deal with, believe that Jiang's brain is finished. Don't ask is that people are also UFC bosses, this matter is his in charge. Bumped into the wall of the Eagle to find Jiangnan living in the hotel, in the lobby has been waiting for Jiangnan and others out to dine before coming up. Kitty did not beat around the bush, directly explained the purpose of the visit, want to apologize, praying for Jiangnan to be generous. Jiangnan picked up the red wine and shook it. Kitty, it's not that brother won't help you, the main thing is that the person you're messing with isn't me, it's our Dragon Soul's mascot, Mr. Deng. What to do, don't need me to teach you, right? Old Deng ate his steak with his face as usual, in fact, his heart had long been happy. Being able to pretend again, it's really energizing. In other people's hands, Lao Deng might not have this interest. But who was Kitty, the undefeated king who stepped on the mouth to rise to the top? As the saying goes, the stronger the opponent, the higher the sense of accomplishment, to a large extent. Kitty, hello Mr. Deng, I was impulsive that day, I'm sorry, please give us Dagestanis a bite to eat. Lao Deng's mouth pouted like a warped mouth, put down his knife and fork, and his towel wiped his mouth. Then, Lao Deng took out from his pocket the Gao Shiba cigarettes that he used to pretend to take pictures at any time and put them in his mouth. Boy, have you got a light? Kitty looked at the conspicuous lighter on the table and fell into silence. This is not to borrow fire, this is to have the sense to go to Bao and light a cigarette. Kitty heart mixed feelings, although very tempted to brush off, but reason eventually prevailed. As long as you get through this hurdle, the back of their own popularity to do fire EFC, their team of those who would become UFC star players. At that time, it is completely possible for them to leave the UFC and bring their popularity to the EFC. The idea is wonderful, and Jiangnan thought quite similar, both want to go to the table as a big player. But the whole thing, relying on yourself is not possible, the chick traffic still did not understand the game. Not to mention this chicken flow, even if it is the king of flow Jiangnan, also need others to work together to have a game. Chapter 52 Jiang Cannon Battle Pre-Match Conference. Mixing in the capital circle, they want to eat alone how to do, any industry's sustainable development is a group of people in the maintenance. Take bodybuilding as an example, many bodybuilding bloggers are deformed, this is beautiful? However, they will come up with a bunch of awards to tell you the gold of bodybuilding and how much it is sought after. The truth is that these kinds of competitions are the capital of the fitness community dropping money to hold the corner. They sell drugs, they sell powder, they sell classes, they are in the gym chain industry, and they are involved in a wide range of industries. If they told the world that bodybuilding was made by them, they would still be making a load of main. There are so many offshoots of this industry, all deeply tied to these capitals, making each other successful and everyone getting a piece of the pie. Through these groups subliminally influencing the average person to be beautiful with such a muscular body. In fact, the only way to achieve such an effect is to put steroids on the body, and even as long as the steroids are put on, no practicing is possible. Of course, a little bit of practicing would be more exaggerated. Some fitness bloggers, who eat and sleep all day, the most exercise they do in a day is to make a fitness video. Because of the prolonged brainwashing, many ordinary people began to pursue this kind of figure. A piece of cake is shared by all, and when a bunch of people say yes, it's not also yes. This is the power of capital to change the ideology of the masses. For the sake of consistent interests, the power of many people holding together is enough to control the three views of ordinary people, just like Truman's world. Of course, such insider knowledge was not accessible to ordinary people. Standing in Jiangnan's point of view, in order to make things happen, one had to make a piece of cake so that all these cowards and devils had something to eat, dividing up the labor. Whether it's pitfalls or creating a topic, they can each do their own job, quickly integrating the sport into the public, all of them are old players. Capital was a double-edged sword, you had to have it if you wanted to develop, but you couldn't let it hold the power of speech, or you would be destroyed by the bottomless greed of capital. Jiangnan just need to do their own thing, run the game, control the absolute discourse, the cake themselves to share, macro control, set the bottom line rules, messing around with a different one. Only in this way, mastering the core values, professional things to professional people to do, the tournament can be sustainable and healthy development, rather than closed doors. This is the gap between Eagle Dana and Jiang Dana. Little Ula, still need to practice. In the restaurant, Eagle picked up the lighter and bent forward, snapped to light a flame, and gave Lao Deng to light the Gao Shiba. Mr. Deng, this matter, you see? Kitty asked softly. Lao Deng took a breath and spit out a smoke ring, one hand clamped Gayaksuba, pointing out. Well. Honestly, I still like your untamed look. We do not fight, so, uncle invited you to drink this thing, we will uncover the past. Snap. Lao Deng snapped his fingers. Waiter, give me 2 bottles of Lafite. Little Eagle clenched his fists and said nothing in silence. Soon, 2 bottles of Lafite were placed in front of Kitty. Lao Deng signaled with his palm, please. Kitty pushed back sorry Mr. Den, I don't know how to drink red wine. Nagano clapped his hands together. Bumpkin, is it that you don't know how or you don't give Uncle Deng face? I know son, sit down, give the young man a chance. Old Deng pacified Nagano, then opened his mouth to Kitty and asked. Can't drink red wine? Then what kind of wine will you drink? Kitty coldly replied back, sorry, I only know how to drink beer. TSK. Tough. Lao Deng gave a thumbs up, then slowly stated. Any idea why you're mixed up like this? We drink Lafite and Romane Conti, you drink beer, no wonder you can't get on. You drink beer, you are not qualified to talk to us at all. Giving you the opportunity to drink red wine and you shrugged it off, I think you are simply looking down on me. Do not value the opportunity to talk to me, why should I forgive you? Go home and plant potatoes. Lao Deng was furious and slammed his big hand on the table. The bodyguard beside him understood and stepped forward to fork Kitty out. When Kitty completely disappeared from view, Lao Deng broke down for a second and shook off his hand. Aya, what is this table made of? My hand hurts. Everyone, how about evaluating the aura I just installed? What are the areas that still need improvement? Nagano quipped, Uncle, hello level acting, I was fooled. Pereira Lay nodded in agreement, and everyone bragged while showing off the feast. After eating and drinking, Jiangnan arranged his matches. Soon after, Gangnam's social media accounts along with his official website announced the upcoming lightweight title fight. The UFC 255 fight card, on November 21st at Las Vegas, has the following lineup. Lightweight title fight Gangnam vs Conor McGregor. Women's flyweight title fight Antonia Shevchenko vs Ariane Lipski. Welterweight bout Mike Perry vs Tim Mins. Women's flyweight Caitlin Kukoegian vs Cynthia Calvillo. Light heavyweights Mauricio Hoa vs Paul Craig. In the first moments of the fight card appearing, the top 10 athletes in the Gangnam at light heavyweight division, the officials started to get down to the hype. The UFC's board of directors gave the task a go, Kitty's gone, and the lightweight heat is a bit unsettled. Thinking of letting veteran driver Gangnam bring in the traffic and milk Kitty and Maharaja for all they're worth. As long as he wins the title, Gangnam will put the belt on the line for whoever has it. The next Fight Night in Numbers tournament will be a platform for Gangnam's purge of the lightweight division exclusively in group fights. By then the lightweight title fight will be tightly staged, and this weight class will see an unprecedented melee. Every match could be a money fight. As soon as the match was finalized, Mouthcracker immediately called on the Redneck Army to start building momentum, and in doing so, he belittled the former champion, Kitty, to the point of nothingness. Kitty was furious when she saw the news and cursed, but now she doesn't have the heart to dwell on these things, and mainly focuses on the new tournament, EFC, above. Things have developed to this point, even if the time is not mature can only hard on, at least their gym has a lot of strength, online players can put the game ornamental support up. Although the scale of the UFC cannot be compared to the temporary, but the high and low is the business as a boss, how is not worse than working? In addition to these match news, Jiangnan incidentally Pereira chasing the bug drama arranged, the UFC is also vigorously publicizing the Pay Z and Black Bugs of the feud. Big Bang Regal is coming up at the end of November, and Nozomi has a heavyweight title fight coming up. So the two men, Gangnam and Olden, split up. Jiangnan is at ease with the match. Lao Deng found some professional coaches to a few big levels of preparation for the fight. Everything was organized, and on the internet, the heat of the Jiang Cannon fight had rushed to the top of all sports media. Everyone wanted to see if the new king would be crowned, or if the king would return. Official footage of the two intertwining their fates in previous storylines was shown. The king is not the king, and since Gangnam came along, the mouthpiece has started to go downhill. Previously, they have not been in the same magnitude. This time the two kings finally meet. Jiang Cannon, two camps of supporters quickly take sides. Fighting fans scolding constantly, especially in Europe and the United States, many small groups of disagreement, there has been a bloody brawl. The bloodshed not only didn't let the European and American fans restrain themselves, but instead became even more frantic as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, pushing the atmosphere of the Jiang Cannon war to a new level. On social media platforms, all the major bloggers and media organizations were warming up the hype for this big fight, and before the match even started, it was already booked as the most influential match in history. Surprisingly, the attention of this match in Asia exceeded that of Europe and the United States for the first time, and it was evenly distributed. It dominated the #1 hot search on the internet in every country. The most intuitive feeling is that PPV sales are far away from Europe and the United States. It is important to know that in the past, the main source of UFC was the European and American audience. Although there are many Asians, but the fighting atmosphere is poor, not many audience groups, cannot lose as good. This situation is exactly what White Dana has been dreaming of. Taking advantage of this opportunity, White Dana increased promotional efforts, specifically launched a TV program to predict the outcome of the match. The program invited many of the UFC and combat circle's ancient gods, even Gangnam's haters, such as Bones Jones, Sejudo, The Great, etc., but only Kitty was not invited. The show was a mess of supporters and detractors. All of them are engaged in fighting, their tempers are quite explosive, and they argued so much that some of them directly ate up in the program. Typical representatives are DC Cormier and Bones Jones. DC is Jangnan's avid fan, Bones Jones and Jangnan's relationship needless to say. The two of them were in a war of words and needles, fighting in front of the screen, and were eventually pulled apart by the staff. This gave the River Cannon fight unprecedented heat, sparking tons of attention from fight fans and some passersby around the globe. Kitty was gritting her teeth at home. The heat of the Jung Cannon wave had directly crushed the heat of the EFC, the event she had just organized, and many of the negotiating broadcasters and advertising sponsors had run away. Oomph. A bunch of rat-eyed people, wait for me to rise up, will definitely smash your face. His own savings were used to apply for tournament licenses and so on, and he has already spent a lot of it. The late emperor hadn't even started halfway through his business and ran out of budget. The fighters have no matches and the gym has no source of funding. If I had known, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to retire. Now that the license has been obtained, certainly to continue cannot stop, no organizer to provide venues, then rent their own venues to do it alone. There is no broadcaster, then their own charges on the network live, no sponsor will wait for the famous and then go to find, first get the game up and then say. At present the most lacking is the American dollar, had no choice but to Xiaoying will be his luxury car mansion all mortgaged out. In order to prevent a sudden break in the capital chain, Xiaoying began to pull sponsorship with his old cousins. Billions of US dollars for a big project, now there is an opportunity, dry or not? Hey old cousins, don't go away. Old cousins pulled back said that the hard training out to reign supreme. As a result, they all followed you to retire, train hard with me, rebuke the wind and clouds without me. Kitty thunder gabahala less, the old cousins believe me once again, in order to fight the glory of the nation, Ula. In the end, it is still the old cousins who bear everything, and Maharaja was scraped the hardest, and was taken by Kitty's sentence of love of gold or love of brothers. The difficulties that plagued the EFC were solved, and Kitty was full of vigor. Just wait, I'm going to develop quietly and then amaze everyone. I will train the highest caliber athletes and make my event the global benchmark for mixed martial arts, and then a random advertising position will make you capitalists fight for your heads. Wahoo, Dana White, UFC I'll be back. On November 15, the launch party for the River Cannon fight was held at an outdoor stadium in Las Vegas. Cranky rednecks showed up in droves to wave the flag for the mouth cannon, and monstrous boos resounded through the city. If it were an ordinary person, they might have been bluffed. But what scenes had Jung Dana not seen before, and how many rednecks could be accounted for when he was at his peak, when he was the enemy of the world? To Jiang Nan's surprise, half of the European and American audience at this launch site had come to support themselves. What Jiang Nan doesn't know is that his strong performance after his comeback has completely convinced some fans, who have already left the army and officially powdered Jiang Nan. Cursing a couple of words is fine, as long as they don't take the initiative to mess with Jiang Nan. Most of them are normal provocations and didn't do anything too much. Thus, the two waves of people on the scene began to dislike each other. Mouthcrackers fans mocked Jiang Nan's fans for having masochistic episodes and betraying the Western masses. Gangnam's fans exposed the scars of mouth breathers back-to-back brutalization by Mayweather, Kitty, and Alvarez. The rednecks booed Gangnam fans booed Mouthbreather, and both sides stomped on each other as the live stream audience watched. On the high stage, the other contestants were reduced to accompaniments, sitting on the sidelines and shivering. Mouth Cannon wore a mink coat and took a six-parent step. Mom mess with fart, you little brat, the lightweight division is no place for you, and on fight day, I'll have you lying on your back in the cage screaming for mercy. Oh daddy spare me, please. Gangnam, don't kid yourself, you're a coward. You shouldn't be fighting, you should be in a nursing home with Mayweather. How dare someone who can't even beat my defeated fighters to talk out of his ass? No, you're on a 3-fight losing streak and you're already a dud. Ha ha ha. Mouth breather, that's a good point, it's a shame that you can't irritate me. Failure is a process a man has to go through. I'm now reborn in Nirvana, and you will be my stepping stone. Guys, I'm going to lead the lightweight division to greatness again. The mouthpiece roars towards the stage. Connor, the rednecks cheered and boiled. Needless to say, the mouth breather has a knack for boosting morale, bringing the atmosphere to a new high. Gangnam, hey, wake up, you'll take yourself seriously if you keep blowing it. You've lost 3 in a row, and it was a miserable defeat that was ended, the old man couldn't even beat you, where did you get the courage to blow so much? Get ready for your 4 consecutive losses and retire. Retirement, the fans on stage chimed in. Mouth breather ripped back. You hypocritical bastard, posturing here for traffic attention. Fark, don't think people don't know that you're all about making American dollars, I've seen through you, you fool of the public. Guys, dismantle this despicable hypocrite and make it impossible for him to make it in the UFC. The mouthpiece desperately brought up the tempo, trying to make Gangnam's persona crumble. Chapter 53 Jeong Canon battle officially started. Jong Nan did not show a hint of panic, not worrying about the collapse of his reputation, swimmingly cursing at the mouth cannon. Are you stupid with your head being beaten by Alvarez? Goods like you can earn knife music, why can't Laozi earn it? Laozi's defeated men can hold you down and rub you under their hands. What qualifications do you have to say anything here? I've got a proven track record, I've earned my stripes, and I'm the boss of the UFC, people beg me to be the boss, can you do it? On the other hand, you can't even beat this old man's color, how can you earn this dollar? By virtue of their own very good at sleeping? A key for consecutive kills and kills, mouth cannon envy and jealousy hate emotion pull full, running Jiangnan rushed up, unfortunately by the security staff in time to hold. Farking squid, Chinese, you're the one who's happy with color. I'll take everything from you and completely knock you back down, the UFC will know that I'm the best one. Jiang Nan walked over to the mouth breather, who was controlled by security, and gripped Connor's hair with his big hand. Connor tried to break free, but he was being controlled by the security guards. I'm telling you, this match is your retirement fight. Hard mouth, right, wait for me to waste you. After saying that, Jiang Nan let go of Connor. This maneuver was not very damaging and extremely insulting. Connor anxiously jumped to his feet, there was nothing he could do except hurl insults, and watched Jiang Nan humiliate himself. It couldn't be helped, the security guard was also a part-time worker who let others. Jiang Nan was the boss. Can't you see that Dana White has nothing to say? Connor, you damned guys, enabler bastards. Dana, say something. Dana, you have to give me an explanation. Dana. White. Dana, nah, relax, it was just a joke. Connor, no, Dana, the Wahhabis have insulted me and I will not tolerate this provocation. Tell them to let go of me. Dana White looks offended. Nah, you know, the UFC is a place of strength. I want you to show it in the ring, understand? Gangnam, that's familiar to me, you said the same thing to me when the dream started. Dana White's relentless words shattered Connor's heart. There was a time when Connor thought that the UFC wouldn't be able to make any money without him and would treat him like his own son. The days when he was in the UFC were like a slideshow flashing through his mind. I can't imagine that so soon, I'd become less important. Connor knew the fate of fighters, sooner or later they become worthless, discarded by the UFC or fed to rising stars. But I'm still at the top. Dana White did this to himself for a Chinese kid. I'm not willing to fight. Connor, let go of me, kid, you're dead, UFC can't protect you, have the guts to do a fight now. Jiang Nan begged and was about to agree when Dana Bai hurriedly chided. Enough, Lean, now this is the launch, not a place for you to fool around, what grudges, go to the cage to solve. Damn, this match PPV has set a record, if you stir up, I personally take the truth to your house to sacrifice you. In short, whoever dares to add to the mess and stop Dana from earning a US dollar right now is White Dana's father's murderer. Connor still wanted to say something. White Dana hurriedly let the security guards artificially close the microphone, covered his mouth and dragged down to calm down. The conference ended. The redneck's look at Connor was bullied, that's not good, directly exploded, wailed to come up to dry Jiangnan and UFC tournaments. Jiangnan hospitality to refuse, ready to take the job, sacrificed a few rednecks to help the fun. Never expected, Jiangnan's fans take the lead, and rednecks dry up. The whole scene was a mess of dust. Jiangnan hurriedly asked his bodyguards to cooperate with the security personnel to control the scene. In fact, he rushed up to the rednecks with a glue stick and beat them up. Tens of thousands of people started a group, and for a moment, the chaos was unbelievable and intensified. The local police mobilized on a large scale and took control of the situation with their firearms before things came to an end. News quickly spread around the world, and the heat of the battle between Jiangnan and Mouth Cannon reached its peak. The PPV of the match sold more than 20 million, and the views of related topics amounted to billions, making it the hottest money-sucking match of the century, and it was called by netizens as the pinnacle battle of the century. Because of the impact of the launch mix-up, 2 days before the start of the match, the UFC low-key weigh-in and weigh-out ceremony did not hold the eye-to-eye session, in case of any more trouble. In the past, the heat is not enough, need to engage in these messy ceremony gimmick to enhance the flow. This time the UFC traffic to eat to hold, afraid of rolling over. More than one thing is better than one thing, it is better to fight right away, the money earned in peace, the bag for peace. On November 21st, the battle for the ages began to fight in the Las Vegas Mega Stadium Pavilion. Celebrity bigwigs kept up with the heat and came to watch the fight and stand up for the stars they supported, and UFC executives were there in full force to greet some important guests. Rednecks commandeered half of the spectator area to cheer on tonight's mouth breathers, and even redneck boss Donald made his way to the venue. The arena has a limited number of seats that have long since been snatched up, leaving many to wait in the streets. The media spread the scene of the waterlogged arena and beyond, spreading the word and pulling the anticipation of this match full circle. Distinguishing itself from the previous opening ceremonies, this game brought in star Taylor Swift to sing. After the song, the arena fogged up and ribbons fell, bringing the atmosphere to a climax as the match began. With so much attention on tonight's match, the adrenaline of the vice competitors was affected and they came up fighting with an exceptionally high finish rate. After a series of intense battles, the side event came to an end. Nervous UFC executives hold their last breath in their hearts. It's finally this part of the tournament and thankfully nothing troublesome happens. As long as the main event wraps up, this money is in the bag. In the anticipation of the audience, the main event officially opens. Bout number 1, light heavyweight bout. Craig gets the win with a tenacious ground and pound and consecutive punches to end the fight in the second round. Bout number 2, women's flyweights. Cookie Ejian stood her ground throughout the fight and landed multiple combinations, effectively stifling Calvillo's attempts to tangle and ultimately winning by unanimous decision. Bout number 3, welterweight bout. Perry landed the heavier punches, but Mincy controlled the pace of the bout by moving nimbly and landing accurate jabs, and ultimately won the bout with his more versatile skills. Bout 4, women's flyweight title fight. Maya caused some problems for Shevchenko in the clinch, but Shevchenko gradually gained the advantage in stand-up striking and ground control by adjusting her tactics, and eventually won by absolute points. In the 5th, the lightweight title fight was finally on the line. With all eyes on him, the mouth breather began to make his entrance, six-packing his pace to the music, and was flanked by his team as he walked to the cage, where he was inspected and put on his mouthguard before taking the stage. It seems that the cage rounds back and forth to patrol, and Lao Tang interaction, tried the atmosphere of the rednecks. Then the music apex ignites the arena, goosebumps all over the place as Zhang the Tyrant walks out from backstage surrounded by the crowd. All the cameras were focused on Zhang Nan's ancient face. The 3D naked eye screen could clearly see the fluff on Zhang Nan's face. All the micro expressions had nothing to hide. The cold-blooded death pupil matched with the oppressive electric sound, showing Zhang Nan's extremely dangerous state to the fullest. The tens of thousands of viewers at the scene looked at the bloodthirsty eyes on the big screen, and even if the screen was cast to look at each other across the sky, it could make people feel their scalps tingle and cold air rush in from the sky. The real absolute murderer comes with its own aura. With the aid of the arena's 3D technology, for the first time, the audience was immersed in the scene and experienced the danger of the top predator. Barver began to hiss loudly to report for Zhang Nan, from China, the strongest carbon-based creature of mankind, the unique ruler in the history of the octagonal cage, the tyrant Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan grabbed the microphone. Baddie, listen, I'm not taking advantage of this guy tonight. I'm announcing that I'm giving up the use of the wrestling soft. Wait and see, folks. Tonight I'm going to use this guy's best standing technique to waste him. After saying that, Gangnam hands the microphone back to Baffler to continue the broadcast. Although Connor's face was as normal, he was greatly relieved in his heart. Honestly speaking, Connor's pre-match preparations were thinking about how to defend against Gangnam's wrestling. With Gangnam's personality, since he said so on such an occasion, he definitely wouldn't let go of the loss without a reason. Then, the next sparring session would be able to let go of his strength without having to put his energy into wrestling defense. The audience was also like this. Most of them had favored Gangnam to win, but if they were to fight for the octagon standing technique, the mouth cannon was the best, and it was not really easy to predict the chances of victory for both sides. Inside the cage, Buffer exits the cage after the curtain call, and the referee's rules are read out. The sound of the arena quiets down, and the battle for the spotlight officially begins. Zhang Nan and Cannon grab the center of the cage at the same time, two pairs of long arms grabbing each other to test each other. The mouth breather suddenly launched a high leg sweep, which was blocked by Gangnam's arm and then caught his ankle and did a leg drop. Zhang Nan then relaxed his body and stood still, not going down to the ground, waiting for Mouth Cannon to get up. Mouth Cannon's face took a look, got up and stood still, then swung a few punches towards Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan is not afraid of the most is the fight. See, the mouth cannon pounced, go up to hit a welcome, stuff the mouth cannon jaw. Mouth cannon quickly retreated and slowed down a bit. Zhang Nan still stood in place and crossed his arms, waiting for mouth cannon to recover, and in the meantime, he said a few words to Old Tang, the redneck's leader by the side of the cage. Old Tang's face was ugly, pouting his lips and furrowing his brows. Just as the audience is at a loss for words, the staff thoughtfully amplifies Gangnam's voice on the screen. Zhang Nan, redneck, why are your people acting like pussies? They're too weak. Seeing Zhang Nan looking down on himself so much, Mouth Cannon was furious with shame and anger. He got up and attacked Zhang Nan with a roundhouse kick. Zhang Nan's backward stomp solved the siege, and Mouth Cannon was kicked in the waist and sat on his butt on the ground. A few waves of strikes down, the situation has been very clear. Zhang Nan, whether standing strikes or physical talent, is superior to the Mouth Cannon. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Nan was teasing Mouth Cannon in the same way as a cat and mouse. This is not the same Mouthpiece who was extremely hungry for the game back then. Now Mouthpiece has been corrupted by money, especially after being brutalized by Little Eagle, and the last trace of his obsession for victory has disappeared. After this exchange, Mouth Breather's confidence was lost by Zhang Nan, and knowing that he was no match, he didn't dare to fight Zhang Nan hard anymore, standing up and consuming Zhang Nan frequently with low sweeps. The only hope was to kick Zhang Nan's legs out of shape, and even if not, it would be good to affect his footwork and striking sense. Zhang Nan legs are not even with shrinkage, flip leg bone hard to carry, everyone together pain. Today is to dazzle the Mouth Cannon raw. Mouth Cannon kicked a few painful grimace. Zhang Nan's calf also began to redden. Looking at the Mouth Cannon who was hesitant to move, Zhang Nan hooked his finger. Come on, goon, I don't dare to let you kick without hiding. How did you stand in the same octagon as me? A weakling like you doesn't deserve to be my opponent, doesn't deserve to be in the UFC. Shut up. Mouth breather bellowed, saving his calf for a kick. Splat. With a bang, the sound of cracking bone reached Connor's ears first. It's over. Mouth breather's hanging heart finally died. Before the match, the pressure in Mouth breather's heart was extremely great. There was no chance of winning at all, so he thought of earning the money first and taking a step forward. Perhaps it's a relief not to have to worry about getting an ugly K off. Perhaps it is time to retire. After this battle, Mouth breather's fighting heart completely crumbled. Everything around him played out as fast as a movie camera, and Mouth breather couldn't even feel any pain. The referee calls a halt to the match. Gangnam stands his ground with no celebration or jeering, just calmly looking around. The redneck boss Don has left the ring at some point. The medical staff came up to the stage and asked Mouth breather how he was doing, and Mouth breather shook his head forlornly, saying that he wasn't in any pain. Then, Mouth breather gets up with the help of his team, ignoring his broken calf and bouncing hard to Gangnam. The Mouth breather revealed a bitter smile. Jiang, congratulations on winning the championship, you deserve it more than I do. I've always admired you, forgive me for what I said before, it's just a business that needs hype, I hope you understand. Jiang Nan nodded. I'm afraid this is the last match for Mouth breather, so the disguise was removed. A generation of kings had fallen, and it was quite sad to watch. Mouth Cannon smiled. I see in you the shadow of me when I first joined the league. I hope you won't be controlled by off-court messes like me. Keep it up all the time, I know your path won't stop here, go make miracles. With that said, the Mouth breather walks out of the ring with the support of his team and waves goodbye to the entire crowd. During the speeches, Joe Rogan took the stage to announce that Kannan had created a new legend and taken the UFC curiosity to new heights. Kannan took the microphone and issued a battle cry. Guys, the fight isn't over, let's see who's next. Soon, we will meet again. Since then, the U255 fight card has ended perfectly. At the celebration, the UFC executives sang and danced, and Dana White rewarded himself by ordering 2 more ladies. Jiang Nan didn't like such an occasion and was ready to walk through the scene and retreat. Unexpectedly, the despondent King Bubbles packed his calves and arrived at the banquet on crutches. With marijuana dangling from his mouth, the mouthpiece happily greeted Jiang Nan. Jiang, come on, let's have a drink. Jiang Nan shook his head to indicate his refusal. This guy was considered to be playing waste to the capital. Greeting the crowd, Jiang Nan left the scene. Chapter 54. One round of battle. Chandler coming up. Next, there was a series of special matches scheduled. During this period, Jiang Nan was prepared to take the time to rush to the UK to stand up for brother Lei. Striking while the iron is hot at this juncture, I believe that with his own fame added, Lei's fight should receive a lot of media attention, and as long as he fights better, making a name for himself is just around the corner. On the evening of November 26, Jiang Nan caught up with Lei's and Dubois' conference. A man's name and a tree's shadow, Jiang Nan's arrival brought the heat of the boxing event to a new level. Many media came to interview Jiang Nan, and Jiang Nan incidentally dragged brother Lei along to be interviewed, and declared in the interview that Big Bang was the Oriental boxing champion who was about to ascend to the top. With Jiang Nan's endorsement, regardless of whether the media believe it or not, the heat is there, and the next step is to see how Lei plays in this match. The conference session, Dubois' team is very honest, did not make trouble. Originally, the Dubois team had a big problem with the pairings for this tournament and were ready to complain. Once they saw that the other team had a big brother from the fighting circle, they shut their mouths tightly, not having the strength to avoid offending people they shouldn't have offended. Moreover, this match had Jiang Nan's traffic boost, which was an unexpected blessing for Dubois' team, and if they fought well, they might be able to quickly rise to fame. On the main day of the match, Jiang Nan and Lao Deng formed Lei's sidekick lineup and accompanied him out. In this fight, Jiang Nan's advice to brother Louis was to boldly maneuver up. Brother Lei's heavy boxing in the heavyweight class, not to say a unique class, at least is also the first tier of the top level, and brother Lei's fat pack muscle defense is very high, coupled with mature offensive skills, confidently fight on the end of the matter. Lei took Jiang Nan's advice and came up with a fierce attack. This caught Team Dubois off guard, not having prepared for this aggressive style of play before the match. The reaction was a bit stuck for a moment. Panicked and hit by Lei's exploding liver punch, Dubois was forced to give up his head defense and then was hit with a combination of punches to the head. Dubois, a little dazed from the beating, turns his head to run, and is caught from behind by Lei with a powerful swinging punch to the temple, and then falls head over heels to the ground. The referee steps forward to check on the situation and waves his hands to announce the end of the match. The opening round took just over a minute, and Big Bang Zhang Jilei KO'd Dubois for the win. Dubois' team got anxious and went up to the ring and pushed Zhang Jilei, complaining to the referee that Big Bang had committed a foul by hitting the back of the head and shouldn't have awarded Big Bang the win. Lei looked at a loss for words, wanting to fight back but afraid of the trouble it would bring. He could only look at Dubois' team with anger and resentment. You! Before Jiang Nan could make a move, Lao Deng scurried out first and kicked at Dubois' coach, kicking the foreigner to the ground. This time, Lao Deng was so eager to protect Lei that he didn't have time to start a group and take the lead. Lei in Lao Dang's eyes is the hope of Chinese big-level boxing. The little foreigner actually bullied Lei, simply bold, must be severely punished. Chinese, dare to kick my coach. Fark oil. Du Bois was enraged, carrying his fist, he was going to lower the fire to Lao Dang. The young man is not very old, bloodthirsty, and wild. Before this sight can hammer, Jiang Nan and his bodyguards went up to the stage in time to control Dubois. Then, he pressed Du Bois and his coach to practice free sparring, and slapped him furiously. The security guards of the gym were unable to get close to him, and in front of dozens of media, Jiang Nan slapped his hand until it became numb before letting go of the two men. At this time, Du Bois and coach face swollen by bee stings almost, the two helped each other walk down the ring. At this time, the British police received the news and rushed over to invite the relevant people to have tea. Jiang Nan did not panic in the slightest. Professional people do professional things. John will help him deal with it. Public opinion fermented rapidly. John, who was out of town, booked a plane ticket and rushed back to the UK to deal with the matter. Seeing Jiang Nan and others being taken away by the police, Du Bois' agency team gave an interview to the media, tearfully accusing Jiang Nan of the crime. You guys know how much damage those forced fights have done to our members. Wow. Gangnam is a lawless and violent maniac. He needs to be punished by the law. Our team doesn't share the same fate as the Sin. This time it will never end that easily. Before the interview was over, Team Du Bois agents and media received a warning call from John. Immediately afterward, they were told that the interview was strictly forbidden to be aired, and discussion on the matter was also prohibited. The Du Bois agent team were confused, and together they cried for nothing there. Needless to say, John's efficiency is fast. Back in the UK, John started to make things quick. First, he let the Du Bois team go to the police station and choose to reconcile with Jiang Nan, no longer pursuing Jiang Nan and others. Then, the Boxing Association issued a fine. Because Team Du Bois started the dispute first, it was banned for half a year and half of the appearance fee was deducted. Zhang Jilei's team expanded the incident and punished Lei with a 3-month ban and deduction of half of the appearance fee. Jiang Nan belonged to the accomplices and was banned for the same 3 months, and as for Lao Dang, he was forever banned from appearing in the spectator stand or the side seats. When the news came out, Jiang Nan said he didn't care. After all, it was the result of John asking for his opinion. Du Bois' side, the people are worried, the appearance fee is not high, the fight lost and no bonus, the salary is also fine half, how to support the team. The most crucial thing is the 6-month ban, which makes the already poor Du Bois even worse. But can only be resigned to fate. Out of the gang to talk about strength and background, it is difficult not to rebel against John's arrangement. If you don't obey, I'm afraid the whole career will be cut short. After the matter was dealt with, Jiang Nan and others were soon released. John the first time to call to invite credit, Jiang Nan know John's meaning, give John a pill of peace of mind. Jiang who human feelings must not be less. 3 months later, Jiang Nan is ready to have a traffic war with Pacquiao, take John to fly again. With Jiang Nan's current curiosity, the capital of the circle all wanted to become friends with Jiang Nan. To say that there was a competitive relationship, the bigwigs in the fighting circle might have been a bit uncomfortable at first, but now the wind had changed. Jiang Nan had already fired out of the circle. Many passers-by began to pay attention to fighting, especially the great development of the Asian market, which brought the entire fighting world to new heights, and the crowd could not thank Jiang Nan enough. If we can make a good karma, and have the opportunity to cooperate, it shall not be a big profit. 3 days passed, Jiang Nan and Lao Dang returned to the UFC headquarters in Las Vegas to discuss the next lightweight fight. Jiang Nan's idea was to put his own purge of lightweight fights on TikTok for free viewing, to give TikTok crazy traffic. Dana White wanted to do the same, using Gangnam's fame to suck a big wave of fans for the UFC. But Gangnam's income from one fight smells too good, and even if he could convince the UFC himself, what about the rest of Fight Night's fighters' salaries and arena costs? Moreover, Jiang Nan jewels in front, how to sell tickets for future fight nights. In the end, the two discussed a compromise. Not Fight Night and digital tournament, directly in the UFC headquarters to do a closed arena, the whole live Jiang Nan single game. Of course, this match is formal and professional. As long as you win Jiang Nan, the deserved UFC lightweight title belt and the honor of being the number 1 P4P man directly change hands. The name of the tournament is called the Ultimate Fighter, and it is jointly presented by Dragon Soul and the UFC. The cycle was set at 1 fight a week to give the fighters a little time to degrease and dehydrate. It was agreed that the fighters' paychecks would be sponsored by gifts swiped by netizens. After TikTok deducted half, Gangnam took 70% and the opponents 30%. Don't underestimate this 30% of the gifts. Jiang Nan knew in his previous life how hoity-toity all the big brothers on the internet were. What's more, this is a global synchronized live broadcast. Big brothers are good face, when the different regions of the tycoons, in order to show their face to fight up, may be on the scene to show off a wave of wealth. In this way, Jiang Nan and UFC executives agreed to start docking the top 10 fighters in the lightweight division. But the top 10 fighters are not little cute. And you Jiang Nan won the fight is okay, can be on the top. What if you lose? No regular paycheck to play Maybe you'll be crippled and have no medical bills for the rest of your life. In this case, the top 10 players who already have stable incomes are naturally unlikely to take the risk. Jiang Nan could only settle for the next best thing and find some players who ranked a bit lower to make a sample. It was believed that as long as they saw that it was profitable, these heads would turn around and beg for a fight again. At this juncture, news suddenly came from Dana Bai's side that a supernova who had just entered the UFC not long ago wanted to fight himself, and Jiang Nan's proposed method of competition was acceptable. Jiang Nan said it does not matter, as long as the achievement line. So the two hit it off and the match was made. Unexpectedly, the supernova in Dana White's mouth is actually Michael Chandler. In his previous life, he was played by the mouth cannon, a big wrong seed, an honest man. Alright, brother, take you to fly once. Next, Jiang Nan, UFC's official website, and TikTok started to do the promotion. The White John's match was too flavorful, and it was live in real time, or a giant like Jiang Nan. After the news was released, at first many people found it unbelievable and thought it was fake news. After the latter confirmed that the news was true, the entire internet exploded. The fans boiled over. Especially many fans who couldn't afford to consume PPV, as well as passers-by who had just come into contact with the sport, began to download TikTok to follow the progress of the match. As a result, the number of downloads of TikTok directly dried up to the #1 spot on the ranking of all the major mobile app stores. During the preparation for the tournament, Jiang Nan was live streaming the training and preparation for the tournament on TikTok every day, with occasional live battles as well. Every live broadcast is a million-plus level of popularity, the light gift to collect dozens of hundreds of DBUE. Jiang Nan set up his own MCN company, although himself and Lao Deng is the boss of TikTok, but can hide or have to hide. Chinese ancestry, bide your time and sulk. Furthermore, what Jiang Nan is trying to need to live to give the players a sample. Do not need to be taken by the UFC, as long as you become a star in the industry, come TikTok can traffic cash, you can rely on the live streaming bounty to survive. Nagano is the example, but Nagano played a little flower, the general public cannot play. Jiang Nan is to be an example, so that fighting stars feel that I can do it, and have followed their example. In addition to live broadcast, Jiang Nan is also ready to lay out shopping mall and port shipping, late shelves products, do similar to Taobao function. Let the overseas fighting stars to the Chinese inexpensive goods live with goods, so that the Chinese people can earn foreigners' main, the domestic industrialization development more prosperous. At that time, the players will earn a considerable commission from TikTok. On the one hand, it will increase its dependence on the platform, on the other hand, it will make more foreign stars eyeballing together to participate in. This is not, after seeing Jiang Nan's operation, Chandler also took advantage of the heat of his own game, and followed suit and downloaded TikTok to start live broadcasting. A day's gift reward points plus advertising share to have a 2 or 3 million knives. For him to enter the UFC, this kind of small chicken can be said to be a fortune. So, live training became Chandler's daily essential routine. A week later, the first installment of The Ultimate Fighter, which the entire internet was waiting for, was finally going to start. On TikTok, the official opened dozens of live streaming rooms to attract traffic, and the number of viewers jumped extremely fast. There were tens of thousands of people watching online in the lesser tens of thousands, and millions of people watching online in the greater tens of thousands. Combined, the fight drew over 50 million people. The style and flow of the match was consistent with the UFC, except that there was no audience on site. What should be there was there. The two men came out, BGM played on the broadcast, and Buffer started the announcements, giving basic information about the two men. Entering the cage, the rules were understood and the referee gave the order for the fight to begin. Chandler's small universe erupted, came up completely unafraid of Jiang Nan's standing level, and dared to fight. Although he was hit by Gangnam with 2 punches, Chandler was more excited after eating the punches. Chandler slapped his cheeks and let out a loud roar at Gangnam. Kong busy, Kong busy. The audience shouted 666, they just love to see a hot-blooded match, even if they have just lost, it makes the match more exciting to present. The two of them went back and forth, punching and kicking, and Jiang Nan dragged the fight out a little bit longer in order to let Chandler play better, letting in a little bit of water. Soon the first round ended and both sides entered the break. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience not only saw the bustle of the octagon, but the competition of the rich and powerful on the network is also a bright landscape. The bigwigs of each region have various fights with the rich, especially the tycoons in the Middle East, and the lion images brush the screen non-stop. Wow, worship Big Brother. Real Big Brother, begging for a hug. A piece of cloth on my head, I'm the richest in the world. Ordinary people in the comments section typed out compliments one after another. The feeling of being in the limelight in front of the whole world audience made the tycoons flutter. Of course, there were also rich Europeans and Americans who were not open-minded. Che, what's the big deal? 100 or so to BUBUE dare to call themselves Big Brothers? Watch me second you. After a round of fighting, the Middle Eastern Big Brother lasted until the end, and the European and American tycoons had already fled without knowing where they were, presumably going to other live rooms to pretend to be a pussy. In front of so many viewers stepping on people, let the Middle Eastern bigots enjoy an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. The sound of bragging in the comments section of the melon eaters became even more intensive, and they offered their knees one after another. Just like this, the amount of gifts in the live broadcast room unknowingly came to 30 million knives. In the octagon, the second round began. Compared to the small steel cannon in the first round, in the second round, Chandler was obviously not strong enough. No way, is this guy an Ultraman? He wanted to give a great fight to show that he's a good fighter, but now he's got a big head and a big tail. Jongnan held Chandler down on the cage and quietly reminded him from a hidden position. Hey, the little steel gun, give it some power. I've released the sea, why are you still fighting like this bird? Do you want to make a lot of money? Chapter 55, Meeting Toplia. The sweaty Chandler's eyes glazed over. Walt? How dare you water down your game with me? Looking down on me so much. Chandler's heart was filled with grief and anger, giving birth to a new force, and began to hammer at Jongnan. I don't know if it's lethal or not, but it looks fierce and bluffing anyway. Both sides fought fist to fist in a bloodbath until the end of the second round, making the audience cry out in excitement. Many people didn't expect this supernova to be so top that he could fight Jongnan to this point, much better than the performance of the mouth cannon. Mouthpiece is now ranked around 6 or 7 in the lightweight division. Doesn't that mean Chandler is within the top 5? Even Dana White and others were praising Chandler off stage, saying that they could focus on Chandler. Unbeknownst to them, Chandler, one of the main characters, was having a hard time, panting like a big buffalo in the corner. The family knows its own business. One round of the God of War, hard to be forced to play 2 rounds of high-intensity confrontation. How to hold up the next 3 rounds? Oh, take the head to fight. I have to say that Jangnan's acting skills are first class, fooled everyone. At the beginning of the third round, Jongnan could clearly perceive that the small steel cannon physical energy was drained. His fists were limp and his eyes were tired. He couldn't fight standing up anymore, it would be easy to show his face. Forget about it, in order to provide a classic match, Jongnan played a wrestling soft belt to bring the small steel cannon. Jongnan chose to charge the hole to take down Chandler. Chandler was just about to struggle desperately when Jongnan's whisper came back to his ears. Damn, don't move, save your strength and send you a creation. Chandler froze for a moment. Just this moment of concentration, Jongnan had already wrapped his arms around himself from behind, but 2 arms were clasped under his armpits, and he could not do a naked strangle. At this moment, the tyrant whispered in his ear, "What are you freezing for? Don't show your face, grab my hand, get up and wrestle me." Delivery question. Chandler knew that this was Jongnan helping himself to cheat for program effects, and with a jolt hurriedly did as he was told. He was a veteran of live broadcasting for a week. How did he not get Jongnan's purpose? It seems that there is still a need for more live broadcasts. Reacting, Chandler grabbed Jongnan's clasped hands with one hand and slowly stood up straight while bracing himself against the ring. Chandler then limps towards the cage with Gangnam on his back, facing the direction of the camera most, and snorts. I'm a fighter. With that, the whole thing jumps up towards his back at Gangnam's hair-raising cue. Jongnan, yo ho, you're pretty good at this. The program effect of this fall directly exploded as the commentator roared wildly. Look at this, oh. The live broadcast pop-up screen brushed the screen. He Jeanine locks in the big brother. In the octagon, things aren't over yet. Chandler stood up again with a smile on his face. With the experience of the first time, he was much more skillful this time. In the eyes of the commentators and spectators, this behavior of Chandler is undoubtedly a tough guy operation, and together with the pairing operation in the first 2 rounds, it is admirable. Wonderful, too wonderful. Dana White and others got up to offer applause for Chandler. This new star has a lot of potential, the match is extremely watchable, and a treasure has been found. Guys, I'll tell you this, adversity can't defeat a true hero. Michael Chandler, never give up. Chandler talks and laughs in front of the camera lens, with Gangnam behind him bringing no pressure on himself. Is not yet finished, still want to say something. Jongnan quietly came to a sentence, the words are dense oh. Then, Chandler only felt that the leg joints were tightened by Jangnan's force, and his upper body was affected by Jangnan's influence to fall backward, and he himself fell backward accordingly. The 2 of them fell to the ground again as the audience watched in shock. The atmosphere was in place, and Chandler's mission was accomplished. Jongnan's big long arm had already wrapped around Chandler's neck the moment he landed, and his other hand easily pushed Chandler's struggling hands away from him, hitching up the lock. Jongnan tightened it so hard that Chandler's veins rippled, his blood stopped flowing, and his brain was dizzy. What to do? He wanted to clap his hands and surrender, but he had just been too successful in playing the tough guy, and he couldn't surrender now. When he hesitated, Jongnan withdrew his power, and after only 3 seconds, Chandler fell asleep without thinking about anything. When he woke up again, Chandler saw that Jongnan had disappeared from the stage. The team members beside him hugged themselves excitedly. Then, the usually serious-looking coach mounted himself on his shoulders and ran wildly through the octagon. Chandler, did I win the title? This is like a ing dream. By the time Chandler hits the ground, the long guns are disliking him. The media did not slow down a bit, not brother, we have not asked, you hear blind hook 8 thank what? Chandler did not see the crowd's dumbfounded expression, continued. I also want to thank Jongnan, he is a respectable guy. But sorry, tonight is my night. I'm sorry Jang, I took your belt. The team member next to him rushed to cover Chandler's mouth and dragged him to the side of the cage. The coach was quick to grab the microphone. "Dear netizens, don't go away, after the commercials, it gets even better." Then the coach said to the interviewing media. "Sorry, Sleepy, understand. This pinch don't broadcast, give me a minute, I'll go wake him up to receive a visit." Not waiting for the media reporters to slow down, the coach walked to the cage, snapped two big mouth slapped Chandler, emotionally stabilized a lot. "Listen Michael, there's one piece of good news and one piece of bad news, which one do you want to hear first?" Chandler was a little confused and died in place. "Coach, never mind, bad news first, you didn't win the title, you got naked strung up." Chandler, "Coach, are you serious? Coach, don't you know how much you weigh? Wake up." Chandler, "Damn, I'm dead." "Coach, there's more good news, your match with Jiangnan was a hit, more than 50 million people watched it online, and the related topics reached billions of views, you're famous. The most important thing is that the prize money is more than $8 million, we're rich." The revenue share of the coaching team was about 15%, so no wonder the coach was as happy as if he had taken a bride. After organizing his emotions, Chandler walked to the media to re-interview. "Woohoo guys, just got a little dizzy, let's start a new QA. Reporter, Michael, can you share with us some more of your joyous feelings about winning the championship?" Chandler passed a disgusted look. "How is it, you kid, which pot is not open, is it want to be naked strung?" To prevent embarrassment, Chandler directly answered the question. "Guys, although I lost this time, but I lost the best in UFC history, no shame. And, I lasted 3 rounds at the hands of a tyrant, I went down on a charge, I'm proud of myself." The reporter, seeing that Chandler was in his right mind, didn't pursue the belt incident and went through his routine interview. "Michael, a lot of people on the internet have watched your fights and love your fighting style. So here's the question, who do you want to fight next?" Chandler grinned. Of course it was still the TikTok fight, making too much money. The pay scale was probably top tier in UFC. "You know, I'm a fighter, I want to keep fighting. I admit there's a gap with Tyrant, but I don't think I'd be worse than someone other than Tyrant at this magnitude. If I had to say a name," Chandler sniffled. "That McGregor, God willing, I'll wait for you to recover from your injuries, and there's a TikTok battle that needs to be had at UFC HQ for us to take part in." On the other side, Jiang Nan, who had ended the fight, was already discussing his opponent for the next round with Dana White. Dana White's suggestion was to wait one more week before the fight. Jiang Nan's fight had exploded on the internet, and many passers-by had begun to pay attention to the UFC, so the next fight would strike while the iron was hot and hit a top 5 fighter to fester a bit more. Now these top 5 players are still on the end, skeptical of the TikTok battle, not quite willing to come to a match like this. After all, a new star in Jiangnan fight earned 8 million knives is too ridiculous. The top 5 market a little worse player's income is only about 30 debuyo. So, the players would feel a bit fudged and deliberately lured into coming to fight Gangnam. Dana Bai wanted to give the players a little more time to verify the information, and when they understood it clearly, they would definitely rush to face off with Jiangnan. Jiangnan didn't think so. The first crab fed to his mouth and refused to eat it. The second one had to pick and choose, there was no door. "If you don't like this or that, why don't you play with us?" So, Jiangnan and White Dana asked for a list of registered players to pick their own. The lightweights were passed over directly. The only lightweight on the list is Oliveira, who can barely catch his eye, while the others are a waste of time. Unexpectedly, the featherweight class also has a lot of players in the call of their own. One of the little old brother name is more familiar, called Taplia. At this time, Taplia and Oliveira were still unknown. Jiang Nan's thoughts turned. Why don't we sign them up and send them to a creation? As soon as he thought of it, Jiang Nan called the contact information on the list and asked for an interview with the two of them. Received Jiang Nan's call, the two did not ambiguous. Coincidentally to the hotel restaurant where Jiang Nan stayed, the 3 people ate while chatting. What Jiang Nan did not expect was that the two turned out to be his own fans. The next thing was also quite smooth. After some communication, the two painfully joined the Dragon Soul team. Immediately afterward, Jiang Nan said that he was about to bring them to play the Battle of TikTok, allowing the two to prepare in advance and play at their best level. The two are naturally grateful. There is such a big man willing to give the opportunity, no matter win or lose. After the game, their reputation and treatment must rise a large section. As for the matter of letting go of the water, Jiang Nan thought about it and decided not to say anything. These two people's strength is greater than fame, have their own arrogance, and unlike Chandler's thick skin, smooth pole can climb up. Say too much will affect the growth of the two people in the future. Soon, Jiangnan joint UFC official website issued the second phase of the opponent. Jiangnan vs Taplia. Many people are not clear about the details of Taplia. After checking some clear that this is a nobody. At once the online public opinion is full of flying. Most of them are accusing Jiangnan not to speak of martial arts abusing vegetables, dare not play high-ranking players, only brush the record. There was no gold in it at all, and the opponents in the last 2 matches were not even in the top 10. Jiangnan didn't care about these gossips. The most important thing at the moment was to lose weight. In order to lose weight quickly, Jiang Nan began to eat diet meals, wildly flaunting 3 to 5 liters of water a day. On the fifth day, Jiang Nan switched back and forth between the sauna and the ice water pool, and his weight finally reached the standard. In the presence of the official TikTok livestream, Gangnam and Toplia successfully passed the weight. 2 days later, the second installment of the Battle of TikTok officially began. Although many people online predicted that this match would be boring, the number of online viewers for this live broadcast was even higher than the first installment. It could only be said that the free white John smelled too good and attracted more passers-by to join in. After an opening ceremony, the match officially started. Little fanboy Toplia took the initiative to come up and touch a punch, followed by a combination of punches to press in close. Unfortunately, height and reach were both disadvantages, and even though Toplia's sidestepped and buried strikes, there wasn't enough distance. Jiangnan frequently used jabs to click on Toplia's head, and standing up, Jiangnan was far ahead. At the end of the round, Toplia changes tactics and rushes to hug Gangnam, and both men go down. On the ground, Gangnam's defense is lacking and he's at a disadvantage, getting blasted in the head by 2 of Toplia's punches. Gangnam added ground and pound defense from level 3 to level 6, and played a game of split takedowns with Topper, who couldn't do anything to anyone despite being on the bottom. The round ended and on paper both sides were evenly matched. At the beginning of the second round, Toplia continued to punch and hold Jiangnan, and was held by Jiangnan's defense. In a head-to-head confrontation, Toplia's strength is significantly less than that of Jiangnan. Jiangnan turned around and pushed Toplia against the side of the cage. At this time, if the opponent was someone else, Jiangnan would have thrown an elbow up from the inside. But Toplia has already entered his team, can't do away with it. After considering it, Jiangnan shortened his body and carried Toplia up, leaving a hole for the opponent. Unsurprisingly for Gangnam, Toplia's legs buckled and his hands circled Gangnam's head for a guillotine. The live commentary sputtered as the audience watched, their hearts racing. For the first time, Jiangnan was pinned by his opponent and got a headlock. Is the Tyrant Dynasty coming to an end? Jiangnan stood up and slammed towards the ground. Rumble, both men fell to the ground in unison, and Toplia still held Jiangnan's head in a death grip. But this kind of guillotine was not a bare strand, there would be a slit that could be maneuvered, especially since Jiangnan's strength was greater than Toplia's. Jiangnan put his hand into his neck and pulled away a bit of Toplia's arm to get a breather. At this point, a hard head pull could come out as well, but Gangnam wanted to play a little trick to keep the crowd happy. Only to see Gangnam get up and continue to drop another one. This time Toplia's leglock is broken and Gangnam spins his body on the ground, his head following the angle and escaping from the guillotine. The drama was up and down, with Gangnam on the verge of a submission in the front and a brute force crack in the back. The audience was on a roller coaster of adrenaline watching. Many passers-by who don't know much about mixed martial arts were shocked to see this kind of maneuver. Holy, fighting can still be played like this. After getting up, Toplia's arms and legs were a bit numb, and he didn't do anything aggressive, and the two of them threw a few punches point blank, and the second round ended. Chapter 56: Gangnam vs. Oliveira. The third round began with the two men walking to the center of the cage, and Toplia was the first to attack, still approaching with a rear hold. Only this time, he used a body slam, intending to fight Jiangnan on the ground. Jiangnan is still too comprehensive, these rounds of competition, only the first round of Toplia in the ground to take a small advantage. Therefore, Toplia was prepared to break the surface with the point, to see if he could find a chance to defeat or suppress Jiangnan on the ground. But Toplia underestimated Gangnam's fall defense and core strength. With Toplia's entire body hanging on top of Jiangnan's and his center of gravity firing, Jiangnan staggered and just couldn't fall down. Forcing Toplia to change his wrestling style, he straightened up and dived down to hold Jiangnan's thigh and lifted it up, and his other leg went to trip and fall on Jiangnan. Jiangnan held onto Toplia's body, hopping on one leg to adjust his center of gravity. After half a day of wrestling to no avail, Toplia tiredly panted and let go of Jiangnan. Wrestling was an extremely physically demanding thing, and if he continued to play like this, he would lose his physical ability. Toplia let go of Jiangnan and pulled away to recover while looking for a break. It was obvious that he couldn't defeat Jiangnan standing up, but he couldn't fall down, and his physical ability had sounded the alarm. Let's fight. Anyway, he couldn't just admit defeat. Toplia stood in the center of the cage and pointed her hands to the ground and issued an invitation to spar like Gangnam. Jiangnan smiled heartily, he hadn't misjudged him. Toplia has been fighting himself the whole time, even if his chances are slim, he still wants to fight, he is a real tough guy. Then the false tough guy Chandler will come to things, which do not need to bring their own. Put the water is not put so hard, save trouble and worry. Unfortunately, the audience does not know, a round of War God Chandler's strength-injected water was Jiangnan brought to the heights that do not belong to him. That said, Jiangnan would not refuse Toplia's invitation to spar. The two stood in the center of the cage, touched the gloves, and gave up the hold to shake and flash against the bombardment. Jiangnan, who possessed 10th level boxing skills, was superior and hit Toplia many times. Toplia was hit hard, with blood coming out of his ears and nose, and looked miserable. From the viewer's perspective, Toplia was like a calf, challenging the tyrant's throne without fear, and even though he knew he was no match, he still had to attack again and again. This kind of fighting style and character is too appealing, it's just that the power ranking is poor. If it's a high ranking, this fight is enough to become a star fighter in the featherweight division. In order to prevent problems with Taplia's body, Jiangnan stops the attack and calls in the medical staff to check on Taplia's bleeding. The medical staff's advice was to stop the fight immediately, and that tests needed to be done to determine the extent of the injury. Taplia refused on the spot. Once medical intervention was made, then the result of this match would automatically be ruled a loss. The medical staff was about to continue intervening when Jiangnan waved his hand. "You guys go down and wait for a moment, it'll be over soon." The medical staff didn't know what Jiangnan meant, but he was the boss, so they had no choice but to temporarily exit the octagon to prepare for the rescue. Taplia wiped the blood and stood in the center of the cage once again, and some of the viewers in the live broadcast room had already been enamored by such an attitude. Some people's life is bigger than fighting, some people's fighting is bigger than life. And Taplia clearly belongs to the latter, belonging to the kind of people who fight for their lives to prove themselves. The two began a new round of exchanges, and in order to quickly resolve Taplia, Jiangnan chose to release water. Only this time, the water released was open water. Jiangnan directly consumed 20% of his physical energy to use extreme speed to dive. Taplia did not expect Jiangnan to play this trick at all. The speed was too fast. Even if he reacted, his body's exhausted state could not effectively intercept it. In an instant, Taplia's waist was already taken by Jiangnan. Then, Jiangnan dropped Taplia sideways to the ground, and in the process of falling, made a crossbody in midair. By the time the two got to the ground, the arm crossbody had already been formed, and there was no way out, so Taplia had to tap out and admit defeat. Speaking after the match, Taplia didn't dwell on it, saying he would continue to work hard to catch up with his idol. This time, although the number of people watching the live broadcast is large, the gift reward is not as much as the first time, and the distribution to Taplia is only more than 700 dabu. That's already huge money for Taplia, and a paycheck of that caliber would allow a star UFC fighter to fight until he retires. After this fight, the top 5 athletes in the lightweight division are finally starting to get red-eyed and put their heads down in preparation for a TikTok battle with Gangnam. On the one hand, that cut is truly enviable. On the other hand, Jiangnan beat 2 unranked players so hard in a row, presumably because he was not comfortable playing lightweight, and when he reached the upper limit of his body, anyone would want to pick a peach. Don't look at Jiangnan won the mouth cannon. The mouth cannon has long been corrupted by money, if not relying on fame to support the early fall out of the top 10. After these 2 fights, many experts re-evaluated Jiangnan's strength and concluded that Jiangnan's strength was at most in the top 5 or so dimensions of the lightweight division, and wouldn't be too far off the mark. This made the star fighters dumbfounded, wanting to win the lightweight belt to step on Jiangnan to get to the top and make big money and fame along the way. However, cannot be so easy to agree to Jiangnan, must be talked about, to fight for greater leverage. The previous UFC 3 times twice invited star players, against Jiangnan, were rejected by them. This made the players hallucinate that Jiangnan was begging them to fight to earn main. If they don't fight, they won't be able to fight more than a couple of matches or 2 before they have nothing to fight for, and matches with no gold aren't exciting enough, so the audience will get tired of it. At that time, the rhythm is big, Jiangnan cannot earn money, not to mention, the fame will also follow the decline. So the players are emboldened, want a match, can, let Jiangnan give respect, personally invite or call the match, and incidentally give themselves a little bonus. Jiangnan ignored these few cuties, directly announcing the next matchup on his social account, Gangnam vs Oliveira, and declared that this match could be his last match in the lightweight division. Oh ho, that played out, and the star fighters in the lightweight division panicked. "No, you ran away, what about our money fights and title fights?" The fighters rushed to contact the UFC, but unfortunately they couldn't get any reply. On the other hand, in Russia, Kitty looked at the financial statement of this period of time, face haggard. Originally thought of charging a fee to live broadcast the match on the network, PPV price is lower than the UFC set, to attract fans who love fighting to pay attention to their own events. I didn't realize that Jiangnan and the UFC launched the TikTok battle, free live broadcasts, attracting fighting fans and passers-by on the network. In just half a month, Kitty has lost tens of millions of US dollars, and the money earned is not enough to pay the utility bills. One wrong step, one wrong step. Many athletes in the training hall already have opinions, without the present even if the future cannot see the light. Most of the athletes are from poor families, hard training to get all the injuries and diseases is not thinking about life can live a little better. It is not easy to have a way out, not long to follow the Eagle collective retirement, but also to play this broken game. What's more, the Eagle to invite over the players to pay wages and bonuses, treatment of their own people is owed, some also subsidized money to the Eagle. Kitty has a hard time talking about it, and knows that this is not a good thing to go on. Late at night, the tormented Kitty finally dialed Dana Bai's phone. "Dana, Eagle boy." The time came to the day of the 3rd installment of the TikTok battle. Jiangnan fought this time in the lightweight class without weight reduction, saving him from this painful process. The netizens got used to it, and at the same time every week they would squat at TikTok to brush up on their segments and wait for the official account to open. Even if there was something to do, they had to wait until they finished watching the live broadcast, and it had become a part of life. After the opening ceremony, Jiang Nan and Oliveira stood in the cage. It was then that the commentators and viewers realized that this unnamed Oliveira was actually about the same height and arm span as Jiang Nan, and was also an talent monster. The referee announced the start of the match. Jiang Nan and Oliveira grabbed the center of the cage. Oliveira tried a few low sweeping kicks. Jiang Nan flipped the leg bone hard to carry, hit a punch by Oliveira dodging close to hold. The two men began to wrestle. Oliveira's strength is not as great as Jiang Nan's, relying on the skill to lay the groundwork and keep changing the position. Jiang Nan was able to see the moves and unlocked Oliveira's lock. Suddenly, Oliveira held Jiang Nan's left arm and went to the ground to do a lower crossbody. This stunned Jiang Nan. Not bad for you, AOV. He himself has not yet had time to let go of the water, it is too sudden. Also good, Jiang Nan saw the hunt and was ready to try Oliveira's weight on the wrestling soft. Jiang Nan picks up with one hand and lets Oliveira slam to the ground, making him lose his center of gravity and unable to latch on. Oliveira was smashed down to the ground, lying down and spreading his body in a defensive position. Jiang Nan in place directly turned over a heel, forked legs to stand on top of Oliveira. Then he dragged Oliveira's arm and laid down ready to do a top crossbody. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. The action is silky smooth and coherent, the spectacle is extremely strong. The commentators' table exaggeratedly shouted, and the audience called out that it was too much. In fact, this action is very easy to turn over, but Jiang Nan is very bold, forced to pretend to pull a wave of ratings. Oliveira's brain was very clear, and the moment Jiang Nan yanked his arm, he quickly moved clockwise on the ground, adjusted the angle of his arm, and unlocked the choke. A jiu-jitsu battle of offense and defense kicked off. At the moment of unlocking the buckle, Oliveira held Jiang Nan's foot and tried to do a heel hook. Jiang Nan quickly rolled in the direction to unlock the buckle. Then Jiang Nan sat up and held Oliveira's small arm for a kimura lock. Before it could take shape, Oliveira twisted her arm and pulled it out, locking her hands around Jiang Nan's head and rolling around. The two lay on their sides on the ground. Oliveira's body bent, her calves hooked Jiang Nan's body with force, wanting to use the force to do an anaconda choke. Jiang Nan's body moved in the opposite direction, driving his head to turn. Oliveira was also turning, trying to use her feet to latch onto Jiang Nan's body, but she was not as fast as Jiang Nan and was quickly unlocked by Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan escaped and grabbed Oliveira's arm for an American shoulder lock at the first opportunity, and quickly copped an armpit the moment Oliveira used his other hand to unblock it, pressing down on Oliveira for an arm triangle lock. Oliveira desperately pressed down on the locked arm, but Jiang Nan's strength was too great, and gradually he was strangled out of strength. Critical moment, the first round time is over. At this time, the live broadcast commentary voice has shouted smoke, a series of conversion speed is too fast, textbook level of jiu-jitsu attack and defense battle. The audience watched with great interest. This feeling of having to quickly switch between submission and being submitted every time was so frightening that a single mistake would end the match. That said, what level of strength was Jiang Nan at? This kid named Oliveira doesn't seem to be a dish either, so why is he ranked outside the top 10? Could it be that Jiang Nan was too good and set off his opponent's strength? Not waiting for the crowd to think, the second round began. Up to Oliveira a fierce combination of punches and kicks. Jiang Nan fierce leg high sweep, speed and fast and heavy, cold kick stunned Oliveira. The referee came forward ready to call a halt. Oliveira fell to the ground, just a second to regain their senses, and then lying open the body in a defensive position. Nan holds Oliveira's single leg and quickly turns around for a knee cross. Oliveira recognizes the intent and climbs up early to whip away the calf. The two men then fought standing. Oliveira's standing is not considered to be top-notch and lacks the blitz, can't hammer away, usually rely on arm extension in bullying people. Jiang Nan has the same reach as Oliveira, crushes Oliveira's technique, and does a lot of explosive damage at the end of his punches. In other words, at lightweight dawdling, jabbing a few extra punches can K someone, except that Gangnam let a little bit of water out of the fight to keep Oliveira from losing too badly. Standing fight will be punching and kicking. Oliveira really do not see hope, began to pull away, looking for Jiang Nan's cracks. But Jiang Nan stood there to hold the frame, did not get up, like, looks like the whole body is broken, in fact, everywhere is hard, there is no way to fight. At this time Jiang Nan first moved, foot stomp cage net, draw leg flying kick, Oliveira quickly move across to avoid. Jiang Nan did not hit, the rest of the momentum is not reduced, pounced on, a turn side kick while Oliveira kicked to the cage net. Jiang Nan went up to the painless to make up a few punches, the second round is over. Round 3 begins and Oliveira dives down to clinch to Jiang Nan. Gangnam doesn't duck and is ready to keep seeing things through. Oliveira pushes Gangnam to the side of the cage and uses the cage's strength to do some stalking strikes to set up the wrestling. Jiang Nan turned violently and switched places with Oliveira, drilling his head through Oliveira's armpit, his hands clasped together, and a standing arm triangle lock was formed. Jiang Nan hard to tighten, Oliveira difficult to get out of the trap, sleepy eyes. The referee came over and shook Oliveira's arm, did not respond, decisively announced the end of the match. After an standstill, Dana White once again put the belt around Jiang Nan's waist. At this time, Jiang Nan didn't accept the interview but instead walked to the TikTok broadcast room to check the amount of gifts. The audience was unsure, and after figuring out the amount, Gangnam walked over to the cage and told Oliveira that he had gotten over $7 million for this match. Oliveira, who was leaning against the cage with a bewildered look on his face, suddenly hugged his head and cried, his vicissitudes of life covered with tears of joy. Now is the most difficult time for Oliveira. His wife left him because of poverty, leaving several children to feed. Jiang Nan of course knew about these things, only that he had never taken the initiative to mention the affair or give help, and Oliveira had never spoken of his plight either. This was the softest part of a man. Jiang Nan did not want to deliberately take this matter to make Oliveira grateful to himself. With this money, Oliveira did not have to lead a hard life with her children. Jiang Nan snickered at Oliveira, hey man, clean up a bit, don't let people think you're crying because I beat you up. Chapter 57 Crossing the River by Feeling the White Dana. The media reporters walked up and interviewed the duo. Jiang Nan, congratulations on defending the belt again, who are you going to fight next? Jiang Nan, I haven't decided on my next fight yet, I need to plan it out. People don't need to interview me, focus on this guy next to me, I guarantee you, he'll become a star fighter in the lightweight division. Jiang Nan digressed. Oliveira, come here for the interview. Oliveira slowed down a bit and stood up to be interviewed by the media. Reporter Oliveira, we noticed in the replay that you were knocked out to the ground by Gangnam's heavy punch, what made you wake up quickly to get back into the fight? Oliveira, hey, no one's heavy punches can outweigh what life has done to me, life had told me I was worthless and it was Gangnam who pulled me out of the abyss. I don't know how to express the gratitude in my heart, I feel like Gangnam is my angel, like God sent me. Reporter, Oliveira, your jiu-jitsu offense and defense is very ornamental, many viewers are looking forward to your next fight, can you reveal who you would like to face in the lightweight division? Jiang Nan grabbed the microphone, that's after that, right now Oliveira needs to rest for a while. I don't think you guys realize that Oliveira has already fought 5 fights this year, fighting with injuries. His biggest priority right now is to spend time with his kids, rest and recover, and come back to fight again. Oliveira, tears welling up in his eyes once again, thanked him sincerely. Thank you, my brother. Oliveira was born in the slums of Brazil and suffered from a disease from a young age, and the doctors concluded that Oliveira would not be able to exercise in the future and that he might even be paralyzed in severe cases. Oliveira practiced Brazilian jiu-jitsu with amazing perseverance to break the doctor's prophecy and did not let the disease overcome him. However, life has not spared Oliveira. At the age of 11, his father, uncle and initiation teacher were shot and killed, leaving Oliveira in a state of physical and mental torment. The standard of living took a sharp turn for the worse, becoming impoverished. It can be said that Oliveira grew up in adversity. As an adult, Oliveira lost many fights in the UFC and was in debt, and his wife left him because she couldn't hold on any longer. Prior to his fight with Jiang Nan, Oliveira had a 1-win, 1-loss record and could barely afford his training fees, not counting his debts. Before, he had taken fights when there were fights in order to make ends meet and had been fighting with injuries, not stopping even when the doctor said he would fall ill. Once he stopped competing, his children were not provided with 3 meals, and the bills from the bank would make him despair. Outside, he was the sidekick. At home, he was the backbone. All these things were borne silently by himself, no one cared if he was tired, no one asked if he needed to rest, until Jiang Nan appeared in front of him like a ray of light. Jiang Nan shrugged his shoulders, for him, these things went by the wayside and there was nothing worth acknowledging. In his previous life, Oliveira was in the slums, using his hands to break down his family's walls was the most inspiring story of the UFC, and in reality, after contact, Jiang Nan felt that people were good. Since we have to choose a person to take the fly, we might as well choose one who was willing to work hard and has a good character. Chinese people have the spirit of helping others in their bones, and any other Chinese person, faced with a man of this quality, would be sympathetic if he was able to do so. Jiang Nan patted Oliveira's shoulder. You shouldn't thank me, you have to thank yourself, the suffering you've gone through deserves to be worth all this. The sadness has disappeared from this moment, go and enjoy your future life to the fullest. After the interview, Jiang Nan purposely threw a celebration banquet to celebrate his victory and Oliveira's escape from the predicament from now on. During the celebration banquet, Oliveira called her good friend Pantoja to bring her child over. Speaking of Pantoja, also a poor man from the slums of Brazil, and in the same boat as Oliveira. Every day, he has to go out and scrub dishes for delivery to meet his training fees. Pantoja would stop working to focus on preparing for the fight, except during training and when he was playing. Or when Oliveira went out to compete, Pantoja would take half a day off to help take care of the kids. In the hotel, everyone from the Dragon Soul team had arrived. Oliveira was too embarrassed to let so many people wait for her child, and wanted Jiang Nan to order the hotel to serve food for everyone to eat first. Jiang Nan's sentence, not one less, not bad this time, the arrangement of human affairs is clear, Oliveira did not insist, quietly remembered Jiang Nan's favor. Soon, the takeout kid Pantoja came to the hotel entrance with Oliveira's child. From afar, Pantoja saw Oliveira conspicuously at the entrance, and beside her was Jiang Nan, the top stream tyrant of the fighting world. Hello, Mr. Tyrant. Pansy first nodded his head with Jiang Nan, then opened his mouth to Oliveira. Ovi, the child is brought to you, congratulations on joining the Tyrant's team, I'll go deliver the takeout first. The honest pansy turned his head and prepared to leave, with no intention of letting his brother take himself into the hotel to celebrate with him, perhaps for fear of inconveniencing Olivera. After all, he was too common. Olivera was about to call out to Pansy and apply with Jiangnan to bring Pansy in to celebrate together. Before Olivera could open her mouth, Jiangnan took the initiative to step forward and said, "Hello Pantoja, I've seen your matches, stick with it, I'm sure you'll accomplish something." "Thank you for your good opinion, Mr. Tyrant." Pantoja was flattered. He didn't expect Jiangnan to know about him and to think so highly of him. "Jiangnan, you're Ovi's brother, we're all on our own, come in and have a drink together." Pantoja looked at his worn-out takeout clothes and the upscale and beautiful hotel, and said with a squirming expression, "Mr. Tyrant, thank you for the invitation, there's still work waiting for me, so." Olivera interrupted, "Brother, come with us, I know you took a half-day vacation. Don't worry, the Tyrant won't look down on us, trust me." Pantoja, "But my status doesn't even allow me to scrub dishes here." "Jiangnan, harm don't care about that, I even lived by picking up trash before I played UFC." Olivera and Pantoja were surprised for a moment, not realizing that Jiangnan had this history. However, after Jiangnan said this, the distance between a few people drew much closer. Unable to resist the persuasion of the two, Pantoja followed behind and entered the hotel. Looking at the gorgeously decorated hotel, Ovi and Pantoja looked around with their children, just like Lu Laowei entering the Grand View Garden. When all the people arrived, Jiangnan ordered the chef to start serving the food, and the people started to eat a lot. When they had eaten and drank enough and were about to say goodbye, Olivera brought his good brother to Jiangnan. "Tyrant, is it okay if I want Pantoja to join our team? He's very strong and won't disgrace you." Jiangnan didn't have any opinions. Fighters like Ovi and Pansy had some defeats in the early stages and didn't have a good record to back up their exposure. The matches arranged by the UFC were step by step and would not give too much exposure. I'm afraid that only Jiangnan knew clearly that they would become championship-level fighters by their later efforts. Thus, Pansy signed a brokerage contract with Jiangnan on the spot, and Tyrant's followers were added to the list. Now that the team was getting more and more people, Jiangnan simply bought a gym near the UFC headquarters as a training base for the American region. After taking care of these, Jiangnan was about to consider his next plan when Dana Bai called. "John, are you interested in having a numbers match with Kitty? If you need it, I'll arrange it for you as soon as possible." "Old boy, you're so positive, you must be uneasy." "Jiangnan, don't want to, it won't do me any good." Dana Bai, "Jiang, I don't want to say anything in the dark, I want to make this match happen to expand UFC's influence in the world. I'm afraid I've seen the experts bull on the internet, and I think the strength I've shown in these games will be easily taken by Kitty." Jiangnan heart door clear, White Dana want to use Kitty step on their own to the top, the traffic into the UFC. How can Bai Dana not think that Jiangnan has been feeling his way across the river, and is extremely precise in his thoughts? The 3 TikTok battles were very successful, leaving Dana Bai with mixed feelings. The happy part was that UFC was indeed becoming more and more famous, with more and more fans. The worry is that these fans are all rushing to Jiangnan, where they are. Not to mention, tickets and PPV sales for Fight Night and digital tournaments have been dropping lately due to the effects of the TikTok battle. To be precise, tournaments all over the world are shunning it. There was no way around it. Who let the traffic king Gangnam fight in a match that not only could be hoard out but was also extremely exciting? Originally, Dana White had turned a blind eye. As long as Jiangnan was still in UFC, he would have gotten his money back with a few random numbers fights afterward. But recently Jiangnan rose to lightweight after the state of the game, so White Dana, full of reverie, the initial attraction for Jiangnan's plan resurfaced. Old fans on the internet have been calling Gangnam the TikTok champion, meaning he's too watered down. The match was exciting, but the opponent's gold content was too low. If the top 10 players were to play against Jiangnan's opponent, they might be even more explosive than Jiangnan. Also at this juncture, Kitty found himself chatting a lot. The general meaning is to surrender to the UFC, and will obey everything arranged by White Dana, only to make Kitty's team back to the UFC. The previous attitude of Kitty is untamed, not willing to submit to the arrangement of UFC, treating the game has its own considerations, always in White Dana's ideas against. In this regard, White Dana secretly put some trips. Even so, Kitty is also hard to rely on strength to win the championship. With the backing of the record, UFC can only arrange the players to Kitty in order to ensure fairness. Blame can only blame the other players, do not give strength, cannot win. Kitty became Kitty's stepping stone, led him all the way to the top. White Dana just want to stop, can't stop, unless disregard UFC's reputation, explicitly targeting Kitty. Now Kitty took the initiative to concede. That would mean that UFC's arrangement for Kitty, whether it is to create a persona or hype the match, will be dictated by White Dana in the future. Now at this juncture, let Kitty eat Gangnam and rebuild Kitty's persona so that it caters to the Western group. After full packaging, Kitty has all the strength to step on Jiangnan and become the new superstar. Now everything is ready for the East Wind, just waiting for Jiangnan to nod his head and agree to the match. However, Bai Dana never expected that some of these matches of Jiangnan were paddling, while others were letting go of the sea. Jiang Nan's opponents were also proper quasi-title strength, just lacking exposure and some experience. That being said, Jiang Nan didn't beat around the bush when faced with Dana Bai's request. Straight up, Dana, what kind of chips do you have? Dana's heart rejoiced, something was up. How about sharing 80% of the total revenue from the digital tournament minus all costs? Jiang Nan was clear about Dana's little plans and knew that as long as there was an opportunity, Dana would do whatever it took to facilitate the tournament, so he began to ask for a lot of money. First, arrange for the entire digital match to be broadcast live on TikTok for free. Second, give Oliveira, Topiary, and Pantoja priority in scheduling title matches, with Li Jingliang fighting in the top 10. If this can be facilitated, with Pereira and Nagano, Team Dragon Soul will have 5 upcoming title fights. The last article, these 5 title matches, in addition to Oliveira, the other 4 must be with himself in the digital tournament TikTok battle. Dana Bai was shocked. How could my oldest brother say this? That is, Jiang Nan said this will not be scolded. Another person by Dana directly hang up the phone. Dana White did not even think about directly refused, not to mention cannot do this main, even if the main, but also cannot do this stupid thing. The UFC relies on a few champions to support the facade, and now you have to put together a fight as soon as you touch your upper and lower lips. Not to mention the winners and losers, there is no tournament to do this. The most UFC title fights is 3 in the same ring by Gangnam, which was unheard of before. Now we have 5 title fights in the same period of time digital tournament, but also free. This is not to let the UFC shock 3? Who knows how it will be after the shock, but if it produces a bad effect, the whole UFC will have to be affected. Jiang Dana is not panicked, continue to burst new melon. He has no opponent in the lightweight class, has the idea of retiring from the UFC, and before retiring, he will certainly come to a century of war in boxing to close out the season. At this point, the news has not yet been John rumors, but it's coming soon, sooner or later to inform the UFC. According to the agreement, the UFC also has the right to participate in the cooperation, so there is no need to hide. This can be White Dana anxious, Jiang Nan this or 3 consecutive TikTok battle. In general, the biggest benefit is Jiang Nan in TikTok platform. Although UFC has also gained some fans, the quality of the fans is not very good, and the spending power can't keep up, just like chicken ribs. Dana Bai's idea is to let Jiang Nan first go outside and suck up fans like crazy, promote UFC by the way, and then bring it back to UFC afterward and play a few digital matches to earn big money. The whole process UFC is only responsible for helping to publicize, the actual cost can be ignored. Who knows, Jiang Nan got into the car sitting not the passenger seat, but the driver's seat, and now people parking to go down. How can this be? UFC is going to miss how many billions? Chapter 58, Manhwa gets a second. By Dana, don't be impulsive Jiang, there are still many players in the top 10 waiting for you to conquer. Jiang Nan, Dana, those people don't deserve a chance from me. Besides, I don't really find them challenging. White Dana now strangled the lightweight gang of dogs, picking and choosing, losing all his sesame seeds and watermelons, and indirectly making UFC go through a new round of turmoil. White Dana panicked, double fight, if you want, and any player you have fought can have a double fight. Jiang Nan, Dana, do you think I've fought players on the same tier as me? Is there still a need for a second fight? Dana, I simply don't feel challenged anymore, there's no need to waste time at lightweight. Dana White, then you can bulk up and fight in the sub-middle. Listen to me, you're so young, if you retire, it's a huge loss to the entire UFC and the fighting scene. By Dana's words were true, Jiang Nan left a margin and opened his mouth. I will try to build muscle, but not now, I need some time to do this. In fact, Jiang Nan really felt that the lightweight class was out of fights, and wanted to gain weight to go to the sub-medium. However, Jiang Nan had asked the system that the muscle groups he gained weight for would be unstable and would have a great impact on his physical fitness, and that he must upgrade his talent to automatically increase his weight. However, if you want to upgrade your talent, you need to add 5 centimeters more to your height and arm span, and prohibit strenuous exercise for a year. That's why the idea of temporarily retiring and giving the title to Ovi to fight. White Dana relaxed a little in his mind and tried to ask. Then how long do you plan to rest? Jiang Nan, at least a year, who knows? By Dana sighed in relief, it wasn't unacceptable in that case. Then, By Dana asked back to the question he started with. If you were to fight Kitty and didn't win, would you stay in the lightweight division and cancel the weight promotion for the time being? Jiang Nan said with great certainty, I won't lose. Dana Bai, I said what if? Jiang Nan, there are no ifs. Dana Bai sighed and re-asked. Is Kitty worth it to you? Jiang Nan didn't hide it and frankly stated that it could be. Alright, I understand, wait for my news. After saying that, Dana Bai hung up the phone. Then, Dana Bai and the UFC board of directors had a meeting that lasted several hours. During the meeting, Dana Bai listed out the demands made by Jiang Nan and the current situation, so that the people could discuss the countermeasures together. After half a day of discussion, 2 options were finally selected. The first, to press on and let Jiang Nan retire after organizing a superb battle with him and John. The consequence of this would be that all of the traffic from the TikTok wars that were being run now would be brought to the boxing event. The second, agree to Jiangnan's conditions, have a big fight that shakes the history of fighting, let Jiangnan and his team lose the fight, and use the victory to bring the traffic back to UFC. Of course, this time, it is impossible to stay on the sidelines, UFC needs to participate in the dividends. Thinking it over, everyone felt that they could work around the second option. After all, the fat meat placed in front of the eyes little cute. Only then will not eat. Jiangnan's first 3 matches earned a pot full of money and is not unseen. If this match is facilitated, do not have to think about it to know how many American dollars will be earned. After setting the tone, White Dana first looked for Kitty to communicate. Fighting in this regard, people are professionals, listen to see how many chances of victory in the face of Kitty Jiangnan, have a number in mind. Kitty is not too good to assess, Jiangnan against the players are obscure, not much reference value. However, Kitty believes that he is sweated, will win the game, so many years of hard training day and night is their own bottom line. With Kitty's statement, Dana was much more at ease, but this was not enough. At the request of Dana, in order to ensure the winning rate, Kitty proposed to let his old cousin Manhwa first with Jiangnan first to have a match to warm up. Manhwa's technique was the same as Kitty's, except that his core strength was a bit worse, and some of his details and experience in sparring were not yet perfect. If Manhwa could knock Jiangnan down, then he didn't need to fight himself. If he couldn't win, it didn't matter, he could consume Jiangnan's physical state and provide Kitty with some usable information in the process. For top experts like Kitty, as long as they found a flaw, they could magnify it infinitely. In this way, it was equivalent to an insurance policy. Thus, Dana immediately communicated with Jiangnan. Jiangnan proposed conditions UFC agreed, but the dividend must be 50-50. Jiangnan said it was not a big problem, only 1 point, each pay the salary of their respective players. Dana agreed to this after only considering it for a moment. In addition, White Dana stated, before the big fight, let Manhwa and Jiangnan fight a TikTok battle, the beautiful name is to help UFC create stars. Jiangnan didn't refuse, but the split was going to be 90%, leaving only 10% for Manhwa. Jiangnan will not do the thing of investing in the enemy if he is not a relative or friend, and even a little bit of hatred. Dana said it doesn't matter, anyway, he can't share this money. According to the player income from the previous TikTok battle, 10% could be more than 2 million knives, which was quite okay for the average star player. White Dana gave the choice to Kitty and Manhwa. Manhwa is a lot more honest, once calculated that there is so much money to earn, happy mouth cannot close. Kitty in addition to indignation, but also did not say anything, a little impatience, everything in the cage after to see the results. So, the 4th TikTok war was finalized. By the way, the UFC 257 fight card after 20 days was arranged. The UFC .257 fight card main event lineup is as follows. Headliner, lightweight title fight Gangnam vs Kitty Khabib. Co-main event, heavyweight title fight Nagano vs Fire Marshal Miocic. Main event, middleweight title fight Pereira vs Asadia. Main event, featherweight title fight between Topiary and the Great One. Main event, flyweight title fight Pantoja vs Junior Moreno. Main event, welterweight bout between Li Jingliang and top 10 welterweight Neil Magny. 5 of those 6 fights were title fights. The last fight for Rio was a fight that Kong Nam had his heart in the right place and picked his fighters for a long time. It's not that he didn't arrange a high ranking for Rio, but mainly because Rio's previous exposure to training was more backward, and it's not good to change when you're older and set in your ways. Physique in the secondary and is a small body, not much advantage, almost cannot fight into the top 5. If the top 10, relying on the hardness and heavy punches, as well as the spirit of the courage to fight, picking the players to fight still have a chance to be able to fight in. Li Jingliang received a call from Jiangnan before the match was confirmed, and has already practiced with a group of fighters in Jiangnan's training base. Incidentally, after these Brazilian players defected to Jiangnan, some high-level Brazilian coaches and players sought out and joined the Dragon Soul training base. On the internet, TikTok held an online conference, and several media outlets received the news and sent reporters to connect. News of a TikTok battle in the Century Super Championship battle was revealed, and the moment the main event lineup appeared, it instantly caused a global sensation. What kind of divine lineup is this, actually having 5 title fights? It really was outrageous, his mom opening the door to outrageousness, outrageous to the core. It could be said that a whole year's worth of title battles combined would not necessarily have the same gold content as this battle card. Of course, to get rid of Gangnam, the production team's ass, the density of the fights is too intensive. Fans who follow the fights received the news like it was New Year's Eve, discussing and retweeting it to help publicize it. As the interviews progressed, even more explosive came. The digital match was broadcast for free using an online stream, much like the TikTok battle. Walt? Oh by God. Fans are breathing hard, what did they just hear? Doesn't UFC live? How dare they play like that? It's so crazy that even the passers-by are cheering as the fighting world's gourmet feast is about to be served for free. Free surprisingly can eat so well, really have to thank the tyrant. That's right, the discerning and old fans can see that this is tyrant's handiwork. As early as the opening of the TikTok battle, rumors spread that it was Jiangnan who requested a free live broadcast. Before Jiangnan's series of free live smashes, everything is traceable. Think about it, UFC, these capitalists will not put money not to earn it. If there is, this idea has long been free, still can wait until now? And a one-time appearance of such a luxurious lineup, according to UFC Surin, will never happen such a thing. Only the tyrant Jiangnan can do such a crazy and shocking operation. Immediately after, Jiangnan's one dynamic verified the crowd's speculation. After the Century Super Championship, Jiangnan will officially retire from UFC. The fans were in a frenzy 1 second, but the next second they directly emoed. Many people ran to Jiangnan's comments section to flirt. April Fool's Day has not yet arrived, what little joke. Young people, it's normal to have a lot of thoughts at times, but I've been playing too many matches lately, so I'll just turn around and take a break. Don't worry, when you rest well, delete this dynamic, we will never laugh at you. No, Washa Jiang, how old are you? How can you retire at this age? Doesn't it smell good to make money? If you dislike the money earned less, brother, this month's cigarette money brush to you, take this back. The fans were divided, but Jiangnan's account was like stagnant water, and there was no more new news. At this time, everyone realized that Jiangnan was playing for real, but he just didn't want to believe it. Since his debut, Jiangnan had given people the impression that he was true to his word. The audience began to brainstorm and force the drama. Could it be that this match was the tyrant's last farewell gift to us? No wonder this kind of lineup could even show up and let people watch it for free, tearing up. For a while, the news that the greatest fighter of all time was about to fight his retirement battle in the grandest fighting extravaganza of all time spread like wildfire. Before there was time to discuss the super battle of the century, the fourth installment of Gangnam's TikTok opened. 2 days before the start of the battle, Gangnam and Makachev managed to cross the pounds. Gangnam took out his customized watch again after many days and pointed his finger to announce the countdown to the hunt on the day of the fight. At this, Manhwa was disdainful. Hey, you really treat me like those unranked kalamis. I damn well don't believe you can second me. 2 days flashed by, and the eyes of the world were focused on it. This could be Gangnam's penultimate match before he retires, and netizens with nothing much to do have come to watch. In the octagon, Gangnam was in hunting mode, his pupils of death glued to the bouncing Makachev. Bafo was yanking his voice to introduce Jiangnan and Makachev's personal information. At the edge of the cage, Makachev raised his index finger and waved it at the camera, looking like he was winning. Bafo finished his introduction and exited the octagon, and the referee announced the start of the fight. At the same time, a 1-minute countdown appeared on the screen of the live broadcast. Jiangnan quickly stepped forward, Makachev aggressively shone a Russian swing at Jiangnan. Jiangnan jumped and dodged to force his way in, followed by using Pereira's left hook, hitting Manhwa in the jaw with a punch. Manhwa fainted to the ground, Jiangnan pounced on him and carried his fist like a sledgehammer, clanging it into Makachev's face. Makachev's head was hammered into a rattle as it bounced repeatedly on the floor. The referee rushed to pounce and stopped Gangnam from continuing his violence. The viewers watched the countdown, which was more than enough for the live broadcast, and were once again mounted by Gangnam. 1 round ended the fight, and the whole thing took no more than 20 seconds. Lao Deng was already celebrating off stage. Where's my dragon fruit? Oh, so the Russians stole it. In Mahashev's side area, Kitty rolled over from the fence and pointed at Jiangnan in reproach. Bastard, you've obviously knocked him out, why did you make up the punch, why? Jiangnan, I like it, how about it, not convinced. Kitty was so pissed off that she couldn't say anything, the greater good was at stake, she didn't snap on the spot, and finally dropped a line about seeing you in the octagon. Because the end of the match is too fast, this time the amount of gifts sent very little, Manhwa shared a hand only $100,000. Not a bit of cheap, but also his own reputation broke down. Previously, Manhwa fought opponents are Small Eagle and UFC negotiation pairing, the opponent gold content is not high. Like Gangnam's problem, many people on the internet questioned Manhwa's abuse. 2 abusive ones collided together and Manhwa showed his face first. The most surprised are UFC executives such as Dana Bai, laymen don't count, they still don't count? These people match so many games against each other, the heart door clear, the strength of Manhwa, only 1 line worse than Kitty, and not rumors so vegetable. The reason why Kitty let Manhwa play some low gold players, one does not want to let Manhwa prematurely buy other players noticed, targeted research. Secondly, he wanted Manhwa to practice with these players and gain experience on the field. By Dana and the others are a bit flustered, this Jiangnan's strength is becoming more and more difficult to see. The original see the ceiling, now seems to seem like a little fan. Fascinated by what? It's not a fan. Kitty confidently gave the answer, this wave is purely shaking the prize. Although Manhwa is his own old cousin, but should say or have to say, Manhwa is not shaken, experience enough. In just entered the UFC, Manhwa was shaken to sleep, then the opponent dish cannot bear to look at, now do not know in which corner of the nooks and crannies to mix food, was shaken more than 1 game is not unexpected. Blame it on the wrong tactical arrangements, want to play a little standing to try to find out how deep the water of the Chinese in the end, the result of the old mistakes, the opening is too reckless, did not control the distance. Kitty, don't worry, I'll be out. This revenge, I eagle someone will be avenged. This reason is barely acceptable to the senior management. The game is well known, there is no other way. Associated with the gold content of Jiangnan's previous 3 matches, to say that Manhwa was shaken by Jiangnan, the probability was quite high. However, just in case, Dana White had arranged for the referee who discriminated against Chinese people, Mike Bell, to be in charge of that night's match. The task was to mess with the mentality of Jiangnan and his minions, affecting their play. If it was decided that there was no huge advantage, it must be ruled that Jiangnan and the others lost. I believe that with this insurance policy, Jiangnan will never retire in style in this big fight. Chapter 59, Kitty, you're finished. On January 22, Jiangnan brought his small group and Kitty and the others to participate in the online weigh-in conference that was simulcast globally. During the conference, Jiangnan and the reporters once again inquired about retiring from UFC. Unfortunately, Jiangnan had already made his decision and would not change it, and the audience could only say that it was a pity. No matter what, let's finish this tournament first. After Jiangnan led the team crowd to successfully cross the pound for pound, he left the UFC headquarters, and the group went to dazzle a nutritious meal to quickly replenish their energy. 2 days later, the big fight opened. In order for this big fight to be able to live broadcast in real time smoothly, TikTok did an upgrade and added 2 servers to make sure that netizens can speak freely in the live broadcast room. According to the media statistics, the free live broadcast of this battle has already had over 100 million fans booking to watch it, setting a record for sports competitions in history. Jiangnan not only knew how to play with traffic, but he could also cash in on it. This tournament has earned tens of millions of US dollars just from selling advertisements and peripheral products, crushing the money-absorbing ability of other tournaments. After a grand opening ceremony, the host, Dana Bai, announced the start of the tournament. In the first match of the main event, Li Jingliang faced Neil Magny. For this match, Jiangnan gave Liang special training. In Dragon Soul's training base, Liang had a full schedule for the day, and after being abused physically by a group of Brazilian wrestling jiu-jitsu masters, he would instinctively do some wrestling and wrestling defense moves, unlike before, when he was raw. If Li Jingliang himself to find these coaches charge high fees, not to mention, but also do not teach by heart, a day at most 1 or 2 times of actual combat, wrestling to rely on their own to understand and absorb. Which like now, direct practice to vomit, hard to let Li Jingliang's defense and jiu-jitsu short time to improve a paragraph, deal with Magny enough. Physically, it was also pulled to the best state by Jiangnan. In the octagon, the referee gave the order for the match to start. Neil Magny came up and launched a strong attack, his long arms swung wildly, and Li Jingliang covered his hands to dodge. After Magny stabilized, Li Jingliang used the jumping steps taught by Jiangnan to dodge the close body strikes. For a while, the 2 men exchanged hits. In the second round, Neil Magny suddenly changed his tactics and pressed Li Jingliang against the cage with his big body. Li Jingliang used Gangnam Cult's inside elbow and landed a dry elbow to the side of Magny's face, and just as Magny was dazed, the referee immediately pulled the 2 apart. Li Jingliang was unsure, and the referee gave the reason as hitting the back of the neck. Rio is powerless to spit and waits for Magny to regain his form before the 2 men restart. Magny rushed to hug Rio around the waist and tried to play wrestling. Luckily Rio had been drilled hard in advance. Numerous experiences of being abused turned into muscle memory. Li Jingliang boldly copied his calf into Magny's ankle and hooked it, and brought his weight forward with force to wrestle. Unsurprisingly, just like the previous training, the 2 fell together, with Rio's entire body pressed against Magny's. Immediately afterward, Rio began to use his feet to hitch up. Magny rolled over and tried to brace himself to get up, being flattened by Rio from behind to keep his body close to the ground. Rio landed tigerish punches to the sides of Magny's skull, trying to open up a gap with his arms reaching in for a naked choke. The referee intervenes again, hitting the back of the head. Then both men resume standing. Rio found the opportunity to actively push Magny up against the cage netting, stomping and kneeing his opponent as hard as he could, and grinding away until the end of the second round. The way things were going, anyone with eyes could tell the referee was targeting Rio. Unfortunately, several good opportunities to end the fight were missed. In the third round, Neil Magny didn't dare to get in close and used his big long arms to try to hit the stand-up advantage. Li Jingliang frequently used calf kicks to cover his hands to control the distance, and retreated as soon as Magny surged forward. Time slowly came to the end of the third round, and both men's stamina began to drop. Li Jingliang ducked down to hold Magny in a short dive, didn't budge from a hard dropkick, and had to give up his body to bring Magny to the ground and was the first to adjust his position to press from the top position. The referee walks back out to force more drama, asking both men to beg to stand up and fight again. Rio had a hard time breaking down and couldn't help but question why the referee was targeting him so much. The referee deducted points with a big hand, and what was a dominant round instantly turned into a disadvantage. Having no choice, Rio controls his emotions and resumes standing in the center of the cage with Magny. Shortly after, the match ended and the referee declared Magny the winner. Backstage in the preparation room, except for Pansy who was warming up, the rest of the members were staring at the TV screen tightly with Jiangnan in indignation. Seeing Rio, who was being targeted, Jiangnan instantly realized that it was probably Dana Bai and the others who were up to no good. Thus, Jiang Nan admonished the players to seize the opportunity to make sure to end the match. Let go of the fight, either finish your opponent or be finished, the chance only comes once. The crowd knows what's going on, this referee is probably here with a mission, it's hard to win without a finish, everyone is ready to fight with their backs against the wall. In the second match, flyweight title fight Pantoja vs Moreno. The fight begins and right off the bat Pantoja shows aggression. Carrying Moreno's heavy strikes straight forward for punches, he ate 2 front swings without wobbling, and continued to press forward, causing Moreno's confidence to suffer a severe blow. Then, Pansy forced Moreno to the corner and started to get the upper hand, controlling Moreno's body to freeze at the side of the cage without doing any strikes. This made it difficult for the referee to intervene. Pansy moved slowly and methodically, leaping onto Moreno's back in one fluid motion, hitching his calves to the butterfly clasp, and wrapping his arms around Moreno to hang onto his back like a little bookend. Up to this point, unable to find anything to penalize, the referee had no choice but to call it off. Pansy then kept using his hands to intentionally go for the naked choke, wrestling with Moreno to drain his energy. After they fought for a while, Moreno finally got tired and collapsed on the ground, spreading his hips and stomping his legs, trying to get out of Pansy's leg lock. But Pansy, this lock use of pure fire, very experienced, not moved at all. After a while, Moreno didn't take enough oxygen, and his movements became sluggish. Pansy fierce force an arm stuffed into Moreno's neck, the other hand on the buckle, force began to tighten, eat Moreno. The referee, unable to find a way to stop it, watched as Moreno slapped Pansy's hand to signal his defeat. Dana went up to the stage to present the belt with a black face, and during the interview, Pansy was in tears and couldn't hide his excitement. First, he thanked Oliveira and Gangnam and others, then said to Moreno, "This is my level, very high. Find a referee to stop me from getting the belt, never. My opponent is also a very strong warrior, I've seen his highlight reel and everyone knows he's the current champion. But that's okay, when the octagon is locked, this is where I belong and I'm here like a fish out of water. Going to the gym to train, going to delivery and scrubbing dishes, same thing I did before. If your dream is to defend your title, no matter how far away, keep trying." After the interview, Buffer continues into the cage for his curtain call. Pre-match is over and the third match begins with Topiary taking on the Great One. Both men come up and go at it, and it's piss-free the entire time. Both men were about the same in terms of boxing, but the punch value was in Topulia's favor, and with Topulia's low sweeping leg kicks slowing down the movement of the Great One, things were starting to get lopsided. In the second round, Topulia landed a liver punch that made the big man crumple up, and then a hook to the jaw that put the big man back to sleep. Topulia was crowned UFC featherweight champion. In the fourth match, Pereira took on Asadia. The two had fought at other events, and with their previous feuds forming a gimmicky storyline, this was one of the most watched matches. Pereira started the fight with a vengeance, catching Asadia in the calf and chopping wildly, forcing Asadia to come out of the action to fight. The referee had no way to intervene with this kind of action and had to watch the Black Dragon fall to his knees and be forced to the corner over and over again. By the fourth round, after accumulating enough damage, Asadia was having trouble moving his pace and couldn't escape the corner in time. A white-knuckle fight ensued, and Asadia was unable to retreat, attacking in every way possible. Pereira responded with a defensive counterattack, defending against Asadia's onslaught and waiting for a gap in Asadia's adjustment to catch a counterattack. Bang! Asadia was a bit wobbly as Pereira met him with a hard punch, and the scales began to tip in Pereira's favor. Asadia stumbles and tries to escape as Pereira increases the frequency of his strikes. After a few punches, Asadia is wobbly. There's no point in resisting unnecessarily anymore, and the referee declares the match over, adding another person to the Team Gangnam title count. So far, except for the match where Rio was blacked out, the later championship matches were all taken by Gangnam's side. Dana Bai's face was a bit ugly. How come these few unknown kids all have the strength of a champion? Damn, the UFC is going to lose a big man. What kind of luck did Gangnam have? The fifth match is about to begin. Dana White winked at the referee. This can't be another win for Team Gangnam. Something has to happen. Nagano returns to the UFC stage after a few days, this time against Miocic, who he has fought twice before. Nagano was confident, and as soon as the referee called for the start, Nagano rushed in and, like his teammates, used calf kicks to disrupt Miocic's ability to move. 3 kicks in and Miocic was already hobbling. Ngannou saw the moment, and went up and started exchanging punches, and when he got one, Miocic was laid out, and when he got one, it didn't matter, he was winning anyway. With a loud thud, Miocic is knocked down by Nagano and can't get up. The referee declares Miocic the winner, as Nagano punches Miocic in the back of the head. Slow-motion replay showed Miocic ducking, Nagano's casserole-sized fist brushing by imperceptibly, not even landing, and then the other side hitting the jaw with pinpoint accuracy, before Miocic lay unconscious. As soon as the result of the fight came in, Nagano jumped to his feet in a fury and went after the referee with a furious tirade. "Shatter, you're a tough guy, you dare to call this, you're not afraid of blowing up your ancestors' graves? Bitch, just how much black money did you receive, share some of it with me." The referee emptied his empty pockets. "Damn, it's just a mixed martial arts match, or I give you a red card high or low." Nagano was held back by the staff as the media came up to interview him. What's done is done, and Nagano manages his emotions. For this kind of blacked out belt, the old Nagano might still hold a grudge, but the current Nozomi doesn't care about it at all, except for being upset about the penalty. Open eyes have seen the world, this UFC match so dry, Nagano or a little look at it. Interview session, Nagano smiled broadly and flirted. The heavyweight title belt should go to the referee tonight. Everyone knows what's going on, and I don't care to stay in this kind of event any longer. There is no longer a symbol of honor or gold in this type of title belt. I declare that I'm taking my talents to boxing events, at least there won't be any referees with assignments there. Close the mic. Hurry up and close the mic. Dana White roars from the stage. The media stops their interviews, but it's too late, it's live, and everything that should be said or not said is said. The viewers were no cuties either. Have been popping up on the pop-up screen for Nagano. If the disagreement ruling, even if it is, the person Nagano directly put Miocic seconds, but also so ruled, it is simply a clear trick. Some of the audience who bought spinach, directly the UFC official website scolded closed the comments section. Good dead not dead, the front bet should win did not win, are not famous underdog players under the top, took the title. It was hard to have a solid heavyweight fight, Nagano was blacked out and Miocic, who shouldn't have won. The crowd saved up hate exploded all over the place at this moment, leading the charge against the referee and the UFC. The final headlining main event saw Gangnam take on Kitty Hababu. Gangnam now has 450 points, adding the level 3 extreme dive and level 4 left flat hook to level 10. Elbows and knees, drops and ground stalking were similarly filled up, costing a total of 280 points, with 170 points remaining. The reason why it was so expansive was because UFC's approach had touched Jiang Nan's bottom line. Thinking about it, he knew that both Ryo and Nagano's encounters were directed at him. Since he made a move, it's not a good idea to come and go. Kitty, Jiang Nan, will eat him up, and Jesus won't be able to keep him. In the ring, Kitty climbs into the cage as Buffer yells. Then, to the music of the BGM Can't Be Touched, a cold-faced Gangnam makes his entrance. Inside the cage, Jiang Nan and Kitty's eyes met and stared at each other, neither of them avoiding the other. The sound engineer purposely continued to play Jiang Nan's BGM, and Buffer intentionally slowed down the speed of the curtain. The reporters frequently switched between the expressions of the two, wanting to see who could last until the end of this pre-fight spaced-out confrontation. In the end, the dry-eyed Kitty was the first to blink, and the eating ended. The match kicked off with a cry to start the fight after Baffer finished his curtain call and referee Mike Bell read the rules. Jiang Nan directly carried his fists and rushed over to the eagle in the cage, which set up a boxing rack to defend. 1 meter away from the eagle, Jiang Nan consumed 20% of his physical energy and launched an extreme dive. It appeared again. Many old fans already recalled the scene when Jiang Nan first debuted in the UFC arena. That level of explosive speed, eye-popping, silky smooth unlike movements that humans can make, presented unrivaled dominance. In the ring, Jiang Nan seems to be like flying on the ground, leapt to Kitty's body to hold the waist, and then turned to its back to buckle up and lift. Kitty struggled in mid-air as Jiang Nan lifted her up, and everyone was in shock. Is this the same former light heavyweight champion who had a superb wrestling record? The undefeated cross-generational king with 29 consecutive victories? It's like a chicken hawk. Jiang Nan held Kitty in his arms as he walked in the direction of Dana White and the top brass, and then slammed Kitty hard against the side of the cage. Not even needing a suplex, the big elbow was thrown straight up, and Kitty was already holding her head as the crowd was horrified. The Tyrant's hunting famous scene, coming up. Chapter 60, the final chapter. It was only at this time that the audience and Dana Bai and the others realized how wrong they were. This is called seeing the cap? Pure and simple, Jiang Nan was playing a scam. Now that they looked at it, in the first few matches, Jiang Nan had played perma battles off. Before this, people seem to have forgotten how Gangnam was recognized as a fighting tyrant. Most of the new fans got used to calling him that, and as time went on, the old fans followed suit and lost their sense of awe. They only felt that Jiang Nan, after his comeback, did not have the same brutality and hostility in his fighting style. The former Jiang Nan was so ferocious that he could kill his opponents in seconds before the referee called a halt. Jiang Nan, I'm very easygoing, but if you want to step on my landmines, I'm very difficult to deal with. Oh, you do not look at me, Mr. Nice Guy. Oh. At this point, Chandler in front of the screen is smug. Good job. Lying at home, the gold content is getting higher and higher. Unbeknownst to him, he was hushed up in the next match against Oliveira. In the cage, 2 big elbows from Gangnam broke Kitty's nose. Mind you, this was with Kitty's full headlock defense. The inferior Kitty, for the first time, had a feeling of fear. Intelligence error. A tyrant, too scary. Jiang Nan was about to continue slamming down the third elbow when his back was held by the referee to announce a timeout. This time the referee's reasoning was that Kitty's fingers caught the cage net when Jiang Nan smashed it, and needed to get up and start over. Audience, damn, don't even have a face. Well, play like that right. Jiang Nan's cold eyes looked at the referee and walked back to his side corner to wait. The referee gets a chill down his spine from the look and walks to the center, trying not to look into Jiangnan's eyes. Kitty got up, blood running everywhere from her nose. Shivering in the corner, Manhwa took water and cleaned Kitty. Just now, Manhwa was particularly close, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but when Jiangnan smashed Kitty for a moment, Manhwa felt that Jiangnan was watching him. Those beastly eyes were ferocious and bloodthirsty, sending chills down Manhwa's spine. Honestly speaking, the last time he was seconded by Jiangnan, Manhwa was shaken by the same thought as Kitty. Now, it seemed that the tyrant had definitely hidden his clumsiness. The tyrant in this state was the full body. Also feeling this way were the members of Jiangnan's team. In particular, the two little fans, Olivera and Toplia, who had fought each other, were sitting under the field with complicated expressions, completely lacking the happiness of winning the championship. Released the CA. Dare to say that the idol has been letting himself go, to be as fiery as he is now, the confidence has long been knocked out. In the cage, waiting for Kitty's nosebleed to stop slightly, the referee slowly announced the start. Jiangnan still from the edge of the cage fierce godburst rushed over, the eagle was Jiangnan out of the shadow, subconsciously around the cage to dodge. Jiangnan missed and continued to adjust the direction of the explosive charge, the eagle again dodge. This time behind the eagle is the referee McBeal. You say coincidence, just Jiangnan this full outburst, faster than the original speed of 3. Not only that, Jiangnan consumed 20% of his physical energy to launch a flying knee. Kitty dodged to the side, and McBell saw Jiangnan in front of him bending his knees and jumping up, his icy eyes were full of teasing, and the corner of his mouth was crossed with a cold smile. Jiangnan's full-force explosive dash coupled with the level 10 knee strike, plus the special flying knee, the three buffs were stacked and terrifying to the extreme. The moment the knee touched McBell, McBell's entire body was brought backward into the air, 20 centimeters off the ground, and then fell backward. In mid-air, McBell's eyes went from dumbfounded to terrified, to regretful, and finally lost all color. Jiangnan's remaining momentum was unabated, his posture remained the same as he fell from mid-air and planted himself on the referee's head. Then, the area underneath Jiangnan began to overflow with large swaths of bright red blood, and Jiangnan's acting skills exploded as he clutched his knees and began to roll and howl miserably away from McBell. At this point, the crowd got a good look at McBell's miserable appearance and subconsciously covered their eyes. Especially in the vicinity of the White Dana and other executives, as well as Kitty, Manhwa and other people, have vomited. There was no other way, McBeal had exploded. The scene was too bloody and disgusting to watch, the medical staff did not go over, there was no need for resuscitation. The staff came up with a shrouded body bag to quickly clean up. Live broadcast, the pop-up screen came to an abrupt end. Many people have stopped thinking, this kind of death is too tragic, beyond the mental capacity of most of the audience. After all, this is not a movie, life happened in front of them. The match still needed to go on, the medical staff checked Jiangnan's knee, and apart from the redness and swelling, there were no major problems. After the staff tidied up the scene, the match resumed. Jiangnan stood at the edge of the cage looking straight ahead, Kitty stood on the opposite side of the cage with her eyes averted. The new referee who came up was nervous and didn't dare to follow the example of his predecessor, touching Jiangnan's brow and asking carefully, "Jiang? Ready or not, does the leg still hurt, if it hurts in resting?" Jiangnan helplessly shook his head, "Big brother, don't do this to me." By the audience, they thought that McBell's death was caused by me on purpose. After the referee announced the start of the match, he hurriedly ran to the corner and stayed there, fearing that the city gates would catch the fish in the pond. Gangnam continues to charge explosively, Kitty still retreats, but Gangnam disguises himself on the way and pounces after Kitty. After grabbing the eagle's waist handle, pulled down hard to drag the eagle to the ground. The eagle struggled to roll over, Jiangnan spun in the air, continued to drag the eagle fall, skillful and silky movements. From one end of the cage fell down to the other end, the eagle fell to the ground, disoriented. Kitty's style of wrestling belongs to the steady type, slow and methodical, slowly laying down to eat the opponent. Jiangnan showed an aggressive style, explosive, cutting grass in 3 strikes. When the two collided, it was obvious that Kitty's wrestling style was being restrained, and Jiangnan brought Kitty into an unfamiliar rhythm. Kitty stabilized his mind, still struggling. Jiangnan continued to hold and wrestle Kitty's head, slow reaction. There is no way out, Kitty desperately lowering his center of gravity to drag Jiangnan, not letting Jiangnan wrestle himself like a toolman, keeping his mind clear in order to find his own rhythm. Jiangnan held Kitty down on the ground to stop the hold, sidestepped Kitty's chest, taking advantage of the moment Kitty froze, his hands framed Kitty, bent his knees and slammed Kitty's stomach. The air in Kitty's abdomen was pushed out of her chest, and she immediately hugged Jiangnan tightly, not allowing Jiangnan to have space to make a big move. Jiangnan's left hand held down the eagle's head and slowly straightened his arm, then violently bent his elbow and pressed down. The eagle's eyebrow arch cracked and blood spilled. At this moment, the eagle was blocked by Jiangnan's body, and many people did not realize the eagle's situation. As for the referee, he was hiding on the other side of the cage, his life was at stake, he didn't dare to make any small moves. Looking at Kitty's hands that were tightly banded around Jiangnan, whom still resisting, shouldn't be too much of a problem. Jiang Nan continued to cut the elbow. After a few strokes, Kitty's skull began to sour blood. Her eyes were full of blood. She couldn't see anything at all. Slowly, Kitty's hands loosened. Jiang Nan double elbows in unison. The left side smashes the head, the right side cuts the stomach, the same as the King of Fighters game Yagami, while smashing and hissing under his breath. At the end of the first round, Kitty finally couldn't hold on, let go of Jiang Nan, turned to hold Jiang Nan's elbow, not let Jiang Nan continue to smash. At this time, Jiang Nan held down Kitty, continued to pull his thighs apart, and violently bent his knee against Kitty's sternum. Kaboom! A crisp ringing sound appeared. The referee did not dare to come forward to stop the match, and announced the end of the match from afar. Too ferocious, Jiang Nan's behavior in the cage was the same as a male lion feeding on the prairie, hissing and killing while hunting. Going up at this time, in case Jiang Nan was too into it and accidentally landed an elbow, half of his life would probably be lost. This was indeed the case. After the referee announced the end of the match, Jiang Nan was still immersed in the match. There was only one thought in his mind, to tear Kitty alive, to vent his anger, who told UFC to mess with him. Jiang Nan did not stop. Still on the top knee, Kitty's team hurriedly threw a white towel to indicate surrender. The staff went on stage to urgently drag away Jiang Nan. At this time, the big screen was aimed at Kitty. The entire upper body was stained red with blood, many wounds on the face were deep to the bone, and the chest collapsed, which looked very contrary. After the medical staff looked at it, they confirmed that the skull and sternum were dry crushed, and hurriedly lifted it onto a stretcher and sent it to the hospital for resuscitation. Dana trembled and took the belt ready to help Jiang Nan put it on, but Jiang Nan snatched it and smashed it hard on the ground, and the word mark on it shattered into pieces. Jiang Nan wiped a handful of blood that had been nourished by Kitty and ignored by Dana, smiling brightly as he was interviewed. The reporter was terrified. "Jiang, isn't it a bit out of order for you to treat UFC spelt like this?" Jiang Nan smiled morosely. "Sorry, my rules are the rules." Without giving the reporter a chance to continue asking questions, Jiang Nan grabbed the microphone. "Bye guys, if you never see me again, have a good morning, afternoon, and evening." After saying that, Gangnam jumped out of the ring and left with big strides. 2 months later, Gangnam reappeared in the boxing ring for a crossover fight with Pacquiao. Notably, this installment of the match saw Louis fight together against the Intercontinental Champion Bronze Bomber Wilder. The news quickly set the world on fire, and the match was made possible in such a way that fans thought for a while that Gangnam's retirement was just a cover. In the Intercontinental battle, Gangnam took the first round finish with a huge power differential. Lei wasn't much worse, KOing Wilder at the end of the second round, setting the stage for his next fight against Tyson Fury. However, after this match, Gangnam completely disappeared from the public eye, and even the members' matches were led by Su. After that, Gangnam's team divided into two echelons. Oliveira, Taplia, and Pantoja developed in the UFC, and Lei and Nagano were active in the boxing world. Many high-level athletes came to join Team Dragon Soul. As the influence of Team Dragon Soul grew, Jiang Nan finally stepped in and organized the King of Kung Fu and Training Camp, a mixed martial arts tournament belonging to China. The tournaments invited top foreign fighters and were held in the form of free live broadcasts. For Jiang Nan, there is already a proven ability to realize, do not worry about the problem of funds, and contacts are all over the place. Everything is ready, the East Wind do not even need to owe. With the development of the tournament flourishing, foreign advanced training methods and equipment have been introduced into the country. Su Jiangwo in the east, west, south, north and south of China, 5 regions were established in the youth training centers, plans to attract interested and well-qualified children, learning traditional martial arts to beat the sinews and bones, and to practice the most advanced modern fighting techniques, and slowly introduced into their own tournaments. Afterwards, Jiang Nan, who has grown taller and gained more weight, uses the tournament to make a comeback in the name of dueling. Under the communication between Jiang Nan and Dana Bai, a transoceanic showdown is facilitated. The King of Kung Fu vs. UFC, a match between the top fighters from China and the United States in their respective tournaments. Jiang Nan beat the UFC welterweight and middleweight experts to a pulp, once again presenting the strength of the first in the break. Especially the insulting Vanguard barista, who broke his brain into a 3-year-old IQ and was taken home by his father to continue his drills. The other players of the tournament also showed extremely high technical and tactical skills, and the UFC's top experts fought back and forth, each other's winners and losers. After this time, the influence of the King of Kung Fu tournament jumped up and became the world's quasi-first-class tournament, second only to boxing events and UFC. After that, more and more Chinese appeared in high-level fights, and everything developed in an orderly manner. Jiang Nan finally honored his wish, ran out of motivation and chose to retire and lie down. Since then, Fighting Tyrant completely ended his rule over the fighting circle. Full book finished.